Chapter 701 Flying a Kite. Okay, let's invite the human race to come up and challenge us. After receiving Aya's reply, Palmer immediately spoke out to the human youths. After a while, the human race sent someone to the stage, and it turned out to be the intermediate magician. Thinking about it from the human side, Ava's arrow speed is superb and her body is extremely agile. If the title knight is on and off the field, it may not be much better than the orc. So she can only use long range against long range. Dang! As the two bells rang, the battle on the field began immediately. The human race was very cautious. The intermediate magician first set up a magic shield for himself as soon as he came on stage, covering himself tightly, and then began to use magic to attack Aya. And Aya didn't change her tactics. She was still the same as she was against Nuck in the last game. She just kept walking and jumping around the sidelines, and shooting enemies with arrows in the process. However, this time, the human magician had a magic shield, and Aya's attack could not kill the enemy immediately like before. Fortunately, Aya's figure is also very sensitive, and the magician's spell cannot lock her. In this way, after the two sides were in a stalemate for 5 minutes, the turning point finally came, because the human magician's magic power is about to be exhausted. During this period, Aya shot more than 30 arrows. Although it could not harm the human magician, it caused the fire shield in front of him to be continuously consumed by attacks. In addition, the magician himself also needs magic power to cast magic to attack Aya. But he was actually kite by Aya just like this. Ha. It turns out to be flying a kite. Agile heroes are indeed the most difficult to deal with. Seeing the scene in the field, the corners of Gervis's mouth curled up slightly. Although he had expected it, the potion with black kiwi fruit was surprisingly effective. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the elves would win this round again. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. I surrender. Sure enough, when Aya shot 5 consecutive beads again, the moment the 4th arrow hit the shield, the magic shield finally exploded with a bang and lost its effectiveness. After the magic shield shattered, the human magician narrowly avoided the last arrow feather and immediately admitted defeat. The human race is no better than the beast race. And there is also a magician in the field. If he is hit by an arrow, his life may really be in danger. So he can't help but admit defeat so simply. We actually won again! Alder looked at the field in disbelief and muttered in a daze. The elves win this game. Female elf, are you ready to continue fighting? Or are you going to end it? Palmer couldn't help but look at the female elf curiously at this time. The strength the female elf displayed at this time can already be called a genius. I want to continue fighting. Aya didn't hesitate this time and answered immediately. Okay. The elves choose to continue fighting. Please send people from the orcs to fight. Wow. This female elf actually continues to challenge. Didn't I say that the elves will definitely lose? But this female elf has defeated the humans and the beasts one after another. And now she is ready to continue the challenge. Aya was just worried that the goddess' favor would disappear, so she didn't dare to take a break. However, in the eyes of the audience in the arena, she was confident in herself. Father! Was Aya very powerful before? 2 consecutive victories also made Alice excited. She didn't know these elven youths very well before. After the first round of drawing lots, Alice Knight had lost confidence in competing for a spot. But Aya's performance at this time gave her a glimmer of hope. So Alice had stopped talking to Adela and stared at the field intently. Alice couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that Aya was planning to challenge 3 times in a row, and asked Alder. Yeah, pretty good. When Alder heard Alice's inquiry, he was naturally embarrassed to say that he didn't know. So he could only respond vaguely. But no matter what, Aya has proven her strength at this time. Such a genius is very important to the elves today. And Alder immediately became a little uneasy. No, the orcs are not human. If they have the chance, they will definitely kill Aya. We can't let Aya continue to fight. I'm going to let Aya rest now. Although Aya has confirmed that she will continue to fight. But even if he just admits defeat, Alder doesn't want anything to happen to her, and must ensure Aya's safety no matter what. Because many times, the emergence of a genius means the peace of a race for hundreds of years in the future. Especially the elves. A race that can survive for thousands of years. As long as Aya grows up, the elves will once again be protected by a strong person. With this idea in mind, Alder stopped slacking off and stood up directly to prepare to head towards the competition venue. Prince Alder! Wait! Seeing Alder's actions, Gervais called him out. What's the matter? Boy Gervais? Alder turned his head to look at Gervais in confusion. Let her compete again. There should be no problem. Gervais has already calculated in his mind that Aya's first 2 battles only lasted less than 8 minutes. If this battle can end within 2 minutes, there should be no problem. After all, kiwi fruit is normally effective for 1 hour. Gervais observed Aya's condition at this time, and found that her strength had increased at least 4 to 5 times. Then it stands to reason that the time can last for at least 10 minutes. Aya has confirmed to continue fighting at this time. If Alder asks her to quit now, it will be like admitting defeat. She will not be able to play again later. Let her fight another round. Alder looked at Gervais suspiciously, wondering why he would make this suggestion. Well, at worst, Prince Alder, just wait on the sidelines and rescue her as soon as possible if there is any danger, Gervais said to Alder with a smile. Okay. Seeing that Gervais' eyes were serious and not joking, Alder only hesitated for a moment, and finally followed his advice. Although it was a foul for him to save Aya after the battle started, and he would be directly disqualified from competing for the spot. But Alder also knew that with the strength of the other 2 Elfus who had not played, the chances of winning were not great. So even if you are really disqualified from the competition, there is actually no big loss. The most important thing is that Alder has also heard about the magic of Gervais in the past, and even saw it with his own eyes this morning. So he can't make up his mind to reject Gervais' suggestion. After all, if Aya can win the 3rd round, maybe the elves will really have a chance to win the competition today. After agreeing to Gervais' suggestion, Alder slowed down and headed towards the edge of the competition platform. At this time, the orcs in the competition arena have also taken the stage, and Aya has also compensated with new arrows. Chapter 7023 Glasses of Juice. Dang! As 2 crisp bells rang again, Aya's 3rd battle began. This time, the orc did not taunt Aya again, but the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Because this half-orc has received many orders, this female elf must be killed on the spot. Roar! Immediately, the orc held a long knife in one hand and a pointed shield in the other and rushed towards Aya. Whoosh whoosh. Aya's fighting style remained unchanged, dodging while shooting arrows at the orcs. Tuck tuck tuck. However, this time, because the orc was holding a shield in his hand, all of Aya's arrows hit the shield. It's going to be a bit difficult this time. When Alice saw the situation in the field, she whispered unconsciously. She has extremely high archery skills, and naturally knows how difficult it is for a longbowman to fight alone when the enemy has a shield. No matter how thick the meat is, as long as it can't catch up with Aya, it will always break through the defense. Gervais shook his head slightly when he heard Alice's whisper. Playing too many online games in my previous life is not without its benefits. At least Gervais is confident that Aya can win this 3rd battle. After all, in the kite-flying style, as long as the enemy cannot catch up with you, there will always be a time when the opponent will be killed. The only thing Gervais is worried about now is whether the potion Aya drank is effective enough. What meat? Alice didn't quite understand what Gervais said, and immediately asked in confusion. Ahem. It's nothing. I mean, as long as the orc can't catch up with Aya, at least Aya won't be in danger. Gervais knew that he had spilled the beans and immediately explained. Alice's mind was now focused on the scene, and she didn't think much about it after hearing Gervais's explanation. And as time passed, just as Gervais expected, the orcs in the field were finally no longer unharmed. And this is also the reason why Aya is becoming more and more skilled in fighting. I saw that Aya gave up the immediate jump to dodge when the orc rushed towards her, and instead kept shooting arrows at the orc's head to suppress it, forcing the orc to not reveal its head to observe its movements. Then just when the orc was about to reach her, Aya made a deft jump, turned her whole body upside down, and flew her head downwards to the top of the orc's head, because the orc's vision was blocked by the big shield in front of him. He couldn't see Aya's movements immediately, and he didn't expect that Aya would jump directly on top of his head this time. By the time he discovered the problem, it was already too late. I saw that Aya's long bow was full moon, and there were 2 arrows on the full moon long bow. Buzz! Whizzing! With the sound of a bowstring trembling, 2 arrows shot like lightning at the orc 1 meter away. Poof! Ho! My eyes! My eyes! 2 arrows hit the half-orc's eyes hard. The orcs immediately let out a piercing wail when they were in pain. This was not because Aya deliberately killed her. It was just her fighting instinct. The shooter stands at a distance and shoots the enemy. If possible, the natural first choice is to kill with 1 hit. And Aya finally waited for this opportunity. And the only thing she faced in midair was the orc's eyes, the fatal point. So she subconsciously shot the orc in the eyes. And she must quickly deal with the orc, while the orcs were still covering their eyes and wailing, wandering around in the field. Aya had already landed firmly in the distance. After standing firm, she did not take the opportunity to continue attacking the orcs in front, but looked at the orc team outside the field. The meaning is very clear. That is to ask them whether they admit defeat. Duoluo naturally noticed Aya's gaze, but he didn't say anything with an ugly face. He actually didn't care at all about the life or death of this half-orc. Seeing this, Aya finally slowly raised the long bow in her hand. Whoosh! Puff! Then, an arrow directly pierced the neck of the orc in the field, killing him with one blow and ending his painful wail. But at this moment, Aya suddenly felt her whole body go limp and her body staggered. This time, the elves win. Female elf, do you want to continue? Palmer spoke, although he seemed to be exhausted when he saw this female elf. As usual, he still had to ask. No. Aya barely managed to steady her body and replied to Palmer with difficulty. She felt that she was extremely weak at this time. Even an ordinary beast could kill her. So naturally, she would not continue the competition. It should be the end of the favor of the goddess of life. Aya thought so in her heart. And Alder was very fast, and came to her side immediately, grabbed Aya, and took her directly away from the field. After Aya was taken away by Alder, the competition on the field continued. The humans and beasts once again sent people to the field. The battle between the two sides is different from Aya's kite flying. It is a close combat competition. After a while, the battle between the two sides was decided. The winner this time was the human race. And this young human man chose to continue fighting after winning. And because Aya fought 3 games in a row, the last one was against the orcs and ended victoriously. So this round was still a battle between the orcs and the humans. The two sides fought again, and the orcs narrowly won. However, the personnel on both sides were severely injured and could no longer participate in the competition. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the human race, and the last 3 in the orc race. Now please send people from the orcs and elves to come on stage. As the severely injured 2 people were carried off, Palmer's words rang out again in the field. Prince Alder, who is more powerful between the 2 of them? Hearing that the elves were about to send someone to play, Gervais looked at the last 2 young men on the elf side. Both of them are male elves, and they look a little older than Aya. Kano is the strongest. Alder did not hesitate. After listening to Gervais's suggestion earlier, Aya actually won again. Now that he heard Gervais asking, he must have something to say. Well, let him play then. After Gervais got the answer, he nodded and said to Alder. In fact, Gervais couldn't wait any longer. He wanted a big one, because watching these novices pecking each other is really not interesting. With such time, it is better to go back to the manor to cultivate more relationships with Alice. And by the way, it would be more interesting to tease Adela, a rich lady. Good. Alder immediately agreed. Kano, go up. Yes, Prince Alder. The elf young man didn't hesitate. He responded respectfully, and was ready to go on stage. Etc. Gervais stopped Kano when he was about to leave the field. Your Majesty the Prince. When Elf Kano heard Gervais's shout, he turned around and saluted Gervais with great respect. Anna, give him 3 glasses of juice. 3 cups? Alder, Alice and Adela were all stunned, wondering what Gervais was up to. Drinking 3 glasses of juice before a battle wouldn't increase the burden. However, Anna obeyed Gervais's words. While the 3 of them were still stunned, Anna had already carried the tray and delivered the 3 cups to Kano. Thank you, Your Majesty the Prince. Seeing that Gervais' tone was serious and not joking, Kano could only respond with a helpless expression. Kano then drank every drop of the dark golden liquid in the 3 cups. Although he drank so much juice, Kano did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt warm in his stomach. Then he saluted Gervais again and walked towards the field. At this time, Anna was carrying 3 empty cups and was about to step aside. But Alder stepped forward quickly. Anna, wait a minute. As he spoke, Alder simultaneously raised his hand towards the tray in Anna's hand, and then picked up one of the empty cups. Alder first looked into the cup and didn't notice anything strange. But when he brought the empty cup to his nose and smelled it, he immediately discovered a strange fragrance. Boy Gervais, what kind of juice is this? Alder could naturally tell that this was definitely not ordinary juice. Maybe not juice at all. Prince Alder, this is the juice I configured myself. There were many people here, and Gervais was unwilling to say more. He winked at Alder and answered softly. But after Alder heard the word configuration, he seemed to understand something and didn't ask any more questions. However, he was extremely horrified in his heart. This Gervais was really a genius pharmacist. Although there are also madness potions on the Holy Continent that can enhance strength in a short time. But just by its name, you can tell that this potion must have flaws. Because the main function of the madness potion is to weaken the fear of the user and stimulate all the desire to fight. However, this will inevitably cause the user to lose part of their sanity and be unable to think as usual. And judging from Aya's previous state, Aya was very conscious during the battle. It was obvious that the medicine prepared by Gervais was different from those maddening medicines. Alder knew that this was definitely another kind of magic medicine. At this time, Alice and Adela were also looking at Gervais with their beautiful eyes shining brightly. Especially Alice. She almost knew that the reason why Aya performed so well must be the effect of Gervais' cup of juice. Thinking that since seeing Gervais again this morning, everything seemed to be as smooth and satisfactory as before in Eurasia. Alice felt full of security. "Gervais! Thank you!" Alice said softly to Gervais. Chapter 703 Victory is in sight. Dang! With the sound of 2 bells, the competition on the field began. Kano is considered the strongest among the young elves, and his strength is more than twice that of Aya. The orcs on the opposite side heard the bell and immediately shouted loudly and rushed towards Kano. But Kano seemed to be stunned, staying where he was without knowing what he was thinking. "What's going on? Why is Kano so stunned?" The elves all looked at Kano intently, and found that Kano had no reaction to the charging orcs. Everyone became anxious. If Kano let the orc get close, even if he had the same strength as Aya before, it would be useless, because the specialty of the elves is the long bow. Although they are not weak in close combat, they are just like the humans and have no natural advantage in front of the orcs. Alder also discovered this situation and immediately turned his attention to Gervais with doubts in his eyes. But when he saw Gervais's calm expression, he couldn't question it. In this way, Alder could only look away and continue to look at the field. At this time, Kano did not know that his actions had caused worries among his tribe. He was in extreme horror at this time, and he found that he had become stronger after arriving at the field. This was something he had never felt before. Every inch of his muscles was filled with endless strength, and his movements became extremely light and fast. Aya just took a potion, but it increased her strength 4 to 5 times. However, Kano took 3 potions under the special arrangement of Gervais, which directly increased his strength to more than 10 times. So he could immediately feel the changes in his body. At this time, Kano's strength was comparable to that of the White Flag Junior Knight, who had advanced for many years. 10 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. As Kano was in a daze, the half-orc holding a shield in one hand and a giant axe in the other rushed in front of Kano. And all the spectators outside the venue exclaimed, because they had already seen the orc's giant axe swinging towards Kano. With the strength of this half-orc, it only takes 1 second for the giant axe blade, which is as big as a wash basin, to fall on Kano, and Kano's fate is destined to become mincemeat. "Go to H.L. You weak reptiles!" Seeing that Kano was still in a daze, the orc roared without any hesitation, and the power of the axe blade in his hand accelerated by 3 points. The faint aura shining on the axe blade can indicate the power of this blow and the orc's determination to kill. However, at this moment, when the half-orc's axe blade was less than half a meter away from Kano's head, he suddenly saw that Kano's eyes regained their vitality and became clear. It was obvious that Kano had break out of your daze. "Even if you react, it's already too late." The half-orc was full of confidence. This elf man would never be able to escape his close-range attack. However, the next moment the half-orc suddenly widened his eyes, because all he felt was that his eyes were dazzled. Kano in front of him had completed the bow and arrow in an instant, and aimed the arrow at him at an incredible speed. "It doesn't matter if you aim. You can't shoot through my shield." Surprised, but the half-orc was still confident, because he had always been on guard against Kano. So while he was wielding the giant axe, the shield in his left hand was still firmly protecting his vitals. "Thunder arrow strike!" Whoosh! Just when the orc was thinking this, Kano in front of him shouted loudly, and then let go of the bowstring. The next moment, a whooshing sound was heard, and an arrow shining with thunder and lightning shot directly at the orc. Boom! Boom! Originally, the orc's axe blade was already less than half a meter away from Kano, and it only took a blink of an eye to hit Kano. But at this moment, the terrifying axe blade actually distanced itself, because the orc holding him had been blown away by Kano. Kano's thunder arrow directly penetrated the wooden shield covered with mithril iron, and then shot into the chest of the orc, different from ordinary arrows. This time Kano directly used archery skills. When the arrow with the power of thunder and lightning hit the orc, a violent explosion occurred in his chest. directly blasting a blood hole as big as a bowl in the orc's chest and blowing him away. It went out 2 or 3 meters. It's actually an archery skill. The scene in the field was beyond everyone's expectations, especially the elves. They originally thought that Kano would be killed by the orc in a daze, but they never expected that at the critical moment, Kano would kill the orc with one blow. And he uses the archery skills that the young elves dream of. This archery skill is actually similar to the secret skill of the human race, and is a necessary attack method for the powerful warriors of the elves. However, this kind of archery skill can only be used after breaking through the Golden Night. Otherwise, when I had dealt with the Nook orc before, she didn't need to use dozens of arrow feathers to kill him. So at this moment, seeing Kano unleash his archery skills, the elves were all shocked. Of course, Alder and Alice were not that shocked. They had long known that Gervais had given Kano a strength-enhancing potion. In this round, the elves win. Elf, are you ready to continue the challenge? Today's elves have completely changed everyone's views. Because from Ai to Kano, the strength shown by the two people has proved that the next generation of the elves is not weak. You must know that the young people who can participate in the competition today are all leaders of various races. And Kano can kill the leader of the beast race with one blow, which is enough to illustrate his ability. I want to continue the challenge. Kano did not hesitate. The unprecedented strength in his body was the basis of his confidence at this time. Very good. Let's ask the human race to send someone to fight. As Palmer finished speaking, the human race sent out the strongest of the remaining 2 people. This human youth had previously defeated an orc with one blow. It could be said that he had reached the limit of the Golden Peak and was only 1 step away from the White Flag Knight. Dang! As both sides prepared their equipment, the bell rang immediately. Thunderbolt strike. The moment the bell rang, Kano started to move, taking the lead and drawing his bow and shooting arrows towards the human youth. In the last game, he was stunned because he was shocked by the changes in his body. But of course he won't be like that this time. Whoosh whoosh. Following Kano's loud shout, the human youth over there took a few steps forward and immediately stopped. He didn't dare to underestimate the archery skills that could even make a blood hole out of an orc. And this time the elf had 3 consecutive arrows. Dang! Boom! The human youth stopped and slashed twice in succession, barely blocking 2 arrows. However, when he encountered the 3rd arrow, he was too late to deflect it. The human youth did not hesitate to put the long sword in his hand flat, actually trying to use the long sword to resist the attack of the 3rd arrow. The moment the 3rd sword mixed with thunder and lightning hit the sword in the hand of the human race youth, there was a roar in the field, and the human race youth was blown away instantly. We admit defeat. A few seconds later, as the human youth stood up staggeringly, he shouted the words of admitting defeat. At this time, his hands were a little burnt and his clothes were a little shabby. But from the outside, he had not been seriously injured. When they heard him shouting to admit defeat, the human race was in an uproar. Why did you just give up? This coward. Cowards! Fight to the death. Coward! Fight to the death. Oh my God. What will happen to the bet we made? We lost it like this. This young man is already the strongest among the remaining 2 people in the human race. His surrender means that the human race has completely lost its hope of competing for a spot this time. However, those ordinary viewers did not understand the horror of Kano at this time. As long as Kano did not break through the White Flag Knight, there was no chance of winning. The human youth felt the power of the previous attack, so he simply chose to admit defeat. In this round, the elves win. Although Palmer also felt sorry for the human race to lose this spot. But he could see the strength of this elf young man. Faced with such a situation, no one could say anything wrong with the previous human youth. Elf, are you ready to continue the challenge or take a rest? I want to keep fighting. Very good. Ask the orcs to send someone to fight. When did such a genius appear among the elves? Duoluo at all orcs' faces were as deep as water, and doubts arose in their hearts. Okay, you go up. We have already lost 3 young warriors. We can't suffer any more losses. At this moment, Doselin, who had remained silent, spoke. Doselin has become much more low-key since Alder chopped off his arm in the morning. He didn't say a word during the entire match. Yes, father! Duoluo really wanted to play. The orcs were killed by 3 people from the elves one after another. He couldn't swallow this breath for a long time. Take the potion. Otherwise you will not be his match. Just when Duoluo was about to get up and go to the field, Duosolong made an explanation. Father! It's not necessary. Is it? It was unbelievable. He knew what potion his father was talking about. This was a violent potion given to him by the priest of the clan before setting off. It could increase his strength several times in a short period of time. But the side effects were very small, and would only affect his thinking a little. It was considered a very precious potion. This potion was originally used as a precaution. Ever since he provoked the human youth outside Lung Faitsui Manor that night, Duoluo felt that there was no need to use this potion. But he did not expect that his father would solemnly tell him to use it now. That elf is very powerful. Already comparable to the first-level White Flag Master. Doselin was very patient with his son and explained immediately. Yes, father! Although Duoluo was arrogant and domineering, he would never dare to disobey his father. After hearing about Kano's strength, he immediately agreed. Then Duoluo took out a bottle of fiery red potion from his arms. There were many bubbles in the potion, which was obviously different from the human magic potion. Then Duoluo drank the fiery red violent potion in just one sip and rushed to the field immediately. Dang! The bell rings again, and the battle between Duoluo and Kano begins. The moment Duoluo came on the court, Kano already felt a bit of pressure. The aura on Duoluo's body was simply not comparable to that of other opponents, and was even several times stronger than the previous human youth. Thunder arrow strike! Whoosh whoosh. Kano immediately shot 3 consecutive arrows at Duoluo. Reptile! Do you think I'm one of those idiots? Duoluo had already felt that the violent potion was beginning to take effect. Seeing Kano shoot 3 arrows with electric light at him, he felt filled with endless fighting spirit. Savage blade! Duoluo yelled loudly. And then the long knife in his hand shone with a dark green aura and struck directly at Kano's arrow feathers. Boom boom! Several 7 or 8 meter long sword beams directly hit 3 consecutive arrows. The arrows exploded one after another, making a huge roar. It's so fast! Kano was shocked when he saw this. Those previous opponents had no time to release their secret skills, so they could only block his own arrows at close range. But the delivery was extremely fast, and there was enough time to use secret skills to block the arrows. Roar! Savage charge! After destroying the 3 arrows, Duoluo didn't hesitate at all. He roared again, and with a sudden flash of inspiration, he charged directly towards Kano. Kano didn't dare to neglect and immediately jumped to the side to dodge. This is the first time that Kano has been forced to move his position since he came to power. After jumping to his feet, Kano did not pause with the longbow in his hand and began to shoot at Duoluo continuously. This is how the two sides started the most intense battle today. That half-orc took the violent potion. There is red light in his eyes. When the fierce battle began in the field, Alder suddenly frowned and spoke. Ha ha! Don't worry, Prince Alder. Just watch the show. When Gervais heard Alder's words, he calmly shook his head and comforted him. The moment Duoluo came on stage, Gervais noticed something strange about him. I also guessed that Duoluo had taken the violent potion. However, the effectiveness of the violent potion is basically only 5 minutes. And the effectiveness of my own strength-enhancing potion is at least 10 minutes. When the effect of the medicine on Duoluo ends, Kano's strength-enhancing effect will probably still be there, and Duoluo will be just a lamb to be slaughtered by then. Gervais's calm words comforted the nervous Alder and Alice, and he immediately received Alice's tender eyes. In addition, Adela also looked at Gervais with admiration. Her eyes filled with little stars. The next development was just as Gervais said. Although the effectiveness of Duoluo's medicine lasted 2 minutes, longer than the 5 minutes Gervais expected, and it disappeared after 7 or 8 minutes. However, the effects of the medicine on Duoluo's body still disappeared earlier than those on Kano's body. And this also indicates that the elves are in sight of victory. As the effect of the medicine wore off, Duoluo staggered. His eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, and he was unable to fight anymore. Duoluo wanted to shout and admit defeat, but if he did so, he would lose any face in the Orc royal court in the future. Fortunately, Duoluo has already seen his father, Duosalon, standing on the sidelines. Whoosh whoosh. Kano also noticed Duoluo's condition, and immediately raised his bow and arrows, and 3 lightning arrows shot directly towards Duoluo. Seeing that Duoluo, who was unable to resist, was about to be shot, Doselin, who was waiting on the sidelines, flew directly in front of Duoluo, and then easily deflected the 3 arrows. Boom boom boom. The 3 arrow feathers were flung away and then shot into the open space beside them, making an explosive sound. In this round, the elves win. The orcs made fun of the qualifications for this competition because they violated the rules of the competition. No one was angry about Doselin's action, because as long as he takes action, it means that the orcs choose to withdraw from this competition. And this is the price they need to pay. Chapter 704, Winning the Channel Quota. Elf, are you ready to continue the challenge? Or are you going to take a rest? I choose to keep fighting. Although Kano didn't know why he became so powerful, the two strongest opponents in this competition were defeated by himself. And he knew that victory was in sight. Because Do Salon violated the rules of the competition by saving Doro, he was disqualified from the competition. In this way, the orcs have been directly eliminated, and the princess of the orcs cannot play at all. Now Kano only needs to defeat the last young man from the human race to win this competition in one go and win the passage spot for the elves. Then please invite the last person from the human race to take part in the competition. At this moment, Palmer actually already knew that this channel quota had actually fallen to the elves. Because just now the strongest young man among the human race youth just took the initiative to admit defeat after catching 3 consecutive beats. And the last remaining young man is not as strong as the previous young man. And there is no possibility of winning at all. I surrender. The result was just as Palmer expected. When the human race young man came to the stage, he immediately admitted defeat before the bell rang. The last young man in the human race to participate in the competition chose to admit defeat. Then the final winner of this competition for the passage quota for the land of gods is the elf race. This passage quota will belong to the elf race. Ha ha! Win! We win! We won! When Palmer announced that the elves had won the final victory, the elves immediately burst into cheers. Dozens of elven young men and women stood up and cheered. Ah! Sister Alice! Congratulations! You won! Adela was not disappointed because the human race lost this competition. But because of Gervais's relationship, her position changed slightly. When he heard that the elves had won, he was immediately surprised and congratulated Alice. Yeah! Thank you, Adela! Alice's expression was also extremely happy at this time, and her eyes were flashing with indescribable excitement. This time she really succeeded and fulfilled the promise she made to her people when she left the elves. After Alice thanked Adela, she turned her attention to Gervais. She stared at Gervais without blinking with her sapphire blue eyes, which made Gervais a little hairy, and finally couldn't help but ask, Alice, what's wrong? Thank you, Gervais! Although she didn't know how many times she had said thank you to Gervais, Alice really thanked Gervais from the bottom of her heart. Since meeting Gervais, she found that all the difficulties she encountered were not difficult. Gervais, this seemingly unconventional husband, always solves all difficulties perfectly. This is the second man besides Alder to give Alice such dependence and security. You are my queen. Do you still need to say thank you to me with such polite words? You don't need to say thank you to me in the future. Seeing that Alice was so solemn, Gervais immediately said to Alice, with a serious expression on purpose, Yeah, I remember it. Seeing Gervais's serious expression, Alice couldn't help but burst into laughter. He smiled for a moment before regaining his expression, and then showed a rare submissive look and hummed at Gervais. My cheap wife is really good at both the living room and the kitchen. It can freeze you to death when it gets cold. But when she smiles, she is so gorgeous. Gervais was instantly stunned by Alice's first coquettish smile, and naturally sighed in his heart. Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Hello. And just when Gervais was in a daze, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice coming from his ears, which instantly brought Gervais back to reality in a daze. Miss Lolita. Hello. The person who suddenly came to talk to Alice was Lolita, the rich young woman from the Holy Trading Company. What is this little rich woman doing here? Gervais now appeared here as the god of killing. The young rich woman with whom he had a deep grudge actually approached her, and Gervais immediately became vigilant. Miss Adela. Hello. Hello, Miss Lolita. However, Gervais was wary of Lolita, but Lolita turned a blind eye to him. Moreover, Alice and Adela seemed to have a pretty good relationship with Lolita, and the three of them greeted her warmly. Her Majesty the Elf Queen, congratulations on your victory in the competition. I hope my coming will not disturb you. Lolita had a faint smile on her face. Although her clothes were still bold, they had a different flavor that matched her unique temperament, and they didn't look vulgar at all. Of course not. Thank you, Miss Lolita. Come and sit here for a while. Alice has a good sense of Lolita. When she borrowed gold coins from the Holy Trading Company yesterday, Lolita lent her the gold coins without saying a word. Although this gold coin will still have to be paid back in the future, it is still a favor. Thank you, Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Then I won't bother you. Lolita was not polite. She agreed immediately after hearing Alice's invitation. After answering Alice's words, Lolita looked at Gervais. The meaning is very clear. That is, I hope Gervais can give up his position, because there is no suitable place to sit side by side with Alice and Adela except where Alice was sitting before. But obviously, Gervais didn't pay attention to the little rich woman's gaze, looking left and right as if she didn't realize anything. Miss Lolita, sit here with me. Alice naturally knew that there was only one seat on the left side of Gervais in their row. But if Lolita were to sit there, wouldn't Lolita sandwich Gervais in it? So Alice stood up gracefully and made way for Lolita. Alice is a very easy person to get along with. Despite her cold appearance, she is actually very friendly to others on the inside. So even though she has become the queen now, she still has not learned to be assertive. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen. Apart from the last time Alice borrowed gold coins from her, this was Lolita's second contact with Alice. When she saw Alice, the queen, taking the initiative to give up her position, she was slightly surprised, but her words became more polite. You're welcome, Miss Lolita. Alice smiled slightly, and then looked at Gervais. Gervais, let me help you take the position next to you. Naturally, Alice was reluctant to let Gervais sit with the beautiful and voluptuous Lady Lolita. After standing up, she spoke to Gervais, and then helped Gervais move to another position. Good, Lolita. The little rich girl Gervais could ignore her, but naturally, she would not object to Alice's request. She immediately agreed, and then moved to the left position with Alice's help. So Lolita sat between Alice and Adela, while Gervais sat on the far left. This god of death is actually injured? Didn't he say that in the morning he was able to beat Duke Halton of the Golden Shield family without being able to fight back? Why does he need help now even to get up? After Lolita sat down, doubts immediately arose in her heart. It was natural that Gervais even asked Alice to help her when changing positions. However, although Lolita had doubts, she did not ask immediately because she had more important things to come here this time. Chapter 705 Selling Quota? Miss Lolita, why did you come here so late? I didn't even see you just now. Adela and Lolita were relatively familiar with each other, so they started chatting. The Land of God's Fall is about to open. The business is busy during this period, but my father is not here. I am almost going crazy. When Lolita heard Adela's question, she immediately put on a distressed look, and her slightly frowning expression made her already enchanting and beautiful look even more charming. If the representative of the Sea Clan hadn't come to ask me a favor just now, I wouldn't have even prepared to come to the arena. Sea Clan? Miss Lolita, I haven't even seen what the Sea Clan looks like. Adela was immediately attracted by Lolita's words and asked curiously. The Sea Tribe is actually nothing special, but they have two fish-like gills behind their ears. Lolita replied with a smile. Is it so magical? I really want to see the Sea Clan. Young ladies like Adela are not allowed to go out and wander around except in the academy, so they usually use story books and biographies to pass the time. They are most interested in the various races written in these storied books and biographies. Originally, I have always wanted to see what the elf patriarch looks like, and now I have seen it. Sister Alice is so beautiful. While talking, Adela didn't forget to praise Alice. Giggle! Sister Adela, you are beautiful too. When Alice heard this, she was immediately amused and praised Adela back with a smile. Miss Adela, you will actually have a chance to meet the Sea Tribe soon. Lolita interjected with a smile. Really? It's true. I heard that the Sea Clan is also preparing to enter the Land of God's Fall this time. Lolita nodded and affirmed. The Sea Clan also entered the Land of God's Fall? I haven't heard of the Sea Clan going to the Land of God's Fall before. And it seems that the Sea Clan has no way to enter the Land of God's Fall. Right. Alice is now the Queen of the Elves, and she knows a lot about these things. And she was immediately confused. Yes, the Sea Tribe has never entered the Land of God's Fall before. But this time, they suddenly decided to enter the Land of God's Fall for some unknown reason. And both the human and beast tribes have agreed. In addition, the Sea Tribe has obtained a passage into the Land of God's Fall from the Orc Tribe. Lolita immediately explained the loss to Alice in detail. There is such a thing. Alice nodded. Although it was unexpected, it actually had little to do with the elves. After all, the elf tribe only has a population of several million. So even if the Sea Tribe enters the Land of God's Fall, it will not have any impact on the elf tribe. Your Majesty the Elf Queen. In fact, I came here this time on the entrustment of the Sea Clan to discuss some matters with the Elf Clan. As she spoke, Lolita suddenly spoke to Alice in a slightly formal manner. Miss Lolita, the Sea Tribe asks you to come and discuss matters with us? Alice was slightly surprised. She didn't know if the Sea Tribe had anything to do with the Elf Tribe, and she needed to discuss it with her at the exit of the Holy Trading Company. The relationship between the elves and the sea people is not bad. It was precisely because of this that Alder was able to lead the fleet safely across the deep sea to Eurasia. In this way, if the Sea Clan really has something to discuss with the Elf Clan, they can go to the sacred forest to discuss it directly with the Elf Clan. Your Majesty the Queen, the reason why the Sea Clan asked me to negotiate with you is actually for the passage quota for the Land of God's Fall. Now that the courtesy was over and her intention to come was made clear, Lolita directly stated the reason. Channel quota? When Alice heard that it was about the quota, she immediately became serious. This channel quota was hard won, and it is very important to the elves and the ministers of Gervais, and it is related to the future development. Yes, Her Majesty the Elf Queen. It is for the passage quota. Lolita nodded and continued talking without waiting for Alice to say anything. Actually, before the start of this competition, the Sea Clan has already negotiated with the orcs and humans. No matter who of the two tribes gets the passage quota, they will sell this quota to the Sea Clan for 1 million gold coins. Originally, the Sea tribe thought that the Elf tribe would not participate in the competition this time as before. But they did not expect that this time the Elf tribe would not only come to the City of Hope under the leadership of Her Majesty the Queen, but also defeat the Orc tribe and the Human tribe to win this spot. The Sea tribe found the Holy Trading Company as soon as they found out that the Elf tribe won, because it is not convenient for them to show up in public. I hope that I can talk to you about purchasing channel quotas on their behalf. Lolita's words were 90% true and 100% false. The reason why they did not discuss the purchase of quotas with the elves beforehand was because they did not believe that the elves could win the competition. So they did not mention this matter with the elves. But at this time, the quota actually fell on the elves, and they had to come to discuss purchasing the channel quota. It's a liar. Gervais looked at Lolita, this little rich woman, and knew in his heart that her words must be adulterated. The most obvious thing is that Alice and others have been in the City of Hope for several days. If it is true as Lolita said, they should have come to discuss the situation as soon as they got the news, instead of the current quota, after determining ownership. In addition, Gervais had a vague feeling that there seemed to be something strange going on, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. Miss Lolita, please go back and tell your friends from the Sea tribe that you are very sorry. The passage quota for the Land of God's Fall is also very important to our elf tribe, so we cannot sell it. Although 1 million gold coins is really tempting, compared with the development of Stormwind City, Alice naturally knows how to choose. And now that she has found Gervais, she already knows Gervais' ability to make money very well. Miss Alice, please don't refuse in a hurry. The Sea Clan knows that the Elf Clan is the winner this time. They also said that the Elf Clan and the Sea Clan have a very good relationship and are willing to increase the price to 2 million gold coins. And, in addition, I am also willing to provide sea potion plants and potion fruits worth 1 million gold coins. The elves are different from the humans, because even if they win a quota, it will not benefit most holy cities because there are too many people and too many forces. Therefore, the Sea tribe could defeat each of them by simply offering 1 million gold coins. However, the elves are very united, with only the Queen as the highest authority. So it is completely impossible to buy this quota at a low price. In this way, the price offered by the Sea Clan is the same as the price of purchasing another channel slot from the Orc Clan. Thinking about it from the Sea Clan, such a price is very tempting for the Elf Clan. This can allow the elves to improve their overall strength a lot in a short period of time. The number of elves is only a few million. Losing a channel quota will only make the channel more crowded and slower in and out. There will be no other losses at all. Just as the Sea tribe expected, Alice became thoughtful after hearing the price. The price offered by the Sea tribe was indeed very attractive, especially the magic plant worth 1 million. Even Alder, who was not far away, was slightly moved after hearing this and looked straight at this side. Ahem. Miss Lolita, I'm sorry. Please go back and tell the Sea Clan that this quota is not for sale and we need to use it ourselves. While Alice and Alder were thinking silently, Gervais spoke. How could a mere 2 million gold coins and a potion worth 1 million get into Gervais's eyes? Although his potion will depreciate in value due to the large amount of it flowing into the market of the Holy Continent, the magical effect of the potion will still be there, so it will still be easy to make money. 2 million gold coins. As long as he is willing. I believe he can earn it within a few months. As for magic plants and the like, how about using them to enhance your strength? How about having your own kiwi fruit? As long as there is a steady stream of energy points contributed by the orcs, Gervais can continuously redeem kiwi fruits to improve the strength of his men, faster and faster than any magic potion. When Lolita heard that Gervais had made the decision on Alice's behalf, she immediately glared at him, Of course, this was only a momentary matter. Chapter 706 Framed. Your Majesty, there are rumors that Gervais is your husband. Is it true? Lolita hated Gervais to the point of gnashing her teeth. She herself is the princess of the Sea Clan. She came to discuss the channel quota with Alice under the guise of helping the Sea Clan, but was directly destroyed by Gervais. Originally, Lolita was not prepared to pay attention to Gervais today, and just treated her as a stranger. Who would have thought that if she didn't provoke him, he would still dare to provoke her? Yes, Miss Lolita, Gervais is my husband, and the decisions he makes are as valid as the decisions I make myself. Alice trusted Gervais very much in these matters, and gave him a lot of faith. She immediately agreed with Gervais's decision. After listening to Alice's words, Lolita secretly hated herself for not wanting to kill this shameless bastard a few days ago. However, this passage quota is too important to the Sea Clan, so Lolita naturally refuses to give up. Immediately, her thoughts were spinning rapidly, and suddenly she had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way. That is to drive a wedge between Gervais and Alice. Even if this method fails to successfully purchase a quota from the elves, it can still severely retaliate against Gervais. Thinking of this, Lolita immediately began to make plans. After Alice finished answering, Lolita's eyes gradually changed. Those captivating eyes turned red visibly, and then some crystal tears gathered in the eyes. At this time, Lolita happened to be facing Gervais and Alice. Both of them were baffled by such a situation. Especially Gervais. While he was baffled, he also had a bad premonition in his heart. Miss Lolita, what's wrong with you? Alice finally couldn't help but ask. Sister Alice, can I call you this? Lolita did not answer Alice's question directly, but asked Alice with tears in her eyes and a pitiful voice. Alice was stunned by Lolita's sudden appearance and words. But they were both women, and the enchanting Lolita's pitiful appearance was indeed lifelike. Even women want to show mercy when they see her. So Alice nodded in a friendly manner. Of course. Lolita, you can call me the same as Adela from now on. Lolita, do you have any grievances? This drama queen is going to cause trouble. Gervais frowned and muttered in his heart. Thank you, Sister Alice. Lolita replied to Alice gratefully, then looked at Gervais with her weak eyes, and continued speaking slowly. Actually, I do have grievances that I want to tell Sister Alice. I hope Sister Alice can make the decision for me. Lolita, tell me, if I can help you, I will definitely help you. When Alice saw Lolita actually setting her sights on Gervais, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. When Alice thumped, Gervais's heart thumped even more, and he immediately looked at Lolita with wide eyes and a fierce look. He felt that he had guessed correctly. This Lolita was planning to cause trouble for him. However, Lolita was not afraid of Gervais's fierce gaze at all and continued to speak pitifully. Sister Alice, my grievances are all because of the god of death. Your husband Gervais. He whines. As she said that, Lolita suddenly choked up, covered her face, and let out sobs, as if Gervais had done something outrageous to him. Ah! Lolita always had her back turned to Adela, and Adela hadn't figured out the situation yet. But when she heard that Lolita was wrong because of Gervais and cried, she immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, Miss Lolita, please don't slander anyone, or I'll be rude to you. Gervais is so angry. This little rich woman must be born with horoscopes that are at odds with him. Every time we meet, I have to criticize myself. If I hadn't been injured now, I would have gone up and taught him a lesson. Gervais, don't speak yet. Wait until Lolita speaks. Alice immediately interrupted Gervais. Although Alice felt that Gervais would not do anything bad, but the eldest lady of the Sacred Trading Company cried in front of her and identified her, and Alice still wanted to listen first before speaking. After all, judging from Lolita's behavior, the grievances she mentioned are definitely not trivial. Lolita, tell me what grievances you have, and I will judge for you. Thank you, Sister Alice. Lolita knew that her performance was almost done, so she thanked Alice first. He paused before continuing. Sister Alice, when your husband Gervais was on one of my adventures, he not only peeped at me bathing by the lake, he also forcibly kissed me. And in the end, he took away a piece of cake that I finally found. A dragon-tooth sword. Holy crap. You can make this up. A larger cursive word appeared in Gervais's heart. He just wanted to stop this little rich woman's mouth. Okay, Gervais can admit this. But when has he ever seen Lolita take a bath? Naturally, such a thing cannot be wronged. Gervais immediately spoke. Miss Lolita, please don't talk nonsense. When did I see you take a shower? I also discovered the Scarlet Moon blade first. But you cracked the magic circle first. You dared to do it. Sister Alice, everything I say is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Miss Adela. At that time, I chased Gervais to a magician's tower because of such a thing. I didn't know he was your husband at that time. Lolita dared to arrange it like this. So she naturally thought of a way out. Instead of responding to Gervais, she continued to tell her evidence. Adela, do you know about this? Alice was already a little shaken in her heart. Because a wealthy lady like Lolita could say that she was watched in the shower and forcibly kissed. If she was just framing Gervais, what was she trying to do? When word spread about this incident, Gervais would only get a reputation as a lecher, which could be either big or small. But for Lolita, the eldest lady of this sacred business firm, she has lost all her face. The long sword Lolita was talking about should be Gervais's crimson moon. Although I don't know who discovered it first. However, it has been confirmed that the two men did meet and clash at the place where the Dragon 2 sword was found. Miss Lolita was indeed looking for Gervais at the time. But at that time Miss Lolita only said that someone had snatched her sword away, and did not say that someone had peeked at her bathing. Adela's face turned red. Her words were inaudible at the end, and she lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look at Alice. Adela certainly doesn't know whether Lolita was peeped by Gervais in the shower. But she was indeed peeped by Gervais. Alice originally just wanted to ask Adela if such a thing had ever happened. But she didn't expect Adela to react like this, which made her a little suspicious. Fortunately, Lolita was still in a state of confusion at this time. So Alice did not continue to explore, but first withdrew her gaze and focused on Gervais. Gervais, can you explain what Lolita said? Alice will definitely not blindly listen to other people's words and doubt Gervais. At the moment, she still needs to listen to Gervais's own words. My cheap wife is the most considerate, Gervais secretly thought to himself, and immediately began to tell the truth. I felt dirty all over my body after killing the orcs that day, so I found a lake to wash myself off. Unexpectedly, I encountered a water monster. Gervais immediately told the details of that day. Only the beginning of how to find the underground cave was changed. But the rest was told according to the truth. Of course, the matter of gagging Lolita was automatically ignored, except that the two of them were imprisoned by the scroll, which indeed pressed against her for a moment. After Lolita listened to Gervais's account, she naturally would not let Gervais prove his innocence. As soon as Gervais finished speaking, he immediately retorted, You are shameless! You dare not admit that the god of murder has bullied a woman like me. Gervais, let me ask you, have you ever spanked me? Gervais was naturally speechless. Sister Alice, he also spanked me and Adela. You can ask Adela. There were many people present at the time. Seeing that Gervais could not argue, Lolita suddenly became excited and immediately spoke slowly to Alice. Except for that one time. He also kidnapped me a month ago and spanked me the same way. And it was very hard. When Alice heard this, she immediately looked towards Adela again. Alice could see Adela's character in just 2 days. Knowing that she was a simple rich girl, she would definitely not lie. But when she set her sights on Adela, she saw her blushing and lowering her head immediately after seeing the look in her eyes. There was no need to ask further. Seeing this, Gervais opened his mouth, but finally held back. There's really no way to explain this. The second time I spanked this rich Lolita girl, I could have gotten away with it. But the first time it was done in public. There's no way to deny it. Miss Lolita, Gervais is actually not a bad person. But you have been wrong like this. I am here to apologize to you for Gervais. Don't take it personally. Alice felt a little aggrieved in her heart. But on the surface, she still comforted Lolita softly. Even if she believed Gervais in such a thing now, it would not be worth the amount of evidence. At this time, she could only accept it this way. However, even if Gervais did these things, Alice could not do anything to Gervais. I can only apologize on behalf of Gervais in person. Well, thank you, Sister Alice. Lolita nodded gratefully to Alice, then took out a square towel from the space ring and wiped her tears clean. She has achieved her goal today. I think it will definitely not be easy for Gervais to face Alice in the future. Yeah, you're welcome. Lolita, this is as it should be. Then Sister Alice, I will reply to the Sea Clan with the quota information first. It was definitely impossible to buy a passage spot from the elves today. So after framing Gervais, Lolita wisely chose to leave first. I plan to discuss countermeasures with my second brother after I go back. Okay, Lolita. Seeing that Lolita was back to normal, Alice breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. After all, the Holy Trading Company was also a behemoth. If Gervais was really held accountable, it would be a big trouble. Then Lolita left the arena, accompanied by Alonso from afar. After Lolita left, Gervais and the three of them fell into silence, and the atmosphere was strange for a while. Alice, everyone in the tribe is here. We can go. At this time, Alder came up. This competition was just for the quota. There were no prizes. So after Palmer announced the winner in public, everyone began to leave. Alice was talking to Lolita earlier, so Alder didn't rush her. Now that Lolita left, he immediately came up to say hello. After greeting Alice, Alder looked at Gervais many times, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Obviously, Alder believed Lolita's words ninefold, because in his opinion, Lolita is beautiful enough, and Gervais is also carefree enough. Adela is a good proof. Well, let's go and go back to the manor first. After hearing Alder's words, Alice stood up immediately, but the expression on her face was a little cold. Although Alice's expression was cold, she still did not forget to get up and support Gervais. Then, Gervais walked toward the stairs with the support of Alice and Adela. As they walked through the third-floor aisle, they met Duke Edward, who was waiting. Duke Edward was waiting here, naturally wanting to take Adela back to the manor. But Adela said she would go back later, because Alice was present. Edward finally agreed. As soon as Gervais and his party left the arena, they took a carriage and headed directly towards the newly rented manor. Chapter 707. Get the key to the passage. On the carriage, there were still Gervais, Alice, and Adela, but the harmonious atmosphere was different from when we arrived. Alice's face looked frosty at this time. Although she didn't say that Gervais was not the one, she gave Gervais a cold face. As for Adela, she consciously stopped talking after Lolita left. The main reason is because I am a little embarrassed. After all, Alice knew about being spanked by Gervais, and Alice's aloof appearance was still very impressive. And of course Gervais knew that Alice must be angry. Although the Lolita chick made up a story about peeping at her bathing, the other things were true. It would be strange if Alice wasn't angry. Sister Alice, Gervais and Miss Lolita did have a grudge before. After holding it in for a long time, Adela finally felt sorry for Gervais, and immediately mustered up the courage to try to persuade Gervais. Snort! Adela, let's talk and ignore him for now. Naturally, Alice would not calm down just because of a word of advice. So she cordially pulled Adela and prepared to start chatting, because she still has a lot of doubts in her heart. After all, Adela's reaction before was also weird. She could tell from Adela's reaction that Gervais must have done something to Adela. Lolita and Gervais have a grudge, so it's okay for Gervais to bully Lolita. But Gervais and Adela have such a good relationship. So, Alice started chatting with Adela, and then began to slowly test Adela. Adela, do you believe that Gervais would spy on Lolita taking a bath? When Gervais heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, he could naturally hear it. When Lolita said that he peeped at her bathing, it was naturally a false accusation. But this really happened to Adela. Gervais was sure that Alice's inquiry was probably because she had discovered some clues in Adela's movement. I don't believe it. Sister Alice, Gervais will definitely not do such a thing. Although she felt a little ashamed, Adela still chose to side with Gervais, because she also knew that Gervais appeared in the holy city of Hika because he was plotted by the new temple. So it was just an accident. Later, when Gervais got along with her, he was very polite. Oh! Hearing such an answer, Alice frowned slightly. She didn't understand that Adela's expression was full of something wrong when she was in the arena just now. It was obvious that there must be something fishy in it. But now she answered so firmly. However, since Adela had already answered in this way, she naturally could not continue this topic. She gave a simple answer, and then started other topics with Adela. When Gervais saw this, his thumping stopped and he was relieved. If Adela's matter came to light, it would really be over. The elves don't sell places? After returning to the Holy Trading Company, Lolita returned to the study. Vauden, who had been waiting for the news, naturally couldn't wait to ask for the result. When he heard that the elves were not planning to sell their quota, he immediately frowned. It seems that the killing god Gervais is very important to the elf queen. Little sister, one quota is really not enough for us, the Sea clan, and it is almost impossible to get another channel quota from the human race and the beast clan. How about you do as I say and find a way to make friends with that Gervais, and then we kidnap him. Then the elf queen may agree to sell the quota. Vauden looked at his sister. In this situation, his method was the most advantageous. Gervais is a mysterious potion, So 2 million gold coins are actually not very attractive to him. But if Gervais is tied up, then given the current economic situation of the elves, they will definitely choose to sell their quota. Second brother! Adela immediately shouted angrily. Although she knew in her heart that this method was the most feasible, it was really impossible for her to deliberately make friends with Gervais. What's more, I still offended Gervais to death in the arena today. I believe that no matter how much we make friends, it will be useless. You can't really let yourself sacrifice your appearance to seduce Gervais. Even if she is Lolita, there is no way she would do such a thing. Forget it. Forget it. I won't say anything. Then I'll go visit the Elf Queen in person in a day or two to see. If it really doesn't work, then we can only see if there are other ways. Seeing that his sister was so angry, Wadden immediately did not dare to say anything anymore. Time flies, and it's already half a month later. The turmoil caused by the competition for quotas has long since passed, and the City of Hope has returned to its former peace. Nowadays, many city lords have left the City of Hope, and only a few city lords are still here, because they need to take away the key that opens the passage to the Land of God's Fall. The key that opens the passage to the Land of God's Fall is on a high mountain northwest of the City of Hope. This mountain has no name, but it is about 500 to 600 meters high. Because the mountain is steep, it still looks a bit imposing from a distance. There is also a palace on the steep cliff of the mountain. This palace is made entirely of granite. It is large in scale, but not luxurious. Instead, it is full of simplicity. At this time, Gervais and others had arrived in the palace. Looking at the dozens of strange balls shining with soft white light in the palace, Gervais could not help but be slightly surprised. These light balls are not big and can basically be held with one hand. And the most peculiar thing is that they float in midair on their own and remain motionless. These light balls are the keys that open the passage to the Land of God's Fall. Every time the Land of God's Fall is closed, these light balls will automatically appear in this temple. No one knows why this happens. Edward was standing next to Gervais and the others. When he saw Gervais showing doubts, he immediately explained. After a pause, he continued, "And this palace is also very old. According to records, it has been around for at least 7,000 or 8,000 years. No one knows who built this palace. Many people speculate that this temple is related to gods. But apart from the light ball appearing here, there is nothing special about this temple." Oh! After listening to what Edward said, Gervais nodded silently and stopped talking at the moment, observing the surroundings carefully. At this moment, several magicians in front happened to work together to unlock the magic protective array of the palace. As the protective magic circle disappeared, Edward immediately walked forward. "Now that the Land of God's Fall is closed, the keys to the passage have been checked. There are a total of 48 light balls. 20 of them belong to the beast tribe. 25 belong to the human tribe. 2 belong to the elves. 1 belongs to the dragon tribe. Now this channel key is distributed by me." With that said, Edward walked up to the light balls. But when he got closer, the light balls were still hovering motionless in the air. Soon, Edward began to collect GACs one by one, and then distributed the light balls himself. The 20 orcs light balls were quickly counted by Edward and handed over to Dosalon. The 2 light balls from the elves were also sent to Gervais and Alice. When the light balls were delivered, Gervais reached out to take one of them, holding it in his hand and looking at it carefully. But after looking at it for a while, he found nothing strange. This light ball is similar to the tennis ball in the previous life. Although it emits a soft white light, it feels very small to the touch. In addition, the only thing Gervais could feel was the huge energy contained in this light ball. "Gervais, keep this ball of light first. When you return to the sacred forest, you can open a passage yourself. Otherwise, if I open it and let you use it, the elders in the clan will definitely complain." After seeing the ball of light, Gervais was about to install it for Alice, but Alice directly refused. Gervais thought about it, and thought it made sense. He did not object at the moment, and directly put it into his space ring. Speaking of which, Gervais always felt that the space of his space ring seemed to have become larger. He remembered that his space ring should have been fully filled. But a few days ago, when Gervais opened the space again and prepared to clean it up, he found that the storage space seemed to have become larger. He was puzzled and even went to the academy to read many books. But the answer he got was that it was impossible for the space ring to become larger. The moment the storage space was successfully created, the space inside was already finalized. Later, Gervais would open the space ring every few days to check it. But the space ring did not change much during this period. In the end, He could only wonder if he had an illusion after taking out a few treasure boxes to pay for the meal at Jade Manor. Because the storage space is actually like a skin bag. It will bulge when stuffed with things, and it will not remain boxy. Moreover, it was pitch black inside, and even if it was filled with items, it would block the view. So even if Gervais had suspicions, no evidence could be found. When Gervais put away the light balls, Edward's distribution of light balls also came to an end. The only thing that made Gervais curious was how the dragon's ball of light was handed over to them. However, after thinking about it, Gervais did not ask. And then everyone left the heavily guarded palace. He returned directly to the rented manor from outside the city. As soon as he entered the manor, Gervais saw Adela and Master Winton chatting. The two of them have been running here almost every day these days. Needless to say, Adela, now that the time for Gervais' departure is getting closer and closer, she wishes she could use one day as 2 days and circle around Gervais every day. Although Alice is also here, Adela doesn't mind. As long as she can see Gervais in person, she is happy even if she doesn't talk to Gervais. Every time Alice saw Adela, she would give Gervais a hard look, because Alice could already feel that this sister Adela seemed to be obsessed with her husband. However, Adela was very simple and had a gentle personality. Alice liked her very much. So instead of blaming Adela, she talked and laughed very close to her. It's really hard for Gervais, who has to be attacked by Alice's glare every day. Gervais, Sister Alice, you are back. Adela, who had been chatting with Winton for a while, immediately showed a joyful smile on her face when she saw Gervais appear, and greeted the two of them cheerfully. Adela, Sister Adela, we are back. Have you been waiting for a long time? Gervais smiled at Adela, but Alice on the side took 2 steps forward enthusiastically and took Adela's hand. No, I just got here. Adela is a little embarrassed. Well, let's go to the garden behind. Tomorrow Gervais and I will return to the sacred forest. We really can't bear to leave you, Alice said as she took Adela's hand and walked towards the back of the manor. Oh, okay, Sister Alice. When Adela heard this, she immediately became a little disappointed. She said, reluctantly looking away from Gervais, and then followed Alice to the back garden. Tutor! Well, Master Winton. Gervais felt something was wrong every time he heard Winton calling him Minter. However, in the past half-month, Winton has been running here every day to perform advanced healing techniques on himself, and the two of them have become familiar with each other. Gervais also saw that Winton was really obsessed with the pharmacist, so he stopped arguing with him. He calls him his mentor, and he calls himself his master. At least they get along with each other like this for the first time. Teacher, I heard that you will leave the City of Hope tomorrow and follow the elves back to the sacred forest. Yes, the land of God's fall is about to open, and there are still my ministers who need to be managed there. So I am ready to return. Gervais nodded immediately. Teacher, then I am also going to the sacred forest. Are you going to the sacred forest too? Gervais looked at Winton in shock. This Winton is an elder of the Alliance College of Higher Education. How could he leave just by saying he is leaving? Even if he wanted to. I'm afraid Palmer wouldn't be willing to let him go, Welton said immediately, probably seeing what Gervais was thinking. Mentor, I will resign as the elder of the college and follow you out of the City of Hope. And Dean Palmer has also agreed. In fact, of course Palmer was unwilling to let Winton leave. But with Winton's character, it would be useless even if Palmer disagreed. In the end, after much hard work, Palmer was relieved. At least even if Welton left, he would definitely stand up and help if the college encountered any trouble in the future. Master Winton, why are you doing this? Gervais really didn't expect that Welton could do this. How powerful the elder of the Alliance College is. He can resign as soon as he can. To reach this point can be seen that he has really gone all the way to the dark side. Teacher, magic potions are my life, and I feel that you, my follower, can allow me to touch the higher level of formulating potions, so I have no regrets. If it was just for enjoyment, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, Winton said firmly. In that case, Master Winton, you make your own decision. If you are really willing to follow me to the sacred forest, then I will give you the title of Chief Magic Advisor of Stormwind City. Winton is not only a master of pharmacy, but also a magician. Gervais is naturally happy for such a talent to follow him. It's just that he has been worried that he has no real skills to teach Winton, so he refuses to accept him as an apprentice. And now if Winton really takes this step and gives up his position as an elder at the Alliance College of Higher Education in order to follow him, then Gervais wouldn't mind truly accepting him. After all, this is a major boost to the development of Stormwind City. Teacher, there is no need to give me the title of magician consultant. I said that being your apprentice means being your apprentice. Naturally, Winton is not stupid. Nor does he care about these names. What he really cares about is learning the unique configuration technique from Gervais. But when he thought about it, such techniques were secrets that were not taught, and only apprentices could be taught them. The chief magician consultant must not be as close to Gervais as the apprentice. Let's talk about it when we get to the sacred forest. Gervais could not defeat Winton and immediately said helplessly. Afterwards, Welton once again used the advanced healing technique on Gervais. After the healing technique was completed this time, Gervais' health was almost healed. Winton did not continue to stay in the manor, and immediately returned to the academy to pack his luggage and equipment and prepare to follow Gervais to leave the City of Hope. Chapter 708 I Miss You. After Winton left, Gervais did not go to the back garden to find Alice and Adela. Instead, he returned directly to the small manor building and went to the configuration room that had been moved just a few days ago. The injury has improved in the past few days, and Gervais started preparing medicines non-stop. He still owed those city lords 300 potions, so Gervais had to fulfill his promise. Not to mention that Duke Edward has vouched for him. But now, as the city lord, he must ensure that he does what he says, so that he can have better contact with other city lords in the future. Although he is not the lord of the Holy City yet, and cannot truly be on an equal footing with those lords of the Holy City yet, Gervais feels that he has the seeds of the Holy Tree, and will definitely be able to plant a Holy Tree. It is only a matter of time before Stormwind City takes over the Holy City. He had already asked Edward how he planted a Holy Tree, and Edward told him that if he wanted to plant a Holy Tree, he had to search for the remaining godhead of the god in the land where the gods fell. Although the godhead is rare, Gervais feels that there is hope as long as he works hard to find it. After all, he still has the function of searching for treasures. Concentrate on preparing the potions. There are still 20 pills left. I just finished it this afternoon. I also have some extra time, and I have to reserve a few potions for myself. Configuring the potion, Gervais is now familiar with it. Not only does he have magical fighting spirit, but he also adds it to his body. And it only contains the 3 most common recovery potions. What really makes the potions magical is the incredible existence of kiwi fruit. Therefore, it is actually not difficult to configure the magical potion, as long as you have enough energy points. Gervais can quickly configure it. When Gervais prepares potions these days, 1 kiwi fruit can basically prepare 20 potions. This is not because Gervais cut corners, but because the potions he prepared were only made in small batches. The fruit pulp Gervais cut was of different sizes, and more pulp was consumed. But now that he is making large batches, he divides the fruit pulp evenly. This way, not only does the potion have the same effect and is fair to everyone, but it also allows 1 fruit to be used to prepare several more bottles of potion, helping him save energy points. Well, it's enough to exchange for another golden kiwi fruit. After preparing the ingredients for the potion, Gervais opened his system panel again. Now there are only 265 energy points left, and configuring 280 potions cost him 140 energy points. It seems that I have to find a way to earn some energy points from the orcs. I didn't expect that I spent most of the energy points in just over 2 months in this City of Hope. After seeing his own energy points, Gervais gained a sense of crisis again. I originally thought that more than 600 energy points would keep me stable for a while, but now I am almost back to before liberation. After muttering in his mind, Gervais stopped thinking too much and directly exchanged a golden kiwi fruit, then closed the system panel and started configuring potions. Time flew by, and Gervais stayed in the configuration room for half a day, completely unaware of the weather outside. Boom, boom, boom. Gervais, it's going to be dark soon. We should go to the manor in the Sky City. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Gervais's room. The person coming is none other than Alice. Okay, Alice, I'll be right back. Reminded by Alice's words, Gervais turned his head and glanced out the window. Sure enough, the sunset had already set. However, at this time, Gervais's potion was also ready. In one afternoon, he not only prepared the remaining 20 potions that needed to be handed over to the lords of the Holy City, but also prepared more than 20 potions for reserve. After quickly cleaning up the material residue on the configuration table, Gervais walked out of the configuration room. When Gervais came to the lobby of the small building, Alice and Adela were already waiting for him. Alice has now put on a long purple dress, which is noble and gorgeous. although the hem of the long skirt fell directly to the ground, completely covering Alice's long legs. The close-fitting design of the long skirt completely highlighted Alice's perfect figure. As for Adela, Gervais was even more surprised. Although she was still wearing a white dress at this time, it was no longer the one she wore at noon. The fluffy princess white dress is not only embellished with numerous crystals of various colors, but the most important thing is that there is an unprecedented V-shaped cutout on the back of her dress, which extends directly from the back of the neck to the center of the back. At this time, Adela was talking with her back to Gervais and Alice, and her flawless white back was naturally exposed in front of Gervais. It would be a pity not to cup such a beautiful back. Involuntarily, Gervais actually remembered an internet buzzword from his previous life. Gervais, you're here. Hurry up and put on your dress. We're leaving now. Gervais. When Alice saw Gervais coming to the hall, she immediately urged him. At this time, Adela finally knew that Gervais had arrived, and immediately turned around and shyly shouted to Gervais. Adela used to dress very conservatively, and the clothes she wore were basically round necks, not even shoulders. At noon today, she asked her servants to bring a lot of dresses to the manor, and wanted to discuss with Alice what kind of clothes to wear tonight. Finally, Alice recommended this dress to her, with a V-shaped opening in the back. Not to mention that this dress is really beautiful. The various colored crystals embellished on it sparkle under the light. It is absolutely dazzling when you wear it. It's a pity that Adela's only dissatisfaction is that a small piece of her back is exposed. After all, this is not her style. In the end, Alice persuaded her, saying that this kind of dress was Gervais's favorite before. So Adela half-heartedly put it on. Okay. Although Adela's beautiful back did make Gervais want to take a few more glances, but because Alice was present, Gervais naturally did not dare to look strange. Nodded, and went to the dressing room under the leadership of Anna. Under Anna's service, Gervais quickly changed into a dress, which made his already handsome man look even more handsome. Then Gervais, Alice and others followed the convoy out of the manor, and rushed directly towards the manor where Sky City is based. Tonight, Duke Edward held a special dinner in the manor of Sky City, and this dinner was held for Gervais and others. Gervais will return to the sacred forest with Alice tomorrow. Duke Edward does this not only to show how much he values Gervais, and to say goodbye to him. He even wanted to introduce Johnson and other city lords, who were allied with Sky City to Gervais. This is to avoid any misunderstandings when the two parties meet in the future, and the person recognizes Gervais, but Gervais does not. The convoy marched on the wide streets of the inner city, and soon arrived at the gate of the Sky City station. Tonight, the Sky City resident manor has been decorated with lights and decorations. But because of the lessons learned from Lung Jade Manor, sufficient defense work has been done this time. There were more than a dozen white flag knights at the door, and there were more than a dozen griffins circling in the sky. Welcome, Lord Gervais. Welcome to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Welcome, Miss Adela. Welcome, Prince Alder. When the motorcade passed directly through the gate and arrived at the square where the Guardian Knight's coronation ceremony was held that day, a group of servants were waiting there. When they saw Gervais and others getting off the carriage, they immediately saluted respectfully and greeted them. Ha ha! Gervais! Her Majesty the Elf Queen! You are finally here! At this time, Edward was already waiting to greet him at the door of the manor building. Beside him were more than a dozen lords of the Holy City, as well as their family members and heirs. I'm very sorry, Duke Edward. I forgot the time when preparing the potion this afternoon, so I'm late. Gervais saw that the lords of the Holy City were already waiting, and knew that he must be late. After saying that, Gervais also apologized to the other city lords. Sorry, city lords. I kept you waiting for so long. Ha ha. It's not too late. It's not too late. We have just arrived. Lord Gervais is so polite. Immediately, all the city lords responded politely to Gervais with warm smiles on their faces. At the same time, Gervais's polite attitude also made all the city lords secretly surprised. They really didn't expect that the ferocious god of death could have such a gentle side. Grandfather! As all the city lords finished their polite greetings, Adela also trotted to Duke Edward's side. At this time, Gervais had arrived at her own manor, so she naturally wanted to be a good boy to her grandfather first. Pearl of the Sky City, you still remember my grandfather? My grandfather hasn't seen much of you these days. Edward lovingly stroked Adela, who threw herself into his arms, and said something pretending to be displeased. These days, Adela would only return under the protection of guards except at night. But she would run to Gervais every day during the day, without even seeing anyone. This made Edward call out that female students were not allowed to stay in college. If Alice hadn't been there, Edward would have been worried that his granddaughter would have been abducted by Gervais. "Grandpa, I always remember you." When her grandfather said this in public, Adela immediately shouted aggrievedly at Edward. After all, so many people know where she goes to Gervais every day. But it's not pretty. Okay. Grandpa won't talk about you anymore. The banquet can begin. Please invite Gervais and the Elf Queen into the banquet hall first. Of course, Edward would not really criticize the apple of his eye. When he saw Adela, who was a little embarrassed and angry, he immediately continued to caress her head, and then spoke softly. "Well, then I'll take Sister Alice in." Adela immediately became cheerful again and ran towards Alice. "Sister Alice, Gervais, let's go in." Afterwards, Alice was pulled towards the door by Adela first. Gervais and Alder fell behind, and then everyone entered the banquet hall together. Today's dinner was very casual because it was only held to bid farewell to Gervais. Edward did not go on stage to speak. Instead, after the banquet started, he took Gervais to get to know the city lords. And Gervais always talked to them politely and got to know them. After all, these people can be regarded as his allies in the future. People who stand on a united front. After Gervais and the others introduced each other and chatted for a while, the atmosphere of the dinner reached a climax. And at this time the rhythm of the music in the hall became cheerful. The airs brought by the lord of the holy city began to look for their favorite dance partners and dance to the music. At this time, Gervais also apologized to the city lords and temporarily stopped chatting with them. Alice is not familiar with the people here, and the only one she can talk to is Alice. So Gervais doesn't want to neglect her. When Gervais raised his eyes and looked around, he finally saw Alice and Adela chatting while eating at the edge of the hall. But at the same time, Gervais also discovered that many young people actually ran up to Alice and Adela, as if inviting Adela to dance. Of course, in the end, they were all rejected by Adela. As for Alice, of course they are lustful but not courageous. Not to mention that the elves are not friendly to the humans in the first place. So it is impossible to accept their invitation. What's more, no one knows that the Queen of the Elf is the wife of the god of killing. Only those who dislike their own longevity dare to invite Alice to dance. At that moment, Gervais stopped being negligent and walked directly towards Alice and Adela. "Gervais, you're here. Gervais, why don't you chat with those city lords for a while? I have Adela with me here, so I won't be bored." Seeing Gervais coming, Adela and Alice spoke one after another. Alice obviously knew why Gervais came over, and immediately tried to persuade him. She knew that Stormwind City wanted to develop, and it was important to have a good relationship with these city lords. So she didn't want Gervais to delay his business because of her. "With Adela's grandfather here, I just need to get to know each other and get familiar with them. That's it." Gervais sat directly next to Alice, not planning to chat with the city lords anymore. After listening to Gervais's words, Alice said no more. Gervais now knows much more about these matters than she does. "Alice, let's go up and have a dance." Suddenly, Gervais said something, looking at the cheerful men and women in the field. Gervais suddenly remembered the scene where he had embraced Alice and danced solo with her at her birthday party. And he actually felt a little nostalgic. What surprised Gervais was that Alice agreed very happily. With such a quick reaction, it was obvious that Alice had the same idea as him before. "Sister Adela, Gervais and I will go up to dance first. You wait here for a while." After agreeing to Gervais, Alice immediately said something to Adela next to her. "Okay, Sister Alice, don't worry and go dance." Although a look of disappointment flashed across Adela's eyes, she still had a smile on her face and nodded vigorously to Alice. Gervais and Alice then went directly to the dance floor in the center of the hall. Although Gervais still hasn't danced a few times from before to now, today is different from the past. Today, Gervais not only has a photographic memory, but also because his strength has greatly increased. His body coordination is very good. After hugging Alice on the stage, he started dancing with Alice in harmony with the beautiful music. The two looked at each other under the light of the deep-sea pearl above their heads. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes. "Alice!" As the music embraced each other in the field, and looking at Alice's beautiful sapphire blue eyes, Gervais couldn't help but think of what Anna had said in the past few days about the hardships Alice had put in to find herself. And suddenly, he called out softly unconsciously. Alice also stared at Gervais closely, and all that was reflected in her royal blue eyes was Gervais's handsome face. Hearing Gervais's call, he immediately responded softly, "I miss you." In fact, what Gervais wants to say is, I like you. However, although today's Gervais appears to be less than 20 years old, he not only has the soul experience from time to time, he has experienced a series of bloody events in this dangerous fantasy world. It can be said that his mind has become very mature, and he is no longer embarrassed to say pretentious things like, I like you, and I love you, like a young man. Discourse. So when the words came to my lips, they directly turned into, I miss you. When Alice heard Gervais' voice, I miss you, her whole body trembled unconsciously. After trembling, Alice's heart heaved a little, and she stared at Gervais closely for a moment before speaking slowly and affectionately. Gervais, I miss you too. As she said that, Alice suddenly took the initiative to get closer to Gervais and kissed Gervais directly on the lips. This is unprecedented. In fact, despite the fact that Alice has never revealed her feelings to Gervais in the past few days, she has deliberately suppressed them deep in her heart. There are many reasons for suppressing this emotion. First, it was because of the battle that interrupted the excitement when the two met. Afterwards, Adela would come to the manor every day, and the two of them never had the chance to sit down and talk to each other. Then Lolita framed Gervais, which made Alice slightly sulky. The most important thing is Alice's character. She is a calm and quiet person, not as passionate as Caroline. The combination of the previous reasons left Alice without the opportunity and courage to reveal her heart, until Gervais's unconscious sentence of, I miss you, just now. It seemed to uncover the true emotions that Alice had buried in her heart these past few days. Let all the thoughts and love surge out at this moment. That's why Alice is so desperate and proactive. Chapter 709 Adela by the Lake. Oh, is the cheap wife so proactive? Gervais was instantly confused. I didn't expect that my cheap wife would be so proactive. However, Gervais is also a good young man, so he will not neglect him, and immediately began to respond more enthusiastically. When Gervais and Alice came to the dance floor, no matter their appearance or identity, they were the most eye-catching presence on the scene. At this time, this move naturally attracted the attention of the guests, who were dancing around him. Wow! When everyone saw the actions of Gervais and Alice, they immediately exclaimed and watched all this. Although nobles are quite open-minded on weekdays, this was at a dinner party. Moreover, it was the elf queen and the god of death. Everyone was surprised as never before. Upon hearing this exclamation, Alice, who had been desperate, finally woke up and pushed Gervais's head away with a red face. After the two people's heads were separated, Gervais smashed his mouth. But he still couldn't finish it. The sweet and fragrant taste was really special. Immediately, he glanced around fiercely, wanting to see which bastard was disturbing his good deeds. However, Gervais naturally couldn't find that bastard, because everyone nearby was watching them, and they didn't know who to vent their anger on. Gervais could only withdraw his gaze angrily and continue to dance with Alice to the music. Of course, because Alice had returned to her senses, and there were many peeking glances from the people around her. The atmosphere between the two of them was no longer the same as before. After the song ended, the two walked off the dance floor. Hey, where's Adela? When the two returned to their original positions, they suddenly discovered that Adela was not in her seat. Alice immediately let out a light sigh. This is a very abnormal thing. In the past 2 days, Adela couldn't wait to hang on Gervais. Even if Alice, the real wife, came, Adela would run to them all day long because she couldn't bear to leave Gervais. Now he walked away from the dinner party without saying hello, which is definitely not normal. Could it be? Alice immediately thought of a possibility. Gervais also looked at her at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Gervais smiled awkwardly. But Alice glared at Gervais fiercely. It seems like you took the initiative. Right. When Gervais saw Alice's beautiful eyes widening, he immediately muttered in his heart. But of course, he didn't dare to say it. After all, it was his fault. Go and get Adela back now. She is a simple girl, and she must be very sad now. Alice knew Adela's affection for Gervais, so she naturally guessed the reason why Adela left. It was probably because the previous intimate behavior between the two made Adela a simple girl sad. Although the two are husband and wife, it is completely normal to do such a thing. But Alice liked Adela's innocence very much, and at the same time thanked her for taking care of Gervais before she came to the City of Hope. Now Gervais is leaving the City of Hope, so she doesn't mind being a little more generous and letting Adela leave a beautiful response. In the past few days, she did not stop Adela from coming to the manor all day long. Instead, she was very enthusiastic towards Adela. And that was why. Then I'll go find Adela first. Gervais naturally did not dare to neglect, and immediately looked around the hall again, but still did not see Adela's figure, and then prepared to walk towards the door of the banquet hall. Gervais! Just when Gervais turned around and was about to leave, Alice suddenly stopped him. Gervais stopped and turned his head. Comfort Adela, Alice said calmly. Gervais nodded and immediately headed out of the banquet hall quickly. I just like messing around with women. You haven't even dealt with Caroline at home. After Gervais left, Alice's originally calm eyes flashed with a trace of loss and anger. Anyone who likes his lover to be shared by others will definitely not like it, especially a stunning beauty like Alice. Gervais didn't know that his cheap wife's jealousy had been overturned after he left. He hurried out of the banquet hall and found that Adela was not in the corridor. Gervais immediately looked at a maid at the door of the banquet hall. Have you seen your lady? Lord Gervais, Miss Adela seems to have gone outside the gate. The maid knew Gervais. After all, Gervais had lived in this manner for many days. She immediately pointed to the door in front of the corridor and answered Gervais respectfully. Upon hearing this, Gervais immediately nodded to the maid and walked directly towards the door of the small building. After walking out of the gate of the small building, Gervais still didn't see Adela. But at this time, he thought about where Adela would go. There is a small lake on the left side of this small building. When she was recuperating a few days ago, Adela would often support herself and go for a walk by the lake. So Gervais immediately rushed towards the small lake. When Gervais came not far from the small lake, he saw a delicate figure squatting by the lake, with his curled-up body still moving slightly. When Adela saw Gervais and Alice walking onto the dance floor to dance, she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart, and the tip of her nose was sore. But Alice is Gervais's wife after all, so she can only pretend not to care. But when she later saw Gervais and Alice kissing passionately, Adela finally couldn't control her emotions anymore. She quickly left the banquet hall because she was worried that if she continued to stay in the hall, she would be so wrong that she could not hold back tears. When Alice did not come to the City of Hope, because Gervais could appear openly, Adela experienced the feeling of Gervais's real existence, especially seeing Gervais lying quietly in front of her. Adela felt extremely happy and satisfied. At that moment, she thought she had finally caught Gervais, and could continue to be so sweet, and be with Gervais all the time. However, after suddenly learning that Gervais actually had a wife in the arena, Adela became at a loss. Gervais seemed to have become illusory again, and was about to leave her. Fortunately, Alice was also a person who was easy to get along with, and did not exclude her. Only then did Adela calm down a little, and suppress all the grievances and losses in her heart. I want to take advantage of this period to try my best to see Gervais as often as possible. Even if happiness will leave me in the end, I will have no regrets. With this mentality, although Adela has been worried about gains and losses these days, she is still in a stable mood. But Adela finally couldn't suppress the sweet scene between Gervais and Alice just a moment ago. He had also imagined that one day, he would be able to wear the most beautiful dress and dance sweetly with Gervais under the spotlight and everyone's blessing. But reality is often cruel. Before her wish was fulfilled, Gervais was already dancing with others. Adela's misty eyes stared at the reflection of the bright moon in the water without blinking. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. So she buried her head in her knees and began to sob silently. Maybe Gervais hasn't noticed me leaving the hall yet. Gervais, you big bad guy. Gervais, why do you have a wife? Why don't you dance with me? Bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy. Adela was sobbing and complaining in a low voice. Who are the villains cursing? The bad guy is scolding you. Just when Adela was cursing in a low voice, a question suddenly came from behind her. Adela answered smoothly without thinking. But when she answered, she immediately reacted. How could she not recognize Gervais's voice? Ah! Gervais! Why are you here? I didn't scold you. Adela, who had her back turned to Gervais, immediately wiped her face with her hands in a hurry, not wanting Gervais to see her tears. While wiping her, she explained. But she had cried so hard just now that there was no way she could wipe her face clean. Just when Adela was anxious and didn't know what to do, she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands hugging her shoulders. At this time, Gervais had come to Adela's side, put his arm around Adela's shoulders with compassion, and helped her up. Adela turned her head and did not dare to look at Gervais. But Gervais stretched out his palm and straightened Adela's head. Why are you hiding here and crying? You won't be beautiful if you cry. Adela didn't know how to put on makeup, so she looked completely barefaced. But because her face was so fair and smooth, she couldn't hide any traces of tears. So now you can see the tears wiped all over her little face, as well as her red eyes. I didn't cry. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she defended weakly. Gervais looked at Adela's appearance and felt that he should be considered a scumbag. Immediately, he spoke softly to Adela with even more pity. Don't move. Your face is bruised. I'll wipe it clean for you. After saying that, Gervais took out a square towel from the space ring, and then gently wiped Adela's face. Perhaps because she cried a while ago, Adela's mood finally calmed down a little. Gervais, I didn't mean to scold you just now. Do not get angry. Adela's eyes were slightly red, and she explained worriedly. Of course I won't be angry. I'm your guardian knight. After gently wiping Adela's pretty face clean, Gervais immediately said something serious to Adela when he saw Adela looking like she was about to cry. However, when Adela heard the name of the guardian knight Gervais, she felt extremely aggrieved. Immediately, he buried his head in Gervais's arms with a cry and began to cry bitterly. Seeing this, Gervais felt extremely guilty. He could only let go of his hands and hug Adela into his arms, patting her back gently. Fortunately, he allowed her to cry enough at once. Chapter 7:10 Promise. After Gervais held Adela, because Adela's sobbing behind her was not concealed, it had attracted the attention of the guards in the manor. However, when the guards saw the presence of Gervais and the scene of the two embracing each other, they all retreated silently, pretending that they had not seen the two at all. Even Waddington could only shake his head and leave after seeing this. In this way, the two stood motionless hugging each other by the lake for 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes later, Adela finally stopped crying, but still buried her head in Gervais's arms, holding Gervais unwilling to let go. Adela! I'm sorry! Feeling Adela hugging him tightly, Gervais gently stroked her back. Although the silky touch of the hollow on the back was very enjoyable, Gervais was not in the mood at the moment. What he wants now is to soothe the heart of the girl in his arms as soon as possible. Otherwise he will leave tomorrow, and he will not be able to feel at ease by then. I don't want you to be sorry for me. Gervais! Adela's reaction to Gervais's apology was a little fierce, and she replied with a hoarse voice. Okay. Okay. I won't tell. Adela, although I have to go to the sacred forest tomorrow, I will still come back to see you in the future. Gervais knew in his heart that Adela thought he was saying goodbye to her, so she didn't want to hear any sorry words, and immediately changed her words of comfort. Through these days of contact, Gervais has actually been conquered by Adela, the innocent and lovely young lady. He admitted that he was not a gentleman or a good man. If he had revealed the existence of Alice when he saw that Adela was interested in him, maybe Adela would not have reached such a point and fallen deeper and deeper into the situation. But Gervais was not like this at that time, which led to everything today. Maybe this is the selfish psychology of men. Of course, one thing is certain. At that time, Gervais did not expect that things would develop so fast. Gervais, I can't bear to leave you. There was a hint of despair in Adela's words, and this was what mattered most to her. Gervais has a wife and is about to leave now. She knows that once they are separated, the hope of seeing Gervais again will be slim, even if they do see her in the future. As time goes by, perhaps Gervais will have already forgotten her. Emotions fade away. Adela, listen to me. Gervais felt extremely pity in his heart, knowing that his departure might be like the end of the world for Adela. Thinking of Adela looking around all day long to find him. Thinking of Adela's meticulous care during the days when he was injured. Gervais finally couldn't help it. He decided to give this girl a promise. He immediately said to Adela solemnly, Adela, I promise you, after Stormwind City is completed, I will definitely come to find you. When the time comes, if you are willing, I will take you away. Okay? Stormwind City had not been built, and Gervais and his ministers were like rootless duckweeds with no foundation in this holy continent. At that time, he couldn't even take care of himself. So Gervais was naturally reluctant to let Adela suffer with him. And even if he really wants to take Adela away now, Duke Edward probably won't. Therefore, the best option is for Adela to stay in the City of Hope and complete her studies. When I can give her enough security and a stable life, I will pick up Adela. Really? Gervais's tone was solemn, and Adela obviously knew the meaning of the words take you away. After hearing this, she paused and finally raised her head to look at Gervais, her eyes full of hope. Yes, Adela, as long as you are willing, I will definitely take you away when the time comes. We will never be separated for the rest of our lives. Gervais affirmed again. At this moment, Adela finally seemed to have returned to heaven from H.L., and the trace of despair in her eyes had disappeared. She finally got a satisfactory answer. Although she had to wait for a long time. She was not afraid of all this because she had a promise. Which was her hope. Her fierce nights never let her down. Under the bright moonlight, the two looked at each other. Adela was wearing a snow-white dress and nestled in front of Gervais. Slowly, Adela raised her head and closed her eyes, as if waiting for something. When Gervais saw the scene, he didn't hesitate at all. Lowered his head and kissed her. Well, Duke Edward stood hundreds of meters away, looking at Adela and Gervais, with a complex expression on his mottled face. He wanted to go over and say something, but in the end, he could only sigh. Come on! Let's go back to the banquet hall! And let's go up and dance too! Since the promise was given, Gervais fortunately let go and naturally tried to take good care of Adela's emotions tonight. Gervais, will Sister Alice be angry? Otherwise, it's better not to do it. Adela, whose cheeks were burning and feeling a little suffocated, waited for 3 or 4 seconds before finally speaking. Adela was already very satisfied to get Gervais's promise. Returning to the banquet hall, she would never dare to dance with Gervais under Alice's watchful eyes. It's okay. Let's go up and dance together. Alice won't be angry. Before coming, Alice specifically asked Gervais to comfort Adela. So Gervais was confident. Of course, Gervais did not dare to explain to Alice the promise he made to Adela for the time being. He could only wait until he returned to the sacred forest to start work slowly. After all, Adela couldn't resist the temptation to dance with Gervais, and immediately nodded. Afterwards, Adela took out a square towel from her storage space, wiped the tears off her face, and then followed Gervais towards the small building. Sister Adela! Seeing Gervais and Adela come in, Alice greeted Adela with pity. Sister Alice! Adela was still a little guilty, but when she saw the softness in Alice's eyes, she immediately felt relieved and responded obediently. Alice, I'm inviting Adela up for a dance now. After the two greeted each other, Gervais quickly interrupted. Well, let's go! Sister Adela is so beautiful tonight. She can't take advantage of others. Seeing Adela's red eyes at this time, Alice naturally knew Adela's previous mood. Hearing Gervais's words, he didn't object at all. Adela was a little embarrassed by Alice's teasing words, and immediately lowered her head and did not dare to speak, and then was pulled to the dance floor by Gervais. Next, Gervais and Adela slowly danced to the melodious music. Their appearance was just like Gervais and Alice's appearance before, and they immediately became the focus of the scene. Of course, most of the young people in the field looked at Gervais with extremely sour eyes. This god of murder was simply inhuman, and he actually danced with two such beautiful beauties at the same time. Even if they were half as capable as the killing god, they would still wake up laughing from their dreams. Early the next morning, outside the City of Hope, the elf envoy team of more than 500 people is ready to go, and Gervais and Alice are saying goodbye to Edward and Adela. Gervais, the orc envoy returned yesterday, and this time you have offended Docelin to death. Be careful when you go back. The sacred forest is too far away from the sacred alliance, so we will definitely not be able to provide you with support. Edward solemnly confessed to Gervais on this occasion of separation. Thank you, Duke Edward. Don't worry. I will definitely pay attention. Gervais expressed his gratitude to Edward very respectfully. Well, let Waddington take you to the City of Hope later. After saying that, Edward walked aside, obviously giving Gervais and Adela space to talk. Gervais, you must be careful. Although she had received the promise, Adela still couldn't help but feel reluctant at this moment of separation. Don't worry, Adela. Gervais smiled slightly, and then took out 3 more wooden boxes. Adela, this wooden box is for you. As he spoke, Gervais handed the wooden box containing 6 potions to Adela, which contained 3 potions with different effects. The other 2 wooden boxes are for Lucky and Seignior. Then, Gervais handed the other 2 wooden boxes to Adela again. One of these 2 wooden boxes only contains an affinity potion, which is for Seignior. The other one contains 2 potions to strengthen the body and 1 potion to increase mental power, which are for Lucky. Gervais also regained his appearance 2 days ago and went to the academy to meet Lucky as Harry and said goodbye to him. But he has not yet confessed his identity as the god of death to Lucky, because Gervais knew that Lucky seemed to be slightly hostile to the god of death. It would be embarrassing to reveal his identity in person. Leaving these 3 potions for him now can be regarded as a thank you and apology to Lucky. Although the potion Lachi that increases mental power cannot be taken, it can be sold or given to his father. I believe he can get a lot of benefits. Yeah, Gervais, I'll give them to Lucky and Seignior. Adela was very well behaved and immediately took over several wooden boxes. Then let's set off. You can study in the academy with peace of mind. Gervais solemnly began to say goodbye. I will. Gervais. After the two of them finished speaking, Gervais stepped aside, and Adela turned her attention to Alice again. Sister Alice, I will miss you. As she spoke, Adela threw herself into Alice's arms. She really felt Alice's kindness towards her and truly regarded Alice as a sister. Sister Adela, I will miss you too. Don't cry anymore. Gervais and I will come back to see you when we have time. Alice gave Adela a hug with compassion. Well, goodbye. Adela, goodbye. Gervais, goodbye. Sister Alice. Afterwards, Gervais and his party no longer delayed, and headed towards the Sky City under the leadership of Waddington. Alder cut off one of Jocelyn's arms, and got 100,000 gold coins from him. And Gervais was also the god of death, and a mysterious pharmacist. Naturally, they could no longer return to the sacred forest from the Orc royal court. Therefore, in order for them to return to the sacred forest as soon as possible this time, Edward specially asked them to go to the edge of the Holy Alliance through the only teleportation array in the Sky City. This would reduce most of the distance and allow them to return to the sacred forest as soon as possible. During this period, they needed to teleport 3 times in a row to reach the edge of the Holy Alliance through this small teleportation array. Fortunately, in the other 2 teleportations, Edward had already greeted them, and it was the holy city of the 2 city lords Johnson and Bruno. When they reached the edge of the Holy Alliance, they only need to take a detour through the dark swamp and flame grassland to reach the sacred forest, because it saves the time of crossing most of the Holy Alliance. It is not much slower than when Alice and others came. Gervais, I'll be waiting for you. As Gervais and others walked further and further away, crystal tears finally appeared in Adela's eyes again. Let's go! My pearl. When the land of gods fall opens, Grandpa will take you to see Gervais. Edward stepped forward, took Adela's hand, and comforted her with heartache. Chapter 7:11 Blazing Grassland. The vast expanse of flame grassland. 200 years ago, this was the place where many principalities, big and small, competed for power in the Holy Continent. Because the blazing grassland is a vast expanse of plains. The land is fertile, and the grass is beautiful, and a plant called blazing grass grows on the grassland. Although flame grass is not a potion plant, it is the favorite delicacy of herbivores. And even some low-level monsters also like to eat it, because as long as the flame grass is eaten, as time goes by, the animal will have a trace of flame aura. This trace of flames can make the animals here stronger than ordinary beasts. At the beginning, the human race principality's favorite thing was to raise war horses and other mounts on this flaming grassland. Over time, they could get countless flaming war horses. Although this war horse has not reached the level of a true warcraft, it is still 3 points better than the best ordinary war horses. Unfortunately, due to the catastrophe 200 years ago, the human race suffered heavy losses and had to withdraw from this fertile grassland. Even though 200 years have passed since the disaster, the Holy City has no plans to attack here again because of the fear that the disaster will happen again. Time flies. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. And Gervais and his group of more than 500 people have finally passed through the dark swamp where the crisis is hidden. At this time, a group of them were taking a short rest on the edge of the blazing grassland. There are many monsters in the dark swamp, and many of them are predators hiding under the muddy water. Fortunately, Gervais owned purple kiwi fruits, and he directly used purple kiwi fruits to prepare 10 bottles of magical potions. Originally, it was the size of a purple kiwi fruit and grapefruit, and it would not be a problem to configure at least 20 or 30 bottles. However, in order to avoid the effect being too weak, Gervais only configured 10 potions. After he prepared the potion, he immediately searched for those low-level monsters and gave them the potion. In the end, Gervais got 10 Warcraft brothers who could barely obey his orders, but were not close to him at all. And these Warcraft brothers were all used by Gervais to explore the path. Because of the presence of these 10 monsters along the way, the more than 500 of them walked out of the dark swamp without any loss. On the other hand, Gervais's few Warcraft brothers lost as many as 8. These 8 monsters all accidentally broke into the ambush circle of other powerful monsters when they were exploring the road, and directly became the food of the powerful monsters. However, Gervais didn't feel too distressed about this. After all, these monsters were originally used to explore paths. You humans could be seen everywhere in this blazing grassland, but now it has become a land without an owner. The blazing grass has grown as tall as half a person. After more than 500 people set up camp, smoke was rising from the camp, and the soldiers were busy burying pots and making rice. However, Gervais and others were leisurely and contented, standing on a small slope overlooking the endless prairie around them. Alder had traveled to the flame grassland back then, so he was very emotional at this time. Father! Were the undead really so terrifying back then? Even the humans and beasts didn't dare to come and occupy such a fertile grassland. Alice and Gervais both came from Eurasia, so they only heard that it was a catastrophe, but they didn't have a deep understanding of how powerful the undead were. More than just terrifying. Alice, those undead are like demons from the devil world. They are not afraid of death and are endless. And the further you get to the back, the stronger the undead appear. If top powerhouses like your aunt hadn't sacrificed their lives and worked together to block the gap, maybe the Holy Continent would have really perished. Alder's tone was serious, and the solemn expression could be clearly seen on his face. Alice, Prince Alder, look what that is. Alice and Alder were talking, but Gervais did not interrupt, but listened quietly, overlooking the magnificent scenery around them. The flame grass is flaming and conspicuous, mixed in the green grass. It looks like burning flames everywhere, as if the whole world is being burned by flames. Such scenery was rarely seen in previous lives. But when Gervais looked down, he suddenly discovered a black spot at the end of the horizon. As the black spot got closer and closer, Gervais was surprised to find that it was a huge flying beast. However, due to the distance, it was temporarily impossible to tell what kind of monster it was. After hearing Gervais's reminder, Alder and Alice immediately looked towards the black spot. It's a dragon! After a moment, Alder exclaimed. What? Dragon? Gervais and Alice were both stunned. Although they knew that there was a giant dragon in the Holy Continent, they did not expect to actually see it. The brass-colored dragon! Don't act rashly later. It shouldn't have any ill intentions towards us. After continuing to observe for a moment, Alder continued to explain to Gervais and the others. At this time, the huge thing in the sky was getting closer and closer to them, and they could already vaguely distinguish the color of the dragon. Nadine, go tell everyone to spread out and hide and don't move. After listening to Alder's words, Gervais immediately gave orders to Nadine. Yes, Your Majesty. Gervais was also curious about the giant dragons of the West, so he also checked out books about giant dragons. It is said that books record that among the giant dragons, red dragons and black dragons are the most dangerous, because red dragons and black dragons are greedy and prefer to eat meat. Many times they will secretly leave the dragon's habitat and go to the Holy Continent, and then collect gold and silver treasures in the human kingdom. As long as they bring shiny objects, they are their favorite things. Therefore, human towns are often attacked by red dragons or black dragons. Not only do they loot treasures, but some also feed on humans. Because of this, red dragons and black dragons are often killed by human knights in biographies of knights slaying dragons. As for dragons of other colors, such as the brass-colored dragon in the sky at this time, it is said that this kind of dragon likes to eat metal, especially brass, so it does not appear very often in the human kingdom, and will not attack maliciously. Human city. Therefore, even if you encounter a brass dragon, it will not be as dangerous as a red dragon or a black dragon. Alder obviously also knew a lot about the dragon clan, so he told Gervais and others not to act rashly. In fact, just as Alder said, the giant brass-colored dragon in the sky ignored the group of people. It just lowered its head and glanced for a moment while passing over them, then roared loudly, flapped its wings and flew towards them quickly, followed Gervais and the others behind. That direction is the direction of the Holy Alliance. It should be going to get the channel light ball. After the dragon flew over, Alder said something immediately. Gervais also nodded, thinking this was probably the only possibility. When he was in the palace, he was still wondering how the ball of light would be handed over to the dragon clan, but he didn't expect that the dragon would come to pick it up in person. Let's go! Let's continue on our way after lunch. Doselin should have returned to the Orc King's court. I'm worried that he will take the opportunity to invade the sacred forest. Afterwards, a group of people walked down the high slope, leaving only a few sentries to continue to guard here. When they returned to the camp, the Knights of the Rose were still in shock. After all, that giant creature with a body length of nearly 30 meters and a wingspan of 25 or 6 meters was a legendary existence in the past. At this time, they really saw it for the first time, and the cognitive impact on them was undoubtedly like seeing a god appear. Even those elf youths are like this when entering the blazing grassland for the first time. Gervais and his party found the scenery breathtaking. However, after traveling for more than a week, everyone felt bored. Because in this vast and open wilderness, except for occasionally seeing a few woods, most of the time there are endless fiery red and green grasslands, as if these are the only two colors in the world. In addition, after more than 200 years of desolation, the blazing grassland has once again become a paradise for monsters. The danger of crossing the blazing grassland is no less than crossing the dark swamp. The only thing better than the dark swamp is that the view here is wide and unobstructed. During the day, with Gervais's two monsters used as pathfinders on the road, you can almost move forward with confidence. Only at night do people need to be careful. Although high-level magical beasts are rare in the blazing grassland, there are quite a few low-level and intermediate-level magical beasts, and they basically appear in groups, especially wolf packs of magical beasts. The night before yesterday, Gervais and others were attacked by a pack of hundreds of wolves. There are more than 100 low-level storm wolves and a dozen mid-level storm wolves in this wolf pack. Fortunately, Gervais and his party were all titled knights, and the Rose Knights were even more well-equipped, so there were no major casualties, and only a dozen Rose Knights were seriously injured. Even more fortunately, there happened to be Master Winton in the team, and his wood magic saved the lives of these more than 10 seriously injured people. Otherwise at least half of these people would have died. It was late at night again, but Gervais had just finished practicing. And he didn't feel sleepy at all. So he walked out of his tent immediately. At this time, a simple fence had been erected around the camp, and the camp they were camping at tonight was also on a high slope. Gervais prepared to inspect the safety of the camp for another week by the light of the campfire. After the battle the night before yesterday, his last two Warcraft brothers had died heroically. In the past 2 days, Gervais had wanted to catch a few more Warcraft to serve as a guard. But unfortunately, a large area around here should be the hunting area of the group of Warcraft wolves the day before yesterday. So in the past 2 days, except for some ordinary beasts, there were no magical beasts for Gervais to catch. As for ordinary beasts, Gervais also caught 2 rabbits yesterday and tried them, but they all disappeared inexplicably at night. When Gervais went to investigate, he found that he had been eaten by other beasts. Wild beasts pose no threat to Gervais and others at all. So if he uses these ordinary wild beasts as early warning, he will not be able to sleep well at night. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the Prince! When Gervais walked to the edge of the camp to inspect, the Rose Knights and elf soldiers on duty saluted and greeted him. Gervais nodded to them, and then continued his patrol. 2 or 3 minutes later, Gervais inspected the station and found nothing unusual, and immediately prepared to return to the tent to sleep. However, just as he walked past a brazier used for lighting, Gervais frowned slightly, and suddenly looked towards a grassy slope in the distance. The night was pretty good tonight, with a crescent moon in the sky and no wind. But Gervais just seemed to see the flame grass shaking on the grassy slope in the distance. Your Majesty the King? When Gervais suddenly turned around, the 2 soldiers on duty immediately noticed his behavior and immediately asked carefully. The day before yesterday, so many monsters attacked the camp. This was the first time they had seen them since coming to the Holy Continent. Naturally, I don't dare to be careless at this time. Fireball! However, Gervais did not answer the questions of the 2 soldiers. He immediately released 3 large fireballs towards the intentional grassy slope without thinking. Bang, bang, bang. As the fireball shot into the grass, it suddenly exploded on the grass slope more than 30 meters away. Ah! No! We were discovered! They have at least 3 magicians! Run! Run! There is a magician! As the fireball exploded, painful wails and panicked shouts immediately came from the grassy slope ahead. What the hell? Hearing the wails and shouts coming from over there, Gervais immediately looked intently. By the light of the fire, he saw a large number of green-skinned humanoids there. However, this thing is too small, much shorter than a dwarf, only over 1 meter tall at most. This was the first time Gervais had seen such a creature. The orcs were not like orcs, and the humans were not like humans. Chapter 7:12 Goblin. Goblin! It's Goblin! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When? Such a big movement over there was naturally discovered by all the soldiers on duty. When several elven soldiers saw the situation over there, they immediately recognized the origin of the group of creatures in the distance. The group of creatures lurking in the wilderness were the goblins, who had just been deprived of their passage quota by the humans and beasts. As the alarm bell sounded, the soldiers in the camp rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. What's going on? Gervais? Alder and Alice also ran out at this time and asked Gervais. Just now! There were goblins ambushing on that grassy slope. And I discovered them. The goblins. How come they appear in the blazing grassland? They usually gather in the cliff forest. Alder was curious. He had also seen the dwarf goblins fleeing in the distance. I don't know either. But now go catch them and ask them. Gervais also shook his head. And then added. Now that he was pointed out to be a goblin, he wasn't too worried. The fighting power of the goblins is really not that good. And they are also very timid. He just released 3 fireballs and made them scatter. This can be seen from here. What is truly outstanding about goblins is their expertise in creating various exquisite objects or buildings. The most glorious record about goblins is that when the catastrophe came 200 years ago, goblins built various fortresses on various lines of defense. Okay. Alder had no problem with that either. Since the goblins had the intention to attack them, they naturally needed to find out. Nadine! Now take all your subordinates and capture these goblins. Yes, Your Majesty the King! Nadine immediately took the order and quickly began to organize the Rose Knights. In a moment, more than 400 cavalrymen rushed out of the camp gate. The goblins were really timid. Nadine and others rode their horses and charged towards the wilderness. When the goblins saw the large number of cavalry coming, instead of resisting, they still only remembered to seize the way and escape. About an hour later, all the goblins who were escaping in the wilderness were captured. In the end, there were 700 or 800 goblins packed tightly in front of Gervais's camp. In addition, Nadine and others also brought back 3 small trebuchets. Goblin, why are you attacking my camp? Gervais looked at the trebuchets, then withdrew his gaze after a moment, and immediately walked forward alone, observing the goblins and asking questions. Only after this did Gervais truly see what these goblins looked like. The goblin is short in stature, has green skin, and has long pointed ears, except for the lack of fangs and thick hair. Its overall appearance looks quite similar to an orc. When Gervais asked questions, the group of goblins looked at each other, and then they all lowered their heads. No one answered Gervais at all. Seeing the goblins' reaction, Gervais glanced around among them, and finally saw a goblin wearing armor, and immediately winked at Nadine. Nadine understood immediately, walked over and picked up the goblin with one hand. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Human! I say! I will tell you everything! This goblin in armor was at the high level of silver. After being captured by Nadine, he was so frightened that he was scared to death and begged for mercy. Tell me! What's your name? Why did you attack my camp? Seeing that the other party was begging for mercy and willing to cooperate, Gervais gestured to Nadine, and Nadine placed the goblin in front of Gervais. So Gervais immediately started asking. My name is Chazhar. We were ordered to attack you humans. Ordered to attack us? Why? Gervais was a little confused. If the orcs came to attack them, it would be fine. But the goblins had no enmity with them, so it made no sense to attack them. Because you humans and orcs have taken away our goblin clan's passage quota. His Majesty the King asked us to come to the blazing grassland to look for human caravans and wait for opportunities to attack. The goblin named Chazhar didn't dare to hide it, and immediately told the real reason. In fact, when this goblin came to the blazing grassland, he had no clear target to attack, as long as he was a human being, because the humans and beasts deprived their goblins of the last passage sought. The goblins wanted to retaliate. Goblins are naturally timid and not good at fighting. If they were asked to go to the Holy Alliance or the Orc Royal Court for revenge, they would naturally not have the courage. So they finally set their sights on the Flame Grassland. Because although the Flame Grassland has been abandoned, there are still many human caravans coming here to harvest the flame grass and sell it back to the Holy Alliance. And to be able to do such a low-profit business, one can imagine the strength of those caravans. A caravan with a few pieces of silver is considered a powerful existence, and such a target is the most suitable target for goblins to take revenge on. This Chachar is the leader of a tribe among the goblins, and was sent by their king to perform this mission. A total of more than 1,000 people came this time, and they have been wandering in the flame grassland for more than half a month. At dusk today, I happened to see Gervais camping here. So after nightfall, these goblins sneaked closer and wanted to attack Gervais and his camp. In terms of goblins, the maximum number of people in a camp of this size does not exceed 600, which is considered the weakest group among the human caravans harvesting flame grass, because the caravans that harvest flame grass often have thousands of people. Of course, those caravans of thousands of people would be considered strong if there were only 100 titled knights in them. Most of the others were unarmed ordinary humans, and they were the tools for harvesting the flame grass. Therefore, the goblins thought that it would be great to have 50 or 60 titled knights in Gervais's camp, but they launched a sneak attack at night. And while they were waiting for the trebuchet to be set up and smash the gap in the fence of Gervais's camp, they were discovered by Gervais. Then Gervais released 3 fireballs in an instant and hit them on the head. Chazhair had some knowledge and knew that it was impossible for a human magician to release 3 fireballs instantly. So he immediately thought that there were at least 3 magicians in the camp. And for a team that can field 3 magicians, it doesn't take much thought to know that there must be ruthless characters. So Chazhair immediately shouted and began to flee with his men. In the end, the 2 legs were naturally unable to outrun 4 legs, and these goblins were tied up with ropes like rabbits and strung back by Nadine and others. So, I'm still in trouble. After hearing this, Gervais finally understood that he had taken the blame for the orcs and the Holy Alliance. Fortunately, the goblins' fighting power is to fight against the 5 scum. So tonight, they can only disturb their sleep. And there is no fighting at all. Alice, Prince Alder, you can come out now. After understanding the details, Gervais shouted to Alice and Alder behind him. Alder said earlier that the elves and goblins usually have a good relationship, so it is best for them to stay away during the interrogation. So all these goblins could see just now were humans. Elves? You are elves. Please help me. Elves. This is a misunderstanding. We are goblins. After hearing this, Alice and Alder walked out of the crowd and came to Gervais's side. However, when the Chachar goblin saw the looks of Alice and Alder, he immediately burst into surprise. Shut up! When Nadine saw the goblin yelling at Alice and Alder, she immediately kicked the goblin in the butt, always making him dare not say anything anymore, and could only look at Alice helplessly. Still 2 people. Prince Alder, what do you think we should do with these goblins? Gervais looked directly at Alder, wanting to hear his advice first. When Alder heard Gervais's inquiry, he glanced at Chazhair on the ground, pondered for a moment before speaking to Gervais in a low voice. Since these goblins have chosen the wrong target, it stands to reason that if it were us elves, we would choose to let them go, because the goblins made a huge sacrifice for our elf royal city when the catastrophe came. But, having said this, Alder changed the topic and continued. But goblins are natural architects. Their talent in building tools and cities is like the talent of dwarves in forging weapons and armor. So, I suggest you take them back and let them build Stormwind City for you. Release them later. Gervais is the husband of his daughter. At this time, they are both prosperous and devastated. So Alder directly chose to side with Gervais, and did not persuade Gervais to let go of these goblins. Thank you, Prince Alder. Then we will do this later. After listening to Alder's words, Gervais was naturally reluctant to let go of these goblins. However, in order to take into account the face of the elves and goblins, Gervais needed to put this matter aside from the elves. After the 2 people completed their discussion, Gervais immediately shouted to Alder. Impossible. These goblins attacked my camp. If I hadn't discovered it early, they might have caused great damage. Gervais, goblins have a very friendly relationship with us elves. Please let them go for the sake of Alice and me. Alder responded immediately. Impossible. I want to send them back to the Holy Alliance and let the Holy Alliance Council decide what to do with them. Or sell them directly to slave owners. Ah, we don't want to go to the Holy Alliance. I don't want to be a slave. Elf, save us! As soon as he heard Gervais's words, Nakashair immediately screamed. The best outcome for them if they are captured and sent to the Holy Alliance is to work as coolies, working day and night for the human race until they die of old age. Naturally, they are not willing to go to the Holy Alliance. Gervais, you are my husband, and this goblin is an ally of our elves. So you can bypass them for my sake? Alice also heard the whispered discussion between Gervais and her father, and immediately pretended to speak out. After hearing Alice's words, Gervais looked troubled. He thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Since you are interceding for them, Alice, I don't have to send them to the Holy Alliance, but they have to work for me for 2 years, Gervais said firmly. This, Alice had a troubled expression, and finally looked at Chazhair and spoke to him. Goblin, this Gervais is a human king, although he promised not to send you to the Holy Alliance for my sake. However, he wants you to work for him for 2 years before he will give you freedom. He is building a city outside the sacred forest. He probably wants you to build that city for him. I wonder if you are willing. Yes, we are willing. When he heard that it would take 2 years to build a city, It was better than being sent to the Holy Alliance to be a slave day and night. So Seignior nodded vigorously. Gervis, Goblin has promised you. But I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Alice turned to look at Gervais. Alice, tell me. These goblins can work for you for 2 years. But during this period you cannot abuse them. Because they are allies of our elves. Okay? Alice's tone was serious. Yes. As long as they don't run away. I will give them wages. Gervais nodded immediately. As the two sang together, Seignior was almost moved to tears by Alice. He felt that he was lucky today to meet an elf who was so kind to goblins. Chapter 7:13 Goblins' Specialties. The Royal City of the Orcs. This is the most developed and prosperous city in the royal court of the orcs. One of a kind. Although the orcs are brutal and bloodthirsty, due to the influence of the humans, the upper class of the orcs have gradually learned the luxurious style of the humans. Therefore, although this Orc King city is not as good as those holy cities of the Holy Alliance, it is not much different. Towering buildings and luxurious mansions can be seen everywhere. However, the aesthetics of the orcs are different from that of the human race. Most of the human race's buildings are Gothic and exquisite. The architectural style of this orc clan is mostly rough and domineering. For example, many mansions in this royal city have huge statues of orc warriors that are tens of meters high. And at the gate of every house, 2 brave and tall giant beasts and guards must be guarded at the same time. In this way, who is powerful and who is inferior can be seen at a glance at the door. On a wide street, only a few hundred meters away from the Orc Palace. This is the widest street in the royal city. And the mansions on the street are also the most luxurious in the royal city. In front of a magnificent mansion, 2 Komodo beasts quietly guarded the entrance of the mansion. This was the mansion of Prince Dosalon. Sir, according to the latest news, the elf tribe's envoy did not return to the sacred forest from our orc royal court, but took a detour to the dark swamp and the flame grassland. In the luxurious hall, Dosalon's face was gloomy, and he had no interest in the beautiful women around him. At this time, an orc soldier was half kneeling in front of him, and was making a report. Really? That's great. You dare to take a detour through the dark swamp. Then send someone to chase me now. The elf queen, the prince, and the god of killing must die. After Dosalon got the orc's channel light ball, he hurriedly returned to the orc's royal court that day, in order to return to the royal court to arrange manpower to intercept the elf envoys. However, after waiting for 2 days, no news was received of any elf envoy entering the orc royal court. At this time, he learned that the elves had taken a detour. Instead of being angry, he was surprisingly surprised, because this choice of the elves could save him a lot of trouble. After Dosalon returned to the royal court of the Beast clan, he immediately went to find his brother the Beast King, hoping that he would order an order to wipe out the elves in the sacred forest in one fell swoop. It's a pity that his Beast King brother didn't agree to this at all, because the land of God's fall was about to open. They just told him to be patient for a while, and wait until the orcs could gain a firm foothold in the land of the gods before settling the matter. In addition, the Beast King also told him not to let the elf tribe's mission cause problems in the Beast tribe's place, which would cause an all-out war between the 2 tribes. But how could Dosalon endure it? He was the one who lost an arm. So he secretly began to plan the interception and killing. By then, it would be a done deal, and he would most likely be punished. Unexpectedly, now that the elf mission has taken a detour, he can send people out to intercept and kill the elf mission without anyone noticing, without having to take any responsibility afterwards. So this seems like a good idea to him. Thinking about it, Dosalon couldn't wait to get up and prepare to start making arrangements. When the soldier who reported the report heard Dosalon's words, he looked embarrassed and a little trembling. What? Is there anything else you haven't said? Dosalon naturally saw the soldier's appearance. His heart sank, and he frowned and asked, Sir, according to the news, the elf envoy used the teleportation array to leave the Holy Alliance when they were in the Holy Alliance, and left the Holy Alliance that day. According to the time, they should have arrived at the flame grassland by now, and are only more than 10 days away from the sacred forest. The orc soldier wanted to hide the news, but in the end, he still didn't dare, and immediately told the matter carefully. What? The Holy Alliance that used the teleportation array to leave? Asshole. Asshole. Damn the human race. You are going against my beast race. Sure enough, upon hearing the news, Dosalon was filled with rage and flew into a rage. The elves left the City of Hope 1 day later than them. According to the original speed, the elves should not have left the dark swamp at this time. With so many Sarones, there is enough time to send out manpower to intercept and kill them at the edge of the flame grassland. Unexpectedly, the human race actually used the teleportation array for the elves, which meant that the elves left the Holy Alliance 9 days earlier than them. Now it is impossible to intercept the elven mission. When they rush to the flame grassland, the elves will probably reach the sacred forest. It is inevitable that Dosalin will not go crazy. Can this revenge just have to wait? Impossible. Since I can't kill you now, I still want you to pay a sufficient price first. Naturally, Dosalin was unwilling to let go of his hatred like this. He suppressed his anger and thought for a moment, and immediately came up with an idea. Now go and pass on my order to gather 3,000 warriors from the tribe. Let's go to the sacred forest. Remember, let them not publicize it. And don't let the Beast King know about it. As the prince of the Orc royal court, Dosalin naturally has his own tribe and army. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Beast King, Dosalin only planned to go with 3,000 elites. Yes, sir. This soldier was Dosalin's confidant, and he naturally obeyed Dosalin's words. He responded simply, and then quickly exited the hall. Flame grassland. As the sun rose in the morning, the camp had been packed up, and Gervais and others were ready to move on. But their original team of more than 500 people turned into more than 1,500 people after last night. After negotiating terms with a goblin leader named Chazhar last night, Gervais immediately started asking about other matters. For example, questions such as where their camps will be stationed. There are thousands of these goblins, so it is impossible to be empty-handed. When asked by Gervais, Chazhar was honest and immediately told the location where they were stationed these days. Gervais then asked Nadine to send people directly to surround the camp, and once again captured the remaining 200 goblins. About 100 of these goblins were originally staying at the camp, and another 100 or so were the fish that Nadine and the others had not caught just now. After capturing all the remaining goblins, the more than 1,000 goblins who came out of the cliff forest were all captured by Gervais. However, although the terms had been negotiated with these goblins, Gervais did not order them to be untied, but still tied them with ropes. After all, goblins are not stupid. Although they are timid, their intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. If Gervais loosens them, most of them will definitely run away when they return to the sacred forest. The only one among these goblins who was loosened was the goblin named Chazhar. After all, he was also the leader of these more than 1,000 people. These are the small fortresses you designed? On the carriage, Gervais held a notepad in his hand. This notepad was plundered from the goblin camp. It was the daily notebook of this Chazhar. Not to mention, this Chazhar is a weakling, but he is very good at architecture. When Gervais opened his notebook, he immediately saw drawings of several small fortresses, all of which were designed in every aspect. The scale ranges from stations with hundreds of people to stations with thousands of people. Yes, Your Majesty Gervais. This was all designed by me. Chazhar carefully drank the wine in the glass, and kept looking hard at the silver wine flask beside him. At this time, I heard Gervais' question and quickly answered respectfully. Oh, not bad. By the way, are the 3 small trebuchets designed by you goblins yourself? I mean those metal accessories? Yes, Your Majesty Gervais. That trebuchet was improved by a master of our goblin tribe. Chazhar is still honest, and does not dare to neglect it all. Yeah, very good. Gervais once again made a good comment. He already has a small steel cannon, although he doesn't like the trebuchet. But the goblin's trebuchet is much more advanced than the human race's, and has many bright spots. This made Gervais think more highly of these cowardly goblins. Although goblins' trebuchets are small, they know how to use gears to build trebuchets. The human race's trebuchets are the simplest and oldest style. They rely on the huge stone counterweight in front of the trebuchet to launch projectiles. There are no gears at all. The goblin's trebuchet does not require a boulder counterweight. It is directly equipped with gears and the sinews of Warcraft for launch power. The principle is to put the throwing arm of the trebuchet into the tendons of the Warcraft, and use the metal gear to pull the throwing arm down, so that the elastic tendons of the Warcraft are tightened. When the throwing arm is released, the projectile is launched with the help of the rebound force of the tendons of the monster. Although this will not be more powerful than the human trebuchet, but it is many times lighter than the human trebuchet. It is not like the human trebuchet. To use the trebuchet, you must carry a counterweight boulder. The goblin trebuchet only has a base and a few strong wooden beams. Of course, what Gervais really values most is the use of those gears. These goblins are not modern people, but they still know how to use gears, which shows that they have creative abilities in this area. For Gervais, this goblin is a talent. If he really has any ideas, he might be able to let them mess with it. And he might be able to come up with a few usable gadgets. Check it up! This jug of wine is for you. Take your people, and work hard for me from now on. I promise not to treat you badly. And I will also pay you wages. After flipping through a few pages of the notepad, he already knew what the goblin was worth. So Gervais was not prepared to talk to it anymore. He would wait until he arrived at the sacred forest to discuss everything. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Chazhair heard that Gervais actually rewarded him with a jug of wine, he immediately became extremely eager and nodded and bowed repeatedly. In addition to the delicious wine, the exquisite hip flask was made of silver. For the goblins, who were many times more miserable than the elves, this was a rare asset. Afterwards, Chazhair excitedly walked out of the carriage with the wine bottle in his arms. And Gervais also began to practice fighting spirit and magic. Chapter 7:14 The Orcs Attack. Time passed by more than 10 days. And now it had been more than 2.5 months since Alice and others left the sacred forest. During this period, the sacred forest was relatively peaceful. And both the elves and the human gatherings were proceeding step by step. Grapes can be harvested on a large scale in a day or two. And the grapes picked last time have been brewed long ago and stored in the wine cellar, just waiting for the caravan of the Holy Trading Company to come and trade with them. In addition, the construction of Stormwind City has really begun. And a large amount of stones and wood are being continuously transported to the location where Stormwind City will be built. The only thing that makes people a little worried is that there has been no news from the mission for 2.5 months since they left the sacred forest. And they don't know if everything is okay. Both the elves and humans are looking forward to the return of Alice and others. The humans are looking forward to bringing back news about Gervais, while the elves are naturally concerned about the safety of their queen and people. And just when the elves and humans were looking forward to Alice and others coming back soon, bad news first came from outside the sacred forest. The patrols from the elves and the patrols sent by Gust all came back to report that they saw a powerful orc team heading towards the sacred forest. The number of orcs is about 3,000. And the strength of these orcs is not weak. The lowest is the strength of the Silver Knight. And the strength of the Gold Knight is more than 300. An army of 3,000 orcs with such strength is more difficult to deal with than 3,000 paladins. It can at least have twice the combat power of 3,000 paladins. In the human gathering place in the sacred forest, after receiving the news, Caroline, Gust, Hayden, Gandalf, Ike, and Vivian were having intense discussions. Today, among the people in this holy continent, Caroline is considered to be the one coordinating the overall situation, and is mainly responsible for expenses and wine trade matters. Gandalf and Ike are responsible for Gervais's original subordinates and the expansion of Gervais's direct army. Gust and Hayden are responsible for managing the small number of manpower they each bring, responsible for maintaining the safety of the gathering, and overseeing the construction progress of Stormwind City. While Wyan is still the civil affairs officer that Gervais assigned to her, responsible for managing the serfs who came to the sacred continent. Grandpa, how long will it take for those beasts to reach us? Caroline's expression was solemn, and the worry in her heart was clearly revealed. Now all of Gervais' belongings have been invested in the sacred continent. If it is destroyed by the orcs, then she will have no face to see Gervais. With their speed, they can reach us in half a day at most. Gus replied thoughtfully to his granddaughter. Can we arrive in half a day? Caroline became increasingly worried, although Alice had told her when she left, if there was any danger, she could ask the elves for help. However, the elders of the elves had just passed on the news, saying that they can only support 500 people immediately, and other support will have to wait until tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, because the gathering place of Caroline and the others was actually on the edge of the sacred forest, far away from the elven palace. There were two reasons for choosing this location in the first place. First of all, the palace of the elves is in the hinterland of the elves. There are a large number of elves gathered there, and it is definitely impossible to accommodate humans like them. Another reason is that they are stationed on the edge of the sacred forest, which can facilitate the human race to build their own Stormwind City. After all, the location of Stormwind City is outside the sacred forest. It is precisely because of this that the large armies of the elves are in the hinterland of the elves. And these 500 elven soldiers are just outposts stationed on the periphery. Although these elves are not weak in strength, and have the strength of the Silver Knight, the problem is that they only have more than 500 people. Even if they can fight 1 against 2 or even 1 against 3 in the jungle, there is still half a gap. In addition, there are more than 300 golden knights among the orcs, which is the biggest threat to them. As for Caroline and their own side, now in the sacred forest, There are more than 1,000 soldiers who can reach the level of Silver Knights. This includes the Rose Knights. There are even fewer Gold Knights. 20 of them are enough. As for other Bronze Knights and ordinary soldiers, there are also many. But those were all selected from thousands of people in Eurasia. They were brought to the Holy Continent as seed soldiers in order to allow them to grow quickly and be able to guard Stormwind City in the future. If they were allowed to participate in the war now, there would definitely be countless casualties based on their strength, which would be a huge blow to future development. How about we retreat to the sacred forest temporarily and wait for reinforcements from the elves? At this moment Gandalf suddenly spoke. For now, this retreat is their best option. But no one else could say such a thing. Because if we retreat directly, what will happen to the grapes that are about to be picked and the wine in the cellar? There was also a gathering place that was finally built. Although it was just a simple wooden house, it took several months to gradually build it. In addition, if the teleportation array in the gathering place is invaded by orcs into Eurasia or destroyed, no one would dare to bear such losses. Gandalf is the father of Gervis, so it is undoubtedly the most appropriate for him to say the words of retreat. By then, neither Gervais nor Alice will be able to blame his father. As for, if we really have to fight to the death with the orcs, the losses will be huge. So now we either choose to fight to the death, gamble on whether there is a chance to resist the orcs, and wait until support arrives. Either evacuate directly and focus on preserving the population. Sorry, Uncle Gandalf. I don't want to retreat. It was only Gandalf's suggestion that was immediately rejected by Caroline. She really didn't want to abandon this gathering place that had been developed for several months and almost emptied out Gervais's family. Moreover, this is the territory that she and Alice run for Gervais. So it goes without saying that they put a lot of effort into it. If this place is destroyed, it will take many times the effort to redevelop it in the future. The vines need to be replanted, and the wine needs to wait several months before it can be produced again. The most important thing is that they no longer have gold coins to do any development work. The next development will have to wait until the wine is brewed again and sold to the caravans. And if the teleportation array is also destroyed, they will directly cut off contact with Eurasia. In the future, if you want to travel between Eurasia and the Holy Continent, you can only travel by sea ship, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Caroline. After Gandalf heard Caroline's words, he still wanted to persuade her. In fact, he is the one who wants Stormwind City to develop rapidly because Gervais is his own son. But if they really stayed to fight the orcs, then I really don't know how many people would survive. They were all brought from Eurasia, especially Caroline. Since she proposed to stay, she would definitely not choose to leave. Uncle Gandalf, you don't have to persuade me. I don't want to run away without a fight. No matter what. I want to try the Resistance Beast. This place contains most of Gervis's heritage, and we can't just let it go to waste. Of course, those serfs and weak soldiers should retreat into the sacred forest first. Also, let everyone bring all the wine in the cellar with them, as much as they can bring. If we really can't resist the orcs, the wine can be used to exchange supplies with the caravan. Okay, then let's follow the arrangements you made. Caroline, later, you and Vivian will be responsible for taking the serfs and those soldiers into the sacred forest. Gus, Hayden, I will take the Rose Knights outside Stormwind City. Use the river to resist the orc attack. Gandalf knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he immediately agreed to Caroline's plan. However, he would not let Caroline stay here to fight the orcs, so he spoke immediately. Then fight these orcs to the death. Hayden also nodded, showing no intention of backing down. Then let's arrange it as Gandalf said. Gus naturally had no objection, as long as his granddaughter was safe. He didn't have 2 years left to live anyway, so it wouldn't be a loss if he fought with his old bones. No, I want to stay too, and let Vivian lead the people back into the sacred forest later. Caroline didn't want to leave. Grandpa, please stop trying to persuade me. This is my proposal, and I will never leave. Vivian, you are different from me. You are a civil administrator, and those serfs must be managed by you. Hearing that Caroline was not ready to leave, Gus was about to say something, but was immediately blocked by Caroline. The same was true for Vivian. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Caroline. After this round of deliberation, everyone then performed their duties, and the entire gathering place started to move. With the help of Nathan and others, Vivian began to lead the serfs and ordinary soldiers to retreat deep into the sacred forest. They also took away wine and food, but the quantity was not large, because there is no road for carriages to pass deep into the sacred forest. so they can only rely on manpower to transport materials. But Caroline and the others led thousands of soldiers to the edge of the sacred forest. 1 mile outside Stormwind City. There is a small river here, which is not very wide, only 30 or 40 meters long. However, this is also the most favorable terrain at present. Although the orcs are not as good as the elves in the forest, they are better than the humans. So now they are back by the forest and want to hold the only wooden bridge on the river to prevent the orcs from crossing the river. If it really can't be stopped by then, you can retreat directly into the sacred forest behind you and rely on the elves' advantages to continue fighting with the orcs. Chapter 7:15 Battle by the River. At noon, 500 elf support arrived, and a total of more than 1,600 people gathered beside the wooden bridge over the creek. The originally wide wooden bridge deck has also been occupied by many spikes cut from wooden sticks, and the dense thorns extend directly from the other side of the wooden bridge to Caroline and the others. The reason why the wooden bridge is not destroyed directly is because such a small river cannot stop the orcs. If the wooden bridge is left, the orcs will most likely choose to focus on the bridge, which will be more conducive to their killing. A group of orcs, because I had already led the personal guards to hide behind the crowd at the bridge, and the 2 small steel cannons were also lined up neatly. As long as the orcs dare to step onto the bridge, it will definitely turn into a hornet's nest. Although this is a one-shot deal, I believe that the opponent can get great results if they are unaware of it. Gervais ordered Bernard to forge a total of 5 artillery pieces, and the other 3 small steel cannons were placed on both wings of the team to deal with the orcs, who directly forced their way across the river. With all the preparations on their side, everyone finally saw the orc team accompanied by billowing dust and smoke on the horizon across the river bank. There are 50 flame giant lizards. There is also a Komodo giant beast. These are the elite soldiers of the beast royal family. As the huge orc in the distance got closer and closer, everyone finally saw clearly the specific condition of the orc. The elven elders, who had fought several battles with the orcs, immediately let out a low cry. He recognized that the menacing orcs approaching in the distance were not ordinary fish orcs, but the true elites of the orc tribe. Although there were conflicts between the elves and the orcs in the past, it was basically the invasion of the orcs from ordinary tribes. The reason for this is that the orcs are trying to slowly suppress the elves, gradually compressing the elves into the depths of the sacred forest, and then slowly trying to prevent the elves from resisting too fiercely. After all, the real enemy of the orcs is still the human race, which has the same strength. If the orcs really dare to focus on the sacred forest and push the elves to a dead end, they will definitely fight to the death with the elves. And in the end, they will take advantage of the humans. Get ready to fight, no matter where they come from. If they want to enter the sacred forest, they need to pay the price. Although Gust's face was equally solemn, he had already decided to fight to the end, so there was no possibility of retreating. Everyone prepare to fight! Everyone prepare to fight! As the orders were passed down one after another, the humans drew their long swords one after another, while the elves uniformly took off their long bows from their backs. Sir, the sacred forest is ahead, but they seem to be on guard. There is a team of more than 1,500 people by the river. Naturally, Dosselin's revenge team came fiercely towards the sacred forest. After more than 10 days of traveling, he led more than 3,000 beast warriors to the edge of the sacred forest. Since it is temporarily impossible to kill the elf queen and the god of killing for revenge, then kill all the human race here in one fell swoop, which can be regarded as collecting some interest for yourself and letting out a bad breath. When they were about to reach the edge of the sacred forest, they immediately saw the humans and elves in the distance, who were already facing formidable enemies. Ha ha! These weak humans actually want to block my revenge. Tell the warriors to move forward faster. Facing the waiting team on the other side of the river, Dosselin didn't care. If the other party were all elves, he would still think carefully. But there were only a few hundred elves on the bank of the river, and most of the others were humans. In this way, not to mention that the opponent's number is not as large as his own, even if the opponent's number is really thousands more than his own, Najuasarin is confident to defeat the opponent in an instant and chop up the opponent's fragile body. The 3,000 people behind him are the 3,000 most elite private soldiers under his command, no worse than the royal city guards of his beast king brother. Roar! Upon hearing Dosselin's order, these 3,000 elite orc soldiers roared, and then rushed towards the wooden bridge. Stop! A few minutes later, 3,000 orcs finally arrived on the other side of Caroline and others. Following Dosselin's order, the orc team temporarily stopped. Hey, isn't this Elder Fern? You're an old fool and you're not dead yet. Ha ha! After stopping the team, Doselin first looked at the overall strength of the people on the other side, and found that the humans were basically all silver knights. And there were even fewer gold knights. He immediately looked at the other side with compassion. Finally, he looked at the elven team, and found that it was led by an elder of the elven clan whom he knew. And he immediately burst out laughing. Many years ago, the Beast King sent Doselin to discuss with the elves about allowing the beasts to enter the sacred forest for hunting. And it was Elder Fern of the elves who met Doselin. There was some unpleasantness between the two parties at the beginning. But now that he came to take revenge and could meet this old immortal, Doselin was naturally very happy. Doselin? It's you? What are you doing here? Do you want to cause a war between the elves and the orcs before the land of Godfall opens? Elder Fern of the elves also remembered the Prince Doselin, and immediately frowned and asked loudly. Wrong. 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 Fuin, it's not that I want to cause a war with the elves, but you elves want to cause a war. I'm here for revenge this time. I'll ask you weak elves and humans to die. Doselin had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and was not prepared to delay any longer. Then his expression changed, and he said to his subordinates beside him, Pikuin, you lead 10 giant lizards and 500 people, and start attacking immediately. No enemy will be left behind. Yes, sir. Then the half-orc captain named Bikuin personally rode the flame giant lizard, 9 other giant lizards, and 500 orcs towards the bridge. Kill all those humans! Kill all those elves! When Bikuin arrived and rode a 4 to 5 meter long flame monitor lizard to the bridge, he looked at the dense barbs on the bridge and smiled scornfully. Then he raised the heavy long knife in his hand and roared. Climb the wooden bridge. Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them all! The orcs at the rear immediately roared and followed closely, because there were 10 flaming giant lizards opening the way ahead. The barbs as thick as an adult's arm could not stop the orcs at all. The giant lizard could smash those wooden thorns directly with just a flick of its tail. Steady! Steady! Everyone is ready! Although only a team of 500 orcs came to the bridge for the time being, the orcs themselves were tall and fierce, and coupled with the 10 ferocious beasts, they immediately gained the upper hand. Fortunately, the Silver Knights on the human side have also experienced battles in Eurasia for a long time. Although their faces were solemn, no one showed any fear. As Gus began to command, the Tidal Knights on the human side also lowered their bodies and stared at the surging beasts. Ick! When hundreds of orc soldiers crowded onto the bridge, they heard Gus's cry. Then I saw that the Tidal Knights who were originally blocking it and others quickly separated to both sides, facing the hundreds of orcs on the bridge. They became 2 dark muzzles. The artillery obeys the order. The orcs in front of the target. Release. Boom. Boom. As it issued the order, the small steel cannon that had already been loaded with shotguns immediately made an earth-shattering explosion as the 2 soldiers lit the fuse, with a burst of white smoke rising. Dozens of lead pellets the size of lychees stuffed in both barrels hit the orcs crowding the bridge like fairy flowers. Puff. 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 Roar. 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 Bikuin and others on the bridge still understood what was going on, but they immediately felt that they were being violently attacked. Following the sound of flesh squeezing, there was the tragic wail. Although these orcs are at least Silver Knights, and all of them are rough-skinned and thick flesh, but this small steel cannon is not a matchlock gun. At a distance of tens of meters, the power of the small steel cannon can blast even an iron plate several centimeters thick into pieces, let alone a body of flesh and blood. In an instant, the orcs leaning on the front row were shot into a sieve, and dozens of them fell down. Even the Golden Knights of Bikuin were no exception. The giant lizards under them were already covered in blood and looked different from human beings. Little steel cannon! Fire! The orcs on the bridge were stunned at this time. They don't understand what's going on. But at this moment, following Gandalf's order, the 3 small steel cannons on the 2 wings opened fire on the bridge again. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff. The 3 small steel cannons still used shotguns, and because they were attacking from the side, the area where the lead shot was spread became larger, and there was no longer the obstruction of the flame giant lizard. In an instant, the orcs on the bridge fell in pieces. This wave actually killed and injured hundreds of orcs. What is this? Standing not far away, Doselin, who was originally full of confidence and wanted to see the trembling humans, was instantly stunned. It was a pity that this little steel cannon was used for the first time in the Holy Continent. So naturally no one answered him what it was. No, we can no longer attack from the wall. After a while, Doselin finally recovered. Seeing the hundreds of orcs on the bridge constantly crowding and jumping off the bridge, Doselin was not stupid. He knew that he had just been accidentally plotted by the human race, and he would definitely not be able to escape from the bridge. Immediately, Dosalon shouted loudly, "Come to me all! Don't crowd together. Cross the river and rush over. Kill!" Following Dosalon's order, all the orcs moved. They no longer chose to attack from the bridge, but stepped into the cold river one after another. Chapter 716 is about to arrive. The deepest part of the river is only over 2 meters deep, and only a few meters in the middle are this deep. The rest are river beaches about 1 meter deep, and the orcs can wade through it. The most important thing is the 40 flame giant lizards led by the orcs. These monitor lizards are so agile that they can swim across the water like snakes. They can swim across the river and onto the beach in just 10 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. In addition, there is a Komodo giant beast behind these giant lizards. The orc priest sitting on him is constantly beating the drums on both sides of the giant beast's back. As the drums beat rhythmically, the orc soldiers seem to have been given a shot of blood. Their bodies glowed slightly red, and their strength and speed were slightly increased. Elves? Shoot! Faced with the all-out attack by the orcs, the humans and elves did not dare to hesitate and started attacking the moment the orcs stepped into the river. The first ones to attack were naturally the elven archers, shooting arrows at the orcs with astonishing power. However, the orcs have rough skin and thick flesh. As long as they don't hit vital points, such as eye sockets, it often takes several arrows to kill one of them. As more than 2,700 orcs came in dense crowds, the orcs in the lead soon rushed to the shore riding a flaming giant lizard. "Everyone, listen to my order! Kill!" Gust roared violently, and led more than 20 golden knights to rush forward towards the flame giant lizard that had just landed, with more than 1,000 silver knights following closely behind. Roar! 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 When Gust, Hayden and others approached these giant lizards 5 or 6 meters away, the flame giant lizard instantly opened its jaws. A red light flashed from its mouth, and high-temperature fireballs shot out towards Gust and the others. "Come! Be careful! Raise your shield!" Faced with the magic bombardment of the Warcraft lizard, even Gust and the other golden knights did not dare to neglect. They immediately raised their shields to resist. Bang bang bang. With a banging sound, fireballs hit their shields and exploded. Ah! Ah! Of course, some of the silver knights behind were unlucky enough to fail to defend themselves, and were instantly hit by the giant lizard's fireballs on their armor. They screamed and fell to the ground. "Kill!" Hearing the screams from behind, Gust had no time to pay attention. Instead, he rushed directly in front of the flame giant lizard and started fighting with the orcs. As more orcs came ashore, the fighting became more intense. However, there are too few people on the human side, and there are only about 20 golden knights, so they are no match for the more than 300 golden knights. If it weren't for the elves in the rear, who were constantly shooting arrows to rescue them, Gust and his team would have been defeated in less than a minute. "Ha ha! You overestimate your capabilities, God of Death. It will be very painful for you to see all this when you come back." Dosalon did not go on stage, but stood on the river bank with 2 guards with the strength of the White Flag Knights, looking excitedly at everything on the other side. He knew that the elf form was no worse than him, but now that he had a broken arm, he was not prepared to take the risk. And Na-Fuan also did not go on the field at this time, but stood at the back of the battlefield and shot with a long bow, because he was also guarding against Dosalon. Except for the elf form, no one here is a match for Dosalon and the 2 guards beside him. "Caroline! Let's go!" Gus finally killed a golden knight and took advantage of this opportunity to glance at Caroline, who was fighting with the orc soldiers not far away. He could die here, but he didn't want his granddaughter to die here. "Grandpa, if we die together, I won't leave." How could Caroline be willing to run away from the battlefield and run for her life alone? The decision to come to fight to the death was made by her. If she wanted to die, she would die with Gust and the others. "Aim the artillery! Fire!" At this time, the artillery of Ick and others had been loaded again. He quickly ordered several soldiers to point the muzzles at several orc soldiers who were outflanking Gust and others. Then, with his order, the artillery exploded again. Boom boom boom. Puff puff. In an instant, 10 more people fell down on the orc side. "What on earth is that thing? It's so weird. Send me an order to get 100 people to kill that weird thing first." Another burst of artillery finally diverted the excitement of Dosalon, and he immediately gave an order to the guards beside him. "Yes, sir. As long as you walk through the woods, you can see the address where Stormwind City was built. When I came, Caroline and the others were already preparing materials. and construction should start now. While Caroline and others were fighting a bloody battle with the orcs. 3 miles away from them, a team of thousands of people was slowly moving towards the sacred forest. This is the elf envoy team that returned from the Holy Continent after more than a month of journey. At this time, neither Gervais nor Alice continue to sit in the carriage. Gervais is currently riding his skeleton warhorse Nightmare, while Alice is riding Alder's colorful deer. Perhaps because she was returning home with great success from this great victory. Alice was in a very good mood and was making introductions to Gervais when she was about to arrive at the sacred forest. Well, thanks to you and Caroline. Alice, thank you. Gervais was looking forward to seeing the people he was familiar with soon, especially Carlo. After hearing Alice's words, he immediately thanked his cheap wife. How could Gervais not be grateful that Alice and Caroline could still go to such trouble to help them complete these things when he was not around? You should thank Caroline more. She is basically the one arranging things for the human race. She didn't know if there was a connection between them, but she knew that Gervais was excited about meeting Caroline. Alice remembered that Gervais had an unclear relationship with her cousin, and immediately replied to Gervais angrily. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hearing Alice's words, when Gervais was speechless, he suddenly heard a loud explosion in front of him. What's going on? This sounds like the sound of an explosion. Could it be that Ike and the others already know how to use gunpowder to build cities? When Gervais heard the blast, he knew it was caused by an explosion. The only thing that could produce such an explosion was gunpowder. Gervais thought that maybe Ike and others had figured out how to use gunpowder to blow up mountains and rocks. At this moment, Gervais turned his doubtful eyes to Alice. If there was such a thing, she should be able to understand something. This should be from your little steel cannon. Right. Alice saw Gervais looking at her, not knowing his doubts, and immediately replied, Not good. But seeing Alice's confused expression and doubtful words, Gervais's face suddenly changed, and he secretly said something bad. Since Alice doesn't know how to use gunpowder to blow up rocks, it means that Ike and others don't have such a mind at all. Therefore, the only possibility is that there is a battle ahead, and Ike and others have already used artillery. Everyone, follow me. Get ready to fight. Alice, stay here and watch out for these goblins. Gervais immediately shouted an order. Before he finished speaking, the nightmare that connected with his mind suddenly accelerated and galloped forward. When Nadine and others saw this situation, they immediately followed Gervais's team. In an instant, the team of more than 500 people followed Gervais and rushed away. Caroline, Gus, retreat into the forest quickly. If you don't retreat, it will be too late. Seeing that more than 100 people had fallen on the human side, Vaughn immediately shouted to Caroline, Gus and others. He knew that the river bank could no longer be defended. 2 of the cannons there had been destroyed by the orcs, and many orcs had already rushed in front of the elves. If they didn't leave, they would all die on the bank. At this time, retreating into the forest, the elves can use the complex terrain to fight with the orcs. In this open area, they encounter the orcs in close combat. The elves are no better than the humans. Ha ha! Fu-En, can you still escape? You will all die today. This is the fate of the god of death, and you elves for offending me. Dosalin also heard the words of the elf-born, and immediately burst into laughter. At this time, the more than 1,000 human beings were completely surrounded, and it was impossible to escape. Everyone, listen up. Don't let a human go. Ha ha! Dosalon continued to confess arrogantly. Elder Fern, you retreat into the forest first. We can't retreat. Gus Hayden and others were now covered in blood, and there were orcs everywhere, and they could no longer retreat. And now that they are blocking the orcs' flame giant lizards, the Rose Knights and Caroline can still hold on. If they retreated, Caroline and the others would definitely not be able to escape. Kill! After hearing Gus' words, Elfborn knew that it was impossible to retreat. Remembering the Queen's instructions, he immediately gritted his teeth, stopped shooting arrows, and directly pulled out his sword and rushed forward. At this time, he didn't care whether Dosalon would play or not. If he didn't support Gus and others, he would die. You two go deal with that old guy. Dosalin was not in a hurry when he saw Vaughn coming on stage in person, and casually gave instructions to the 2 guards beside him, who had the strength of the White Flag Knights. Yes, sir! The 2 people responded immediately after hearing it, then immediately showed their weapons, and walked towards the river. Chapter 717. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, Dosalon suddenly felt that the earth was gradually shaking. His expression changed immediately, and he immediately looked behind him. How is this possible? You can return so quickly. When Dosalan looked towards the rear, he immediately saw a group of cavalry galloping towards them. Retreat! Retreat quickly! As the group of cavalry got closer and closer, Dosalan saw that the one charging at the front was actually Gervais. And a reminder sounded in his mind that the enemy would arrive in 30 seconds. Please be prepared. The problem was that he was unprepared, and by this time, he was scared to death. This time, he rushed to the sacred forest as quickly as possible to seek revenge. But he did not expect that Gervais would come back so soon. At normal speed, it would take at least 40 days to cross the dark swamp and blazing grassland. Because of the detour, the journey is not only long, but also dangerous. Especially in the dark swamp. There are hidden dangers, and there are many terrifying monsters in it. If you don't rush carefully and break into the territory of those high-level monsters, the loss of dozens or hundreds of people will be considered small. Dosalan originally expected that even if Gervais and the others were the fastest, it would only take them a day or two, and almost 37 or 8 days to get back to the sacred forest. But who would have thought that it only took Gervais and the others 31 days? A whole week earlier than he expected. If it hadn't been a week earlier, Dosalan would have at least 3 or 4 days to calmly eliminate these human races and complete his revenge plan. But now, he didn't even have an hour. He almost arrived on his own before the god of death and the others returned on the back. But no matter what, he could only escape at this time. If he didn't escape, he would be the one who died today. In order to hide it from the Beast King, Dosalan did not even dare to bring more white flag knights in the military camp this time, lest the Beast King notice and prevent him from taking revenge. But at this moment, he regretted it. If he had brought a few experts here, he wouldn't be so frightened at this moment. After roaring loudly, Dosalan didn't even have time to wait for his subordinates. He quickly rode the bloodthirsty giant wolf under him and began to run towards the woods on the side. Quickly retreat! Prince Dosalan has escaped! Quickly retreat! And the people who were fighting bloody battles naturally saw the rumbling and menacing Rose Knight in the distance, coupled with the fact that Dosalan began to flee in a hurry on his mount. These orcs lost their fighting spirit and immediately began to roar and evacuate in a panic. It's back! The mission is back! Our support has arrived! However, Gust and the others immediately cheered. They were unexpectedly able to survive the situation that was supposed to be fatal just a moment ago. Don't let them escape! Kill all these orcs! Kill! Gust and others naturally would not let these orcs escape so smoothly, and immediately roared and chased the orcs. However, Caroline stopped at this time, because she seemed to see a familiar figure. Gervais? Caroline's lips trembled a little. Although Gervais was wearing a silver armor and a helmet on his head at this time, she could not forget the face that she thought about day and night. For a moment, Caroline stood there blankly, looking at the heroic man riding a strange war horse in front of him. Gervais, leave that Dosalan to me! You go deal with those orcs! When the group of people were still several hundred meters away from the orcs, Alder roared at Gervais while riding a 3-colored deer, with Dosalan's luxurious attire and the empty sleeve on one arm. Gervais and the others had naturally recognized him. They were all filled with hatred that this bastard wanted to cause trouble while he and others had not returned. Okay, Prince Alder. Gervais did not hesitate. Alder made a mistake in dealing with the broken-armed Dosalona, and immediately responded. Then Gervais thought. He opened his system panel. And then, the last black kiwi fruit that increased his strength by 50 times appeared in his mouth. Kill! As Gervais took the black kiwi fruit, they had already rushed in front of the orcs, who were hurriedly fleeing. Then more than 500 cavalrymen crashed into the orc team in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Although the orcs have thick skin and thick flesh, they can only be knocked to pieces like a bowling ball when faced with the full impact of the warhorse. Especially the heavily armored knight Gervais. His speed slowed down only after he flew 7 or 8 orcs in a row. And when Gervais's speed weakened, the end of these orcs really began. Die! Puff puff. As Gervais shouted violently, the crimson moon in his hand swept through the crowd of orcs. The 3 orcs beside him didn't even have time to resist. 3 huge heads flew into the sky, and blood spattered on the spot. Kill! After harvesting the 3 orc heads, Gervais did not pause, and swung the blood-red sword in his hand more fiercely. Puff puff. Next, Gervais will block the god of killing and kill the Buddha, which is completely worthy of his title of killing god. Let's work together to kill this human first. Otherwise, no one can escape. Several golden orcs riding flame giant lizards saw that Gervais was so powerful that no orc could get past him. One of the orc captains immediately shouted. organizing people to surround Gervais first. Kill me! Then you may have to wait for the rest of your life. The orc captain's shout instantly attracted Gervais's attention. Gervais sneered, and then rushed straight towards the golden orcs a few meters away, who were still confused about the situation. Die! Ho ho ho! When Gervais rushed towards several orcs, the flame giant lizard they gave birth to roared instantly, opened its mouth, and spit out 5 red fireballs, and shot them at Gervais. But Gervais didn't even blink an eye before he ran into it. Ha ha! Stupid human beings! Even if you are a Black Flag Knight, if 5 fireballs are concentrated at the same time, you will be severely damaged. Boom boom boom. Puff. When several orcs saw that Gervais was not dodging the fireball attacks, their faces instantly put on reassuring smiles. After Gervais was dealt with, they could escape safely with the help of the Flame Earth Lizard. But who knew that their smiles were still on their lips? But they suddenly heard a pop sound, and one of the half-orcs was struck by Gervais from above with a flame giant lizard underneath him, split in half. This devil. He is a devil. Run away! I saw that Gervais was intact after being hit by those fireballs, and even his hair showed no signs of being burned. The remaining orcs immediately screamed in horror and began to run wildly. How did they know that Gervais could deal with these fireballs just by releasing a fire shield technique? Just now, it was just the bursting flames of the fireball that blocked their sight. Puff puff. These orcs wanted to escape, but Gervais did not give them a chance. The blood-red sword flashed over them, and these orcs turned into energy points. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour in total. Half an hour later, the open space on the river bank extended all the way to the woods 2 miles away, and there were corpses of orcs everywhere. At this time, Gervais stopped chasing after killing the last orc in front of him, because there were no standing orcs he could see, and there were no more than a few dozen orcs who were able to escape and run into the woods this time, which meant that they almost wiped out all the orcs this time. Chapter 718 Meeting. How's it going? Boy Gervais? How many people ran away? At this moment, Alder happened to be riding a 3-colored deer out of the woods nearby. At this time, there was a mithril rope hanging behind him, and the person tied up by the mithril rope turned out to be Prince Dosalon of the Beast tribe. Not to mention how miserable Dosalon was at this time. His whole body was in tatters, and even his other remaining arm had been chopped off. Dozens of orcs ran into the woods. Nadine and the others went to chase them. Prince Alder, there seemed to be 2 orc guards of White Flag Knights behind Dosalon just now. Have they been resolved? Gervais looked at Alder and asked. It's been solved. I didn't want to just let Dosalon die so easily, so I tied him back. Alder lifted the mithril rope in his hand, answered Gervais, then looked towards the river bank in the distance and said to Gervais, Come on! Let's go back to the shore and take a look at the situation. At that moment, the 2 of them stopped talking and headed back to the distant river bank together. When they came to the river bank, Alice and others had just arrived. Alice had wanted to come over to help before, but those goblins were not very courageous. Seeing the densely packed thousands of orcs here, they hesitated to come over at all. In order to keep an eye on them and prevent the goblins from slipping away, Alice had to stand and watch from a distance. But with Gervais and others joining, it actually doesn't matter whether she helps or not. Her Majesty the Queen. When Alice came to the river bank, the elven soldiers and Elder Vaughn immediately saluted and greeted Alice excitedly. If the mission hadn't rushed back in time this time, they might have been the ones surrounded and wiped out today. Elder Fern, get up! Let's rescue the injured soldiers first! After Alice came closer, she saw many Rose Knights and other human soldiers lying on the ground wailing on the other side of the river. She immediately waved to the elves, then hurriedly walked towards the wooden bridge, and even greeted Gervais. There is no time. At this time, Gust and others were also on the other side to rescue the soldiers who were not dead yet. On the contrary, Gervais and Alder were temporarily standing on this side of the river bank. It's not that Gervais doesn't care about those soldiers, but the manpower over there is enough. 500 elves have joined the rescue team, and Winton has also arrived on the opposite side at this time. Apart from the previous suturing technique, Gervais has no other skills. He really doesn't know how. Speaking of suturing, Gervais looked across the way and didn't even see his rescue team. On the contrary, his father, Ike and others acted as the rescue team, using needles and threads to suture the wounds of the soldiers. All this made Gervais look extremely kind. Grobwis! While Gervais was observing the other side, he suddenly heard a female voice calling from the direction of the bridge on the right. After hearing this voice, Gervais was stunned. That voice, Caroline? Gervais immediately turned to look towards the bridge. And sure enough, he saw a woman wearing armor and covered in blood. Wasn't she his Caroline? At this time, Caroline's helmet had been taken off. Although her fair face was stained with a lot of dust, it still could not hide her beautiful face. You must know that Caroline was only half inferior to Alice in appearance. Beauty. Of course. What she lacks in appearance, Caroline can make up for with her perfect figure. But Gervais is not such a superficial person. Apart from Alice, the other woman in his heart in Eurasia is Caroline. Seeing Caroline at this time is naturally a surprise for him to reunite after a long absence. Gervais, you are finally back. After hearing Gervais calling out her place and the joy on her face, Caroline finally couldn't bear it anymore and immediately rushed towards Gervais. Then, there was a bang of armor clashing, and Caroline slammed into Gervais's arms. Then she wrapped her arms from Gervais's chest to her back, hugging Gervais tightly. Wise. Caroline! I'm back! Thank you for your hard work. Gervais saw Caroline so excited and quickly patted her back to comfort her. The first news I received in the City of Hope was about Caroline negotiating wine trade with the caravan of the Holy Trading Company. On the way back, I also heard Alice mention how Caroline managed the territory carefully. At this time, her heart was filled with gratitude and pity for Caroline. But Gervais didn't know that the embrace between the two of them fell into the eyes of everyone present. Gervais, who had just heard Caroline's excitement, even saw Gust, Gandalf and others on the other side. After they heard Gervais's name, they quickly raised their heads and looked this way. Then, they were overjoyed when they saw it was really Gervais. But when they saw Gervais and Caroline hugging each other, their eyes became strange. Especially Gust, who looked at the two of them with wide eyes. He always thought that Caroline was so dedicated to Gervais's territory in order to repay Gervais for saving her life. But from the scene at this moment, it seems that things are not as simple as I thought. Immediately, Gus couldn't help but frown and glanced at Alice. He was slightly relieved when he saw that Alice didn't seem to be aware of the situation over there, but was focused on rescuing the injured soldiers. In fact, in addition to Gust, Gandalf and others also looked at Alice carefully, seeing that Alice's expression was as cold as ever, and she was also concentrating on saving people. They were also worried about Gervais. Gervais, why did you come back with Alice and the others? Caroline was not Adela. After hugging Gervais for a moment, she let go. Then she wiped the tears on her face, and then asked Gervais with a touch of tenderness. I was plotted by the church and used a teleportation scroll to teleport to this holy continent. During this period of time, I was in the City of Hope, and I happened to run into Alice. Speaking of which, I received your message before Alice and the others arrived at the City of Hope. At that time, I wanted to come to the Sacred Forest to find you, but the journey was too far. So I planned to use the Sacred Trading Company's business group to contact you first, get in touch, and then make plans. Unexpectedly, I met Alice later and came back with Alice. Gervais immediately answered Caroline's question seriously. That's great. Gervais, I thought I would never see you again. Caroline nodded immediately after hearing this, with a happy smile already on her face. How could it be? Don't you know what I am capable of? Seeing Caroline's happy smile, Gervais was extremely satisfied. After months of wandering around, he finally returned to familiar people like him. This feeling was very enjoyable. However, now is not the time to continue reminiscing about the past. There were hundreds of wounded soldiers on the other side. Although Winton's wood magician was there to treat them, the wounds still needed to be sutured. At this time, more than half an hour had passed since the orcs were defeated, and the medical team had not yet appeared. Gervais was a little surprised, so he asked Caroline. Caroline, where is the medical team? Why haven't they come to rescue the wounded for so long? Gervais, we have arranged for the medical team to enter the depths of the Sacred Forest. When the orcs were about to arrive, we didn't know when the mission would come back, so we could only evacuate ordinary civilians and weak soldiers. At that moment, Caroline told Gervais about all the matters arranged today. After hearing Caroline's explanation, Gervais frowned, and then said something dissatisfied to Caroline. Caroline, don't be so stupid in the future. Why do you need camp gold coins when the people are gone? Of course the people ran away first. Although he was moved by the fact that she dared to choose to fight to the death so decisively. To Gervais, these close people were much more important than those wines and gold coins. If the gold coins are gone, you can make money again. And if the vines are gone, you can transplant them again. But if the people are gone, then they are really gone. Even if they stayed up for half an hour today, Caroline and the others' lives would probably be in danger. Don't be so stupid again. Do you understand? Gervais put on a straight face and explained to Caroline again. Well, I will hide behind you honestly from now on. Gervais! Caroline smiled charmingly and nodded very meekly. After saying that, the two of them headed towards the other side of the river. Winton used advanced healing techniques one after another, and his magic power was consumed too quickly. Gervais was about to send him potions. At this critical moment, Winton's treatment cannot be stopped. His advanced treatment skills can save the lives of many seriously injured soldiers. Chapter 719 Amazing Production. The rescue of the wounded on the shore lasted for about an hour. Except for the soldiers who died on the spot. The seriously injured were all rescued because of the presence of Winton, a wood magician. Although some of these seriously injured people were missing arms and legs, they were very lucky to be able to save their lives. At this time, Gervais was also very lucky that he brought Winton back with him. At least Winton saved 50 or 60 lives as soon as he came. It was almost evening, and there was a spacious wooden house in the gathering place of the sacred forest human race. This was the meeting hall of this gathering place. Normally, the two main seats at the long table in the meeting hall are empty. But this time it is different. Today, the central seat finally has its owner. At this time, Gervais was sitting at the head of the long table, and Alice, the queen, also sat beside him. In addition, Caroline, Gust, Gandalf Hayden and others were sitting on both sides of the long table. The rest of the little nobles who followed from Eurasia were sitting on the periphery of the long table. For example, Gervais saw Fatty Pat among them. Previously, the fat guy Pat wanted to say hello to him after seeing him. But thinking about Gervais's identity at this time, he hesitated and sat on the outside. When Gervais saw this situation, he deliberately pretended not to see Fatty Pat, smiled and walked to the main seat. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King! When Gervais and Alice sat firmly on the throne, all the nobles saluted and greeted him. Well, sit down everyone! Gervais nodded warmly to everyone. Thank you, Your Majesty! I've been away during this period. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing all the nobles sitting back down, Gervais spoke immediately. Special thanks to my queen, Caroline and Gust. Gervais then praised everyone sitting on the long table. Although those minor nobles also had their share of credit, the most important ones were Alice, Caroline and others who contributed the most. Of course, Gervais wanted to thank him personally. Your Majesty, this is what we should do. Alice Caroline just pursed her lips and smiled, not politely complimenting Gervais. However, people like Hayden and Gust are different, and there is still a necessary level of superiority and inferiority. They all immediately bowed to Gervais in return. Gervais smiled and nodded in response to them, and then looked at Gust. Count Gust, have you calculated today's casualties? Previously, only the seriously injured soldiers had been briefly counted, but those soldiers who were slightly injured or died in battle had not yet been counted. These soldiers were all killed in the battle to protect Gervais's property. Now that he has returned, as a superior, he naturally needs to pay special attention and set a benchmark. Your Majesty the King, the statistics have been calculated. When Gust heard Gervais' inquiry, he immediately took out a piece of paper, and then slowly reported to Gervais with a serious face. According to statistics, a total of 1,030 people participated in the battle this time, including the Rose Knight, the noble Seignior, and your direct escort. Among them, 105 were killed, 63 were seriously injured, and 370 were slightly injured. After speaking, Gust handed the note to Ike, the guard captain, and then Ike respectfully handed the note to Gervais. The so-called direct guards are the guards that Gervais inherited from the old King Jean, and some of them were brought to this holy continent. The noble seigneurs are those seigneurs led by Jones. Afterwards, Gervais took the note handed over by Ike and looked at it silently for a moment, then raised his head. They are brave. They are worthy of the spirit of chivalry, and the God of glory will bless them. Father, Caroline, please make arrangements. I will provide pensions for these nobles and warriors tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Majesty. Caroline and Gandalf agreed immediately. Well, now please tell me about the current situation in the gathering place and Eurasia. Because Alice was mainly at the Elf Palace on weekdays, and she was out for 2.5 months during this period, she didn't know much about the situation in Eurasia and the gathering place. Gervais can only ask everyone now to find out the specific situation first, so that he can plan the next development. Your Majesty, let me speak first. After Caroline heard what Gervais said, she stood up immediately. She is a very sensible woman. At this time, she did not change her title based on her relationship with Gervais. Instead, she generally called Gervais, Your Majesty, like everyone else.
Well, then Caroline, tell me something first.
Gervais looked at Caroline with a smile and nodded to her.
We have been in the Holy Continent for more than half a year, and the total number of people gathered in the gathering place is about 20,000. 10,000 of them are strong male serfs. Among them are 3,000 stonemasons and 2,000 carpenters. The other 5,000 are ordinary laborers. In addition, there are more than 5,000 female serfs and more than 100 civilian blacksmiths. The last remaining ones are the 3,000 soldiers who are supporting the security of the gathering place and your direct escort. A total of more than 1,000 people, plus more than 1,000 rose knights.
This population count originally required Vivian, the civil affairs official, to report, but because Vivian and Nathan had already led the serfs into the sacred forest, although someone had already gone to notify them, it would probably take midnight to return. So Caroline, who also knew the situation, spoke out on Vivian's behalf.
Well, are those serfs used to build Stormwind City? Yes, Your Majesty. Butler Thomas has also returned to Eurasia during this time, preparing to continue recruiting 10,000 serfs to participate in the construction of Stormwind City. Is there enough food?
Let more than 20,000 to 30,000 people stop farming and build cities specifically. Of course, Gervais's biggest concern is whether there is enough food. After all, with the food output in Eurasia, 20 to 30,000 people is a big burden.
Your Majesty, the food currently provided to 30,000 people is just enough. Many noble seigneurs in Eurasia heard that we wanted to build our own Stormwind City in the Holy Continent, so they voluntarily donated a lot of food and gold coins. In addition, our wine has been brewed this time. There are a total of 1,000 barrels of ordinary wine. There are 100 barrels of rare potion wine. We have made an agreement with the caravan of the Holy Trading Company. Ordinary wine will be sold to them for 10 gold coins per pot, and rare wine will be sold for 50 gold coins per pot. At that time, they will also bring living materials and food from the Holy Continent for exchange. We don't have to worry about food. Caroline continues to answer.
So much?
Gervais was shocked. 1 barrel of wine was equivalent to 25 jugs. Wouldn't that 1,000 barrels be equivalent to 25,000 pots? If each pot was sold for 10 gold coins, that would be 250,000 gold coins. In addition, there are 100 barrels of the magic potions treasured wine, which equals 2,500 pots. If a pot is sold for 50 gold coins, that's 125,000 gold coins. You must know that it has only been 2 or 3 months since the last time the Holy Trading Company's caravan returned. And so much wine has been brewed now. What a huge output!
Yes, Your Majesty. This is also thanks to the help of the elves. The elves have a special ability. They can increase the growth of plants. So we have planted a large number of vines in this sacred forest. In just a few months, it bears grapes.
Caroline nodded immediately. After hearing this, Gervais turned his head and looked at Alice. Seeing that she had no expression, he immediately said to Caroline,
Very good. In that case, don't forget about the elves after you earn gold coins. Your Majesty, we have negotiated with the elves in advance. They are responsible for taking care of the great book, and we are responsible for brewing it. We will sell 80% of the gold coins, and they will get 20%.
Chapter 720 Sending the Sword. 28 points? Gervais couldn't help but look at his cheap wife again. This is almost the lowest share. You must know that this sacred forest is the territory of the elves, and the planting is also completed by the elves. Knowing that wine has such high profits, the elves can still endure their evil thoughts. This obviously has Alice's will, the credit is in it. Of course, if it were anyone else, I believe Caroline and others would not give away this part of the profits.
Well, how is the progress in Stormwind City? Are there any difficulties?
Satisfied with the previous answer, Gervais remembered the largest project in the gathering place and immediately asked Caroline. He had already seen the blueprint of Stormwind City just now. The elves had sent people to the goblins to spend gold coins to get it some time ago. The walls of the entire city are more than 50 meters high, 10 kilometers long and 8 kilometers wide. This city wall alone is expected to take a full 2 years to build. This is due to the existence of magical fighting energy in this world, and ordinary people are generally stronger than in previous lives. And sometimes title knights can be deployed to perform some difficult tasks. So the construction speed of a city of this scale is much faster than in previous lives. After the city wall is built, buildings in various areas will be slowly planned and expanded in the city. Of course, Gervais's palace or city lord's palace was built at the same time as the city wall. The day the city wall was built was when he moved in. The preliminary preparations for Stormwind City have been completed for a long time. The first batch of materials has almost been piled up, and construction can start immediately. In addition, the mining of other materials is also continuing. The only difficulty is that our craftsmen have never built such a tall city before, and lack a lot of experience. Caroline did not hesitate, and immediately continued to answer Gervais clearly.
Don't worry about this. Have you seen the little green people we brought today? They are the goblins. They designed the blueprints of Stormwind City. They promised to work for me for 2 years, and I will let them take responsibility then. Just cooperate with the craftsmen in their work.
Gervais smiled slightly. This question came by chance. Although the goblins are timid, they are really good at architecture. And despite their short stature, these goblins all started out as bronze knights, and are many times stronger than the serfs. If there are enough people, even if the goblins are directly responsible for the construction, at least half of the city construction time can be shortened.
Okay, Your Majesty, my report is complete.
Caroline was slightly surprised. She didn't expect those ugly little creatures like orcs to be able to design such a magnificent city.
However, she was very happy that this matter could be resolved. She smiled and said something to Gervais before sitting down.
Gervais nodded slightly,
and then moved his gaze to Gust and others. When the Seignior and the king need to pay attention to 2 things most: gold coins and troops. The following things about the army need to be explained by Gust and others.
Your Majesty, let me tell you something.
Seeing Gervais's eyes, Gust immediately understood what he meant and stood up directly.
In addition to the Rose Knights and your direct guards, our soldiers coming to the Holy Continent total 3,000 people. Among them, Earl Hayden and I each lead 1,500 people, responsible for maintaining the security of the gathering place. Among these 3,000 people, there are 2,800 ordinary soldiers, and there are also 30 Silver Knights and 178 Bronze Knight. Your Majesty, my report is complete.
Gust spoke concisely and told their situation at once. After speaking, he bowed to Gervais and then sat down. After listening, Gervais pondered silently, because he deeply felt the gap between Eurasia and the Holy Continent. In this Holy Continent, the ordinary guards of the major holy cities all started as Bronze Knights, not to mention the guards directly under the city lord. Even the lackey family started as Silver Knights. And top forces such as Sky City have at least an army composed of Golden Knights. Not to mention they also have some elite guard teams, such as those Griffin Knights, all of whom are White Flag Knights. In comparison, even if there is an army of 20,000 people in Eurasia, it is not enough to be crushed by a golden army of 1 or 2,000 people. Of course, there is no way to do this. Perhaps because it is far away from the Holy Continent and is isolated overseas. The aura of Eurasia is more than 70% thinner than that of the Holy Continent. This makes it difficult to practice in Eurasia. And there are not even strong people above the Golden Knight.
Gervais, let me tell you about the situation of the direct guards.
After Gust finished speaking, Gandalf stood up. However, as Gervais's father, he naturally does not need to call Gervais His Majesty, but can call him by his first name.
The direct guard has a total of 1,000 people. 500 of them are Silver Knights. But today they also participated in the battle with the orcs, and 51 people were killed. The other 500 people are Bronze Knights, and these Bronze Knights are from Eurasia. The best young people are selected, and I believe they will be promoted to Silver Knights soon. Let me talk about the situation in Eurasia next. I have returned several times through the teleportation array in the past few months, and everything is normal over there. Since the church was annihilated, the serfs' taxes have been greatly reduced. So now almost everyone has enough to eat. In addition, those nobles are also very peaceful. They are working hard to cultivate after knowing the existence of the Holy Continent. They hope to buy a house here and settle down after Stormwind City is built. Gervais, my report is here too.
After saying that, Gandalf also gave a slight salute to Gervais, and then sat down. In this way, Gervais had a general understanding of the current situation. After knowing that there was a wider world in Eurasia, the nobles were eagerly looking forward to coming to the sacred continent. The passage to the Holy Continent is again in Alice's hands. So even if King Gervais is not here, they are still honest, because dishonest people can only stay in Eurasia for the rest of their lives. As for the serfs and civilians over there, without the oppression of heavy taxes, having enough to eat and not starving to death is the life they long for. So there would be no trouble at all.
Very good. Let's end today's meeting here. Caroline, Guster, Hayden, and Father, you stay here first, and the others can go about their own business.
Gervais had a general understanding, and the next step was to solve the most urgent problems and formulate the next plan. So he began to clear out the small nobles, leaving Caroline and others to discuss.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Naturally, the small nobles had no objection and immediately stood up and bowed to Gervais to leave. At this moment, Fatty Pat also stood up. Gervais thought for a moment and said immediately,
Pat, Your Majesty the King. Did you call me?
Pat had already turned around, but when he heard Gervais actively calling him, he turned around with some uncertainty. He had just thought that Gervais had become the king and had forgotten his little baron neighbor.
Yes, Pat. Why don't you recognize me?
Gervais looked at Fatty Pat playfully.
Of course not. Your Majesty the King.
Pat responded quickly and respectfully.
It's better if you don't have it. Here, take this sword. It's a good thing. I'll teach you how to use it later.
With that said, Gervais took out a long sword directly from the space ring. But this long sword is a legendary weapon. It was captured by Gervais when he was at the Golden Shield family manor. A total of 8 or 9 were harvested that day. Because these long swords were originally dirty, Gervais could not sell them. But when his identity was revealed later, he had already made a lot of money using magical potions. So these long swords were kept. And these long swords Gervais brought back to the sacred forest can be distributed to people like Gust, which can be regarded as making the best use of them and increasing their combat effectiveness. The one given to Pat was the worst of all the long swords. The little fat Pat had treated him well in Rose Castle, and now that he was prosperous, it could be considered a big gift to him. Pat's title level is too low, and space rings are too rare. Only Alice and Alder have one each. So he has no idea that such a heaven-defying thing exists. When he saw this 1-meter-long sword appearing out of thin air in Gervais's hand, he was immediately stunned. Of course, the next moment his thoughts were immediately attracted to the sword in Gervais's hand. A legendary weapon is a legendary weapon after all. The moment this legendary weapon appeared without its scabbard, the cold light of the blade immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Pat. He heard Gervais saying that he wanted to give this long sword to him.
What? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, forget it.
Seeing Pat standing there, Gervais immediately laughed at him.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. His Majesty the King.
Pat swallowed his saliva and finally came to his senses, and quickly saluted Gervais respectfully to thank him.
Ha ha. Okay. You go out first.
Gervais stopped teasing Pat and immediately handed the sword to Ike. Ike took it and handed it to Pat's hand. Then Gervais waved to Pat and he could leave.
Yes. Yes. His Majesty the King.
Pat was so moved at this time that he bowed repeatedly with his sword in his arms, and then hurriedly ran out. It wasn't until Pat left that Gus, Hayden, and others retracted their gaze. Of course, they also saw the quality of the sword, although they have never heard of any legendary weapons. It is definitely the best long sword they have seen so far.
You'll have them too later.
When Gervais saw everyone's appearance, he immediately said something to them. After several people heard this, even the old Earl, who had only 1 or 2 years to live, his eyes lit up. A sword goes with a hero, and no knight doesn't want to own a good sword. Chapter 721 Small Fortress.
Now let's talk about the orcs first.
Seeing that even Gust's eyes were shining, Gervais felt a little funny. However, if you give them a few weapons, they will definitely be able to choose them slowly. So they need to discuss the business first, and there will be plenty of time afterwards. And the first one is, of course, about the orcs. Alder had just asked about the invasion of Dosalon with 3,000 elite orcs this time. This was entirely Dosalan's own intention, and the Beast King was not involved for the time being. However, it was before that the Beast King did not participate. Now that more than 3,000 elite orc soldiers were surrounded and annihilated by himself and others, and even Dosalon was captured, the Beast King's next actions can be predicted. Maybe he will retaliate at all costs. Maybe he will suppress this matter temporarily because the Land of God's Fall is about to open, and he just wants to get back to Dosalon. And he will wait for the rest of the year. But the problem is that Gervais does not intend to let Dosalon go. This orc prince brings people to take revenge on him. If he hadn't used Warcraft Brother to find a way and quickly pass through the dark swamp, maybe this gathering place would have been destroyed by Dosalon. Even now, hundreds of lives have been sacrificed on their side. And these are all loyal Silver Knights. Therefore, Gervais is planning to use Dosalan to worship the flag when he is paying tribute to the fallen soldiers tomorrow. Not only to comfort the dead souls, but also to better unite the hearts of the people in this gathering place.
Prince Alder, you elves know the orcs best. Can you guess what the orcs will do next, and how to deal with them?
Gervais turned his attention to Alder, who was sitting at the end of the long table.
This Dosalan is the prince of the Beast clan. If we kill him tomorrow, there is no doubt that the Beast King will be avenged by it. But now it happens to be the opening of the Land of God's Fall. Whenever the Land of God's Fall reopens, there will be natives who are descendants of God's servants. Therefore, if we want to enter the Land of God's Fall, we need to fight with them. The population of the orcs is about the same as that of the humans. Every time, they will secretly compete with the humans to seize more territory in the Land of the Gods, because this is related to the pattern of the Land of the Gods for the next 1,000 years. So I don't think the beasts will invade the sacred forest in a large scale in the short term, especially the elite troops under the Beast King. But as I just said, the orcs have a large population, and there are many races. He is likely to send those lower races to constantly harass and attack us.
Alder did not hold back, and immediately stated his guess in detail. After speaking for a moment, Alder paused before continuing.
Even if they are low-level orcs, they are born with racial advantages and are numerous in number. If you ordinary humans encounter them, they will be in great danger. So, from now on, we must always beware of orc invasion.
The low-level orcs Alder spoke of were actually pig-headed men, kobolds, and the like. Not only do their brains lack the aura of orcs like half-orcs, but even their racial talents are not as powerful as those of powerful orcs like Tauren. Therefore, they are considered inferior beings within the beast tribe. However, compared to the orcs themselves, they are considered inferior existences. But to humans, they are existences that can challenge humans beyond their level. For example, ordinary pig-headed men can deal with low-level bronze knights. And pig-headed men with low-level bronze strength can often deal with intermediate or high-level bronze humans. Regarding the overall strength level of Gervais's gathering place, as long as there are more than 1,000 orcs, mixed with 100 orcs with bronze or silver strength, there will be a lot of trouble. After all, Gervais can't stay here all day waiting for the orcs to come. And 90% of Gust and Hayden's subordinates are ordinary soldiers. There will definitely be a lot of losses in the confrontation with the orcs. The last thing that matters is that Stormwind City is ready to start construction. There is no danger to defend outside the sacred forest. Orc attacks can easily pose a threat to those serf coolies.
How about we build a section of the city wall on the outside first? There is a mountain range more than 10 miles away from Stormwind City. There are only 3 gaps there. As long as we build the city wall, we can stop those orcs.
At this moment, Caroline spoke. As the person in charge here, she is already very familiar with the terrain here.
No, although there are only 2 gaps. Each gap is at least 5 or 6 miles long. Even if it is an ordinary city wall that is more than 10 or 20 meters high, it will take at least more than half a year to complete. And it will not be used by then. That's easy to say.
Alder rejected Caroline's proposal. A 20-meter city wall would not be able to block the powerful orcs. If the Beast King has already spared his manpower after it is completed, then the city wall will be in vain.
What should we do? Should my grandfather and Earl Hayden be stationed there?
Caroline frowned slightly after hearing this. She was also worried that this would affect the construction of Stormwind City. So she anxiously came up with an idea. However, Gervais did not immediately say anything while listening to the discussion between the two. He tapped his fingers on the table slightly and fell into deep thought.
Fortress, fortress!
Suddenly, Gervais had an idea.
Fortress Bastion?
Everyone present was stunned. It is not that there are no such buildings as fortresses and fortresses in the Holy Continent, but there are quite a lot of them. However, those fortresses were all built on dangerous terrain and could accommodate at least hundreds or even thousands of people. But the 2 gaps outside Stormwind City are each 5 or 6 miles wide. How big of a fortress would it take to defend them? It would be better to build a city wall.
That's right. We will use a fortress to block those 2 gaps to prevent ordinary orcs from attacking. Moreover, we only need to build a small fortress, which can be completed in basically a week.
Gervais had a smile on his face and was already full of confidence.
It can be completed in a week. Can such a small fortress be defended?
At this time, everyone still couldn't understand Gervais's thinking. How many people could live in a fortress that could be completed in a week? 100 people or 200 people? There is no way to defend such a large area.
Sure.
Gervais smiled confidently. What he thought of earlier was indeed the design of Goblin Chachar. But it was just different in scale. Gervais does not need too many people to garrison, and each fort only needs to be garrisoned by a dozen people. As for whether such a small fortress can defend an entrance of several kilometers and face thousands of orcs, there is no need to worry at all, because Gervais is planning to build at least dozens of such small fortresses. When the time comes, these forts will be placed on the two gaps every few hundred meters, and a few small steel cannons will be mounted on these forts. No matter how many pig-headed men and dog-headed men come, they will all be food delivery materials. In fact, these fortresses are similar to gun towers. The construction volume is small, and the cost is not high. It can be completed in less than a week using thousands of people. This is the fortress I plan to build. At that moment, Gervais told everyone his detailed thoughts. After hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment, and after a while, everyone looked at Gervais with surprised eyes. No one expected Gervais to be able to get along with each other in such a way. They have seen the power of small steel cannons. If there are really more than 10 or 20 turrets in a gap, then even 2,000 orcs will not be a concern. Even if there are some fish that slip through the net and break through the blockade of the fortress, they can be quickly solved by sending a team of about 100 people. And they will definitely not threaten the ordinary serfs in Stormwind City. Okay, this matter about the orcs has been settled for now. I will talk to those goblins in person later. Let's talk about the second thing now. The land of the fallen gods is about to open. This time Alice went to the City of Hope and successfully obtained a passage quota. One of the passage quotas is reserved for Stormwind City. Prince Alder, I would like to ask, what do you think of this passage? Where should it be opened? At this time, the time for the opening of the Land of God's Fall is already approaching. When Gervais left the City of Hope, Edward told him that when the light ball changed from white light to red light, it meant that the Land of God's Fall was opened. At that time, as long as the ball of light is smashed hard against the ground, a passage will naturally be formed to go to the Land of God's Fall. Moreover, he also told Gervais that it is best to open the channel on time half an hour after the red light changes, because the Holy Alliance will also open the channel at this time. When they enter at the same time, they can deal with it together if there is danger, and if there is no danger, they can quickly seize their own chassis. The external coordinates of the passage in the Land of the Gods are fixed and cannot be changed. But the entrance of the passage connecting the interior can change its position once. Of course, this only lasts for 30 days. If the position of the internal passage has not been moved within 30 days, then the passage will be permanently fixed there until the Land of God's Fall is closed again in 1,000 years. Naturally, the internal position can only be determined after entering the Land of God's Fall. But the external passage needs to be considered carefully now. As an out-and-out elf prince, Alder believed that he had more experience in this area than Gervais. So he had to ask. The location of the opening of the channel really needs to be paid special attention to. Alder looked at Gervais approvingly. He originally had to explain it even if Gervais didn't ask him. But now that Gervais asked him, he started to tell it immediately. First of all, this passage cannot be built in Stormwind City. Do you know why? Faced with Alder's question, everyone has not yet reacted. They also have contact with the elves, so everyone knows a lot about the Land of God's Fall. But this issue is something they haven't figured out for a while. Since the passage to the Land of God's Fall is so important, doesn't it stand to reason that the tighter the protection, the better? For example, the space for the elf bugs must be placed inside the castle. But this passage cannot be placed in the city, because there is danger. Suddenly, Gervais spoke. That's right. Because not only can we enter the Land of God's Fall, but the people inside can also come to the Holy Continent through the passage. Although the Land of God's Fall is rich in materials and treasures, the danger inside is also very high. Not to mention the catastrophe more than 200 years ago. The indigenous people in the Land of God's Fall are sometimes very powerful. If one accidentally lets them rush out of the Land of God's Fall, if the passage is placed in the city, there will be big losses. So this passage must be placed outside the city. Alder continued to look at Gervais with approval, and found that Gervais was really capable of achieving what he has achieved today. Speaking, Alder paused before continuing. Of course, in order to facilitate access to this passage, it cannot be too far away from the city. So, Gervais, I suggest you place the passage near this gathering place. Originally, for safety reasons, it needs to be placed farther away, but you just mentioned your small fortress. I think you can set up more such fortresses and small steel cannons at the entrance of the passage. At that time, if there is really a small threat, we can deal with it. Of course, if it is a big threat, it will not make much difference even if it is a few miles away. In this way, Alder slowly finished his suggestion. After listening to Alder's words, Gervais nodded silently. What his chief father-in-law said did make sense. It is necessary to set up a defense mechanism at the entrance. Whether it is to defend against intruders from the land of the gods, or to defend against the intrusion of outsiders, it is necessary.
Then, as Prince Alder said, set the entrance at the edge of the gathering place.
Gervais made a decision immediately.
By the way, Prince Alder, I heard that the spiritual energy in the land of gods fall is chaotic and violent. If there is no holy tree, Gervais, you don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, you will place the coordinates of the passage at our elven camp. The tree of life can soothe the spiritual energy within a 5-kilometer radius. Thank you, Alice. But I want to ask Prince Alder where to find the god's divinity, because I already have a holy tree seed.
Gervais originally wanted to ask Alder if it was easy to find the remaining divinity of the god, and where to look for it. But he did not expect that Alice, who had been sitting dignifiedly and remained aloof, did speak immediately. Gervais was very touched by his chief wife's thoughtfulness. But the 5-kilometer range was actually very crowded for the elves, with millions of people. If you let some more for yourself and others, it will be even more crowded. Gervais's idea was that it would be best to establish a station himself. Of course, if he really couldn't find the godhead, Gervais could only take advantage of his wife, and wait until he could find the remaining godhead and cultivate the holy tree later.
You actually have the seeds of the holy tree?
Alder was slightly surprised. Although there is still a huge gap between having a holy tree seed and having a real holy tree, there is hope only with the holy tree seed. You must know that the Holy Alliance has tightly covered the seeds of the holy tree, not to mention other races. Even the human race itself would not have been able to obtain this thing without the huge contribution and the recognition of the holy tree.
Well, I was lucky back then. The holy tree in the holy city of Hika gave me a seed.
Gervais was calm. And then with a thought, he took out a green seed the size of a soybean from the space. This seed is crystal clear, with a green light emitting from it. It looks more like a gem than a plant seed. This is exactly what he got from the lucky family. After getting it, Gervais kept it in the space ring and never took it out. Chapter 722 already integrated?
It's really the holy tree seed.
Only Alder and Gervais present had seen the holy tree seed with their own eyes. Others just saw that this kind of person was quite beautiful. But Alder was a little excited. If there is really a chance to obtain the remaining godhead of the god in the future, then Stormwind City will have the holy tree. When the holy tree grows up, Stormwind City will surely become as powerful as the human holy city. The elves and Stormwind City will only get better and better in the future because of the relationship between Alice and Gervais. It can be said that they are more reliable than any allies. After all, the two are husband and wife. And if Alice has a child in the future, the relationship between Stormwind City and the elves can go further. In short, the stronger Stormwind City is, the greater the benefit will be to the elves.
Yes, Duke Alder. This is the seed of the holy tree, but it still lacks the fusion of the divine personality of the god.
Gervais held the holy tree seed in his hand and displayed it in front of everyone. Seeing Alder staring closely at the holy tree seed, Gervais thought for a while and handed the seed directly to Eichdow.
Give it to Prince Alder to take a look.
After all, the leader of the holy tree seed man was so strict that Alder had probably never seen it, but had never touched it with his own hands.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike respectfully took the seeds of the sacred tree.
Gervais, you don't have to worry. The land of God's fall has just been reopened this time. There must be some cities belonging to the descendants of the servants of the gods. If their cities are breached by then, you might be able to find the gods' godhead. They are extremely loyal to the gods they serve. Anything that is contaminated by their master will be collected and worshipped. As long as the seeds of the divine tree are fused with them, they can grow on their own anywhere. Even our elves' special ability to catalyze plant growth can be used.
Seeing that Gervais was so sensible, Alder was very happy when he asked Ike to hand the sacred tree seeds to him, and immediately began to encourage Gervais not to lose heart.
Well, I know. Prince Alder,
there are two things that people have the most profound understanding of gods. In addition to their overwhelming power, they are their immortal existence. And gods can indeed be said to be immortal. When a god is killed, if all of his godhead cannot be completely wiped out, then as long as there is a little bit of residual godhead retained, maybe by chance, after a long time, the god will become immortal, can reincarnate and live again. And if you want to get the remnants of the god's divinity, it goes without saying that it must exist around the place where he was killed during his lifetime. At the moment of death, their godhead will consciously attach and hide in any surrounding objects in order to preserve it and make a comeback. And these objects are very likely to be taken away by the descendants of the servants of God, who are not dead. Although these servants of God do not know which objects their Lord God's divine personality is hidden in, they can feel that the objects are contaminated with the aura of their Lord God. And these objects that are contaminated with the aura of their Lord God will be collected and worshipped by the God servants in the hope that their Lord God can be reborn. And this time when the land of God's fall is reopened, several cities where the descendants of the God servants gather will surely reappear. At that time, as long as their city is breached, there is a very high possibility that the remaining godhead of their main god can be found among the objects they enshrine. Of course, in addition to this search method, many servants of gods were eliminated together with their main gods. So the remaining gods' divinities can also be found in the ruins of some temples. However, whether it is the former or the latter, the chance of finding the remaining godhead of the god is still very small, just like winning the lottery. Otherwise, the Holy Alliance would not have only 108 holy cities in the past 200 years. Because since a certain kind of existence can kill gods, then that kind of existence must have a way to completely eliminate the god's divinity and avoid future troubles forever. And these remaining divine beings are naturally very few that have slipped through the net. Prince Alder. At this time, Ike had also walked up to Alder and carefully handed him the sacred tree seeds. Alder, on the other hand, solemnly took the sacred tree seeds with both hands, held them in his hands, and observed them carefully.
It's really beautiful. I feel it's full of life.
Elves believe in the goddess of nature, so they have a strong sense of all life. There is nothing strange about holding the holy tree seed Gervais. It just looks beautiful. But when Alder held it in his hand, he could feel the strong breath of life existing in the seeds of the holy tree. Hearing Alder's sigh, Gervais said nothing and did not disturb him from admiring the seeds of the sacred tree. After observing it for a few seconds, Alder even closed his eyes and was intoxicated. The breath of life is like smelling the fragrant fragrance of flowers to the elves, and it is the most intoxicating to the elves. However, just before Alder closed his eyes for 2 seconds, everyone was suddenly shocked when they saw Alder.
How is this possible?
Then, Alder exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening as big as a bell.
What's wrong? Prince Alder? Father! What's wrong?
Everyone present was startled by Alder's surprise, and they were confused. Gervais even asked quickly. Gervais was worried about whether there would be something wrong with the holy tree seeds. This is the hope for the rise of Stormwind City. If there is a problem, it will be troublesome. We can't let Gervais go to the Holy Alliance again, and then ask Duke Edward and the others to see if they can get a holy tree seed.
Gervais, have you shown the sacred tree seed to others? Or have you come into contact with any strange items?
Alder did not answer Gervais's question, but asked Gervais in surprise.
No, except for a big elf who touched this holy tree seed. I have always kept it in the space ring and haven't shown it to anyone. Then how could this happen? This holy tree seed is actually fused with the divine personality.
As if he had seen a ghost, Alder finally told the reason.
What? The holy tree seed has been fused with the Godhead? How is this possible? I have always kept it in the space ring. Where did the Godhead merge with it?
Gervais was even more surprised than Alder. If Alder's reaction hadn't been fake, he would have thought that Alder was teasing him. Others didn't know it clearly, but he remembered clearly that the holy tree seeds had been stored in the space ring since the day they were obtained, and no one had touched them at all.
Gervais, my judgment is absolutely correct. I have previously sensed that there is a trace of sacred breath mixed in the seeds of this holy tree. This is exactly the same as the breath of the tree of life. If you don't believe me, you can show it to Alice. Alice should be more familiar with the aura of gods than I am.
With that said, Alder stood up in person and walked towards Alice holding the seeds of the holy tree. Now that the holy tree seed has been integrated with the divine personality, it means that a holy tree will definitely grow, representing the birth of a holy city. This kind of value is immeasurable, so Ike is not even ready to hand it to Alice again.
Come on, Alice, feel it with your heart.
Alder came to Alice and handed the holy tree seeds to Alice. Alice nodded immediately, carefully took the sacred tree seeds, and then closed her eyes to feel it carefully under everyone's gaze. Alice is the queen of elves, and she is the bridge between the elves and the goddess of life. Although now, she cannot really communicate with the goddess of life. However, she has always communicated with the tree of life, and she has deeply felt the will of the goddess of life remaining in the tree of life. So the moment Alice began to sense the seeds of the holy tree, she could very clearly sense that there was a sacred breath in the seeds of the holy tree. It must be the breath of the gods. and that breath seemed to be aware of Alice's existence, and actually slightly collided with Alice's perception. It is not that it is preparing to be detrimental to Alice, but because Alice carries the aura of care from the goddess of life. So the aura in the seeds of the sacred tree has a closeness to her. The touch just now was more like shaking hands with her and saying lo. As soon as she was touched by that breath, Alice woke up immediately and looked at the holy tree seed with disbelief. The seeds of this holy tree really have the aura of the gods, and she seems to be conscious. She even greeted me just now. This godhead is so powerful. It's incredible. How on earth did you get this godhead? Gervais. A god may have more or less residual godhead, and the more godhead remains, the stronger the consciousness that the god can maintain will naturally be. Like the godhead in front of him. It is consciousness before it is planted and grows. This is simply unheard of in Alder. The godhead of this god must be much more powerful than those known in the past. Is it that statue? Gervais was startled by Alder and Alice, and finally remembered the only chance for the holy tree seed to merge with the godhead. That was the statue of the goddess that he had taken a photo of. At first, Gervais only thought that the material of the statue of the goddess was extraordinary, and there must be something strange about it. But he never expected that it would actually contain the remnants of the god's divinity. The system is really reliable. Gervais thought of the system that had become less common, which was what he had originally asked him to take pictures of. Prince Alder. Alice. Maybe I know where this god got his divinity from. As he spoke, Gervais immediately took out the statue of the goddess, which was exquisite but not crystal. Later, he also told them the origin of the statue. Of course, Gervais would not talk about the system mission. He just said that he found it very novel. So he took a picture of it. And Alder and others listened to Gervais's words and heard that they only spent more than 5,000 gold coins to take pictures of the statue, saying that Gervais was shrouded in glory. Finally, Gervais also asked Alder if he knew which god the goddess was and what the statue was made of. However, although Alder was well informed, he shook his head in the end, saying that he did not know which goddess this was and the material of the goddess statue. Chapter 723 The Courage is Scary. With Alice's confirmation, there is no doubt that the holy tree seed must have been integrated with the godhead. This also means that the land of God's fall has not yet been opened. But Gervais has already harvested the future holy tree. However, after a second thought, Gervais suddenly thought of a problem. That is, the growth cycle of trees seems to be generally long. So how long does it take for the seeds of his holy tree to grow? And when can it take effect in the land of God's fall? If he had to wait a year or two, wouldn't it mean that he still had to squeeze in with the elves first? Thinking of this, Gervais immediately asked Alder. Prince Alder, how long will it take for the seeds of the holy tree to take root and sprout, and then soothe the spiritual energy in the land of God's fall? Gervais, you don't have to worry about this at all. As long as the holy tree seeds are fused with the god's divine personality, they can immediately have the effect of soothing the spiritual energy in the land where the gods fell. Alder had long expected that Gervais would be worried about this issue, and immediately said words to reassure Gervais. Of course, you are still a seed, so the range of the soothing spiritual energy will be smaller, only about 200 to 300 meters. However, tonight we will stay here for the night before returning to the elves. It will be enough for Alice to help the seeds of the holy tree grow. As long as it grows a bud, it can appease the surrounding 800 or 900 meters. And as the sacred tree grows, its range will become wider and wider, reaching up to more than 10 miles. Alder went on to answer in detail. That's it. Then I'll be relieved. After hearing this, Gervais finally felt at ease. It would be nice to have a range of 1 mile. At least you can have a roof over your head. Anyway, there is plenty of time. When the holy tree grows up, I can slowly expand my territory. However, Gervais suddenly remembered how the elf tribe's tree of life could only soothe within a radius of 5 miles, which was twice as bad as the holy tree. Since it can be called the tree of life, Gervais doesn't think the tree of life is inferior to the holy tree. So he continued to ask curiously, Prince Alder, the widest holy tree can soothe the spiritual energy of more than 10 miles. Why is the tree of life of your elves only 5 miles away? This is because of the catastrophe 200 years ago. The tree of life was originally planted in the royal city of our elves, but later the royal city was breached. In order to save the people in the city, the tree of life lost a lot of its own life source. It hasn't recovered yet. When the tree of life was at its strongest, its coverage area in the land of God's fall could reach 20 miles. The next moment, Alder told the reason with melancholy. Oh! Gervais nodded silently after listening. Father, Gervais, I will cultivate the seeds of the holy tree now. We must return to the palace tomorrow. Otherwise the land of God's fall will be opened at any time. When the two of them finished chatting, Alice spoke.
Alice, I'm sorry to bother you.
When Gervais heard Alice's words, he immediately turned his head to look at his cheap wife and said softly, Originally, after a month of traveling, Alice should have had a good rest for a few days. But now time was tight, so she could only ask Alice to help release the holy tree seeds overnight.
Hearing
Gervais's thanks, Alice stood up with a hum, held the sacred tree seeds, and headed out the door. After Alice left, today's meeting was almost over. So Gervais took out 5 long swords from the space ring, and then said to Gust, Hayden, and Gandalf,
choose one of these long swords for yourselves. By the way, when choosing, you can use your mental power to explore the extraordinary features of this long sword. Choose the one you like most.
Although the mental power of the titled knight cannot be used to release magic, it can be used to detect the sword. After all, the sword still needs to be recognized as its owner. Under the eager eyes of Gust and others, Gervais placed the swords on the table one by one and let them choose for themselves.
Prince Alder, after my father and the others have finished choosing, you can put away the remaining 2 swords and give them to Alice for me then. Let him award them to the tribe.
Alice directly gave the channel quota to herself this time, which will definitely cause some dissatisfaction among the clan. Gervais gave these 2 long swords to her in order to let her take them back to win people's hearts, which can also be regarded as reducing Alice's pressure. These long swords were left there anyway, and Gervais still had these 4 in his storage space.
No problem, Gervais.
When Alder heard this, he immediately agreed. He owns an epic sword, but he doesn't care much about these legendary weapons. However, the Gervais boy knew how to care about his daughter and think about his daughter, which made Alder very satisfied.
Well, I'll go first then. You take your time and choose.
After Alder agreed, Gervais nodded and then walked out of the conference hall with Ike.
Your Majesty, walk slowly. Your Majesty, walk slowly.
Gust and others smiled from ear to ear and quickly saluted Gervais.
His Majesty, His Majesty.
When Gervais came to the door, Alec and 10 other guards were lined up on both sides. The moment they saw Gervais, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Gervais stopped and nodded to a few people, then looked at the personal guard team he had built with his own hands, but felt a little emotional in his heart. Although there are only 10 people in this bodyguard, I have put a lot of effort into it at the beginning. Who would have thought that now this bodyguard team can't keep up with my pace? At this time, Alec and others, including Ike, have become intermediate bronze knights. And Alec obviously has a strong talent for cultivation, and is about to break through to become an advanced bronze knight. Of course, whether they are bronze knights or silver knights, Ike and others are actually no longer qualified for the duties of personal guards, because they are too weak in this holy continent. However, Gervais was not prepared to replace them, because although their strength was insufficient, their loyalty was unquestionable. In addition to strength, loyalty is often the first factor for personal guards. And these people have been following his subordinates from the beginning. And they are people that Gervais can definitely use with confidence. As for their strength, Gervais will naturally step up their efforts to improve them. He actually already had a camera in mind at this time, which was to use potions to quickly increase the strength of these subordinates. Whether it is the personal guard or the direct guard of 1,000 people. Now that Stormwind City is under construction, the defense force must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, if the city is built but there is no one to guard it, wouldn't this be equivalent to building it for others? The most important thing is that there are endless dangers in the land of God's fall, if you want to make achievements in it. A strong army is also necessary.
Let's go!
After thinking for a moment, Gervais said to a few people, and then headed directly towards a small stone building dozens of meters away. This small building was specially prepared for Gervais when the gathering place was first built. At this time, the small building was already lit with white soft light, which was the deep-sea pearl that Gervais brought back from the City of Hope. Gervais's credits were not used up in the end, so he simply used the more than 280 credits to exchange for the pearl of the deep sea. Although exchanging the deep-sea pearl with the college was 20% more expensive than when it was originally sold to the college, it was better than wasting hundreds of credits. So Gervais exchanged all the credits without hesitation.
His Majesty! When Gervais returned to the small building, Ike and others consciously stood guard around the outside of the house. However, Gervais was immediately noticed by the little maid Anna as soon as he entered the house.
Well, Anna, are you tired?
Gervais nodded, walked to Anna's side with a smile. and then asked her while enjoying Anna's service. After Anna returned to the gathering place, she spent the entire afternoon taking care of the small building for Gervais, and it was obvious that the little maid never rested until Gervais returned.
Anna is not tired, Your Majesty.
After Anna took off Gervais's coat, she hung it neatly on the hanger, and then answered Gervais in a soft voice. Although I haven't seen her for half a year, I am still as familiar with serving Vizana as before.
Aren't you tired? Even I feel tired after traveling for a month.
Gervais directly exposed the little maid's lies.
Come on. Take these 2 potions back and drink them together.
With that said, Gervais took out 2 bottles of medicine from the space ring. It's just a bottle of affinity potion and a potion that increases mental power. This little maid Anna will still be his personal maid in the future, and Gervais will naturally not let her continue to be an ordinary person. The title of knight is not suitable for this delicate little maid, so the only one is a magician. Thinking of little maid Anna wearing a maid uniform and holding a magic circle to release magic,
Gervais felt very excited.
Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty.
When Anna saw that Gervais actually took out 2 potions that looked like works of art, she immediately took them down with excitement on her face. She naturally knew how precious this potion was, and she had gone with it to the original auction. Moreover, the queen also took several such potions on the way back, and often lamented in the carriage that her lord was so full of energy that he could prepare such a magical potion. The reason why Anna accepted the valuable potion without delay was not because she was greedy. It's all because she's under a lot of pressure right now. Back then, my lord was just a baron. At that time, she was literate and sensible, so she could definitely be a good maid for him. But now that his master has become the king, and Nick and others are already title knights, if she is still just a literate and sensible little maid, Anna herself feels inferior, and is not a qualified personal servant of His Majesty the King at all. Maid. Therefore, Anna was actually feeling uneasy, and under a lot of pressure during this period. And now that Gervais has given her the opportunity to change, she must work hard to seize it.
You deserve this. Please work harder in the future, my personal maid.
Gervais smiled evilly and stared at Anna until Anna's face turned red. This little maid was often in a daze, and Gervais had already discovered the problem along the way.
Yes, Your Majesty. Anna must work hard.
Anna blushed with embarrassment, but her tone of answer was very serious.
Well, go. Have a good rest. The meditation method for practicing magic will be given to you after Caroline has someone copy it.
After teasing his little maid, Gervais felt tired. After all, it was a long month of traveling, and he also killed thousands of orcs in the afternoon, which was enough for a hardened man. So he was ready to have a good sleep now, and arrange all other things until tomorrow.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Little maid Anna immediately responded obediently, and happily took 2 potions, and walked into the small side room on the first floor, which was specially prepared for her. The personal maid. After Anna, the little maid, went to rest, Gervais went directly to his bedroom, came to the large bed, fell down and fell asleep directly. The night was getting darker and starry, and the entire gathering place was immersed in the night, except for the direct guards and personal guards on duty. Everyone else had already gone to bed, and Gervais was sleeping very soundly at this time. However, just when Gervais was sleeping, he suddenly noticed that his cheek was scratched by something, and he immediately woke up. When Gervais woke up, he opened his eyes and saw a pretty figure lying half beside his bed under the moonlight, with his head more than 20 centimeters above him. And the thing that hung on his cheek before was this woman's hair.
Caroline!
Gervais was slightly surprised. The woman who touched his bedside in the middle of the night was none other than his Caroline. Under the bright moonlight, Gervais could see that Caroline was wearing thin clothes and her skin was as white as snow, as if she was a beauty in a dream world. Hearing that Gervais recognized her, Caroline's face turned slightly flushed, but fortunately the slight flush was diluted by the night. Caroline just stuck to Gervais's bedside, snoring at Gervais as an answer. But Caroline didn't know how powerful her nasal hum was. It could literally pierce people's bones, coupled with a lingering orchid fragrance exhaling from the tip of Caroline's nose. Gervais was still half asleep at this time. Speaking of which, Gervais actually misses Caroline quite a bit. But since Alice is still in the camp today, Gervais naturally doesn't dare to worry. Everyone is just going to wait until Alice leaves. And then, unexpectedly, Caroline was more impatient than him, and even more courageous. She actually came to him directly like this.
Come up quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold.
Now that things have come to this, what else can Gervais do? He immediately turned over flexibly and directly picked up Caroline. No words here are better than words. Early the next morning, Gervais woke up leisurely from the large and soft bed. The beauty beside me had left before dawn. At this time, the sun outside the window has risen, and the sunlight directly shines on the bed. Gervais, who is lying lazily on the bed, is not ready to get up immediately, because he felt like his body was about to be hollowed out. Of course, this was entirely due to the aftereffects of taking the 50-fold strength-enhancing fruit yesterday afternoon, and had nothing to do with the 5 consecutive madnesses at night.
It's okay to lie down. Let's exchange it for a few kiwi fruits first.
Gervais, who was lying on the bed doing nothing, immediately opened his system panel. During the battle yesterday afternoon, he only remembered killing about 1,000 orcs, but he did not know the specific number. But later, by checking his energy points, he learned that he had killed a total of 1,083 orcs. In other words, he obtained 1,083 energy points in one afternoon yesterday, adding 1083 points to the 295 energy points he originally owned. Gervais now has an unprecedented total of 1,378 energy points. This is a number that makes Gervais' little heart beat. If all of it is exchanged for kiwi fruits, Gervais can directly exchange it for more than 130 kiwi fruits. Of course, it is precisely this large wave of energy points that gives Gervais the confidence to increase the strength of Stormwind City. If it weren't so coincidental this time that Saron brought people to kill him, Gervais was actually planning to sneak into the orcs' chassis and poach the orcs to earn energy points, because the strength of his subordinates are all weaklings, not to mention the personal guards. Among the assigned direct guards, there are only 2 golden knights with the highest strength, and the others are silver knights and bronze knights. This kind of strength can control the wind and rain in Eurasia, but in this holy continent, it is not enough to give people teeth. Therefore, Gervais must improve their strength as soon as possible. If you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, you will naturally need to use external force. And this external force is his magic potion. 1,000 people need 1,000 strengthening potions, and 1 golden kiwi fruit can be used to configure 20 strengthening potions. This means that Gervais needs to exchange 50 golden kiwi fruits to meet the strengthening needs of the direct guards. Therefore, with this large amount of energy points, he can start building his own strong army with great spending. Thinking of this, Gervais did not hesitate and immediately exchanged 60 golden kiwi fruits, spending 600 energy points directly. 50 of the 60 were prepared for the direct guards, while the other 10 were prepared for his chief father, Gust and personal guards, etc.
60 golden kiwi fruits have been redeemed. Next are the kiwi fruits that increase spiritual power, and the affinity kiwi fruit.
Title knights are an important part of each Holy City Legion. But in addition, there is actually a profession in the army that is more important than any title, and that is the magician. A small fireball from the magician can severely damage a silver knight and threaten a golden knight. If a flaming meteor is released, it can severely damage more than a dozen silver knights in an instant. In the past, because magicians were rare, magicians were not common in ordinary armies. They only existed in the elite legions of major holy cities. And Gervais is naturally not far behind. He wants magicians, and he is prepared to manage them in large quantities and directly establish a magician army. Of course, it would take thousands of people to reach the legion level, which is not realistic for the time being. Gervais's current energy points are not enough to train so many magicians. So what he wants to build for the time being is a squadron of 100 magicians. He believed that as long as he had the magicians in this squadron, he could make up for the lack of strength of his direct guard to a great extent.
The exchange of 10 orange kiwi fruits and 10 green kiwi fruits is completed.
As the energy points decreased by 200 points again, the green kiwi fruit and orange kiwi fruit were already lying quietly in the item box.
Then, let's do the last 10 rounds. Stock up on life-saving stocks. And then the remaining energy points must be temporarily saved for emergencies.
Watching the energy points change from 1378 points directly to 578. It is impossible to say that it is not painful. But building a strong army naturally requires sacrifice. Others spend gold coins to strengthen their army, but Gervais uses energy points. In fact, in this calculation, Gervais still made money, although energy points are precious. As long as there are orcs, there is no need to worry. Moreover, using kiwi fruit to strengthen the army has immediate results. Fast and efficient. As long as his army is strong enough, he might be able to push directly into the orc royal court one day.
Start it! The lucky wheel!
After thinking wildly for a moment, Gervais locked his sights on the lucky wheel at the bottom. As Gervais activated the lottery button, The lucky wheel continued to rotate, and Gervais spent 100 energy points to draw 10 consecutive draws. The results of this lottery are neither good nor bad, but somewhere in between. 50 times the strength enhancement fruit. 4 fruits. 3 infinite Dochi magic fruits. 2 kiwi fruits with infinite spiritual power. 1 damage-saving kiwi fruit. The kiwi fruits that Gervais wants to give most are naturally the strength-enhancing kiwi fruits and the damage immunity kiwi fruits. In the result of the lottery, although there were 4 strength-enhancing fruits, there was only 1 damage immunity kiwi fruit. On the contrary, there were 3 energy fruits of infinite fighting spirit. So Gervais felt that the harvest of this lottery was not good. Not bad. Of course, the lottery has been completed, so there is no point in complaining. Next, Gervais began to count the kiwi fruits and energy points he currently owned. A total of 900 energy points were spent in less than 10 minutes before, so he currently has 478 remaining energy points. As for kiwi fruit, 60 golden kiwi fruits, 10 orange kiwi fruits, 10 green kiwi fruits. For fruits that increase your strength 50 times, there are 4 pieces of infinite fighting spirit magic. The extra one is the one left by Gervais that he has not used in the past. 2 kiwi fruits with infinite spiritual power. 1 damage-saving kiwi fruit. Chapter 724 Flag Sacrifice. After counting his remaining energy points and kiwi fruits, Gervais laid down and rested peacefully. But not long after, there was a knock on his bedroom door. Your Majesty, Miss Vivian and Lord Nathan have returned with other people from the gathering place. The crisp words of little maid Anna came from outside the door. Are you back? Then get up. Since the people at the gathering place have returned, the pension awards held in public today can also be carried out. Alice and others will return to the elves immediately after the pension meeting. Immediately after Gervais gave the order, the little maid Anna opened the door carefully and obediently began to help Gervais dress and wash. After dressing and washing, Gervais walked directly out of the stone house. At this time, the spacious open space outside the conference cabin was already full of people, all of whom were waiting for Gervais' arrival. In addition to the soldiers who participated in the battle yesterday, there were also many people who had just returned. Gervais, everything has been arranged. You can start the pension and reward matters at any time. Gervais walked to the door of the conference cabin. When Gandalf saw Gervais coming, he immediately informed Gervais. Okay, Father, let's start now. In order not to delay Alice and others' return to the elves, Gervais immediately decided to start immediately. After saying that, he walked directly to the wooden platform that had just been set up in the open space. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King! When Gervais, wearing brand new silver armor and a bright red cloak, came to the high platform, thousands of people in the venue knelt down to salute and greet him. Although many people who were selected to come to the Holy Continent had never seen Gervais with their own eyes, when they were selected, they knew that they were loyal to this young king. Get up! Gervais stood on the high platform. His usual gentle expression had been replaced by a serious and calm aura. Although Gervais had only been a small seigneur before, he knew when to be a leader and when to maintain dignity. At this time, in addition to ordinary serfs and civilians, the people standing below were more than 1,000 of his direct guards. This was the killing power he would control in the future, and it was necessary to show them enough majesty. After all, giving both kindness and power is the true way to control your subordinates. Thank you, Your Majesty the King! Thank you, Your Majesty the King! With Gervais's permission, everyone present thanked him and stood up. When everyone stood up, there was a group of people among them that attracted the most attention. And that was the thousands of direct guards trained by Ick and the Gandalf gang. Although the combat effectiveness of the direct guards is considered weak in the Holy Continent due to realm restrictions, Ick followed Gervais's original training method to train these direct guards. But he trained the military appearance of the direct guards to be impeccable. Their movements are uniform, and their responses are sonorous and powerful, regardless of their personal strength. This is definitely a well-trained army. At this time, the direct guard was standing in 2 places. The Silver Knights, who participated in the battle yesterday, naturally stood in the field in front of the high platform together with the Rose Knights to receive the award from Gervais later. As for the weaker ones, the 500 direct guard members, who were arranged to leave the camp yesterday, were arranged in order and watched from a distance. Very good. It seems you have been training hard these days. Gervais's majestic face finally showed a little approval. To be able to train to such an extent, both these soldiers and Ick must have worked hard. After the compliment, Gervais paused and was about to start the business of the day. So his face returned to seriousness. He glanced down and said in a deep voice,
Today, I have gathered you together to reward the meritorious people who fought against the orcs yesterday. Although you are not strong, through yesterday's battle, I saw your courage and your determination to defend your homeland. Although there will be sacrifices in doing so, you have saved your home and won the victory. And I, as your king, I will remember your merits and reward your bravery. Here, I announce that everyone who participated in the battle yesterday will be rewarded with 20 gold coins. In addition, those who are slightly injured will receive an additional 5 gold coins. Those who are seriously injured will receive an additional 20 gold coins. 50 gold coins will be added to those killed in battle.
After saying that, Gervais directly took out 2 large treasure boxes from the space ring, and then opened the treasure boxes directly. The gold coins shoveled inside instantly flashed into the eyes of everyone present.
Wow! So many gold coins! It would be great if I could also be your majesty's direct guard. 20 gold coins! That's enough for me to eat white bread every day.
When Gervais finished talking about the reward and placed the gold coins on the stage, the crowd in the open space instantly became commotion, obviously shocked by the generous reward. You must know that they have never left the sacred forest, and their understanding of commodity prices is still in Eurasia. 70 gold coins, for an ordinary family in Eurasia, is a wealth that cannot be accumulated in a lifetime. But now the pension they receive from a battle has bought their family a prosperous life for a lifetime, which can be said to have truly solved their worries. As for those soldiers who participated in this battle but did not die, they were even more lucky. They were directly rewarded with 20 gold coins. Of course, this discussion came from the serfs watching on the outside, and the ordinary soldiers responsible for maintaining order. Because of the strict training, the direct guards in the field did not say anything even after hearing the rewards and pensions. It can only be seen from their eyes that they are equally excited. Seeing the excited soldiers below, Gervais was quite satisfied with their reactions. This was the effect he wanted. Although this pension cannot be compared with top holy cities such as Sky City in the Holy Continent, it is no worse than those ordinary holy cities. You must know that the elite troops of Sky City are all gold knights and white flag knights, and the strongest one here is only the silver knight. So it is naturally impossible to reach that level of pension for the time being. But it is obvious that the soldiers below are satisfied with this level of pension. After giving the crowd below enough time to discuss and get excited, Gervais continued to speak.
In addition to these pensions, I have one more thing to announce. Then I have also decided to award medals of valor to the brave soldiers who were killed or seriously injured in this battle. Medal of Valor? What is this? Really? I've never heard of this thing. But since His Majesty the King said it, it must be very precious.
When Gervais said the Medal of Valor, the crowd below was a little confused. They didn't know what the Medal of Valor was, and what its use was.
Have you never heard of this Medal of Valor? But it doesn't matter. I will tell you now. What is the use of the medal I specially made for warriors? The Medal of Valor can only be obtained after you have made great contributions to Stormwind City. It can prove your bravery and your loyalty to me. The medal is my recognition of your courage and loyalty. Since you have proven your bravery and loyalty, as long as you obtain this badge or your family members, you will receive better treatment from Stormwind City in the future. For example, after Stormwind City is built, as long as the warriors have received the Medal of Valor, you will be allowed to bring your families to the Holy Continent, and you can settle down permanently. In addition, if you are in Eurasia, you and your family can directly reduce the 5 levels of tax payment, and if there are any benefits to the territory in the future, the warriors who have won the medal and their families will be the first to enjoy these benefits. Does everyone now know the purpose of this Medal of Valor?
Seeing everyone's doubts, Gervais told everyone in a sonorous and forceful manner what the heroic badge was about and what benefits it could obtain. There is no such thing as a medal in this world. The nobles only reward ordinary brave soldiers with more gold coins and materials. As for canonization of titles, they are very rare and are rarely obtained by ordinary civilians. There are only so many nobles in the world, and it is impossible for everyone to become a noble. In this case, Gervais came up with other rewards to increase the spirit of the soldiers, which can greatly increase the soldiers' sense of honor and make them more brave and loyal, treating Valor Badge holders with generous rewards. Gervais wants to make this Valor Medal a dream that soldiers can touch. Although the medals have not yet been produced, the rewards are only a few. However, Gervais will gradually develop more benefits in the future, making this Medal of Valor a truly coveted honor for all soldiers.
What? You can bring our family over, and it can also reduce taxes in Eurasia?
Sure enough, Gervais's explanation reached the ears of everyone present. This time, even the direct guards made a slight movement. They all paid settlement fees when they came here, and their families were all in Eurasia, although their families had already moved to the Storm territory. But if you want to go back to see your family, you can only return through the teleportation array during half a month's vacation every year. If you get the Medal of Valor now, you will be able to reunite with your family directly and enjoy the new world together in the sacred continent. No one will not be excited. After all, these title knights know the richness of the spiritual energy of this holy continent best. As long as family members come over, even if they don't practice cultivation, their lifespan can be extended by several years in such an environment. Moreover, the most important thing is that the yield of crops cultivated in this sacred continent is more than double that of Eurasia. Such benefits can benefit future generations.
Now that we have finished talking about rewards and pensions, let's do the last thing today before issuing rewards and pensions.
Seeing the response below, Gervais was very satisfied. After waiting for a moment, he waved his hand, and the crowd below immediately became quiet. After everyone calmed down, Gervais looked at his chief dad. Gandalf understood the meaning immediately and quickly ran to the side to greet Gust and others. Then Gust and Hayden led a person out of the wooden house and came to the high platform. The person who was brought to the high platform was none other than the half-orc prince Dosalon, whose arms had been chopped off and tightly trapped by mithril ropes.
It's the prince of the orcs who ordered his subordinates to attack us yesterday. We never show mercy to our enemies, even if he is the prince of the orcs. If he dares to invade my territory, then they will definitely receive my most favorable counterattack.
When Gervais saw Dosalon being brought up, he immediately pointed at him and introduced him to everyone in the audience.
God of Death, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, the Beast King won't let you go.
Although Sauron was dying at this time, after hearing Gervais's words, he did not threaten the Beast King in order to survive. It's a pity that since Gervais chose to take him to the high platform, bringing the sacrificial flag will be his final fate. Clang. Gervais didn't pay attention to Dosalon's words at all, and what he responded to was the clanging sound of Gervais's crimson moon being unsheathed.
Now, I declare that today I will use the blood of this orc prince to comfort the warriors who died heroically for me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to use gold coins to redeem myself. I'm willing to use gold coins to redeem myself just like in the City of Hope.
After seeing Gervais coming for real, especially after seeing the blood-red sword blade, Dosalon was really scared. He immediately changed his threatening words and wanted to buy his life with gold coins.
Late!
Upon hearing Dosalon's begging for mercy, Gervais turned to look at him, shook his head expressionlessly, and whispered something. After saying that, he raised the blood-red sword in his hand and shouted to everyone in the audience.
Die!
Puff! In Dosalon's complicated eyes of fear and resentment, Gervais's blood-red long sword rose and fell. The huge head of Dosalon, the orc prince, was cut off directly, and he paid the price with his life for his insistence on coming to avenge Gervais and others. Chapter 725 Turret.
Stormwind City will rise.
When Dosalon's head fell to the ground from midair, Gervais immediately raised his sword and yelled at someone present.
Rise! Rise! Rise!
Because there was a sacrificial flag for an orc prince. Everyone on the field started shouting and became very excited. Even the hundreds of elves standing around and watching joined in the shouting. That was the prince of the orcs, and their queen's husband would be killed as soon as she was told. Naturally, they were extremely relieved after being harassed by orcs on weekdays.
Okay, now I will hand out the rewards to you personally. If you hear your name, come up and claim your rewards.
Taking advantage of the high emotions of the crowd, Gervais immediately began to distribute the bounty. Although he has become the king now, such things naturally need to be completed by him personally. So this award ceremony is meaningful.
Ick.
Gervais took the list and immediately started calling the names loudly. Although the strength of Gervais's personal guards was low, they also participated in the battle. And by virtue of manipulating artillery, they destroyed as many enemies as the direct guards and the Rose Knights.
Your Majesty the King!
I came to Gervais meticulously and greeted him with a military salute.
This is your bounty. I hope you can continue to be brave and kill your enemies in the future.
Gervais put 20 gold coins into Ike's hand with a gentle face.
Thank you for the reward. Your Majesty, Ike will serve you to the death.
Ike carefully took the gold coin handed over by Gervais with both hands, then swore passionately and saluted again, and then walked off the high platform holding the gold coin. Agrico. Next, Gervais started from the personal guards, then to the direct guards, and finally to the Rose Knights. 1,000 people without leaving a single person were all rewarded. As for the soldiers who were killed and seriously injured, Gervais also read out their names in public, and someone would send their rewards to them at that time. Since then, Gervais's pension and commendation meeting has come to a successful conclusion. The soldiers who were rewarded with gold coins were all satisfied, and they showed unprecedented admiration and loyalty to Gervais. Those soldiers of the direct guard who did not participate in yesterday's battle were full of yearning, hoping that they could improve their strength as soon as possible and get the bounty distributed by His Majesty the King himself, like these people today.
Gervais, the seeds of the holy tree have sprouted. My father said that when you arrive in the land of God's fall and choose a place to station, you can just plant it. Although the sacred tree sapling that is integrated with the divine personality cannot yet show its power to attack the enemy, it can thrive as long as it is not destroyed by humans. Of course, daily care is still needed, and the big elves are the best little experts to take care of the holy tree. You can buy a few big elves to take care of the holy tree. Many noble families in Eurasia have big elves.
In the gathering conference room, Gervais and Alice were the only two people at this time. Jocelyn has been killed, and the pension and reward party has been held. Alice is ready to get up immediately and return to the elf palace in the sacred forest. Alder and the other elves were already ready to go, but Alice was making final arrangements with Gervais in the conference room at this time, and handed Gervais the holy tree seeds that had been completed after a night of hard work.
Okay. Thank you, Alice.
Looking at Alice's slightly haggard face, Gervais felt pity in his heart, and after taking the sacred tree sapling handed over by Alice, he spoke to Alice with great solemnity.
Well, you have to be careful after I leave, in case the orcs come to take revenge.
Alice looked at Gervais with a feeling of reluctance. After all, it had only been a month since she finally found Gervais, but now she had to be separated for a few more days.
I will, Alice. Don't worry.
Gervais nodded seriously. Alice nodded slightly, but after saying that, she had no intention of leaving immediately. She just stood opposite Gervais, staring at each other. Then the two fell into silence, and the conference room became silent for a while. As the conference room fell into silence, Gervais suddenly couldn't help looking at the beautiful face of his cheap wife. And then, he couldn't help but slowly lean forward. When Alice saw Gervais's move, she subconsciously took a step back. But when she thought of something the next moment, she immediately stopped and stood there, letting Gervais approach. Then, Alice's breathing gradually became a little faster. Gervais also continued to approach slowly, and in a moment, he was less than 10 centimeters in front of Alice. At this time, Alice seemed to be frozen, still motionless, but her eyes no longer dared to meet Gervais's eyes. Seeing his cheap wife looking like this, Gervais didn't know how to take the initiative. He immediately put his arms around Alice's slender waist, and then slowly leaned towards Alice's red lips. 10 centimeters, 9 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Finally, when both of them were breathing extremely fast, Gervais felt a hint of coolness and sweetness at the corner of his mouth. But Alice was shocked and tensed up.
Alice, are you okay?
Just after Gervais tasted the sweetness and was about to take further action, there was a sudden urging sound from outside. Alice heard the urging and finally reacted. She quickly pushed Gervais away as if she was electrocuted, and then ran towards the door of the conference room as if running away. Seeing this situation, Gervais secretly hated his father-in-law for shouting at the wrong time. But Alice had already run away at this time, so naturally there was nothing he could do.
Alice!
When Alice was about to run out of the door, Gervais suddenly called her. Alice immediately stopped at the door and turned around.
Be careful. If you have any trouble, come to me.
When Alice heard Gervais's words, tenderness flowed in her eyes, and she hummed seriously. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly remembered something, and then uttered another sentence.
You are not allowed to be too close to Caroline in front of outsiders after I leave.
After saying that, Alice turned around and opened the door of the conference room and walked out.
Ahem.
After Alice left, Gervais coughed violently. He really felt a little guilty by Alice's last words. I wonder if my cheap wife found out what happened last night.
Probably not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so easy to talk to today.
Thinking of the faint fragrance still lingering on his lips, Gervais immediately denied this possibility. After Alice left, Gervais began to be busy in the gathering place. He first found the goblin Chazar, told him about the small fortress he wanted, and asked him to help him set up the fortress. After hearing this, Chazar was very interested.
especially when he heard that Gervais was going to place the small steel cannon on this small fortress. He even took the opportunity to carefully explore the various performance data of Gervais' small steel cannon. Chazar had seen the appearance of an orc killed by this small steel cannon that day. So he was very interested in such a powerful weapon that he had never seen before. And Gervais didn't care. Anyway, without gunpowder, Chazar couldn't use it even if he copied the small steel cannon. So he simply explained to him the various data of the small steel cannon. At the same time, he was also allowed to study small steel cannons and watch real cannons fired. After all, only by thoroughly understanding this small steel cannon can Goblin Chazar design a small fortress structure more rationally. After Goblin Chazar learned the performance of this small steel cannon in detail, it only took him 1 noon to complete the design of the small fortress. When this small fortress was shown on the drawing, it turned into a turret. This is a turret with a square bottom, because it is only used to defend against low-level orcs. Boulders are used as the main material. The bottom of the turret is 10 meters long and wide, and the total height is 30 meters high. In addition to the open platform on the top of the turret, there is also a separate high platform in the center. Under this high platform, Chazar designed a turntable structure. In addition to 3 small steel cannons placed on the platform, a small trebuchet will also be placed on this independent and rotating high platform. In this way, 3 steel cannons and a trebuchet that can rotate 360 degrees formed this fortress that was mainly composed of lower-level orcs. When the time comes, putting Gervais in each gap will build a dozen such forts to cover each other and attack each other. He believes that no matter how many orcs come, they will not be able to invade the sacred forest through here safely. In addition, for the sake of safety, Gervais is also planning to have simple wooden fences made between these turrets, and the thick wood will be inserted directly into the ground to make wooden walls. These wooden walls do not need to be all connected. They only need to set up a small section in the center of the turret so that the orcs cannot pass through the middle of the turret and can only move close to the turret. In this way, not only small steel cannons and trebuchets can attack the enemy, but also ordinary longbows and crossbows can attack the enemy. This is really foolproof. When the design of the turret was released, Gervais was naturally very satisfied. He was so happy that he once again rewarded Goblin Chazar with a pot of ordinary wine. After Chazar received the reward, an ugly smile immediately appeared on his green face, and his eyes were filled with this exquisite silver flask. Although it was good, Gervais asked Chazar, who was holding the wine bottle, to go back and prepare immediately. When the time came, he would ask Caroline to go to Chazar to arrange the construction of the turret. Chapter 726 Goodbye. The Flatterer. After Chazar left, Gervais went directly to the teleportation array. He was preparing to return to Eurasia. Speaking of which, he has never returned to his storm territory since the southern expedition. He really misses it now. So he naturally wants to go there and take a look when he has the opportunity. After all, when the land of God's fall opens, I will definitely be busy day and night again. In addition to seeing the place where he made his fortune, he returned to the storm territory to solve the problems of gunpowder and taking care of the sacred tree saplings. Each of the dozens of turrets needs to be equipped with 3 small steel cannons, and the amount of gunpowder required is naturally not a small amount. Fortunately, Gervais has a blue kiwi fruit. Although this blue kiwi fruit has only been used once, there is no doubt about its efficacy. One can transform an elf bug into an elf, and 10 blue kiwi fruits can even transform it into an elf. The little elf transformed directly into a big elf. Gervais is planning to spend a lot of money this time to make the golden elf bug, also known as Wally, a great elf. First of all, the space of the big elf is 100 times that of the elf bug. Then Gervais will have enough saltpeter to refine gunpowder and support the use of so many artillery. In addition, the holy tree must be cared for by elves in order to thrive. When the time comes, it will be appropriate for the Val elf to take care of the saplings of the holy tree. Therefore, spending these 110 energy points is necessary, and it is also a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While thinking, Gervais quickly arrived at the location of the teleportation array, and then led Ike and others directly into the entrance of the teleportation array. The feeling of using the teleportation array is actually the same as that of a teleportation scroll. After stepping into the teleportation array, you also enter a teleportation channel. Of course, Gervais almost died last time because of the time and space turbulence caused by a fault in the church's assassination time channel. But this time it was as calm as if he was riding in an elevator in his previous life. More than 10 seconds later, Gervais felt a burst of white light shine in front of his eyes. And when he opened his eyes again,
He had already walked out of the transmission channel. When Alice and others left, the teleportation array was set up in the vestibule of the Golden Castle for safety reasons. When Gervais appeared at this time, he happened to be stepping into his own castle. And what he saw was the busy vestibule with densely packed guards outside. The movement in the teleportation array has already attracted the attention of everyone in the castle. And all the guards and servants are looking this way. When they saw Gervais wearing silver armor standing at the door of the teleportation array, they were all stunned and stood still. But Gervais calmly glanced around and saw Thomas, Labor, Alder and others. In addition, Bernard, the blacksmith, was carrying a suitcase and several apprentices in the castle vestibule, talking to Thomas.
My lord! You are back?
The first one to react was naturally the experienced butler Thomas. However, probably because he was so excited, he forgot that his master was now a man who had become a king. With a look of astonishment on his face, he stammered and greeted Gervais using his original title.
Well, I'm back. Why? You don't welcome me?
Gervais liked the flatterer Thomas very much. Not only did he speak well, but he also acted quickly, seeing that he was so excited that he started to stutter. Gervais immediately laughed and joked with him. Thomas and others are different from the direct guards. These are the old people around them. In fact, they are almost like old friends. So they don't need to look down on him when there is no business.
No, I don't dare. I miss you so much. Your Majesty, you are finally back. Woohoo! I miss Thomas so much. Woohoo!
When Thomas was teased like this by Gervais, he immediately trembled all over his body, then bent over and ran towards Gervais quickly, explaining in a hurry as he ran. Then he came to Gervais and knelt down with a plop, and even whined. His loyal and dog-like appearance was moved.
Your Majesty the King! You are back! Your Majesty the King! How great that you are finally back! Bernard has met His Majesty the King!
With Thomas's actions, loudly, Alder and others also ran over excitedly and half knelt in front of Gervais. What surprised Gervais a little was that Bernard, the blacksmith, also ran up to him and half knelt on the ground. This was not like the character of Bernard the blacksmith in the past. How did Gervais know that because he annihilated the church, he avenged Bernard's great revenge? So regardless of Gervais' status as king, Gervais now also has a great favor to Bernard. Of course, apart from Thomas and the others, servants, serfs and guards were all kneeling on the ground at this time. The only people still standing in the vestibule at this time were Gervais and the 11 guards behind him.
Get up! I'm also very happy to see you again. You all performed very well while I was away.
Gervais immediately spoke to everyone.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King.
After Thomas and others heard what Gervais said, their hearts were full of satisfaction. Not only did their adults come back, but they also recognized their contribution during this period. What could be more joyful than this?
That's right. Where's Brian?
Thomas returned to Eurasia to recruit serfs, while Laurie and Audrey were responsible for the security of the storm territory. Bernard came to purchase mithril, but Brian Gervais had not heard much about it. So he immediately moved toward Thomas. Asked. Brian had fled to the storm territory because he killed the son of King Lawrence's commander, and worked as a pharmacist. But now that he has become the king, he should not have to hide. If Gervais wants to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the direct guard, he also needs to use Brian.
Your Majesty, Brian is in his own stone house. Do you want me to go find him now?
Thomas answered immediately.
What is he doing in the stone house? Your Majesty, Brian is teaching some apprentices how to carve inscriptions in the stone house. He knows that the orcs and humans on the Holy Continent are very strong, and we will definitely need strengthened weapons by then. So he is preparing to teach some apprentices. Oh, very good.
Gervais nodded, very satisfied that these old friends of his were working hard for Stormwind City.
In that case, there's no need to call him. I'll go to Benhai Town for a walk later. Okay, you guys get busy first. I'll take a look around the inner fort first.
Gervais had not been back for half a year, so he was naturally ready to take a good turn. So he directly told Thomas and others to do their business first, while he led Ike and others towards the castle.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty the King.
Afterwards, Gervais took Ike and others directly towards the inner castle, and Thomas and others also began to busy themselves with their own affairs. They also happened to have just returned to the storm territory this time, and needed to send all the population and mithril to the Holy Continent. Chapter 727 Talent. As Gervais stepped into the gate of the inner castle,
All kinds of familiar memories of this golden castle came to mind. The furnishings in the castle were not touched when Alice and others left. And there were servants doing cleaning work here every day. So when Gervais entered the inner castle, everything in the inner castle was spotless. There is no difference. Afterwards, Gervais asked Ike and others to wait downstairs, while he went to the third floor alone. After arriving on the third floor, Gervais first went to his bedroom and took a look. Although the bed in the bedroom was still there, the bedding and other items had been taken away. So he didn't stay any longer and went directly to the study. When Gervais came to the study, the bookshelf in the study room was now empty. There were only a few jade boxes placed on the bookshelf, which were the jade boxes containing Gervais's elf bugs. The reason why the elves are placed here is because it is safe. The gate of the inner castle is guarded by 4 guards at all times. Of course, the elf bugs are also taken care of by someone on weekdays. And it is still Anna, the personal maid, who takes care of them personally. When she is not traveling to the City of Hope, Anna spends 2 hours every day playing with the little ones at the castle. After Anna followed Alice to the City of Hope, it was left to Caroline to take care of the elf bugs. After entering the study, Gervais quickly walked forward and came to several jade boxes. To be honest, he missed these lively little guys. Afterwards, Gervais moved all the jade boxes to the desk and opened them one by one. Squeak! 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 Cassie! Cassie! Lafitte! Lafitte! When Gervais opened several jade boxes, the originally silent study immediately became noisy. The little ones had already sensed the arrival of their master through their contract with Gervais. They all looked at Gervais with their round eyes widened, their eyes full of pitifulness. And they obviously felt very aggrieved that their master had not come to see them for so long. Betty, Eve, Wally, Kara, Purple 1, Purple 2, Purple 3. Hello, little ones. After opening all the jade boxes, Gervais stretched out his fingers and caressed the little guys one by one. It took a long time before he finally comforted a few aggrieved little guys. Purple 1, Purple 2, and Purple 3 are the purple elf bugs that Gervais won in a bet with Boris. Because he got 3 of them at once, Gervais simply gave them names with serial numbers. Squeak! 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 Several little guys felt Gervais' closeness to them, and they all held their little heads against Gervais's fingers and squeaked affectionately. Cassie! Cassie! Lafitte! Lafitte! And just when the little ones in the jade box were being comforted, Gervais heard a cry of grievance in his ears. It was Gervais's 2 elves, Cassie and Raffi. Cassie is the green elf, and the original magic grape came from Cassie's transformation. Lafitte is a purple elf, and he also won it from Boris in a bet. The moment the jade box was opened, the 2 little guys flew into the air and circled around Gervais. Gervais deliberately pretended to ignore the 2 little guys. Now of course the 2 little guys were aggrieved. Oh, I forgot that there are 2 cuties, Cassie and Lafitte. Come, let Master see if you have become more beautiful. Gervais immediately pretended to react, took back the palm placed in the jade box, and stretched out his hand to tease the 2 elves beside him, who were as delicate as Barbie dolls. Cassie! Cassie! Squeak! Lafitte! Lafitte! Gigi! The 2 little guys finally received Gervais's attention, and then they returned to their lively appearance. Then they knelt down and sat between Gervais's hands, enjoying Gervais's interaction. After playing with a few little guys in the study for a while, Gervais put them all back into the jade box, then called Ike and others to take a few jade boxes with them, and then walked out of the castle. When Gervais walked out of the castle gate and looked down at the entire Benhai town, the Benhai town at this time was different from the past and had completely changed its appearance. First of all, in terms of scale, Benhai town at this time has truly become a big town. The houses in the town are neatly arranged, and the streets stretch into the distance, and the dilapidated shacks of the past are no longer visible. They are all brand new stone houses made of bluestone. In addition, standing at the gate of the castle, Gervais could also see that the streets of the town were already crowded with people, which was completely different from the coastal town where there were just 2 cats and 2 dogs in the past. Of course, such changes are actually easy to understand, in addition to the factors that Gervais had originally planned. This was because of the emergence of the Holy Continent. After learning about the existence of the Holy Continent and that the Storm Territory also had a teleportation array connected to the Holy Continent, nobles from Eurasia flocked to this originally remote barony. Even if they don't come in person, they will rent a piece of property here as a base to easily learn about the trends in the Holy Continent. Because now the Holy Continent is the existence that these nobles are most concerned about. And it is also the existence that can directly affect the future direction of Eurasia. Not to mention anything else. Just hearing that Stormwind City was about to start construction made the nobles extremely enthusiastic. Not only did they actively donate gold coins, but they also contributed in food and materials. And they did this just because they wanted a chance to settle in Stormwind City. After pausing at the gate of the castle for a moment, Gervais withdrew his gaze, then directly summoned Nightmare, preparing to ride Nightmare to Coastal Town. Unexpectedly, Gervais had just summoned the Nightmare horse. But Ike and others behind him were shocked. They had never seen undead magic. They were all horrified to see that not only did Gervais transform into a war horse, but he was also a skeletal war horse with red eyes.
Your Majesty! What are you doing? This is my mount called Nightmare. Don't make a fuss. This is undead magic. You will know it later.
Gervais also became accustomed to it, forgetting that Ike and others did not know the magic of necromancy, and had never seen him summon nightmares. So he immediately opened his mouth to explain. In fact, after Gervais came back, he missed the unicorn quite a bit and wanted to ride it. Unexpectedly, since he disappeared, the unicorn has been following Alice to the elf palace. Therefore, Gervais can only continue to use Nightmare as his current mount. Of course, except for being not as fast as the unicorn. Nightmare is excellent in all other aspects. For example, it has strong combat power, and as long as the soul fire in the head is not destroyed, there is no need to worry about it dying. In addition, the Nightmare is always available, and there is no need to find a place to store it when not in use. These are all advantages.
Necromantic magic.
Hearing Gervais's words, although Ike didn't understand, he understood that those who were related to magic must be tall and powerful beings. At the moment, he could only blush and lower his head, feeling ashamed of his ignorance.
Let's go! Let's go to Binhai Town!
Gervais stopped chatting with Ike and the others, and immediately turned over neatly and got on the horse. Then the Nightmare took off his hooves and galloped down the gentle slope. When Ike and others saw this, they quickly returned to the castle and borrowed 11 horses to chase after him. When Gervais rode Nightmare to Coastal Town, pedestrians on the roadside all looked sideways and avoided him, because they also saw something strange about the horse under Gervais.
Oh my god! What is that? It's actually a skeleton war horse. How is this possible? It's really a skeleton war horse. How could there be such a thing in this world? He is your lord. He is His Majesty the Baron King. Our king is back. It's really His Majesty the King.
When Gervais rode the Nightmare and stopped in front of Brian's stone house, a serf from the Storm territory finally recognized Gervais's appearance.
Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King!
Following the shouts of the serf, the main street of Binhai Town suddenly fell to their knees, and the townspeople lowered their heads and greeted Gervais.
Get up!
Seeing that he was recognized, Gervais didn't care and waved his hand for them to get up.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King!
With Gervais's permission, the townspeople who were still in shock and excitement thanked him and stood up, and then carefully peeked at Gervais and the Nightmare he rode on the street. However, because of Gervais' status, no one dared to point fingers or talk loudly. Gervais did not stop at the door and walked directly into Brian's cabin. But just as Gervais walked into the cabin, he saw Brian walking out of the back room in a hurry.
Gervais man! Oh no! Villain Brian! I have met His Majesty the King!
When Brian saw the familiar figure of Gervais, he was a little unbelievable. Gervais has been missing for half a year, and Brian is also looking forward to Gervais's return. He had heard loud noises outside the house before, and he seemed to be calling His Majesty the King. He thought he had heard it wrong. When I saw Gervais at this time, I was finally sure that Gervais was really back. For this kind Seignior, who pulled him back from a life of embarrassment and poverty. Brian was endlessly grateful.
Get up! Brian! You are a lord after all. You don't have to kneel down like civilians. And the commander-in-chief of the former King Lawrence has also died in the battle, and will not come to trouble you again.
Gervais took 2 steps forward, grabbed Brian's shoulders, and pulled him up. Seal-engraved inscriptions are actually a variant of magician's runes. And the inscription of runes in the Holy Continent is all done by magicians. Although Gervais did not know what the runes had experienced in Eurasia, and finally turned into strengthened inscriptions, and were made by titled knights. But in any case, Gervais was sure that whether they were inscriptions or runes, in fact, it is the same system. After more than 200 years of development, although the runes of the Holy Continent have made some progress, the differences are not big. they only become richer and more powerful in terms of strengthening weapons and equipment. In addition, after comparing them in the City of Hope, Gervais discovered that the sacred runes were still not as compact as Brian's improved runes. Therefore, Brian's unique strengthening runes can not only dominate the Eurasian continent, but also the Holy Continent. It is precisely because of this that Gervais personally came to find Brian this time. He is a truly rare talent.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King.
Brian was so moved that Gervais personally helped him up. He immediately saluted Gervais solemnly and thanked him again.
Okay, Brian, I heard that you have hired some apprentices to teach you the strengthening runes?
Gervais patted Brian on the shoulder, then walked to the square table outside and sat down.
Yes, Your Majesty. I heard that the orcs and humans in the Holy Continent are very strong. So I thought that maybe in the future when Stormwind City is built, you might need to use my strengthening runes.
Brian saw Gervais sitting at his square table and followed him 2 steps forward. But now, he didn't dare to be on an equal footing with Gervais, and he just stood aside carefully to answer.
Brian, you're great.
Hearing this answer, Gervais nodded with satisfaction.
I really need your runes. But not after Stormwind City is built. But now, let's go! Brian, pack your things, and you will live with me in the Holy Continent from now on.
Naturally, a talent like Brian should be taken with him, so that it would be more convenient for him to come to him when there is something he needs to do without having to go through the teleportation array.
Your Majesty, what about my apprentices?
When Brian heard Gervais's words, he naturally would not refuse, but he pointed in the direction of the backyard and asked Gervais.
What else can we do? Let's take them together. Although Stormwind City has just started to be built, there is no shortage of places to live.
Gervais waved his hand, and of course he packed it up and took it away. In the future, Brian would not be asking Brian to strengthen 1 or 2 things, but to make them official equipment. Therefore, it is natural to train more apprentices like Bernard, so that there will be enough manpower to strengthen equipment and weapons.
Yes, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment. I will clean up immediately.
Brian did not dare to delay at the moment, so he apologized to Gervais, and then quickly headed towards the back room. After about half an hour, Brian had packed up, so Gervais waved his hand and took Brian and several of his apprentices directly towards the castle. Chapter 728 The Great Elf of Wally. After returning to the castle, Gervais did not return to the Holy Continent immediately. Instead, he left Ike and others and went to the space courtyard alone. After arriving in the small courtyard and confirming that no one was around, Gervais spent 110 energy points to exchange for 11 soybean-sized blue kiwi fruits, preparing to transform the little guy Wally into a big elf.
Come on, little one. Eat this fruit.
Gervais placed the blue kiwi fruit that looked a bit like a blueberry in front of Wally and called to him. When Wally saw the blue kiwi fruit, he sniffed it first, but found that the blue kiwi fruit had no smell, so he was a little hesitant. However, under Gervais's encouraging eyes, it then opened its small mouth and licked the skin of the blue kiwi fruit. In this way, after licking the skin of the kiwi fruit, Wally's eyes widened and he squeaked. It seemed as if it had seen a delicious food it had never seen before, and it immediately started eating. After a while, the whole blue kiwi fruit was swallowed by it. When Cassie completely ate the kiwi fruit, her mood soon fell into a state of joy, and Gervais could clearly feel its mental fluctuations in his mind. As the emotional fluctuations became more and more intense, Wally's body began to glow, just like the scene when space was opened. When the light reached a certain level, Gervais could no longer look directly. Although Gervais could not look directly at Wally at this time, he could feel the huge energy fluctuations around Wally. As the light and energy fluctuations continued, after 3 or 4 seconds, Gervais finally heard the news in his ears. There came a crisp sound.
Wally, Wally! Squeak!
Hearing this sound, Gervais knew that Wally had succeeded. When he opened his eyes and looked, he saw that the little guy Wally was suspended in the air and turned into an elf with wings.
Wally! Wally! Come on! Wally! Don't be happy yet. Eat all these fruits!
The little guy was very excited about transforming into an elf, but Gervais needed the little guy to transform into a big elf. So he immediately stretched out his hand and handed over the remaining 10 blue kiwi fruits. Wally, who was still shouting excitedly, suddenly showed an expression of joy when he saw the 10 blue kiwi fruits in Gervais's hand. He couldn't wait to fly to Gervais's palm, and then began to feast. In just a few dozen seconds, Wally ate all the remaining 10 blue kiwi fruits. After eating all the blue kiwi fruits, Wally's body became bright again as before.
As Lee's body became brighter and brighter, Gervais simply closed his eyes.
Wally! Beautiful! Wally! Beautiful! Master! Master!
When Gervais opened his eyes again, Wally had grown taller, and the single wing on his back had turned into double wings. He could only call his own name when he was babbling, but now he could speak other words like ordinary people.
Little guy, you have finally become a big elf! Ha ha! The great elf! Wally is the great elf!
After hearing what Gervais said, Wally was immediately overjoyed, waving his wings left and right in the air.
Okay, little one. Now go check out your space.
Gervais stopped the excited Wally and immediately headed towards the entrance to the space opened by Wally. When Gervais stepped into the space created by Wally, he immediately seemed to have entered a new world. The space of the elf bug is about 1 mile, while the space of the small elf is about 10 miles. But the space of the big elf is a full 100 miles in size. At this time, Wally's originally small and crowded space could no longer be reached at a glance, although the original cliffs and caves still existed. From another direction Gervais saw a broader sky over there. There are large tracts of raised earth, each of which is tens to hundreds of meters high. However, the vegetation on it is sparse, but it is obviously different from other gentle terrain.
Nightmare!
Looking at those dirtbags, Gervais was thoughtful. When he summoned the nightmare, he then rode the nightmare towards the dirtbags in the distance. Tap 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 tap. When Gervais rode the nightmare through the space, he came to a dirt bag after a while. Gervais immediately got off his horse and stepped on the bare dirt. Then he slowly leaned over, reached out and grabbed a few pieces of mud on the ground, and then put it into his mouth. Pooh! When the soil entered his mouth, Gervais immediately felt a strong bitterness and immediately spat it out.
Ha ha! It's more convenient now.
After spitting out the soil, Gervais laughed happily, because these bags of soil were expanded saltpeter mines. With such rich reserves, he didn't have to worry about running out.
Master, you are so happy!
Wally followed Gervais, laughed loudly when he saw Gervais, and said seriously with his round eyes.
Ha ha! Yes, Wally, Master, I'm very happy. Let's go to the Holy Continent.
Gervais grabbed the little guy and put it on his shoulders, then sat on the nightmare and headed towards the exit of the space. Time flies, and it is already a week later. In the palace of the Orc King City, a black crow flashed past and finally landed on a 3-story stone building. There are many orcs on duty in the building at this time. Their duty is to wait for the black crows flying from all over the royal court. There is a small cylinder tied to the legs and feet of these black crows, and inside the cylinder are placed the messages that each tribe needs to convey to the Beast King.
Urgent! Urgent!
When the black crow landed on the balcony, several orcs were a little lazy at first and walked towards the black crow leisurely. However, after the black crow landed, it suddenly started chirping and kept saying the word urgent in its mouth. The expressions of the several orcs who were originally slightly lazy changed when they heard the word emergency. They immediately changed from walking to running and hurriedly came to the black crow. After arriving in front of the black crow, the orcs quickly took off the cylinder tied to the black crow's feet, taking out the cylinder and opening the note inside. Several orcs looked at the note intently. After reading the contents of this letter, several orcs suddenly trembled.
Prince Dosalon led 3,000 warriors from the tribe to the sacred forest. In the end, he was captured by the elves. Only 5 of the 3,000 people escaped. This is a serious matter. Send this news to the king for review.
3,000 elites were slaughtered, and the prince was captured. This was definitely a big event for the orcs. Immediately, several orcs hurried towards the palace where the Beast King was.
Asshole! Dosalon didn't even listen to my words. Not only was he captured now, but he also allowed the 3,000 elite members of the royal court to be slaughtered.
A few minutes later, in the palace where the Beast King was meeting, the Beast King had already read the urgent report sent by the pig-headed tribe, and he suddenly became angry.
Your Majesty, although Prince Dosalon made a mistake, it is still important to save him now.
Some of the orc ministers couldn't help but tremble when they saw the Beast King getting angry, but there were still some who dared to come out to persuade him. The person who gave the advice was an old man from the Fox clan, one of the 8 beast heads of the current Beast clan royal court. After listening to the words of the Fox clan beast leader, the Beast King suppressed the anger in his heart a little. Although Dosalon makes his own decisions, he is his biological brother after all.
Mont, how do you think we can rescue Dosalon? Your Majesty, the land of God's fall may be opened at any time, so we definitely cannot go to war with the elves at this time. So I think we should temporarily discuss with the elves and humans to redeem Prince Dosalon. We can make other plans after things in the land of the gods have stabilized.
The head of the fox tribe named Minxie immediately opened his mouth and answered slowly.
Okay, let's do what you want. Mons, send Black Crow to inform Peter and let him be responsible for exchanging Dosalon. Let him negotiate the gold coins and conditions himself. Anyway, Dosalon will pay for it himself. The only thing is to ensure the safety of Dosalon.
Of course, the Beast King also knew in his heart that it was not good to go to war against the sacred forest at this time. But such words could not come from his mouth. Otherwise it would destroy his majesty if they spread. That's why Ming-Si, the old man of the Fox clan, spoke, and he agreed.
Yes, your majesty.
At this time, the Beast King and others did not know that Dosalon had been killed by Gervais a week ago. Ming-Si of the Fox clan responded, and then quickly walked towards the side hall, preparing to write the instructions of the Beast King. Chapter 729 Distributing Potions.
Your Majesty Gervais. After a week of construction, the fortress you ordered has been almost completed, and the trebuchet has been installed. Now we are waiting for your small steel cannon to be installed.
Next to the house where Gervais lives, a stone house has been rebuilt in recent days. At this time, Gervais was sitting in front of a large and luxurious desk in the newly built stone house. Goblin Chachar is reporting the results of this week's work to Gervais. 10 miles away from Stormwind City, a total of 30 turrets have been built at the entrances to the 2 mountains facing the orcs.
Well, very good. Check it out. I have ordered people to make the small steel cannon. It will be installed in a few days.
Gervais stopped writing on the notepad and looked at Chazhar. In order to build the turret as quickly as possible, not only 500 goblins were used this time, but 2,000 serfs were also sent to cooperate. Therefore, completing the construction of the turret on time this week was completely within Gervais' expectations. However, the turret can be completed quickly, and the trebuchet can also be made by the goblin tribe. But the production of small steel cannon is not so fast. Now a week has passed, and Bernard has just made more than 10 small steel cannons. Although the technical content of the artillery is not particularly high, Bernard must personally control the entire process. Even if he has 3 apprentices and several blacksmiths to cooperate, the casting speed is not fast. It would take at least a few months to complete the forging of 90 small steel cannons. And this is because Bernard is a silver knight. If he were just an ordinary person, he would be considered a master if he could forge one in a day.
Your Majesty, after the turret is built, I have another idea, which is to install an additional bed crossbow on the top floor of the turret. This will not only enhance the firepower, but also not occupy the position of the artillery.
Cha-Cha was very concerned about being able to build these war fortresses himself. Although this is only a small turret that can only accommodate more than 20 people, it is much better than just writing and drawing in notes. Especially when he witnessed the turrets he designed rising from the ground one after another. He felt full of accomplishment. This is his first work, and Chazhar doesn't want to make any mistakes, so that he can definitely exceed the target of blocking the orcs. So after he saw that there was still a lot of space on the top of the turret, he thought of adding a crossbow to increase the attack power of the turret.
That crossbow? Can you make it?
Gervais didn't have any objections. The stronger the attack power of the turret, the less trouble he would have.
Yes, Your Majesty. We goblins can design several types of defensive bed crossbows.
Chazhar immediately slapped his chest loudly.
Well, okay. Then you can make the arrangements.
Gervais nodded. Just let Chazhar complete it himself. After a pause, Gervais continued.
By the way, after the turret construction is completed, you can help me control the construction of Stormwind City. When Stormwind City is built, you will definitely get the benefits. Yes, Your Majesty. Chazhar will definitely work hard to serve you.
Wow. As soon as Chazhar's words fell, a black bag flew in front of Chazhar with the sound of gold coins colliding. Although Chazhar was thin, he still had the strength of a silver knight, and he immediately reached out and caught the black bag.
This is your reward for helping me build the turret.
After Chazhar caught the money bag, Gervais's words came.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King.
Chazhar's face lit up, and he had a bag of gold coins in his hand. He was sure by the feel of his hand that there must be hundreds of gold coins in it, which was more than his income in the past 2 months. Goblins don't have any good income on weekdays. They rely on making some bows and other items to trade with the Holy Trading Company's caravan, but they are basically used to exchange for supplies. Even if he, the clan leader, could exchange for some extra gold coins, it would not be much.
Go ahead and work hard. You will be indispensable for your gold coins in the future.
Gervais waved to Chazhar. And then Chazhar quickly left the stone house with his money bagged.
Although these goblins don't have high combat power and are timid, they are really good at building and creating.
After Chazhar left, Gervais began to think in his mind. Chazhar and others had proven their worth in the past few days. So Gervais would be so generous this time and throw away hundreds of gold coins. This can be regarded as a small sweetness for him. Gervais actually wants to keep these goblins to serve him permanently. Of course, there is no rush now. There is still a 2-year appointment anyway. After thinking about it, Gervais continued to hold the pen and started writing in the notepad. What he was doing at this time was translating some magic books from the Holy Continent into Eurasian texts. Although during this period, Gervais has hired several elves to teach the characters of the Holy Continent in the territory. However, learning new words cannot be accomplished overnight. So Gervais simply wrote and translated a few simple magic manuals himself. And this magic manual is naturally prepared for the magician squadron that Gervais is about to form. Boom, boom, boom. After Gervais continued writing for about half an hour, he finally wrote a junior magician's manual. But at this moment, there was a knock on his door.
Come in, Your Majesty. Captain, I came to report that the things you ordered have been arranged. We are waiting for you to go.
The person who came in was the little maid Anna. After seeing Gervais, she quickly made a report. Gervais nodded, then picked up the notepad on the table and handed it to Anna.
Send these books to Miss Caroline later and ask her to find someone to copy 200 copies. Yes, Your Majesty.
Anna accepted the junior magician's manual translated by Gervais and responded.
Well, let's go then.
Afterwards, Gervais took Anna directly out of the stone house and came to the square nearby. At this time, a team of thousands of people had gathered in the square, including direct guards, slave soldiers, and rescue teams.
Your Majesty the King!
When Gervais came to the square and stepped onto the high platform, thousands of people below knelt down to salute and greet him.
Get up!
Gervais sat on a soft chair on the high platform and raised his hands to everyone.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King! You may not understand the situation in the Holy Continent. The orcs you met a week ago can only be regarded as mid-level. In the Holy Continent, regardless of the human army or the orc army, their real top legions are the Golden Knights with the lowest strength. Let's get started.
Gervais did not hesitate. After sitting down, he started directly telling the people below about the true situation of the Holy Continent. After all, these subordinates of his have never left the sacred forest. Although Gervais does not doubt their courage, they also need to be told how vast the outside world is, so that they will not become frogs in the well. And when Gervais finished speaking, everyone below showed a look of horror. A legion started as a Golden Knight, which they had never imagined. Last time they defeated the orcs team of 3,000 people. They thought that the gap between them and the orcs was not very huge. Now it seems that they have completely overestimated themselves.
Of course, this situation is actually normal. After all, you all grew up in Eurasia, and you have only been in this sacred continent for less than half a year. However, since we have arrived at the Holy Continent and want to build Stormwind City here, we must become stronger. In this way, we can protect Stormwind City and our new home. Only you are truly qualified to serve me. Now tell me, have you become more confident?
Gervais summoned his subordinates to come here. Naturally not just to broaden their horizons and attack them by the way. He came here today mainly to distribute the strengthening potion prepared with golden kiwi fruit.
Have!
Facing Gervais's inquiry, the people below gave some unconfident answers. Seeing this, Gervais deliberately pretended to frown and continued to ask.
Is there any? Have!
Seeing that Gervais was dissatisfied, the people below naturally did not dare to neglect, and immediately roared with all their strength in reply.
Very good! I know you may think this will be difficult. The Golden Knight is out of reach. However, this is because you don't know how powerful your king is. What kind of legend there is in this holy continent. I am called the Mysterious Pharmacist, the father of spiritual power, and the savior of the title Knight by the humans of the Holy Continent. And you lucky bastards happen to be my subjects. My soldiers! What is a Golden Knight? Have you ever heard of a White Flag Knight? One White Flag Knight can defeat 3 or 5 Golden Knights. And as long as I am here, even the White Flag Knights can do it.
Gervais sat on a soft chair, speaking an impassioned speech without blushing or heartbeat. The title Knight Savior was not made up by Gervais. It was only after he developed the strengthening potion that it slowly spread.
and this title spread more widely than the father of spiritual power. Golden Knight? Can one white flag knight defeat 3 or 5 golden knights? After listening to Gervais's words, although the soldiers below did not dare to comment aloud, the excitement could be seen in everyone's eyes. The white flag knights naturally couldn't believe it at this time. But if they could become the golden knights, they would have no regrets in this life. Seeing the eyes of everyone below, Gervais knew that the heat was almost over, and immediately took out boxes of prepared strengthening potions from his space ring. Of course, this strengthening potion is slightly different from the strengthening potions in the past. In the past, the strengthening potion Gervais was completed by adding the golden kiwi fruit to the fighting spirit recovery potion. But this time, because the number of potions needed was too large, thousands of them, it was naturally impossible for Gervais to make thousands of do chi recovery potions by himself. Otherwise he would die from exhaustion. So he thought of a trick to see if he could replace the magic potion with something else. In the end, Gervais thought of something, which was the original liquid of spiritual energy, which was the water in the stream of the elves. Because the stream water diluted a little of the spring water of the fountain of life, it was no longer a mortal thing. Gervais put a little golden kiwi pulp in it, and finally found that it was really effective. He immediately used the stream water to complete these strengthening potions. Now it's up to you to name them, and ask them to come up one by one to receive this magic potion and drink it in public. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Gervais was not going to let the soldiers take the medicine back to take it, but they needed to take it under his watch. This not only allows the soldiers to remember Gervais's gift to them, but also prevents the stream from being discovered. Yes, Your Majesty. Afterwards, Ike picked up the roster that had been prepared in his hand and started to call the names. Chapter 730 Magician Squadron. When the thousands of direct guards received and finished taking the strengthening potions, nearly an hour had passed. However, during this period, Gervais waited patiently, and the soldiers standing below were also upright and not slacking off at all. Your Majesty, the direct guards have finished receiving the magic potion. The total number is 1,000. No one is absent. After the last guard soldier finished drinking the potion and walked off the stage, Ike respectfully came to the high platform to report. Now you personal guards will each receive a bottle and take it. Gervais nodded and continued to give instructions to Ike. Yes, Your Majesty. Ike quickly bowed after hearing this, and then began to call out the guards, who also came forward to receive the strengthening potion and take it. After Ike and others had taken the strengthening potion, Gervais stood up and spoke loudly below. Direct guards obey orders. Now the direct guard is disbanded, and they will return to the camp in an orderly manner to rest for the whole morning, and then resume training in the afternoon. After the strengthening potion takes effect, it will have a drowsy effect, and some impurities will be excreted from the body. So Gervais directly ordered them to rest all morning. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Immediately, the direct guards uniformly saluted Gervais, and then Gandalf quickly stepped forward and shouted slogans for the direct guards to line up and walk towards their camp. Slave soldiers and medical teams come forward. After the 1,000 direct guards left, Gervais personally ordered the slave soldiers and rescue teams in the rear to come forward. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Gervais's order, the slave soldiers and rescue team immediately stepped forward. During this process, what surprised Gervais was that in addition to the slave soldiers stepping forward in uniform steps, the 130 girls in the medical team also stepped forward in uniform steps. It is not surprising that the slave soldiers were trained uniformly by the slave owners when Gervais purchased them. But these girls, Gervais, remembered that he had never trained in this skill, nor had he given them any instructions to learn. Unexpectedly, he had increased this skill during the time he was missing. Moreover, because they were meeting Gervais today, the medical team all wore white nurse caps on their heads and red cross sleeves on their arms. Together with their neat steps, they looked very beautiful and truly heroic. So cool. When these 230 people stood in front of the high platform, Gervais turned his attention to the medical team first. Who taught you this step? Gervais looked at Lilia, who was standing alone on the side of the team. This Lilia was the captain of the medical team that Gervais had originally selected. Back to His Majesty the King. It's Captain Ike. But it was me who requested Captain Ike to teach because we felt that the medical team also had to go to the battlefield and learn from Captain Ike so that they would be more suitable for our status. His Majesty the King. Please punish me. It was Lilia who made her own decision. Lilia first performed a military salute to Gervais, and then spoke in detail about the whole story. Your Majesty, The medical team not only learned military postures, but also learned writing during your absence. They are currently the doctors at the gathering place. Ike added in a low voice to Gervais.
Oh!
Gervais was a little surprised after hearing this. Lilia, you did a great job. And your medical team did a great job too. Not only will I not punish you, but I will also reward you for studying hard.
Not only did he learn military posture, but he also learned writing. Forget about learning words. After all, this is a pursuit of hard work. I believe that most people who are qualified will choose this way. But for these girls, military posture is not just a pursuit, but also shows their identification with this group and shows that they have completely integrated into this group. After all, only Gervais has such a military posture requirement, which indirectly shows their loyalty to Gervais. You must know how difficult it is to learn this set of military postures and movements in this world where the right and left are indistinguishable. And looking at these girls walking no worse than the direct guards, you can see that they are not just showing off, but have really worked hard. With this in mind, Gervais once again took out 2 wooden boxes from the space ring and placed them on the high platform. And these 2 wooden boxes contain the affinity increasing potion and the mental power increasing potion. Gervais has made 200 potions to increase mental power and 200 potions to increase affinity in the past few days. Originally, this was all prepared for the slave soldiers. But now seeing the efforts of the medical team, Gervais suddenly thought, can these girls in the medical team also become magicians? As for them becoming magicians, Gervais naturally did not want them to participate in the battle. He just hoped that the medical team would be able to better rescue the wounded after becoming magicians. After all, Gervais had personally experienced Winston's advanced healing technique and had seen him save dozens of seriously injured soldiers. If these medical team members could also perform healing techniques, wouldn't it be able to greatly reduce the mortality rate? Even the most basic healing techniques have good effects. Moreover, Gervais also has an affinity potion, although the effect is not as strong as the whole kiwi fruit. No matter whether the talent of these medical team members is wood type, after taking the affinity potion, they can basically practice the primary healing of wood type technique.
This is the reward I give you. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future.
Immediately, Gervais opened several wooden boxes, and the potions inside were immediately exposed. The girls in the medical team all showed excitement after seeing it.
Lilia, come forward and call the names. 2 magic potions for each person.
Gervais pointed to the potions in the 2 wooden boxes.
It's your majesty. Thank you. Your majesty the king.
Lilia was extremely excited, although she didn't know what the potion was used for. But even those direct guards can only get 1. But they can get 2, which also shows that His Highness values them. At this time, the girls in the medical team worshipped Gervais to the point where they couldn't be more intense. They were kidnapped by pirates, and Gervais first rescued them, and later accepted them with their families broken up and made them respected medical soldiers. At that time, Gervais had actually become their belief in their minds. At this time, Gervais was so generous to them, not to mention their feelings for Gervais. If Gervais opens his mouth, I believe these girls will not hesitate even if they are asked to jump into the fire pit now. After Lilia saluted and thanked Gervais, she quickly came to the stage, and then began to want to roll the name of the medical team. More than 10 minutes later, the girls of the medical team took the psychoactive potion and affinity potion under Gervais's gaze. After they finished taking the potion, Gervais did not immediately tell them what the potion was used for, but directly dismissed them, saying that he would send Caroline to find them later. After the medical team left, Gervais's 100 slave soldiers were next. In fact, those affinity potions and mental power potions Gervais were prepared for slave soldiers. Magicians can be said to be the strategic arms of the Holy Continent. First of all, the magic power of the magician is huge. Even the small fireballs released by the apprentice magician are a huge threat to low-level title knights. When it comes to junior magicians, even golden knights have to be careful. The second is the distance advantage. As long as the title knight is not close, the magician can be said to be a long-distance firepower output point. It is conceivable that when the number of magicians gathers to a certain extent and the 2 armies confront each other, the long distances are simply like moving turrets. If Gervais wants to cultivate such a force, he naturally needs the most loyal and reliable people to build it. In Gervais's mind, no one is more loyal and reliable than his slave soldiers. So he planned to use these slave soldiers to form his first magician squadron. Because most of the medicine prepared earlier was allocated to the medical team, it was no longer enough to distribute to 100 slave soldiers. So Gervais first asked the slave soldiers to wait, and then return to the stone house under false pretenses. In the stone house, Gervais once again exchanged 2 green kiwi fruits and 2 orange kiwi fruits, and reconfigured 40 potions before returning to the high platform. Soon Gervais returned to the high platform, and then took out the wooden box containing the magic potion from the space ring again and began to distribute it.
Thank you, Master, for the gift. Thank you, Master, for the gift.
Although the slave soldiers were expressionless, when they came to receive the potion, they all knelt on the ground humbly, and then put their foreheads on the ground to express their gratitude to Gervais for his gift. In this way, it took more than 20 minutes for the slave soldiers to receive and take the magic potion. Only then did Gervais finish his work for this morning. It is also worth mentioning that these slaves have not learned writing, so magic needs to be taught by others orally. And Gervais also decided that he would personally teach these slave soldiers to learn magic in the future. Although this will consume some of his time, it will allow him to better understand the slave soldiers and ensure the loyalty and reliability of the slave soldiers. Chapter 731 The Land of Gods Fall opens. After finishing the work of distributing medicines, Gervais returned to the stone house where he worked.
It's strange to say that they say that this land of the gods is about to open. But it's been a week and it hasn't opened yet.
After returning to the stone house, Gervais's eyes immediately fell on a ball of light placed on the desk. This ball of light was hovering more than 20 centimeters above the desk surface, emitting a soft white light. Gervais has been paying attention to the changes in this light ball these days, for fear of missing the agreement with Duke Edward and others. Unfortunately, waiting left and right did not wait for the change of the light ball. Of course, it was actually good for Gervais to wait for the change of grid, which made Weiss happier, because this will give him more time to arrange matters in the territory. However, it has been delayed for a week now, and I think the opening date will be within these 2 days. Boom, 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 and just when Gervais walked to the table and sat down, there was a knock on the door.
Come in,
Gervais ordered.
Gervais.
Unexpectedly, the person who walked in was Caroline.
Caroline, you're here. Are the arrangements for the serfs who have just been recruited?
A week ago, Thomas once again recruited more than 10,000 serfs from Eurasia to come to the Holy Continent. Although there is already Vivian as a civil affairs officer, she is naturally too busy by herself. So Caroline also joined in to help arrange the work and resettlement of these serfs. Gervais had not seen her for several days.
It was just arranged this morning. Then, they can join the construction of Stormwind City step by step. So they only need Vivian to manage it.
Although Caroline looked tired, her eyes looking at Gervais were full of tenderness. Originally, Alice was away these few days, so she could just be with Gervais. After all, a break is better than a wedding. But after the serfs arrived, Caroline knew that it was important to implement Gervais's Stormwind City as soon as possible. So she was busy this week and did not go to Gervais's side.
Thanks a lot.
Gervais saw Caroline's tired look, stood up immediately, took her hand, and went to sit on the sofa nearby.
It's not hard work.
Caroline leaned her head slightly on Gervais's shoulder, smelling the breath emanating from Gervais's body, and felt satisfied. Wave. Gervais naturally liked Caroline, a versatile and good wife who could help him take care of many things, and immediately gave her a sweet kiss. After being kissed by Gervais on the cheek, Caroline's face turned slightly red, but she had no other reaction. There were only 2 people here at the moment, but she quite enjoyed such an intimate moment, wishing that time could stay at this moment forever. Good.
Gervais, if only we could do this for the rest of our lives.
What was in her heart? Caroline was not a reserved person and directly expressed her longing. Of course, she was not trying to sow discord between Gervais and Alice, but she was talking to Gervais about what was in her heart. Caroline knew Gervais's nature and would definitely not abandon Alice. Otherwise Gervais would most likely abandon her. After all, not only had Gervais obtained her, but Alice was now the queen of the elves, and her status was no longer comparable to that of Caroline.
I will. Caroline, I promise to give you an above-board identity in the future.
Gervais heard the expectation in Caroline's heart and immediately made the promise.
By the way, Caroline, take these potions.
In order to prevent Caroline from continuing to feel depressed, Gervais suddenly remembered the potions he had prepared and immediately took out 3 of them from the space ring. They are strengthening potions, potions that increase mental power and potions that increase affinity. Moreover, these 3 potions are different from other potions. They are prepared separately by Gervais. The kiwi fruit pulp added in them is unmatched by other potions. Each potion contains half a kiwi fruit, which is specially prepared for Caroline. Of course, Gervais will not be stingy when it comes to his women. And on the way back from the Holy Continent, Gervais also made Alice take similar doses of various medicines.
Is this the magical potion you personally prepared? Why did you give me all three at the same time?
When Caroline saw the 3 potions that Gervais took out, her attention was naturally diverted. But her focus is naturally different from others. Her thoughts are now focused on Gervais. So she is not so eager to become a top master. She only hopes to help Gervais take care of the territory. So when she saw Gervais giving her 3 potions at the same time, Caroline was still a little surprised. Did she know that the title knight only needed the golden potion?
Of course, it's all for you to drink. Do you want to become a powerful magician?
Gervais said to Caroline with a smile.
Can I also become a powerful magician?
Gervais also gave her a magic meditation manual when he was marching south. But Caroline has been practicing for several months. But she has not achieved any great achievements. At most, she could only make a small flame in her hand. After arriving in the Holy Continent, she heard Prince Alder say that the human race could only choose between fighting spirit and magic. Although this principle was not accurate for Gervais, it was accurate for them. So later on, Caroline only concentrated on practicing fighting spirit.
Of course. My potion is very magical. I found it in an ancient book. But you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, Stormwind City will become the target of everyone.
Gervais said to Caroline seriously. The reason why he wanted Caroline to become a magician was so that she could have some power to protect herself. After all, with Caroline's current level of cultivation as a peak silver knight, she would not be able to stop any golden knight she encountered. In this holy continent, there are so many golden knights everywhere. So letting her practice magic at the same time will increase her chances of protecting herself in the future. As for what Gervais told Caroline later, it was just that he did not want to expose the effect of the potion too early and let others know. In fact, everyone knows that he has both magic and martial arts skills. But everyone still doesn't know whether Gervais's magic and martial arts skills are innate or acquired. I was frightened by his current status, so I didn't have time to explore it.
When
Caroline heard this, of course she nodded unconditionally.
Then drink it now.
Then, Caroline took all 3 potions under Gervais's gaze.
Gervais, this potion is so delicious. You are really a genius.
But when Caroline drank 3 potions, her first reaction was to snuggle into Gervais's arms and praise the taste of the potion. You must know that each potion is mixed with half a kiwi fruit. So the original taste of the kiwi fruit will not be diluted much. You can imagine how surprised Caroline would be when she tastes such delicious food.
Ha ha. This is necessary. I am the man who becomes the king.
Seeing Caroline curled up in his arms like a kitten, Gervais thought that after the strengthening potion took effect, it would be extremely embarrassing for Caroline to expel impurities from her body. Then he could. Boom. However, just as Gervais was boasting with great interest, he suddenly heard a bang from beside him, interrupting his words. Gervais also immediately looked in the direction of the sound.
It's actually turned on.
The sound came from the direction of the desk. Gervais immediately identified the culprit of the sound, which was the key light ball of the passage to the land of God's fall. At this time, the ball of light had turned from white to red. Although it was still suspended in the air, it looked more like a small sun hanging there, constantly rotating. Caroline also noticed something strange at this time, left Gervais's arms, and looked at the desk.
Is the land of God's fall opened? Yes. As agreed, I will open this channel in half an hour. I should be very busy next. It's just that our strength is still too weak.
Gervais stood up and came to the desk, grabbed the red ball of light, and then walked out of the stone house with Caroline. Chapter 732 Gathering Troops and Horses.
Your Majesty the King!
When Gervais came outside the house, Ike and others who were guarding the house immediately asked. Of course, they had just taken strengthening potions, and there were only 6 people on duty here at this time.
You go and notify my father immediately and ask him to summon all the Silver Knights of the Direct Guard. There was only half an hour before the passage to the land of God's fall was opened. Gervais did not dare to delay and immediately ordered Ike to gather the troops. Although the Silver Knights are all weak, there is nothing they can do about it.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seeing Gervais' solemn expression, Ike did not dare to neglect him. He responded respectfully and immediately headed towards the camp of the Direct Guard.
Alec, take them to the warehouse now, and pull out all 3 remaining small steel cannons from last time. Equip them with gunpowder. Yes, Your Majesty.
Alec immediately hurried away with the remaining guards. After Ike, Alec and others left. Gervais immediately looked at Caroline.
Caroline, how is your grandfather doing now?
Gus and Hayden both received Gervais' strengthening potion 2 days ago. Gervais naturally wanted to quickly push the two of them to the level of White Flag Knights by doing this. Gervais also specially added a lot of fruit pulp to their potion, with a fifth of the kiwi fruit pulp mixed in. This should not be a problem for them to break through. The only problem is time. It can take as short as 1 or 2 days, or as long as 10 days, and half a month to successfully break through. But now that the Land of God's Fall is open, Gervais hopes that the two of them can break through quickly.
Gervais, I'm not very clear about this. I've been busy these days, and haven't visited my grandfather. How about I go and see him now?
Caroline shook her head and replied that she didn't even have time to see Gervais these days, and her grandfather was practicing, so she didn't bother him.
Forget it. Your grandfather and Hayden are both at the critical moment of breakthrough, so we can't interrupt.
When you reach a bottleneck in practice and want to break through, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed. So Gervais gave up the idea of Caroline going to check.
Caroline, then go and help me count the supplies now. If the supplies are accurate, take them to the location I selected the day before yesterday and wait for me.
Okay.
Gervais.
Entering the Fall of the Gods is no less than an expedition, so it is natural to prepare sufficient supplies. Gervais made arrangements to start loading the truck as early as a week ago. Now let Caroline check it again, so that nothing goes wrong. After Caroline left, Gervais stood at the door and continued to think for a moment. After finding that nothing was missing, he immediately walked towards the outskirts of the gathering place. Gervais's armor today has been replaced by the set of silver gray mithril reinforced full-body armor that Bernard originally forged for him. This set of full-body armor was damaged last time. After it was repaired by Bernard, it was taken to the Elf Palace for storage by Alice. Alice sent someone to send it back 2 days ago, when Gervais ordered people to prepare for the opening of the channel. Other forces with light balls also started to move at this moment. For example, in the majestic City Lord's Palace in the Sky City at this time, Duke Edward was wearing an armor, handbag and helmet, looking at the troops that were constantly gathering. As the top force of the Holy Alliance, Sky City naturally uses power that Gervais cannot compare to. Even Gervais is not even a fraction compared to it. At this time, in the square of the City Lord's Palace, which is the size of 4 football fields, there are already 5,000 fully armed soldiers lined up and ready to go. If you turn on the perception check, you can see that these 5,000 soldiers are all from the Golden Knights. Strength. In addition, in front of these 5,000 Golden Knights, there are also hundreds of strong men gathered. They are part of the core of the Sky City, and their cultivation levels are all above those of the White Flag Knights. In addition, there are more than 50 griffins flying in the sky. These griffins may know that they are about to go out for battle, and they are making shark cries in the sky excitedly. At this time, it can be said that 1/3 of the Sky City's heritage has been gathered in this square.
In addition, many armies will arrive at the Sky City in the next few days, ready to enter the Land of God's Fall.
Your Majesty the Duke, there are still 10 minutes.
Because Waddington was assigned to protect Adela in the City of Hope, he was not present today. The guard captain following Edward this time was a middle-aged bearded man named Lael. He was strong, and his strength was no worse than Waddington. At this time, Lael ran to Edward and reported.
Edward
replied in a deep voice, and then looked towards the direction of the holy tree not far away. The holy tree of the Sky City was originally a giant tree with a height of more than 200 meters. But at this time, the giant tree was shrouded in countless green light spots, and its size had shrunk to more than 80 meters. And as time goes by, the size of the sacred tree is still shrinking. And this is the peculiarity of the sacred tree. In fact, the sacred tree cannot be completely regarded as a plant. It can be regarded as a living being. It can think, has intelligence, and can move. But this time the Land of God's Fall opens. The holy tree needs to reduce its size, and then smoothly pass through the passage into the Land of God's Fall, which is the most suitable place for them to grow.
It should be about the same time.
Seeing the speed of the sacred tree shrinking, Edward silently calculated for a moment that the time to enter would not be delayed. So he felt a little relieved.
I wonder how prepared Gervais is.
Although Gervais already has a wife, Edward is not willing to let his granddaughter get entangled with Gervais. But from other perspectives, Edward valued Gervais very much. After all, Gervais is now not only their ally, but the existence of the magical potion can also bring many benefits to the Sky City. After Gervais and others returned to the sacred forest this time, Edward did not hear any news from the orcs, and felt that Gervais and others should be able to return safely.
Gervais, All 400 silver knights from the direct guard are here.
At the edge of the gathering place, Gandalf immediately brought all the silver knights from the direct guard over after receiving the news. Because dozens of silver knights were lost last time, there are only more than 400 silver knights that can be gathered this time.
Okay, father. I'll leave the rest of the direct guards to you.
Gervais was not prepared to let his father follow him to the Land of God's Fall. After all, he didn't know the specific situation of the Land of God's Fall. If there was any danger, he couldn't guarantee his safety 100%. Gandalf was fully armed at this time. Hearing Gervais's intention, he was not prepared to let himself enter. He hesitated, and finally nodded silently.
Little Gervais, be careful yourself.
Gandalf knew that he might become a burden to Gervais, so he might as well practice hard while taking the magical potion, so that he could be more helpful to his son in the future.
I will, father!
Gervais smiled and nodded to Gandalf. Then he looked around and saw that everything was ready. The time he remembered in his mind was almost up. So he immediately took out the red ball of light and smashed it hard towards the ground in front of him. Chapter 733 Stepping into the Land of God's Fall. As the red ball of light was smashed onto the ground by Gervais, the ball of light that was originally like a small sun instantly shattered into countless red dots. And a black spot immediately appeared where the light ball hit. And the scenery around the black spot began to vibrate, and finally began to collapse, making the black hole that was originally only a little bit bigger and bigger. Fortunately, Gervais knew that this light ball must be safe. After all, it had been opened countless times. If there were any problems, Alice and others would definitely tell him. So even though the black hole was getting bigger and bigger, with a diameter of more than 3 meters, Gervais stood still more than 10 meters away and watched all this. But the black hole was still expanding at this time. After a while, it finally stopped expanding after 5 or 6 seconds until it expanded to a semi-oval shape of 5 meters wide and 8 meters high. And when the black hole stopped expanding, the things inside the black hole gradually began to change. A dark red light slowly appeared in the originally dark and lightless hole. This dark red light is not dazzling, but it is impossible to see what it looks like when standing outside the passage, because a lot of thick fog has filled the entrance of the passage, blocking everyone's sight. After standing at the entrance of the cave and waiting for more than 10 seconds, when he finally confirmed that there were no more changes in the entrance of the cave, Gervais knew that the passage to the Land of God's Fall was completely stable. Immediately, Gervais turned his head and looked at Ike.
Ick. Yes, Your Majesty the King.
When the passage is opened, no one knows what's going on the other side, so Gervais naturally won't let everyone in at once. Edward and others also explained that although there would be basically no danger after opening the passage, for the sake of safety, it was recommended that Gervais send someone in to investigate first. And Gervais had already given an order to Ike, asking his guards to go in and investigate in person. When Ike heard Gervais calling him, he naturally knew what to do and immediately responded. Then he led 2 personal guards towards the dark red passage with shields and swords.
Everyone, prepare to enter.
Seeing Ike and others entering the cave, Gervais immediately yelled at the other soldiers and summoned the Nightmare himself, ready to enter the Land of God's Fall at any time.
Gervais!
At this moment, Caroline, who had been silent until now, came over and called Gervais with some reluctance.
Caroline! What's wrong?
Gervais withdrew his gaze from the passage and looked at Caroline with a smile.
You have to be careful.
Caroline looked at the smiling Gervais with some reluctance. Although I don't know what dangers there are in the Land of God's Fall, but Gervais bringing so many soldiers means going on an expedition. And no woman is not worried about her men going on an expedition. However, now in full view of the public, and at the time of the expedition, even though Caroline had thousands of words in her heart, she could not say anything that would affect her morale. Finally, he suppressed his emotions and said a word of caution.
Well, don't worry,
Gervais answered Caroline with a smile, then walked to her side and whispered in her ear.
Are you reluctant to leave me? Don't worry. I'll be back soon. You can't beg for mercy then.
Gervais looked at Caroline with a rather provocative look. When Caroline heard what Gervais said, her pretty face turned slightly red. Caroline naturally understood the meaning of Gervais's words. Now in public, she wouldn't be embarrassed if others heard her.
Your Majesty the King!
Seeing Caroline's blushing face, Gervais was about to continue teasing Caroline a few words to dispel her worries. But suddenly there was a call from the passage. At this time, Ike and others had returned intact.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Seeing this, Gervais said goodbye to Caroline softly, and then walked back to where he started.
How's it going? Your Majesty. Everything is safe over there. There is no one around.
Ike answered immediately.
Very good. Then everyone listens to the order. Let's set off.
When Gervais heard Ike's words, he immediately raised his arms, then rode on the nightmare and headed towards the entrance of the land where the gods fell. And Ike and others immediately mounted their horses and ran to the front of Gervais to clear the way for him, holding the flag of the storm territory in their hands. The 400 silver knights at the rear also followed closely on horseback. And finally dozens of baggage carriages followed.
Wait for us.
And just when Gervais was about to step into the red passage, he suddenly heard two people yelling not far away. Gervais looked for a voice and saw Hayden and Gust, wearing armor and riding war horses, galloping towards them.
We actually made a breakthrough. It was really just in time.
Originally, Gervais thought that the two of them would not be able to enter the land of God's fall together this time. But he did not expect that both of them would break through at this critical moment.
Ha ha! Earl Gust and Earl Hayden. You came at the right time.
When the two came closer, Gervais laughed happily at them.
Your Majesty the King. Thank you also for the potion.
Guster and Hayden successfully broke through, and they were naturally in a very good mood at this time. They immediately thanked Gervais.
There's nothing to thank you for. It's my help that makes you stronger. Let's go! Let's go in!
Gervais gave up, then spoke to the two of them, and began to urge the nightmare to move forward.
Yes, Your Majesty the King.
The two men answered immediately, and then followed Gervais side by side with Master Winton. At this time, Gus turned around and nodded to Caroline with a smile, and then followed Gervais into the passage to the land of God's fall. When Gervais rode the nightmare into the passage shrouded in red mist, he continued to walk forward for about 3 to 5 meters, and then it suddenly became clear that he had set foot on the long famous place where the gods fell. The place where they appeared at this time happened to be on a soil slope, surrounded by lush low flowers and plants, and sparse woods could be seen in the distance. This may be different from the place where the gods were thought to have fallen by Gervais in the past. In his previous understanding, this place where the gods fell should be extremely desolate, with piles of ruins. How could it look like the wind blew the grass, and the cattle and sheep could not be seen? However, when Gervais raised his sights to the sky, he finally discovered the difference. There are actually 2 suns hanging in the sky of this place where the gods have fallen. And the sky is not the blue platform and white clouds of the holy continent, but has a slight blood-red color, just like the scene when the sun sets in the west, with red clouds all over the sky. After Gervais continued to observe for a while, and found that there were no other special circumstances, he remembered that this place where the gods fell seemed to be experiencing a spiritual energy riot. Without the protection of the holy tree, it would be impossible to absorb fighting energy and magic power. Immediately, Gervais closed his eyes and began to try to sense the aura around him. After a moment, Gervais withdrew his perception and opened his eyes.
It really can't be absorbed.
If the aura of the holy continent is cute, then the aura here is completely like thugs, not to mention absorbing it into the body. When Gervais's perception was released from the body, he immediately felt the hostility of these auras. They even actively attacked the perception released by Gervais, draining his mental power. If the perception is left outside the body for a long time, Gervais's mental power may be destroyed by Halcon within a few hours.
Your Majesty, which way should we go now?
Just after Gervais withdrew his perception, Ike turned around and asked, carrying the dragon flag of the storm territory.
Going towards the bigger sun. Let's meet up with other human forces first. They shouldn't be too far away from us.
Gervais heard Ike's inquiry and immediately pointed to the slightly larger sun. This was something Edward had told him in advance. The land of the fallen gods was extremely vast, and it had just been opened. If you wandered around, it would be easy to reach the base of the newly emerged descendants of the servants of gods, and keep moving towards the bigger sun. And when the time comes, Edward and others will do the same. Everyone enters the land of God's fall on the same horizontal line, and they will definitely encounter each other when the time comes. This can reduce the risk and avoid encountering the natives of the land of God's fall, who are weak and are wiped out alone.
It's your Majesty!
Upon hearing Gervais's order, Ike immediately raised the dragon flag in his hand and shouted,
Your Majesty has an order! Let's go!
Afterwards, their team of more than 500 people began to slowly advance in this unfamiliar environment. Chapter 734, Grabbing Territory.
Be vigilant. Pay attention to your surroundings.
As Gervais and others were traveling in the land of God's fall, half a day had passed. The surroundings of this God's fallen land looked lush and green. But because there were 2 suns hanging above their heads, the weather was extremely hot. Gervais and his party were wearing dull armor, in order to prevent the soldiers from deserting. The captains of the direct guard kept riding around, and loudly reminded the soldiers to pay attention.
Master Winton, was the weather in this place where the gods fell used to be this hot before?
Gervais, who was riding on Nightmare's back, also felt uncomfortable. He was still wearing full body armor, and under the scorching sun, his whole body seemed to have been put into an oven. He picked up the water bag hanging on the saddle, and drank 2 gulps of water. Only then did Gervais feel better. Then he turned to Winton and asked,
Teacher, the weather in the land of God's fall has always been like this. The location we entered this time is pretty good. After all, it is surrounded by flowers, plants and trees. If it were to appear in the desert next door, the weather would be unbearable even for the tidal night, and it would be very difficult to find water supply points.
As a well-known potion master and potion mage in the Holy Alliance, Welton is naturally a frequent visitor to the land of the gods. Winton heard Gervais' question and answered happily.
That's true. Gervais nodded silently. With the blessing of the twin sons, if it still appeared in a barren land like the Gobi Desert, everyone would probably be roasted to death.
Your Majesty, there is another magic plant here.
But at this moment, Ike, who was responsible for opening the road dozens of meters ahead, shouted towards Gervais.
Well, take it off.
Gervais was not surprised when he heard this. It had only been half a day since they entered the land where the gods fell, and they had harvested 7 or 8 potion plants. Although they are all the lowest level first-class magic medicine plants, they are all picked casually on the roadside. It is impossible to put them on the Holy Continent. And if it were in the Holy Continent, even low-level magic plants would be of concern to Warcraft. In this land where gods fell, low-level magic plants are not uncommon. According to Winton, even many second-level magic plants are not necessarily protected by magical beasts. Ike followed Gervais's instructions and quickly picked off the potion plant and then brought it to him.
Swan flower can be used to prepare a sobering potion, which is worth about 10 gold coins.
When Gervais took the potion from Ike, Winton immediately told the origin of the potion. Gervais smiled, and then put the magic plant into the space ring. Mosquito meat is also meat. Anyway, he eats it directly to improve his strength, and he doesn't care how many gold coins it is worth. Gervais has been practicing hard in the past few days, and already feels that he is about to break through to the gold intermediate level. I believe that if he eats a few more magic plants, it will not be a problem to break through. Picking the magic potion was just a brief interlude, and then the group of them continued moving forward, and after traveling for more than 10 minutes, they encountered a lake. On the road in such hot weather, seeing the sparkling lake immediately made all the soldiers very happy, including Gust, and others also turned their attention to Gervais. The meaning is obvious. That is, can you go to the lake to cool down, even if you step in the water and soak for a few seconds?
Let's go! Then go to the lake to cool down for a while. But you can't take off your armor.
Gervais himself was wearing the tightest clothes, so he was also smoking hot. When he saw everyone's eyes, he immediately agreed. Upon hearing Gervais's instructions, Ike immediately changed direction and led the team slowly towards the lake. But as he got closer and closer to the sparkling lake, Gervais felt a warning sign for no reason. Nowadays, his mental power has become stronger and stronger after taking kiwi fruit, and even veteran magicians like Winton can no longer compare with it. So when Gervais felt a warning sign, he immediately raised his right hand.
Stop!
As Gervais raised his right hand, someone in the team immediately shouted. Hearing this roar, although the group of people didn't know why they shouted stop,
they all stopped immediately.
What's the matter, Your Majesty?
Gust asked suspiciously.
I'm afraid there's something weird about that lake,
Gervais answered immediately.
Bring over one of the wild deer you shot and wounded on the road. Keep it alive.
This place where the gods fell was inaccessible and rich in natural resources. Gervais and the others encountered a lot of wild game when they were traveling. In the end, they were shot and killed by Ike and others to feed the soldiers.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Soon, Ike brought a wild deer from the carriage behind that had been shot in the legs and feet, but was not dead. This was done deliberately to prevent the game from spoiling in hot weather. It was just the right time for Gervais to try out the weirdness of the lake ahead. Gervais picked up the wild deer and stood more than 20 meters away from the lake shore and threw the wild deer in his hand into the lake. The dying wild deer fell into the lake and immediately began to struggle. While the wild deer was struggling, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the green lake in the center. Wow! As the black shadow approached the wild deer, there was a crash and a water monster more than 10 meters long leaped out. It swallowed the wild deer directly with its bloody mouth that could fit into a carriage.
Is that a high-level monster?
The people standing on the shore of the lake were stunned. They didn't expect that there was a high-level magical beast hidden in such a small lake. If they splashed into the water and took a bath, their end would definitely not be much better than that of a wild deer.
Walk!
Gervais did not expect that the place where the gods fell was so dangerous. So he immediately ordered everyone to leave. He was not sure whether the monsters in the lake could come ashore. If they could, they would definitely suffer heavy losses if they stayed there. The soldiers had already broken out in cold sweats. So naturally they did not dare to stay any longer. After hearing Gervais's order, the group immediately began to move, and quickly moved away from the lake. After truly witnessing the horror of the land of God's fall, the following soldiers began to be cautious when marching, observing the surrounding environment at all times. Fortunately, the place where they appeared should be considered a plain. The woods around were not dense, and most of them were wilderness, so there were not many hidden dangers. As the team continued to march and the sun set, Gervais and his group had been marching for nearly a day. Just when he thought he would not be able to join Edward and others today, he suddenly saw a large team in the distance. Silhouette.
Sir! The troops at the front.
Ike and other personal guards immediately reported it to Gervais as soon as they discovered the situation. Gervais had already seen it at this time, and immediately took out his binoculars to confirm what kind of team it was. If you encounter orcs or natives of the land of the gods, it goes without saying that turning around and leaving first is the most correct choice. When encountering some unfamiliar Holy City teams, Gervais also needs to be careful.
There is the flag of the Sky City.
After carefully checking it with the telescope, Gervais found that he was very lucky. The team in front actually had the flag of the Sky City. At this time, their team gathered on a hillside in the distance. They didn't know whether they were preparing to camp or what.
Let's go! Let's go over and meet them.
Gervais immediately waved his hand. Since there were people from Sky City, he could rest assured and go over to join them.
Your Majesty has your order. Move forward.
Then Gervais and his party moved straight towards Edward and his team. And when they were more than 2 miles away from Edward and the others, dozens of cavalry were immediately sent over to rush over.
Lord Gervais!
These dozens of cavalrymen originally wanted to ask about the identities of Gervais and others. But the White Flag Knight, who led the team, obviously knew Gervais after seeing him, and immediately spoke respectfully.
Who are you? Lord Gervais. My name is Cody, and I am the bodyguard of Duke Edward. I didn't expect it to be your team. Lord Gervais.
Please follow me.
The White Flag Knight answered immediately, then moved out of the way, leading Gervais towards the team on the other side.
Cody, why are you parked there? Are you preparing to set up camp?
Gervais rode Nightmare at the front of the team and asked the guard named Cody.
Lord Gervais, there is a battle ahead. You will know when you go and see it.
Cody listened to Gervais' inquiry and immediately answered respectfully.
Oh.
When Gervais heard that they were actually fighting, he was immediately curious and accelerated his horse towards the front.
Duke Edward, Duke Johnson, Duke Bruno.
Gervais quickly came to the team of Edward and others, and immediately saw a group of Holy City lords standing at the front, and immediately began to say Lo.
Lord Gervais, you are finally here. Lord Gervais. Gervais, come and take a look at the battlefield ahead. It's a wonderful time.
Upon hearing Gervais's greeting, the group of city lords also responded politely, while Edward waved to Gervais to go to the front. After hearing this, Gervais immediately took 2 steps to come to the side of everyone and looked into the distance. When he looked into the distance, he found that there were actually tens of thousands of people fighting a bloody battle a few miles away, and one of the 2 sides fighting turned out to be an orc. The other side is obviously not a force of the Holy Continent, because Gervais saw dozens of giants on the battlefield. He made a rough estimate based on visual inspection. Those giants were at least more than 10 meters tall, and they were all wearing heavy armor and holding giant swords in their hands.
Duke Edward, is that the descendant of the servant of God? A native of this land where the gods fell? Yes, Gervais. Those dozens of giants should be the descendants of a certain god's guardian. There are no such tall giants in our holy continent.
Edward nodded and answered affirmatively.
Those giants are starting to retreat.
At this time, the dozens of giants on the battlefield in the distance began to retreat while fighting, and among them, there were thousands of indigenous people about the same size as humans who were also retreating at the same time.
The orcs have tens of thousands of people. If the natives continue to fight, they will definitely be annihilated. Retreating now is the best choice.
At this moment, A holy city lord spoke up. Since the natives have appeared here, it means that they are not far from their city. Let's camp here tonight. We must hurry up, and the news of our arrival will soon spread to the native forces. Edward looked at the battlefield in the distance and spoke slowly. After hearing Edward's words, everyone naturally had no objection. They currently have the strength of 5 holy cities gathered here, with more than 20,000 people. Camping together can better ensure safety. After the camp was set up, Gervais and Edward had dinner together. While having dinner in the evening, Gervais asked Edward and others about the next steps, because he didn't know much about the land of God's fall. He didn't know much about how to operate next. Naturally, Edward and others would not hide it, and immediately began to tell Gervais about the specific operations of people who entered the land of God's fall in the past. After Gervais heard this, he knew that they first needed to determine the power position of the nearby indigenous people, and then seize the powerful terrain and establish their own camp. The natives in this land where gods have fallen are descendants of gods. Although their power is strong or weak, in many cases they are no worse than the power of the holy city in the holy continent. Therefore, they need to make long-term plans to deal with these indigenous forces. Fortunately, the holy continent has a large population. Every time the land of the gods is opened, these natives are all wiped out or driven away without exception. After understanding the general arrangements for the next step, Gervais had an idea in mind and returned to his tent early after dinner. I don't know where Alice and the others are, because of the relationship between the elves and the human race of the Holy Alliance. Alice and others will not come to find Gervais and the others after entering the land where the gods fell. Instead, they will look for a suitable forest to settle down, and then slowly begin to explore the land of God's fall after it is completely stable. And after today's experience, Gervais is really worried about his cheap wife. Although the elves are weak, they are only compared to the orcs and humans. The power of the holy city alone still does not pose a threat to the elves, so there should be no problem. After thinking for a moment, Gervais comforted himself a few words, and then fell into a deep sleep. He was tired after traveling all day on a hot day. The next day, Gervais and others packed up their equipment and continued to move forward. This time, tens of thousands of people moved together, so they became very powerful. A few miles away from their side, the orc team was also moving forward, because both sides had strong enemies. There was no conflict at this time. Gervais and the others continued walking like this for almost 3 days. After 3 days, they finally arrived outside the native sphere of influence. These days, Edward and others have already sent out air power to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of this vast sacred continent. According to the investigation, they have 5 giant cities and hundreds of large and small cities within a radius of several hundred miles, and each giant city has a population of at least 1 million, while the population of small towns ranges from thousands to tens of thousands. As for the hundreds of miles away, we have not yet explored it, but Edwardly said that according to past records, there must be many indigenous forces hundreds of miles away. In addition, Gervais and his group continued to encounter other Holy City forces during the 3 days of march. So basically all the Holy City forces of the entire Holy Alliance have arrived. At this time, the total number of people in their group reached hundreds of thousands. Of course, the 12 top holy cities of the Holy Alliance are naturally the ones with the most troops. The troops they brought each were around 5,000, while most of the other Holy City forces ranged from 2,000 to 3,000. However, Gervais's team of only 500 people is considered the weakest. When a group of them arrived outside the area of indigenous influence, the group did not break in immediately. Instead, they stationed the team on the outside and began to make short repairs. Now we have reached the edge of the indigenous areas. We are currently at this location. According to the news just returned, the orcs have gathered more than 100,000 troops and begun to capture those small cities. So our most important thing at the moment is to capture them quickly. Everyone wants a city. At this time, in a tent, a dozen city lords were sitting around a long table, and Edward pointed at a simple map and spoke to everyone. This simple map has just been compiled from the information obtained by various forces in the past few days. Although it is not 100% accurate, it is still close to 10. And what Edward said at this time was also the reason why Gervais was told not to enter the land of the fallen god too late. Because they are about to start snatching their own sphere of influence. This is the beginning of the war between the Holy Continent and the indigenous people. At first, the natives were definitely unable to muster their strength to face the sudden arrival of the Holy Continental Army. At this time, what Gervais and the other city lords need to do is to capture the next city, or several cities, that can accommodate them,
as soon as possible to carry out the next war against the natives. Once time passes, by the time the natives react and gather an army to defend, it will be too late to capture the city. If there is no city to stay in, if you want to be safely stationed in the land of God's fall, you will have to build one yourself. But how could it be so easy to build a city in such a chaotic place? There are currently more than 10 city lords, who are allies of the Sky City. In order to avoid overlapping of forces within themselves, they take advantage of this time to have a brief meeting, and then quickly start to move forward and capture their respective territories. Chapter 735 Selecting the Target.
Duke Edward, I think the city in the middle is good.
And there are many rivers in the surrounding terrain. It will be easier to defend after it is captured.
After Edward finished speaking, a holy city lord pointed to several cities in the center of the simple map and said,
I don't agree with Duke Sold's statement. If the position is too far back, it will be beneficial to defense now. But the problem will be that if we want to attack the next city in the future, we will be constrained by other holy cities. I think we should attack the city further forward. Some cities? Lord Johnson is right. No matter what, we must ensure that we have a safe route to attack the natives. Otherwise we will be controlled by others in a while.
There are hundreds of large and small cities on this map, and the first thing to choose at this time is which area to attack. According to past records, at least within this half-month, the indigenous people will definitely not be able to gather strength to counterattack. The natives cannot gather their strength, so naturally the small city on this map cannot pose a threat to the large army. The area they have chosen now can be regarded as a bridgehead for future attacks on the natives. According to what the first holy city lord said, the city chosen in the middle and back sections is relatively safe, and there is no need to worry about facing a counterattack from the natives in the future. But if the cities in front are occupied by other forces, even the orcs, then if they want to continue attacking in the future, they will have to pass through other people's spheres of influence. In this way, the supply line becomes dangerous and is very detrimental to subsequent attacks. In order to avoid such hidden dangers, they must ensure that there is always area control in the hands of themselves and others on the front line.
Then choose this area. Judging from the investigation, there are more than 20 cities in this area, which is enough for us to divide. In addition, there is a road originally used by the indigenous people, which will be more convenient for us to attack.
Edward thought for a moment, and finally drew a long and narrow area on the far right side of the map, east of the land of God's fall. The distribution shape of the cities in this area is like the mouth of a bottle, with a slender front section and a wide middle section. This not only ensures the safe development of the station in the rear, but also eliminates the hidden danger of the front passage being blocked by other forces.
Then just follow what Duke Edward said.
Everyone looked down at the identical map in front of them for a moment and nodded in agreement. On the left side of this area are other indigenous cities to the west, but further east is a huge body of water. It is not yet known whether this water area is a lake or an ocean. In short, it is very vast, and we have not yet had time to explore it in depth. However, oceans and lakes mean relative safety. Even if there are other creatures in the lakes and oceans, it is impossible to attack the land on a large scale.
In that case, this area has been decided. Let's take a look at the city you want to capture.
After everyone unanimously agreed, Edward immediately started the next step, actually choosing a city.
The cities on this map are now color-coded with approximate populations. Although it's just an approximate, you'd better treat it with caution.
At this time, the cities on the map are marked with 3 colors, namely white, green, and red. White represents a city with a population of around a few thousand, while a green city has tens of thousands of residents, while a red city has a population of more than 100,000. There are not many red cities on this map, only a dozen or so, and Gervais and his team have exactly one in this area. Right in the middle of many green cities, there are not many white cities, only 4 or 5. After all, the population is so small that there is no need for cities at all, according to the information returned from the investigation. Although these white cities have a small number of people, most of them are located in important locations and can be regarded as a small fortress.
I'll choose these 2. I choose this one. I choose this one.
When Edward finished speaking, the city lords were not polite and began to choose the cities they planned to capture.
However, although they rushed to choose targets, there were no candidates for several cities near the red dot, because needless to say, the central position was definitely reserved for the city in the sky. Gervais listened to the city lords quickly selecting targets, but he looked at the map at a loss. Not to mention the small number of his subordinates. Their strength is not yet strong. It is not that easy to attack a city with a population of tens of thousands.
As for those cities with a population of thousands, Gervais also understood that a small city with only a few thousand people would build a small city. Even if there were civilians in it, the proportion of the army would be larger than that of cities with a population of tens of thousands. There may be a small town with thousands of people, and the army and civilians will be evenly divided by then, and it will be in trouble. Edward stood above and saw all the holy cities speaking, but Gervais remained silent. He instantly understood his difficulty and spoke immediately. Gervais, you choose first. After we capture a few cities, we will come to support you. That's right. Lord Gervais, you choose first. If we capture our respective cities, we can come to support you then. Other holy city lords immediately agreed. After all, everyone who is not greedy for Gervais's magical potion wants to sell it for a profit. In that case, thank you very much, city lords. After hearing this, Gervais immediately nodded and thanked everyone. This is the best way at the moment. He had chosen a city by himself, and then he just had to guard it outside the city and not let other forces snatch it. After waiting for 1 or 2 helpers to come to support him, he would be able to successfully capture his own city. Gervais immediately began to look for suitable cities on the map. At this time, most of the city lords had already selected the target lord. There were not many for Gervais to choose from, and most of them were peripheral cities. I will choose this small town. Gervais finally set his sights on a white mark on the far left side of the map, which is also the far west. On the surface, this is a small city with a population of several thousand. Although this small town is already on the edge of their area, it is close to the front line, but not far away. And the most important thing is that this town must have a river in front of it. As long as it is captured, it can be used as the land of the gods with peace of mind. The bridgehead will also be able to trade around the river. Okay, that location is not bad. But Gervais, please be careful when the time comes, lest other forces come to snatch it. The area they choose now does not mean that it belongs to them. If someone else's hands and feet are faster than theirs to capture the city, there is nothing they can do. After all, the competition now is about whose hands and feet are faster. Yes, I know. Duke Edward. Gervais naturally understood and nodded immediately. Okay, then today's matters have been discussed and settled. Everyone, go back and give orders. We must move quickly. At this time, all the holy city lords have chosen their targets, and they must go and capture them as quickly as possible to avoid being caught first by others. After everyone's cities have been captured, we will immediately attack together to capture the cities at the front and guard them together. Edward pointed to the cities on the front line and said, Okay, Duke Edward. Well, take back all the maps in front of you. Be careful not to get lost. Edward made the final confession. And this is no joke. In this world without satellite navigation, getting lost is common. Even the army in the previous life got lost countless times. Gervais and the others are also facing an unknown environment this time, so they naturally need to beware of the risk of getting lost. Next, the short meeting came to an end, and all the holy city lords walked out of the tent with simple maps in hand, preparing to set off. Chapter 736, Being Remembered. Your Excellency, the Sky City has already set off, heading towards the northeast. Don't worry about them for the time being. Just send someone to follow them from a distance. Wait until the Stormwind City team separates from them and follow them closely. In the Golden Shield family's camp, the soldiers were already busy preparing for the upcoming departure. At this time, old Duke Batman was standing in the camp, looking up at the sky, listening to the reports of his subordinates, and at the same time giving relevant instructions. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. Remember not to be discovered by them. Don't worry, Lord Duke. The Rapid Dragon bird can fly at a height of 3,000 meters in the air. As long as the Stormwind City team is separated from the Sky City team, and those annoying griffins leave, they will never find any trace of us. Very good. Then I'll leave it to you. We need to capture the city as soon as possible first. When the time comes, you will send someone back to deliver the news immediately after you determine the target. Batman nodded with satisfaction and continued to explain in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. That subordinate is leaving now. With that said, the reporting subordinate stood up respectfully and ran quickly towards the 10 birds that were landing on the ground not far away. Ready to go. God of Death. Edward, I can't do anything now. But I can't deal with you. You little brat. Just wait to die. After his subordinates left, Batman had a fierce look in his eyes and a faint murderous intent on his body. Gervais didn't know that he was being noticed just as he was leaving. At this time, his team, mixed with the teams of Edward and others, began to quickly move deeper into the indigenous sphere of influence. According to Chulu's estimate, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to get to the target he chose from here. This was without any delays on the road. So their time could be said to be very tight. Time flashed, and it was 4 days later. As the team gradually penetrated into the territory of indigenous influence, the number of Gervais and his party gradually began to decrease. From the original 80,000 people, it gradually became 50,000 people, then 40,000, 30,000 people, and now the last 10,000 people are left. Lord Gervais, when we capture our city, we will allocate manpower to support you. You must be careful on your own. Johnson and others looked at Gervais's team of more than 500 people and couldn't help but worry. Gervais's 500 people were really shabby compared to them. Except for the 400 silver knights, 2 white flag novices and Gervais himself. The others were all ordinary people. If he encounters a more powerful opponent, he may not even have a chance to run. I know Duke Johnson, Duke Bruno, and Duke Sold. I will definitely act with caution. Here I wish you success in your first battle. Gervais, riding on the horse of Nightmare, nodded solemnly, acknowledging the reminder from Johnson and the others, and also wishing them well. The position Sky City wanted to capture was in the middle of their area, so they parted company with them 2 days ago and let it go. At this time, Gervais only had 4 city lords, including the 10,000 people among them, namely Johnson, Bruno and Sold. At this moment, Gervais has to part with the last 10,000 people, because his goal is the leftmost position among all the city lords, and he also needs to cross a big river to reach the other side. So Gervais has to go ahead of time separate from Johnson and the others. Take a detour across the river. Ha ha. Thank you, City Lord Gervais, for your kind words. Then we will meet again in a few days. Lord Gervais. When Johnson and the others heard Gervais's advance congratulations, they immediately laughed heartily. Ha ha. See you then? At that moment, Gervais said no more and once again gave a military salute to the 3 of them. Then he rode forward and chased the team that had traveled several hundred meters. For the next part of the journey, Gervais will need to march alone for 3 or 4 days. Of course, this is if there is no obstruction along the way. There are currently 2 small cities on this journey that Gervais needs to cross. He must proceed carefully to avoid encountering indigenous attacks. Although they had already passed through no less than 7 or 8 small indigenous towns when they arrived, they were not attacked. But that was because these indigenous people saw the densely packed Holy Continental Army and naturally did not dare to make any move. But Gervais could guarantee that if more than 500 of his people dared to wander alone outside the gate of a certain city, they would probably face a head-on attack. So he was ready to shoot, moved forward quietly, quickly arrived at his target, and waited calmly for the support of Johnson and others. In this way, Gervais and his party continued traveling for 2 more days. During these 2 days, Gervais resolutely implemented the principle of moving quietly. When lighting a fire for cooking, he always sent Ike and others to scout several miles away to ensure that there were no people around before starting. With such caution, their party did not encounter any natives. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the natives have received news of the invaders and are cowering in the city and not daring to go out. Your Majesty, there is a small city ahead. Judging from the size of the city, it has a population of at least tens of thousands. That afternoon, Gervais and others were walking on the road, while the personal guard team responsible for exploring the road ahead galloped back on horseback and brought back the situation they had just discovered. It should be this green dot. After passing this city, there should be another city behind it. And after that city, it only takes about a day and a half for us to reach our destination. Gervais was not surprised by the appearance of this small town. After all, it was clearly marked on the map. This city was the only way they could pass through. On the contrary, if there was no such city, then they would have to worry about taking the wrong path. Tell everyone to stop marching and take a rest in the forest ahead. We will continue on the road at night and cross the city. After putting away the map, Gervais immediately issued orders to Ike and others. Now that he was in the hinterland of the indigenous people, Gervais did not dare to be careless and prepared to wait until dark and sneak across the city under the cover of night. Yes, Your Majesty. His Majesty the King has ordered that everyone go to that forest to rest and continue marching at night. As the order was passed on, their team of more than 500 people went to the woods not far away to hide in an orderly manner. Your Majesty, take a sip of water. After the team was hidden, Gervais sat under a big tree, and Lilia,
The captain of the medical team immediately brought a glass of water. The personal maid was not around. And Lilia, the captain of the medical team, Sir Gervais. This was a precedent during the southern expedition, so Gervais would not feel any discomfort. He nodded to Lilia and then took the water glass.
Lilia, do you feel any better after practicing meditation these days?
The medical team came with more than 60 people, and they all traveled in carriages when they were on the road. The meditation method had also been taught to them, so Gervais could see these studious girls trying to meditate all the time these days.
Return to your majesty. I already feel a little bit. I can feel a lot of small particles around my body. I'm trying to communicate with them.
Lilia replied respectfully.
Well, very good. Keep up the good work.
When Gervais heard that Lilia sensed the existence of magic power so quickly, he immediately nodded with satisfaction and encouraged him, and at the same time handed the empty wooden cup to Lilia after drinking the water.
Yes, Your Majesty. Lilia will definitely work hard. Your Majesty. Then Lilia will leave first.
Lilia received the praise and encouragement from Gervais, with a happy look on her face. After taking the empty cup from Gervais, she bowed respectfully, and then left happily. Seeing this simple girl being so easily satisfied, Gervais couldn't help but smile and shake his head, then raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sun is almost setting at this time, and we should be able to continue setting off in 2 hours at most. Chapter 737 Humanoid Self-Propelled Cannon.
Huh? Such a big bird? It should be a monster. Right.
Just when Gervais was about to look back, he suddenly noticed a black spot flying in the sky. Although the black spot could only be seen the size of a sesame seed with Gervais's eyesight, Gervais was still certain that it must be a warcraft, because the height was too high, and ordinary birds could not reach that height. Of course, he was surprised. In the past few days, since he came to the land of God's Fall, Gervais had seen a lot of flying monsters, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. He immediately withdrew his gaze and began to close his eyes to rest. The flying beast in the sky just circled in the distance, and then flew directly behind Gervais and the others. A jungle clearing 10 miles away from Gervais. 10 rapid dragon birds are crawling on the ground eating meat. Although these dragon birds are only mid-level monsters, it is said that their ancestors have a trace of dragon blood, so they fly very fast and are also a rare aerial weapon. Mount. Not far from them, there were 10 soldiers in armor sitting in a circle. These people were summarizing news while eating barbecue.
Captain Inbai, I have already gone to investigate. There are 3 cities on this route, 2 of which are within 60 miles ahead, and the other one is more than 200 miles away. The 2 closest to us are small cities with a population of tens of thousands, and the only one 100 miles away has a population of less than 3,000.
These 10 people are the Dragon Bird Squad of the Golden Shield family, the elite aerial knights of the Golden Shield family, and they have been following Gervais and others secretly since they set off.
The Killing God and his party only have more than 500 people. They definitely don't have the strength to capture the 2 small cities with 10,000 people in front of them. And to the west is the area planned by our Golden Shield family. So the final destination of the Killing God must be the 2 small towns ahead. That small town 100 miles away.
This captain named Inbai was the one who reported the situation to Batman at the Golden Shield family station a few days ago. At this time, after hearing the news from his subordinate's investigation, he looked at the simplified map in his hand and immediately deduced that Gervais the purpose of this trip.
Pyle and Kepi, you 2 should go back immediately and inform the Duke that we have determined the destination of this murderous god, and ask the Duke what instructions he has next. Yes, Captain!
The 2 Dragon Bird Knights in the crowd heard Inbai's instructions and immediately responded, and then quickly moved towards the fast dragon bird that was eating.
You guys should eat quickly and continue to monitor the God of Killing's team after eating. I know you are also anxious to go back and follow the large army to capture the city. But this time, the old Duke personally gave the order. We must complete this task seriously without any accidents.
Seeing his 2 subordinates leave, Bien quickly finished the barbecue in his hand, and then solemnly explained to the remaining subordinates.
Yes, Captain!
That night, on a fairly flat dirt road, Gervais and his group started on their way again under the cover of night. The group of them did not dare to light torches, but moved forward by the faint moonlight. Fortunately, the 5 senses of the tidal night have been improved, and the speed is not slow even without a torch.
Sir, the city in the distance is the one we explored during the day.
Ike rode a war horse and walked in front of Gervais, pointing to the city more than a mile away from their team and whispered. Gervais had also seen the city at this time. At this time,
The lights on the city walls were brightly lit, and many figures could be clearly seen walking around and patrolling. Well, a city of this size has a population of at least 30,000 to 40,000, and we will definitely not be able to capture it with our strength. The wall of the city in the distance is at least more than 30 meters high, and the length and width should be about 2 kilometers. Although it is considered a small city, the population inside is at least comparable to that of a viscounty in Eurasia. Even though Gervais and the others have 3 small steel cannons can't shake it. Pay attention to your surroundings and keep moving forward. We will find a place to camp until the middle of the night. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing this, Ike immediately responded respectfully, then distanced himself from Gervais and ran forward with his personal guard team. Next, Gervais and others continued to walk smoothly for several hours until midnight, and then they chose a suitable location to set up camp. There was no words all night, and time turned and it was dawn again. The next day, Gervais and his team continued to move forward non-stop, and just as the sun set, they finally arrived at the second city on this stretch of road. As long as they pass through the scope of the city, there will be no obstacles on the next journey, and they can go directly to their goal. Inform me. The whole army will be repairing for half an hour, and we will continue to set off in half an hour. Seeing that the sun is set, the rest time today is not as sufficient as yesterday. However, Gervais was not planning to go until midnight tonight. As long as he passed through the city and walked out of the safe area, he would stop the team and wait until tomorrow to continue their journey in peace. Well, what are your orders, Your Majesty the Duke? Just when Gervais and the others began to rest, 7 or 8 miles behind them, 2 rapid dragon birds flew straight from the west and landed in an open space on the roadside. These 2 people were the Dragon Bird Knights, who were sent by Inbai to deliver the message to Batman yesterday afternoon. When Inbai saw the 2 people returning, he immediately stood up and asked quickly, Captain, Your Majesty the Duke asked us to give you this letter. The 2 Dragon Bird Knights immediately took out a letter and handed it to Inbai. Inbai didn't hesitate. He quickly took the envelope and peeled off the paint on it, and then started to look at it. Captain, how are you? What instructions does the Duke have? Seeing Inbai read the letter, a group of subordinates immediately asked him. Following Gervais and his team every day, they couldn't get half the benefits. They all eagerly hoped that this mission would end soon, so that they could return to the Golden Shield family's army to attack the city. The Duke asked us to continue to follow this god of death. He has sent 1,000 golden knights and more than a dozen strong men to intercept and kill the god of death and his party. Captain, then we have to wait for another 2 or 3 days. When the team members heard this, they immediately looked disappointed. They would miss a lot of good things in 2 or 3 days. After all, if they break through the native cities, they can loot as much as they want. It won't take 2 or 3 days, the Duke said. Let's find a way to hold back this killing god's team as much as possible, so as not to waste too much time on the thousands of golden knights and more than 10 strong men. After all, there are still many cities that need to be break through. Inbai immediately shook his head and told another explanation from Batman. Set off! As night fell, Gervais and others rested for half an hour, ate some dry food, and were ready to set off again. Following Gervais's order, a team of more than 500 people began to march under the cover of night. After marching for about an hour, a second city finally appeared not far away. Because of the experience the night before, this time crossing the city did not make the team nervous, and everyone was in good order. And Gervais just glanced at the city hundreds of meters away, and then withdrew his gaze. However, just when Gervais thought he would pass through the city without any trouble tonight, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the air. Gervais looked into the sky in confusion, but immediately discovered that there were several black shadows flying rapidly from the sky. Be careful. There are enemies in the air. Gervais immediately understood that something was wrong, and immediately pulled out the crimson moon. Fighting energy flowed through his body and rose to the sky. And at the same time, a warning signal came from his mouth. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Upon hearing Gervais's warning, the members of the direct guard also reacted immediately. Fighting energy flowed all over their bodies, and they raised their long swords and looked warily into the air. Roar! 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 At this time, the strong wind above the head became closer and closer. And then Gervais and others heard the sharp beast roar coming from the air. Following the sharp roar of the beast, 10 blue light groups shone in the air. After these light groups appeared, they cut through the sky like meteors and hit them. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Seeing the blue light ball crashing down, Gervais roared violently and slashed his sword towards the nearest light ball. The red sword light instantly cut out from Gervais's sword blade and struck straight towards the nearest light group. Boom! As Gervais slashed out with this strike, the blue light ball was directly hit and exploded like a firework. But it is a pity that Gervais's attack only hit the ball of light. But it did not hurt the flying beast hiding higher in the sky at all. Boom, boom, boom. The light group on Gervais's side exploded in the air. And then 3 more light groups were also destroyed in the air. They were the masterpieces of Gust, Hayden, and Winton. Of course, the 3 people's attacks were just like Gervais's, and they also failed to attack any flying beasts. However, they could not care much at this time, because there were still 6 faint blue light groups in the sky that had not been destroyed. So everyone immediately took action again. Boom, boom, boom. As everyone took action, they destroyed 4 light clusters again. But the remaining 2 were too late to destroy at this time and fell directly to the ground. Then exploded with an ear-splitting explosion. Fortunately, those flying beasts were at an altitude of 70 to 80 meters. So although the released blue light group was fast, its flight trajectory could still be judged by the soldiers in advance. So no casualties were caused. Damn it! Who is this? Is it a native of this city? At this time, Gervais was a little annoyed. With his eyesight, he could already see that the 10 monsters in the sky were controlled by humans. However, they had to be a little high, and he could not hurt the monster knights in the sky with his sword. Fireball! Gervais could only put away his sword at the moment and began to release the fireball technique. Teacher, the magic beast in the sky is the intermediate magic beast Rapid Dragon Bird. It can only be found in the Holy Continent. After hearing Gervais's low curse, Winton spoke. Gervais didn't know the monster in the sky, but Winton did. After all, although the Rapid Dragon Bird is rare in the Holy Continent, its reputation is the same as that of the Griffin. Basically everyone who is well informed knows it. Only owned by the Holy Continent? Then someone is deliberately causing trouble for me. Is it the Golden Shield family? When Gervais heard the origin of the aerial monster, he immediately understood that it was not the indigenous people, but someone from the Holy Alliance who was deliberately targeting him. As for people who have a grudge against him, they can also use the Sky Knight. Gervais knew without thinking that only the Golden Shield family was the most likely. Yes, Mentor! The Golden Shield family does have hundreds of Rapid Dragon Bird Air Knights. Sure enough, Waddington nodded immediately, confirming Gervais's guess. These bastards! I haven't even gone to find them, but they are still thinking about me! Gervais gritted his teeth for a moment, but he didn't expect that it was really the plot of the Golden Shield family. Your Majesty, there are dozens of riders coming out of the city! But at this moment, Ike's reminder suddenly came to Gervais' ears. Upon hearing this, Gervais immediately looked toward the city several hundred meters away, and sure enough he saw more than 20 cavalrymen groping in the dark and slowly approaching them. At this time, Gervais finally understood what the 10 Dragon Bird Knights in the sky wanted to do. They wanted to drag themselves down and let the natives in the city discover themselves and others. Naturally, the more than 20 riders who came here were not here to attack them, but were spies who came to investigate the situation. Once they know the details of Gervais and his group, they will definitely want to swallow Gervais and others in one bite. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we kill all those 20-odd spies? Guster and others naturally figured this out at this time, and immediately asked at the exit of Gervais. The Dragon Bird Knights in the sky were just harassing them and did not dare to get close to attack, so they were helpless. The only choice at the moment is to kill all the indigenous spies coming out of the city, so that they can't find out the details of their group. The indigenous people in the city will not dare to leave the city easily. No! Those people are riding monsters. If they want to escape, we can't keep them. Gervais has clearly seen that the mounts under the natives are all low-level monsters. Although they are low-level monsters, they cannot catch up with the mounts directly under the guard. In addition, the natives are not stupid. They have scattered in all directions at this time. Even if Gervais goes to hunt them down personally, there will always be fish that slip through the net. For now, we can only leave here quickly. Gervais pondered for a moment and then spoke immediately. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the 10 Dragon Bird Knights hovering at an altitude of 70 to 80 meters. But Your Majesty, even if we want to leave, those Dragon Bird Knights will probably find a way to stop us. Fireball! Fireball! Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. When Gervais said he was leaving, Gus was still a little hesitant, because the Dragon Bird Knight in the sky would definitely not let them go so easily. However, before he finished speaking, he saw a scene that he would never forget. I saw Gervais roaring loudly after quickly swallowing 2 kiwi fruits, And then, a fiery red beam of light appeared under the dark sky. How is this possible? Guster, Hayden, Winton and others were stunned. Especially the magician Winton. At this time, he had completely forgotten to release magic to attack the Dragon Bird Knight in the air. He just stared blankly at the continuous fireballs appearing in front of Gervais. He dared to tell the gods and wizards in the sky that he really didn't expect to see a being that released fireballs like this one day. Where is the fireball? This is obviously a pillar of fire extending from the ground to the sky. I saw that the distance between each of Gervais's fireballs was no more than 20 centimeters. And the fireball shot into the sky continuously like a cue. If Winton, Guster and others had existed close and defense cannons in their previous lives, then they would have known that the barrage formed when the close and defense cannon fired was what Gervais looks like now. Although the rate of fire Gervais released at this time could not reach tens of thousands of rounds per minute, the rate of fire of 3 rounds per second also made him a true humanoid self-propelled cannon. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Roar. With the appearance of the Gervais fireball barrage, the Dragon Bird Knight, who was originally hovering in the air and sitting back and relaxed, finally suffered the first wave of blows. In an instant, a dragon bird was caught off guard and hit by 5 or 6 fireballs at the same time. It only had time to let out a mournful cry before it quickly fell to the ground. Roar! This is not over yet. When the first Dragon Bird Knight fell, Gervais's attack target immediately changed. The second dragon bird also let out a mournful cry, and then fell quickly. Chapter 738 Surveillance from the Air. Kepi! Paid. Inbai was shocked at this time. He had been a Dragon Bird Knight for 7 or 8 years, but he had never encountered such an attack. Originally, in the sky of 70 to 80 meters, it could be said that the world of their aerial knights was completely dominated. Unless they were the same aerial monsters or else, they would all be able to sit back and relax. But at this moment, a continuous pillar of fireball light rose from the ground. Before they even had time to react, 2 dragon bird mounts beside them were bombarded to black. Retreat! Seeing that the fireball pillar shot down Kepi and Paid, and then moved its target to other team members, Inbai knew that he could not stay here any longer. He immediately roared violently, and immediately led the rest of the Dragon Bird Knights to rush upwards. Boom boom boom! Roar! But the fireballs that pierced the sky with dense bullet chains were not as easy to avoid as Inbai imagined. Just as they were hurriedly escaping to gain altitude, there was another rumble in their ears. And there was another team member. The dragon bird beneath him was hit. Fly high! Even though Inbai gritted his teeth at this time, he could only keep urging his teammates to leave. As for the teammates who were hit, there was nothing he could do. Based on the warning they received from the old Duke, he and others were no match for the god of death on the ground. Damn it! It's a bit of a loss. I only managed to kill 3 of them. Seeing that after the 3rd Dragon Bird Knight was shot down, the remaining Dragon Bird Knights in the air had already flown to a height of more than 200 meters. Gervais stopped releasing fireballs. In his heart, he felt slightly sorry for his 2 kiwi fruits. The reason why he was able to release so many fireballs just now was naturally because he took the energy spirit fruit and the infinite spiritual power fruit. But he only shot down 3 of them. Of course, waste is waste. And the Dragon Bird Knight above him was finally driven away, which can be regarded as solving the current dilemma. Everyone, set off immediately. Gervais immediately gave quick orders to the team. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing Gervais's words, the soldiers immediately took action, regrouped and quickly headed towards the road ahead. Your Majesty, the 3 fallen Dragon Bird Knights have been dealt with. The Dragon Bird Knights were all composed of white flag knights, but because they fell directly to the ground from a height of 70 to 80 meters, they also suffered a lot of damage. So Gust and Hayden easily replenished them when they passed by. The situation was urgent at this time, and Gervais was not prepared to leave anyone alive. If it was delayed for a long time, these Dragon Bird Knights would escape. Well, leave them alone and drag those dragon birds away. Gervais nodded and gave an order. This rapid dragon bird is also a mid-level monster, so it cannot be wasted. Yes, Your Majesty. You go get it done and continue on your way with the team. I'll hold off these natives for a while. Gervais's eyes were on the natives at this time. Those natives were still wandering not far away on their monsters, and had no intention of leaving. Naturally, Gervais would not give them good things to eat. Gust and others had witnessed Gervais's terrifying fireball technique just now, and they were not worried about his safety. They immediately followed the order, and quickly ran towards the 3 rapid dragon bird corpses. After Gust and others left, Gervais did not hesitate, and immediately roared. Fireball! Whoosh whoosh.
Whoosh whoosh. The close-range defense cannon suddenly turned into a machine gun and fired directly at the indigenous spies wandering 100 meters away. Boom boom boom.
Ho! Roar! Ah! Ah!
As Gervais showed off his power again, the indigenous spies suddenly suffered a disaster. Their maneuverability on the ground was not as flexible as in the air. In an instant, 3 or 4 indigenous spies were hit by fireballs, including people and monsters. In an instant, there was a fireball. There were shrill screams.
Quickly retreat! That intruder's strength is too terrifying! Quickly retreat!
As their companions fell one by one, the natives became frightened and began to retreat rapidly towards the city. When Gervais saw this, he stopped firing fireballs, drove the nightmare, and turned around to leave. After leaving the battlefield, because they were worried that the spies from the second city would continue to harass them, Gervais and others traveled for more than 20 miles in one breath before settling down at a hidden location on the roadside. And 5 miles behind, Gervais also sent 2 teams of 20-man direct guards to guard. As for the remaining 7 bird dragon knights in the air, they have disappeared since they were forced back by Gervais's powerful fireball. But Gervais is sure that those bird dragon knights will definitely follow them.
Winton, do these bird dragon knights have any weaknesses?
There is a pair of eyes above his head staring at the movements of himself and others every day. Gervais is naturally unhappy. He has to find a way to get those dragon bird knights to feel at ease. It's a pity that Gervais doesn't have his own air power. If the dragon bird knight doesn't take the initiative to fly down, he can only stare at the air knights who are monitoring him.
The rapid flying speed of the rapid dragon bird is very fast, but its defense is not strong. And because of its fast flying speed, it consumes a lot of energy when flying. It needs to eat frequently.
When Winton heard this, he immediately began to slowly tell the information about the rapid dragon bird.
However, Mentor, if we rely solely on ground attacks, we may not be able to defeat the Sky Knights.
Winton changed the topic and directly expressed his thoughts. After hearing Winter's words, Gervais had no good solution for a moment, and could only nod his head and fell into deep thought. After a night of silence, Gervais and his party continued to move forward early the next morning. However, the situation today is somewhat different from the past. The second city did not rush to send troops because it did not know the details of Gervais and the others. However, the dragon bird knights above them no longer concealed their figures and hovered above Gervais and the others openly.
There are only 5 dragon bird knights.
Gervais looked at the dragon bird knight, who was always above 300 meters in the air, and he had an even worse guess in his mind.
Your Majesty, the other 2 dragon bird knights are probably looking for support. It's not support. It's very likely that we have pursuers behind us.
At this time, Gervais had already thought of the flying beast he saw under the tree the day before yesterday. I am afraid that it is the dragon bird knights above his head now, and the whereabouts of himself and others have been tracked since they left the station and started marching. The dragon bird knights of the Golden Shield family have been following him, and they didn't take any action until last night. Then, that Batman may have already known that he is now alone in a team, and must have new instructions. Such dragon bird knights in the sky last night, only then will he take action. In fact, there is no need to think too much about what instructions Batman had. Their actions last night were probably to delay him and others, or to consume their strength. Then the ground troops of the Golden Shield family to intercept and kill them are probably on their way. Gervais had already guessed everything about Batman's plan. Chapter 739 Return the same way?
Then what should we do? Tutor, how about we go back to the original route and meet up with Johnson, City Lord Bruno and the others?
Guster and others didn't know what the Golden Shield family actually represented in the Holy Continent, but Winton knew it clearly. Now that the Golden Shield family has chosen to take action this time, their group of more than 500 people is absolutely unable to resist. The best plan for now is to evacuate directly and go back to join the team of Johnson and others. No matter how arrogant the Golden Shield family is, they will not dare to directly conflict with Johnson and other city lords in the land of God's fall. Gervais did not answer Welton immediately, but chose to take out a simple map and start looking at it. To the east of Gervais is the area designated by Sky City, and there must be no enemies. Therefore, the pursuit team sent by the Golden Shield family can only come from the west. Judging from the map, there is only one way to go from the west, and it must take the branch road from the second city they crossed last night. The second city in their current base is only more than 20 miles away. If they return the same way, they may really be able to run back to the Sky City's sphere of influence and join other holy cities before the Golden Shield family catches up. But this means that his hope of capturing a city as a base has come to nothing.
If he cannot capture a city of his own within 30 days, the only opportunity to move the passage will be missed. There is another point that prevents Gervais from choosing to return the same way. If they pass by those two cities in broad daylight, the natives in the cities will immediately be able to see the details of their strength. At that time, these natives will probably rush out of the city to destroy them. Maybe they will have to fight fiercely with the natives before the Golden Shield family arrives.
Your Majesty, there is a bridge here. If we don't cross it directly, we will not be far from the team of Lord Johnson and others. And we are attacking from behind now, so we don't have to worry about the natives destroying the bridge.
Gus was also looking at the simplified map in Gervais's hand. He pointed at a bridge-shaped pattern next to the small town they were targeting this time and said, "He is also a veteran who has led troops on the battlefield. Naturally, he has the same vision as Gervais. He understands that returning now is tantamount to taking the initiative to deliver food to the indigenous people. So I thought of another way out. The small town Gervais chose can actually be passed from the direction of Johnson and others. But when passing there, you have to cross a bridge outside the small town to cross the river to the other side, and then continue to capture the small town. The reason Gervais chose to take a detour in the first place was because he was worried that when they went to attack, the wooden bridge would be occupied and destroyed by the indigenous people. If such a thing really happened at that time, they would be blind. If there is no boat, the river is 300 to 400 meters wide. It is impossible to ask the subordinates to cross under the deep water and rough waves. But it is different now. They have taken a detour at this time. Even if the natives are guarding the bridge, they will only pay attention to the direction of Johnson and others. They will definitely not expect Gervais and others to attack from behind. So Gervais and others will attack from behind. Weiss has a chance to capture the bridge before the natives destroy it. When the time comes, he occupies the bridge and can attack or defend it without worrying about any danger.
Yes, the risk of returning the same way is too great. We are likely to be blocked by the natives. So for now, we can only go around the wooden bridge to the other side. Even if the Golden Shield family really has pursuers, then we can evacuate quickly and join Johnson and others.
Gervais thought for a moment and immediately accepted Gust's proposal. After deciding what to do next, Gervais stood up and yelled at the entire team.
Everyone, speed up. Let's go now.
Afterwards, the entire team began to move forward quickly, and the speed was more than 30% faster than the previous few days.
Captain, the God of Death seems to be speeding up. What should I do?
Gervais and others accelerated their march, and within half an hour, they were noticed by the Dragon Bird Knight hovering overhead. After last night's incident and the loss of 3 teammates, this Dragon Bird team truly hated Gervais. Therefore, 2 teammates ran non-stop last night to join the team that came to intercept, serving as guides for them to catch up with Gervais and others faster. At this time, Gervais suddenly accelerated, which was naturally not what they wanted to see.
The men sent by the Duke will take a day and a half to arrive at the fastest. If they move forward quickly, it will take even longer. We must find a way to stop their progress.
Inbai naturally hoped that Gervais and the others would be killed quickly, and immediately began to frown and think.
Although the god-killing fireball technique is powerful, once we fly to a height of 200 meters, the fireball will not pose any threat to us. In this way, we now fly to the bottom of 200 meters, and then start attacking them continuously. Even if we cannot kill them, we can distract them from moving fast.
Inbai immediately thought of a way to try and slow down Gervais and others.
Okay, Captain!
Hearing their captain's words, the other 4 Dragon Bird Knights nodded immediately. Then the 5 people lowered their height at the same time, and then began to release the faint blue light group from last night towards Gervais and the others.
No! Those Dragon Bird Knights in the sky are attacking.
When the 5 people from Inbai made some moves in the sky, Gervais and others below naturally noticed the situation immediately. The 5 balls of light that appeared in the sky immediately stopped the entire team. The soldiers were nervously paying attention to the blue ball of light, preparing to avoid it.
Fireball! Fireball!
Seeing this, Gervais immediately released 5 fireballs in succession into the air, heading towards the pale blue light balls that were hitting them rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. As Gervais's fireball hit the blue light ball, red sparks immediately burst out in the air.
Huh? A fireball can't solve it?
Gervais released a total of 5 fireballs, blasting towards each blue light ball. However, after the orange-red collision sparks dissipated, the blue light ball only became smaller, but did not disappear.
Fireball!
Gervais did not dare to neglect, and immediately released 5 large fireballs towards those blue light balls again. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, What exploded this time was not only orange-red fire, but also mixed with traces of blue light. When the sparks dissipated, the blue ball of light in the sky also disappeared. This shows that only 2 fireballs from Gervais can offset the blue light group released by the Dragon Bird Knight.
Keep going! No matter what happens. Don't stop without my order.
After confirming that he alone could block the light ball released by the Dragon Bird Knight, Gervais gave stern orders to the stop team.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Afterwards, their team of more than 500 people continued to move forward.
Captain, they are moving forward. Don't be afraid. Keep attacking them, even if it temporarily delays them. It's good.
Seeing Gervais and others continuing to move forward, Inbai was not in a hurry. Immediately led his subordinates to continue the attack. Chapter 740 Seduction. After the Dragon Bird Knights in the sky began to attack again, although the team below had Gervais's order. After all, the swords were hanging over their heads, and the harassment of Inbai and others still slowed down the movement of Gervais's soldiers. A little. Gervais did not immediately reprimand him when he saw this. After all, he had to give his subordinates some time to adapt. This is like military training in a previous life. When a bullet passed by you, even if you know that it will not hit you, the burden in your heart cannot be eliminated in a short while. When Inbai and others saw the obvious effect, they became more and more energetic in harassing them. And from time to time, they changed their tactics and released attacks downwards. In the end, Gervais simply stopped riding the nightmare and sat directly on the carriage at the rear, focusing on the situation in the air. As long as the Dragon Bird Knight releases the light group, he will release the fireball to offset it. In this way, half a day passed quickly. As half a day passed, the frequency of attacks by Inbai and others gradually became less and less, because they found that the team below seemed to have adapted to their attacks. Those soldiers were originally slowed down by the attack, but now the soldiers below are no longer worried at all, as if their attack does not exist.
Captain, what should we do? Their speed is getting faster again.
Inbai and others simply stopped attacking at this moment, because it had no effect at all. On the contrary, because of their continuous attacks, both themselves and the rapid dragon bird were consumed greatly.
There are carriages in their team. Let's add some obstacles to them on the road ahead so that they can't pass quickly.
After hearing his subordinate's inquiry, Inbai thought for a moment and immediately had another plan in his mind. His plan this time seemed simple and childish, but the effect should be unmistakable.
Let's go! Let's go to their front now.
After confirming the plan, Inbai immediately led the remaining 4 Dragon Bird Knights and quickly swept towards the front of the road.
He actually left.
Gervais looked at the Dragon Bird Knight above him flying forward. His expression was not good looking. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of battle where he could only defend passively and could not take the initiative to attack. Not to mention how frustrated he was. However, what made Gervais even more angry was yet to come. After Gervais and the others had been marching for more than half an hour, the team suddenly stopped.
Your Majesty, the road ahead is blocked by fallen trees.
Ike rode his war horse to the carriage at the rear and reported to Gervais. Gervais immediately summoned the nightmare and returned to the front of the team. Sure enough, he saw 1 or 2 thick fallen trees blocking the road every 10 meters or so. Although this tree is easy for the Title Knight to move with the cooperation of 5 or 6 people. But if this is the case along the way, then their speed will definitely not be faster, and they will even be a few points slower than the previous few days.
What the HL? These Bird Knights are still here.
The anger in Gervais's heart finally welled up, and he kept causing trouble for him again and again, just to bully him for having no air power.
Your Majesty, this is not the way to go. We are bound to be overtaken by the people from the Golden Shield family, and they have been following us, and our traces cannot be hidden at all.
Gus stood beside Gervais with a dark face and whispered,
Your Majesty, we must find a way to deal with these Dragon Bird Knights.
With that said, Gus looked at the frowning Winton and said,
Master Winton, is there any way to lure these dragon birds down so that we can ambush them? Count Gust, if it is a wild rapid dragon bird, we may be able to lure him down with Warcraft meat. However, these dragon birds have been strictly domesticated by the Golden Shield family and are controlled by the White Flag Knight. It is impossible to lure them down. Come down!
Welton shook his head helplessly and rejected Gust's idea. After hearing Winton's answer, Gust immediately showed a disappointed expression.
Not always!
But at this moment, Gervais, who had an ugly face, suddenly spoke out, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He was now cursing in his mind why he was so stupid and forgot about the purple kiwi fruit. The purple kiwi fruit has a fatal allure to the monsters. But he went too far and ignored the monsters that had owners. But the problem is that whether they have an owner or not, they are all monsters. And the purple kiwi fruit has a miraculous effect on them.
Your Majesty, is there anything you can do?
When Gust and others saw Gervais' appearance, they immediately knew that Gervais must have thought of a way to deal with it.
Gervais did not elaborate to a few people. He looked at the neatly arranged team behind him and gave an order loudly. Everyone is fixing up on the spot and getting ready for lunch. Yes, Your Majesty.
As Gervais gave the order, the soldiers responded immediately, and then quickly started preparing lunch on both sides of the road.
Guster, Hayden, and Winton, you three come with me.
Afterwards, Gervais led Gust and others towards the front of the road, in a jungle clearing 7 or 8 miles away from Gervais and the others. Inbai and the others were happily eating barbecue, with cheerful smiles on everyone's faces.
Captain, your method is really good. We will knock down the trees along the way, let alone speeding up the team of God of Killers. I'm afraid it will be good if they can move at half the original speed. Yes, when the team sent by the Duke arrives, we can avenge Kepi and Paid.
Okay.
Everyone, eat quickly. After eating, we will observe the movements of Killing God and his team, and then continue to pave the way for them in front.
Inbai felt extremely happy as he listened to the praise of the team members. But he still pretended to be insignificant. Roar! Roar! However, just as a few people were enjoying the barbecue, a few meters away from them, the 5-headed rapid dragon birds, which were also feasting on meat, became a little restless.
What happened?
Inbai and the others immediately stopped joking and looked at their mounts in confusion. Ho ho! Ho ho! Under their gaze, the rapid dragon bird stopped eating and no longer paid attention to the rich meat on the ground. Instead, they all raised their heads and looked towards the south, which was behind them. Several people stood up quickly and quickly ran to their dragon bird mounts. The rapid dragon bird was their closest comrade, more important than the weapons in their hands. So of course there could be no mistakes.
Quiet! Quiet!
Inbai and others walked to Longnyo and stroked Longnyo's head with their hands, trying to comfort the mounts. From the roar of the dragon bird, they could tell that it was not dangerous. Instead, the dragon birds fell into inexplicable excitement, as if they had discovered some great treasure, something they were interested in. Ho ho! Ho ho! But it is a pity that no matter how Inbai and the others tried to comfort him, the rapid dragon bird still did not calm down. Instead, its wings began to flutter slightly, and there was a desire to spread its wings and fly high. Inbai and the others looked at each other when they saw this situation, and then they didn't dare to neglect, and quickly climbed onto their respective dragon birds. To be honest, this was the first time they encountered dragon bird in such a situation, and they didn't understand what happened. Ho ho ho! When Inbai and others sat on the back of the dragon bird couldn't stand it any longer. They immediately cried out and spread their wings at the same time. Then they flapped their wings and jumped up at an extremely fast speed, high in the sky. Chapter 741: The Out-of-Control Dragon Bird.
Captain, what's going on?
When 5 rapid dragon birds flew into the sky, the knights sitting on the dragon birds were all surprised and uncertain. The dragon birds have been trained since they were young. This is the first time that they have taken off without orders after riding for several years.
I don't know either.
Inbai's face was extremely ugly, and he was not much calmer than several of his subordinates. In fact, apart from flying high into the sky without authorization, the mount under him also couldn't do it if he wanted to order the dragon bird to change its flight direction. This shows that the dragon bird under them has completely lost control, and they can only let the dragon bird take them to fly independently. The rapid dragon bird is naturally extremely fast when flying at full strength. It only took the rapid dragon bird a minute to reach the 6 or 7 miles away. Then, when Inbai and the others were unprepared, Longyu suddenly lowered his head, then folded his wings and rushed downwards. Even experienced aerial knights like Inbai couldn't help but look a bit ugly at such a diving speed. As they got closer to the ground, they finally knew where these dragon birds wanted to go, which was an open space dozens of meters wide below. Inbai and the others temporarily stabilized their bodies and quickly observed the situation in the open space below. Fortunately, it seemed that there was no danger below, no enemies, and no powerful monsters. Discrimination. Inbai also thought about it when he was in the air, whether it might be the murderer. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was very ridiculous. No matter how powerful the god of death is, it is impossible for him to affect his mount from 7 or 8 miles away. let alone allow the mount beneath him to act without obeying the owner's instructions. Wow! As the rapid dragon bird swooped down quickly, it dropped more than 1,000 meters in a few seconds. At this time, it was only more than 10 meters away from the ground. At this time, the rapid dragon bird stretched out its claws and spread its wings, and then landed safely. They were in the clearing in the forest, and the strong wind they brought blew away large pieces of fallen leaves on the ground. When the rapid dragon bird landed on the ground, it immediately raised its head and began to scan around, as if it was looking for something. At the same time, Inbai and the others also had tense hearts and observed their surroundings. After observing carefully for a while, no enemies were found, and it took a while to settle down.
Huh? Why does it smell so bad? What does it smell like?
After their hearts relaxed, Inbai and the others had time to pay attention to other things. They immediately discovered that there was an unpleasant smell permeating the area that made people cover their noses.
Is it possible that Dragon Bird and the others came here just because of this smell?
Several people quickly covered their noses, full of doubts.
Ho ho ho!
At this time, the dragon bird beneath them finally made a major discovery. Although the sense of smell of birds is not as sensitive as that of mammals, after careful identification, they still locked the exact location of the alluring smell. Following several cries, several dragon birds immediately flew away in different directions. Then, Inbai and others saw that the dragon bird under them had a purple fruit with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters in its beak. At this time, they were also sure that the unpleasant smell came from the purple fruit.
Flying dragon! Don't eat it! Be careful, it's poisonous! Falcon!
No. Naturally, Inbai and the others were wary of this strange fruit that gave off a foul odor and had never been seen before. They immediately opened their mouths to stop their mounts. However, the dragon bird could not bear the temptation of the purple kiwi fruit, for fear that the fruit would be snatched away by other monsters. It immediately flicked it, opened its sharp beak, and swallowed the fruit into its belly.
Ho! Roar! Roar!
In front of the entrance of the fragrant fruit, several dragon birds emitted their scheduled cries in unison, as if they were late for the most enjoyable treasure in their lives. As the joyful cries ended, the dragon birds that had taken the kiwi fruit fell into a state of motionlessness, because after this fruit enters the body, it brings a large amount of strange energy to them, which needs to be digested immediately. At the same time, a friendly wave slowly appeared in their minds.
Flying dragon? Falcon?
Inbai and the others had been sitting on the back of the dragon bird. A moment ago, they were relieved to hear the dragon birds cry with joy. But the next moment, seeing their respective dragons and birds standing motionless on the spot, they became a little worried. The few people waited for a while and found that Seignior was still stunned. Finally, he couldn't hold his breath and began to call softly. Unfortunately, no matter how they called, there was no response from the several rapid dragon birds.
Captain, what should we do now?
Several dragon bird knights immediately became nervous. If something went wrong with their mounts, even if they could go back alive, they would be severely punished.
Go down and check first.
Naturally, Inbai didn't know what happened. Seeing that Seignior was motionless, he could only turn over and wanted to go to the ground to check the specific situation. After listening to Inbai's words, his 4 subordinates also turned over and came to the ground. How so? Roar! 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 Wow! Wow! But just after Inbai and others landed, before they had time to check the specific condition of their mounts, an incredible scene happened to them in the next moment. Their mounts flew into the sky without any warning, leaving several of them on the ground without warning.
Fly long! Come down quickly! Falcon! Don't go!
The faces of Inbai and the others changed drastically, and they finally knew that the situation was serious.
Wyvern! Falcon!
Whoosh! 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 While Inbai and the others were still trying to call their mounts, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the forest, which immediately frightened Inbai and the others. Boom boom boom!
Ah! Ah!
The reaction speed of Inbai and the others was very fast. When they heard the whistling sound, they had already taken action and quickly flew towards the side to avoid it. It's a pity that the sneak attacker Gervais had already planned it for a long time. How could he let them all escape? Immediately, 2 dragon bird knights were hit by 4 or 5 fireballs respectively. They were suddenly enveloped in fire and let out miserable screams. Wail.
Killing God! Despicable people! You have the guts to come out and fight us to the death!
First, Dragon Bird abandoned them and left. And then, they were attacked with fireballs. No matter how unbelievable it was, Inbai had already guessed that it was Gervais, although he knew he was no match for the god of killing. Such teasing made his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. He was on guard with his two subordinates back to back, and at the same time, he screamed at the dense woods around him. Blood Moon Death God Slash! After Inbai roared and cursed, he did not see Gervais appear for the first time, but heard a low roar coming from the woods. Then he saw a bloody red light filling the forest on the side. Not good. Everyone in the Holy Continent knows about the god-killing trick, and the story of cutting down the black flag with one sword is spread to every tavern. The moment he saw the bloody red light, Inbai's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to escape now. At that moment, he saw the red light in the forest suddenly retracting, and the next moment, a blood-red sword light struck towards the three of them. Boom! As the blood-red sword light fell, there was an explosion in the forest, and smoke filled the place. When the smoke and dust filled the air, Gervais finally slowly walked out of the forest, while still making movements to put away his sword. This is what you will get if you try to kill me! Gervais let out a long sigh as he watched the smoke and dust slowly drifting away in the wind in front of him. And the three Inbies were bleeding from their mouths and noses. Finally, he got rid of these birdmen who harassed him. In addition, the reason why Gervais did not show up before was because he did not want to waste the black kiwi for 3 white flag knights. And just last night, he had successfully broken through to become an intermediate gold knight. So today he relied on the Crimson Moon to kill Inbai and others with his true strength. Your Majesty, your power just now was too terrifying. Tens of seconds later, Gust, Hayden and others also gathered around, looking at Inbai and others who were pretending to be dead on the ground. They couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. It's just so. Most of it is released by the epic quality long sword in my hand. Gervais felt extremely comfortable. After all, this was a leapfrog kill that was achieved without the help of the power of the kiwi fruit. However, he was very humble, pretending not to care, and replied to Gust and others. Chapter 742, Chasing Troops. After checking for a moment to make sure that Inbai and the others on the ground were all dead, Gervais then raised his head and looked into the air. It's a pity that those dragon birds were not killed. Otherwise, the 5 mid-level monsters would have been able to eat them for a long time. The meat of this flying monster is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious monster meat before. Seeing Gervais looking up at the sky, Gust and Hayden also looked upwards. When they saw the 5 rapid dragon birds hovering in the sky, they couldn't help but utter regrets. When Gervais arranged the purple kiwi fruits earlier, he did not let them get close, but asked them to wait 5 or 600 meters away, just in case. In addition, Gervais would naturally not inform them of the existence of the kiwi fruit, but only said that he had a strange potion that could attract the rapid dragon bird. Therefore, Guster and others thought that the dragon birds were frightened by Gervais and did not dare to fly to the ground. It is best for the rapid dragon bird to be alive. It would be a real pity to eat it as meat. Gervais also heard the sighs of Gust and the two, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he replied to them. Moreover, when Gust and the two still didn't understand the meaning of Gervais's words, Gervais immediately shouted toward the sky. Come down! Ho ho! Then, Gust and Hayden saw the 5 rapid dragon birds hovering in the air cry out, then swoop down and land directly towards them. Previously, in order to prevent a few rapid dragon birds from being accidentally injured, Gervais specially let them fly high into the sky. Now that the place is safe, he naturally summoned them down. What's going on? Gust and Hayden were a little unbelievable. These rapid dragon birds seemed to be obeying Gervais's orders. My potion can not only attract the rapid dragon birds, but they will also obey my orders after taking my potion. Otherwise, you think they will abandon those white flag knights and fly high into the sky alone? Gervais immediately explained. By the way, Winton, you should have known about this when you were in the dark swamp. Gervais looked at Welton again. Yes. At that time, the Minner's potion could indeed control the monsters to obey orders. Winton was still sniffing the residual unpleasant smell in the air, trying to analyze how the potion that lured the dragon bird was prepared. Hearing Gervais's words at this time, he subconsciously nodded and answered in the affirmative. But the next moment, after Winton reacted, he felt something was wrong again. After all, Gervais controlled the low-level magic beast at the beginning, which was incomparable to the mid-level rapid dragon bird. Moreover, this was a trained mid-level magic beast, not a wild one. But at this time, Winton saw that Gust and Hayden were already nodding, agreeing with the potion, and Winton could not say anything more. He could only guess in his mind whether Gervais had a better potion formula, or had upgraded the original potion formula. Thinking of this, Winton couldn't help but mourn for the families who were enemies of Gervais. You must know that all the major holy cities in this holy continent have the tradition of taming Warcraft armed armies. If Gervais uses a potion, he can take away the Warcraft mounts that others have worked hard to tame for several years. Then the end of other families' Warcraft legions is coming. And as long as Gervais is willing, they can all use their Warcraft for his own use. Wow! Just as Winton was thinking wildly for a moment, 5 huge rapid dragon birds had landed safely beside them. Several rapid dragon birds were docile after landing. They approached Gervais very affectionately, stretched out their heads, and rubbed against Gervais's body, like pets seeking the love and care of their owners. Faced with such an effect, Gust and others were stunned for a while, and they were even more impressed by Gu Wei's magical potion.
Let's go! We're going back!
Gervais touched the heads of several rapid dragon birds, and didn't pay attention to the strange looks on Gust and others' faces. He spent 5 purple kiwi fruits to obtain this magical beast. If it didn't have such an effect, wouldn't it be a big loss?
Yes, Your Majesty!
When the 3 of them heard Gervais's words, they naturally had no objection. They immediately responded and prepared to head towards the woods on the side.
Wait, are you planning to walk back?
Seeing the actions of the 3 Gusts, Gervais quickly called out to them.
Yes, Your Majesty. Is it possible?
After hearing Gervais's words, Gust and the 3 of them were stunned, and then looked at Gervais with strange eyes, and then looked at the 5 rapid dragon birds next to him.
Now that we have this rapid dragon bird, aren't you going to take a seat?
Gervais asked immediately.
Of course I want to do it. But Your Majesty, we don't know how to control such a flying monster.
If they could fly in the air, Gust and others would naturally be very willing. But the problem is controlling flying monsters, which is a new thing for them. They have no experience in controlling birds. When they think of flying hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters high, even if they have the strength of the White Flag Knight, they still have some confidence. Insufficient.
Don't worry. Just hold on and sit upright later. I have controlled flying monsters before. When the time comes, these dragon birds will follow my dragon bird to make unified movements. And you don't need to operate them.
Seeing that they were looking forward to it, but also worried, Gervais spoke directly. Although he was lying when he said that he had ridden birds, the problem was that he could communicate with these rapid dragon birds. Therefore, there is no need to use movements to control the rapid dragon bird, but just give instructions to the dragon bird directly in the mind.
In this case, Your Majesty, we won't be polite.
When Gust and others heard Gervais's comfort, the last trace of doubt disappeared, and they immediately walked towards the nearest rapid dragon bird eager to try. The rapid dragon bird is as big as an eagle, but its body is more slender, with a total length of 5 meters, a wingspan of more than 4 meters, and a height of more than 2 meters when standing. And behind their necks, there is a back seat fixed with a belt, which is what the Golden Shield family used to ride when driving the dragon bird. When Gust and others approached the side of Rapid Dragon Bird, the Rapid Dragon Bird immediately crawled down, and then its wings drooped slightly, just enough for Gust and others to settle down. When Gust and the others stood firm on the wings of the dragon bird, the dragon bird quickly raised its wings and directly set Gust and the others onto its back. Gust and others, including Gervais, were amazed at the magical operation of this rapid dragon bird. This time it was really an eye-opener for them.
No wonder the Sky Knight can only be possessed by the top holy cities in the Alliance. Just letting the rapid dragon bird learn this action would take an unknown amount of effort.
After Winton sat on the wooden chair on Dragon Bird's back, he began to mutter to himself.
Buckle your belts and sit tight. We're getting ready to take off.
At this time, Gervais felt that he was really well fed with 5 purple kiwi fruits, and his face was full of excitement. He buckled a belt like a seat belt around his waist and warned the 3 Gusts.
Okay, Your Majesty.
After hearing this, the 3 Gusts immediately imitated Gervais and fastened their belts.
So, Stormwind's aerial team, take off now.
After making sure that the 3 Gusts were ready, Gervais could no longer hold back and shouted excitedly. Roar! Roar! After receiving Gervais's order, the 5 rapid dragon birds immediately started to move. With a crisp cry, the 4-meter-wide wings were fully unfolded, and then with a wave of its wings, the entire rapid dragon bird took Gervais and others into the sky.
Ha ha! So happy!
It can be said that the feeling of flying in the sky in a warcraft is completely different from that of flying in an airplane, without the plane's glass isolation. Gervais could clearly feel the wind resistance caused by the increased speed in the air. And as the rapid dragon bird flew higher and higher, the strong wind whistling in Gervais's ears became more and more fierce. But the stronger the wind blows, the happier Gervais becomes. This is the true interpretation of speed and passion. In his previous life, Gervais did not have the opportunity to experience such passion.
Ha ha! This is how it feels to fly in the air. It's so refreshing. That's right. I didn't expect that everything below would be so small when viewed from a high altitude. Completely different from the scene on the ground.
While Gervais felt happy, Gust and Hayden also made excited noises. Although their palms were tightly holding the handle in front of them, their bodies began to twist and look around. At this time, their altitude had reached 1,000 meters under Gervais's deliberate order, so the scenery below had shrunk dozens of times. This gave the two earls, who had never been in the sky, a brand new experience.
As long as you like it, you will have plenty of opportunities to fly on the rapid dragon bird in the future.
Seeing Gust and the two smiling, Gervais said something to them. The reason why he was willing to spend 50 energy points to capture this rapid dragon bird was because he planned to create aerial power for himself. Air power naturally requires powerful people like Gust and Hayden. After all, both air combat and long-distance attacks will have a greater effect.
Then thank you, Your Majesty.
Gust and Hayden really fell in love with the feeling of flying freely in the air. So after hearing Gervais's words, they had no intention of refusing and immediately expressed their gratitude. Next, Gervais and Gust continued to fly in the air for a while. And then the first flight ended. After all, the pursuers from behind don't know when they will arrive. Now that they have solved the eyes above their heads, the most important thing is to evacuate quickly.
Your Majesty the King?
When Gervais and the others rode the rapid dragon bird and fell from the sky, the wary soldiers saw that Gervais and Gust were riding on the back of the bird, and their mouths were filled with eggs.
Your Majesty, are these the big birds that have been circling above our heads these past 2 days?
I cautiously came to Gervais's side, his eyes constantly looking at the huge rapid dragon bird.
That's right. They will belong to Stormwind City from now on. By the way, this is the rapid dragon bird, an intermediate level monster, not a big bird.
Gervais nodded calmly, showing off his kingly style.
This is great. Your Majesty is mighty.
Although I didn't know that this dragon bird suddenly became Stormwind City's. But as long as I just flatter you in this situation, I won't go wrong in keeping it.
Your Majesty the King is mighty. Your Majesty the King is mighty.
Then, Yike raised his head, and the other soldiers stood up and shouted. And for a while, the mighty sound resounded through the forest.
Okay, everyone, hurry up and have lunch. Let's continue on our way after lunch.
After enjoying the flattery from his subordinates, Gervais was already satisfied and immediately waved his hand to signal everyone to continue eating.
Your Majesty, your lunch is ready.
After Gervais's subordinates dispersed, Gervais came to the shade of the roadside tree, and Lilia, the captain of the rescue team, immediately ran over, handed over a wet towel, and respectfully greeted Gervais. Said,
"Well, then send it over."
After wiping his face comfortably, Gervais also felt a little hungry, and immediately gave instructions to Lilia.
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Lilia immediately responded respectfully, and then retreated. Next, Gervais began to feast under Lilia's service. After lunch, the entire team continued to march. Although the 2 kilometers ahead were blocked by fallen trees, this was not a problem for Gervais and others. After spending a little time moving the trees, they began to move forward quickly with a clear path. In addition, because they have 5 rapid dragon birds, the path exploration mode of their team has also changed. Originally, those who were exploring the way forward were the personal guard team riding war horses. But now Gervais directly commanded several rapid dragon birds to explore. Gervais divided the 5 rapid dragon birds into 3 teams, 2 of which were on the road in front of the team to explore the situation, and the other 2 were placed at the back of the team to prevent the Golden Shield family from pursuing troops. The last one was left hovering above the team. This was Gervais's personal mount for his own convenience. Moreover, the 4 rapid dragon birds dispatched are not just the rapid dragon birds themselves. Westland also asked the rapid dragon bird to bring along Ike, Alec, Gust and Hayden. This was not only to prevent emergencies, but also to train Ike and Gust to ride dragons. Bird technology. In this way, Gervais and his party did not encounter any danger during the next day and a half, as if the previous dilemma had gone away from them.
Your Majesty, a team of 1,000 people appears 50 miles behind, and above them, there are 2 dragon bird knights leading the way. They should be the pursuers of the Golden Shield family. At noon that day, not long after Gervais and others had just finished lunch and were about to continue on their way, two rapid dragon birds flew quickly from the sky behind them. When the dragon bird landed, Hayden and Alec immediately came to Gervais and reported the emergency situation they discovered behind them.
So fast?
After Gervais heard the news, although he had already expected it, the speed of the Golden Shield family's pursuers still surprised him. Chapter 743. The bridge was destroyed.
Notify everyone. Pack your things immediately and prepare to move forward quickly.
Gervais silently calculated in his mind that if the Golden Shield family and others wanted to catch up with him at a distance of 50 miles, they would have to wait until dark. According to their current calculations, they would be able to reach the target town around dusk. As long as they captured the small bridge, they would be able to sit back and relax. Therefore, although the Golden Shield family arrived earlier than expected, it was still within a controllable range. At this time, Ike and Gust have already gone to the front to investigate. When they return, they will know the specific distance and the situation ahead.
Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has an order. Everyone pack up their equipment and set off immediately. Commander Kiddo, Captain Inbai, and the others seem to have had an accident. When we were in the air just now, we saw two rapid dragon birds flying in the distance. At that time, we thought they were teammates. But when we were about to go to join them, they suddenly changed their direction and quickly headed towards Fly in the original direction.
50 miles behind Gervais, a team of more than 1,000 people was advancing rapidly. The team of thousands of people all wore golden armor, and the weakest among the crowd was also the Golden Knight. In front of the team, there are more than 10 strong men exuding terrifying power. The leader among them released his pressure without any scruples. From this terrifying pressure, it was clear that he was a red flag knight. At this time, two rapid dragon birds fell in the sky. After the rapid dragon birds landed, one of the knights respectfully came to the red flag knight and reported the situation. Hayden and Alec could see each other with the same dragon bird flying in the air. Naturally, the dragon bird knight from the Golden Shield family also discovered them. Therefore, their abnormal behavior immediately aroused the suspicion of the two dragon bird knights.
Have you seen the people on those two dragon birds clearly?
When the commander named Kido heard the report, his face showed no emotion, and he just asked in a deep voice.
No. They were still 2 or 3 miles away at that time. I could only vaguely see that it was the dragon bird of our Golden Shield family. But the person driving the dragon bird couldn't see it clearly.
The dragon bird knight answered truthfully.
What a waste!
The red flag knight snorted coldly. He didn't know whether he was scolding the knight for not being able to see the opponent's face clearly, or scolding Inbai for being an aerial knight and for being able to have an accident.
Now continue to investigate and lead the way. Yes, Commander Kido.
Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of this dragon bird knight under the pressure of Kido. Hearing Kido's instructions, he immediately responded respectfully, and then quickly moved towards his rapid dragon bird.
Go ahead and inform everyone. Please continue to speed up.
This time, Batman gave him a death order, and he must take the head of the god of death back. So Kido couldn't let go of the god of death no matter what. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go back and explain.
Yes, Commander-in-Chief.
A journey of dozens of miles would only take a few hours for Gervais and others. If it weren't for the fact that there were ordinary soldiers among them as a baggage team, they would actually be able to run faster. After traveling quickly for more than 20 minutes, Gust and Ike finally returned in the Velociraptor. But Gervais was dumbfounded when he learned the news they brought back.
You are saying it again. That wooden bridge has been destroyed. Yes, Your Majesty. That small town is less than 30 miles away from us. But when we rushed to the vicinity of the small town to investigate, the wooden bridge had been destroyed by fire by the indigenous people, leaving only ashes. We also captured an indigenous scout outside the city and asked him that it turned out that Duke Johnson and the others had captured an indigenous city. Some of the remaining natives fled to the small city ahead. The lord of that small city was worried that Duke Johnson and the others would continue to attack. So he immediately ordered the wooden bridge to be burned down.
Gust and Ike lowered their heads to answer Gervais.
This is really not as good as God.
Gervais's head was as big as a bucket. He originally thought that the natives in the city would at least wait until they actually came into contact with their army before thinking of destroying the bridge. Unexpectedly, the lord of the small town was so cowardly that he burned down the bridge just after receiving a slight disturbance. You must know that it is a bridge spanning hundreds of meters. Building such a bridge will definitely cost countless manpower and material resources. But now it is destroyed at the drop of a hat.
How many people are there in the small city? How strong are they? Have you asked? Your Majesty, it is said that that small city was built specifically to protect the bridge. Although the population is only 3,000, there are thousands of indigenous soldiers. Among them, there should be more than 800 silver knights, more than 200 golden knights, and more than 10 powerful people above the white flag knights. Also, according to what the scout told me, their city lord can kill high-level monsters alone.
Gust is a veteran himself and has been on the battlefield for many years. Since he has caught the enemy's tongue, he naturally asked all the questions he wanted to ask. At this time, Gervais was informed of the information obtained from the scout.
Can you kill high-level monsters alone?
Gervais had the urge to scold her. He originally thought he had picked a soft persimmon, but he didn't know that he was the real tough guy, to be able to kill high-level monsters. Even the weakest high-level monsters must be killed by the red flag knight. As for the red flag knight, even if Gervais takes 50 times the strength fruit, he may not be able to defeat him. Immediately, Gervais quickly took out the map and began to check it. At present, the pursuers of the Golden Shield family are less than 50 miles away from them. It can be said that their retreat has been blocked. The only bridge across the river in the small town ahead has been destroyed. So Gervais has only one way to go, and that is to cross the small town and continue forward. But the problem is that if you continue to move forward, you will break into the hinterland of the indigenous people. There is still a large area of unexplored land. If Gervais leads this weak army to rush forward, he doesn't know whether he will escape and ascend to heaven. Still ran from the wolf's den to the tiger's mouth.
What the HL? I can't control that much. The most important thing is to get rid of the pursuers first.
Gervais pondered for a moment, but finally felt relieved, put away his racing thoughts, and decided to run away from him. Since there is still a road ahead, you have to try it no matter what. You can't just stay where you are and wait to die. As for fighting to the death with the people from the Golden Shield family behind, Gervais never had such an idea. Since the Golden Shield family went to great lengths to intercept and kill him, they must have sent enough strong men. Even if he can escape with the help of kiwi fruit, the problem is that his more than 500 subordinates will never have any chance of survival.
Everyone, speed up. Gust, you continue to explore the road ahead. I am going to directly cross the small town in front and continue moving forward.
Gervais immediately began to issue orders.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Afterwards, Gervais and his group continued their escape. But this time, the target had become an unknown area. Chapter 744 Play a Big One. Next, after 2 hours of traveling, Gervais and others finally arrived outside the target city they chose this time. This time, they were marching blatantly outside the city. At this time, Gervais could no longer care about much. If they continued to wait outside the city until dark, the pursuers of the Golden Shield family would probably catch up with them before they could leave. The rear of the butt.
Speed up!
Gervais sat on the back of Nightmare, always paying attention to the movements of the small town ahead. Although the height of the city wall of this small city is more than 30 meters, its length and width are less than 1 mile. To say that this is a small city, it is more accurate to say that it is a fortress. When Gervais and others passed by, people in the small town also discovered their traces, and gathered on the city wall to watch Gervais and others. Gervais also asked Ike and Gus to hover in the sky on the rapid dragon bird to keep an eye on the movements in the city. If there is any movement to gather troops and horses in the city to prepare to leave the city, Gervais will ride on the rapid dragon bird to take the initiative and enter the city to hold off these natives so that they have no time to attack. Fortunately, when more than 500 people under Gervais completely passed the road outside the small city, there was no movement of troops gathering in the city to prepare for an attack.
Walk!
After his subordinate soldiers had walked away for a full 15 minutes, Gervais saw that there was still no movement in the small town. So he waved to the guards and chased directly towards his team. Now that the first problem on the way to escape has been overcome, the next step is to consider how to escape the pursuit of the Golden Shield family. The best result is to find another bridge, and then let myself and others cross the river to meet Edward and the others on the other side. Tap! Tap! As the sun set, more than 2 hours after Gervais and the others left, another team of 1,000 people arrived outside the fortress-like town. The pressure that the arrival of this team brought to the small town was not comparable to Gervais and the others. The moment this team of thousands of people appeared, alarm bells rang in the city, and even the city lord of the small town came to the top of the city to look outside the city.
There is a strong man in this small town.
The appearance of the city lord of the small city immediately attracted Kito's attention, and he immediately stopped the demon wolf and looked at the city.
Commander, the people in that city are all natives. It seems that the god of death did not stop here to attack the city. They must have discovered our actions. So they have already run away. What a bunch of useless trash.
At this time, it was already clear that the god of death would not stay in this small town as previously reported. There is no need to think about the reason for this. It is naturally caused by those rubbish, which made the rapid dragon bird fall into the opponent's hands.
Commander, what should we do now? Do we still want to continue the pursuit? There is an unknown area further ahead. A place that Seignior has not investigated at the beginning.
A subordinate next to Kiddo asked in a low voice.
Keep chasing. The Duke's order is that the god of killing must die,
Kiddo said in a deep voice.
Yes, Commander-in-Chief.
Afterwards, the people of the Golden Shield family did not conflict with the natives in the small town. Instead, they just passed through the small town like Gervais and continued moving forward. That night, on a gentle slope by the river, more than 500 people from Gervais will be stationed tonight. Gus, Hayden and others who had just rushed back from the front and rear were called over by Gervais and were consulting on the situation.
Your Majesty, the Golden Shield clan is only over 40 miles away from us. Even if we keep going at this rate, it will take at most a day or so for them to catch up with us.
Hayden and Alec have been responsible for the reconnaissance at the rear. Today they met the Dragon Bird Knight of the Golden Shield family twice, and the distance between the two parties has become closer and closer.
Gus, have you discovered anything ahead?
After hearing Hayden's report, Gervais was anxious, but he still suppressed it. At this time, he, the king, had to calm down, so that everyone could feel at ease.
Your Majesty, we have been flying forward for more than 60 miles today, and we haven't found any bridges,
Gus replied.
In that case, let's all rest. We have to get up early tomorrow and get on our way.
Gervais nodded silently after listening. It was almost early in the morning. Gervais and others dared to stop and rest only after Hayden confirmed that the Golden Shield family was also setting up camp.
Yes, Your Majesty.
There was no talking all night, and before dawn the next morning, Gervais and his party continued to run away. But today, perhaps because they knew that Gervais and the others were not far away, the pursuit of the Golden Shield family behind them was getting faster and faster.
Your Majesty, the Golden Shield family is still 30 miles away from us.
Gervais and his party had traveled more than 40 miles before Alec rode the rapid dragon bird to report back.
I understand. Keep exploring.
After hearing this, Gervais nodded silently and said nothing.
Yes, Your Majesty.
2 hours later, Alec returned from behind.
Your Majesty, the Golden Shield family is still 20 miles away from us. Continue to observe. Yes, Your Majesty.
After Alec left, Gervais opened his system panel and silently glanced at the remaining black kiwi fruits before closing the system panel. According to this development, perhaps Gervais and the others would be overtaken by the Golden Shield family without waiting until dark. Unfortunately, there was no hiding place nearby, so Gervais and the others could only run along the road.
Teacher, why don't you take the rapid dragon bird and leave first?
While Gervais was looking at the system panel, Winton thought Gervais was deep in thought because of trouble, so he mentioned something to Gervais.
Winton, do you think I am such a person?
Gervais just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked in a joking manner. When he heard Gervais's rhetorical question, Winton was speechless, because Gervais was indeed not such a person. When he was in the City of Hope, Gervais was always on the verge of life and death, killing everyone in the city. If Gervais ran away in despair now, he wouldn't have had the title of God of Killing in the first place.
Your Majesty, the dragon bird that was scouting ahead is back.
While he was silent, Winton suddenly saw 2 rapid dragon birds flying back in front. Alec, who had previously been at the rear, returned, and the news he brought naturally became worse each time. The news from the front is what they are looking forward to most, and they are looking forward to good luck. Wow! As the rapid dragon bird landed steadily, Gus and it quickly turned over to the ground, and then ran in front of Gervais.
How's it going? Did you find the bridge?
Gervais asked after the two of them walked in.
Return to Your Majesty. There is no bridge ahead. Is there any steep terrain?
Gervais settled for the next best thing. Since he couldn't escape, let's fight to the death. If there is a terrain where one man can't get through, then they can still give it a try.
Your Majesty, as we move forward, we found that there are continuous mountains nearby, and there is no dangerous terrain for us to hold on to. However, there is a city 30 miles ahead, with a population of at least 50 or 60,000.
Gus replied in a low voice.
A city?
Gervais frowned when he heard this answer. It seems like there is really no escape this time. Gervais clenched his hands and gritted his teeth against the Golden Shield family. And now, he was forced to a desperate situation.
Damn it! Since there is a wolf in front of you and a tiger in the back, let's play with the big one.
Suddenly, a crazy light flashed in Gervais's eyes. And he made a bold decision. Since he couldn't run away, he would give it a try. At worst, he would have someone to support him before he died.
Give me my order. Abandon the carriage carrying food and let's speed up.
30 miles away. If they move forward quickly, they can still get out of the city before being caught up by the Golden Shield family. Chapter 745 Bombardment of Saint and City.
Your Majesty, the pursuers of the Golden Shield family are still 10 miles away from us.
Alec once again eagerly flew back to the team on the Rapid Dragon bird to report the situation. This time his tone was obviously a little urgent. The 10-mile journey can be said to be very close to a low-level monster. If there are no accidents, the two of them will meet up in the next half hour at most.
I got it! Keep paying attention to the movements of the Golden Shield family.
Gervais nodded and dismissed Alec.
Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone speed up.
As the Golden Shield family got closer and closer, Gervais knew that he didn't have much time left, and immediately began to loudly urge everyone to continue to speed up.
Yes, Your Majesty.
When the soldiers heard Gervais's urging, they immediately began to urge the horses again, no longer caring about the horses' horsepower. Tap, tap. As everyone's horses galloped, dust suddenly flew up on the road.
Your Majesty, ahead is the indigenous city we explored this morning.
5 minutes later, Gervais and his party walked through the long wilderness road, and the scene ahead suddenly became clear. A majestic city stood a mile to their left.
Ike, the city wall is 300 meters long. Set up the artillery.
When the city appeared in front of him, Gervais immediately began to issue orders without any hesitation. Whether you live or die this time depends on this wave.
Yes, Your Majesty. Winton, help me take those ordinary soldiers and medical teams to the woods on the side to take shelter temporarily.
After I took the order, Gervais looked at Winton again.
Okay. Mentor! Direct guard. Follow me. Yes, Your Majesty.
As Gervais's orders were issued one by one, everyone began to perform their duties. And then Gervais led 400 direct guards and galloped towards the city. Dang, dang, dang. When Gervais and others appeared outside the city, they were immediately noticed by the indigenous people in the city. And the indigenous soldiers on duty immediately sounded the alarm. In an instant, alarm bells sounded in the indigenous city, and the number of soldiers on the city wall began to increase. While the alarm bells were ringing in the city, Gervais had already led his direct guards to a place 100 meters away from the city wall.
People inside, listen up. You are surrounded by me. I give you 5 minutes to open the city gate and come out to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
Looking at the large number of indigenous soldiers on the city wall, Gervais immediately used his fighting spirit and shouted loudly towards the city wall.
You intruders who dare to offend street and city will surely be punished by Angelina, God of War.
Faced with Gervais's provocation, the indigenous commander on the city wall, who was responsible for leading the troops, shouted back.
Ha ha! Do you think I'm scared? If you have the ability, let your Angelina God of War punish you. I'll be waiting here.
Gervais laughed wildly. The gods in the land of gods had long since lost their braids, and the lucky ones could only leave behind broken divinities. Therefore, he was naturally not afraid of divine punishment or anything like that.
You despicable intruder! You dare to blaspheme God! You will die a bad death!
Hearing Gervais's wild laughter, the indigenous leader on the city wall immediately gritted his teeth and wished he could go out of the city right now and cut Gervais into pieces. However, it was not his decision to open the city gate and take the initiative to attack. So at this time, he could only stare at Gervais with fierce eyes.
There are still 3 minutes left. If you think about it, come out and surrender quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Gervais, the indigenous leader, turned a blind eye to the anger and instead issued an ultimatum to him.
Lord Delia, you are here. A group of invaders came from outside the city, numbering about 500 people. They are very weak.
Not long after Gervais finished speaking, he saw a group of people appear again on the city wall ahead. The leader of these people was a woman in white. When the soldiers saw the woman in white, they bowed their heads and saluted. Gervais knew that this should be the real owner of this indigenous city of St. Anne.
The strength is indeed a bit weak.
While Gervais looked at Delia, Delia also looked at him outside the city.
When Delia saw Gervais and his team of more than 400 people in this area, she frowned slightly. Outsiders invaded the land of God's fall. The news had spread throughout the cities. And they also received orders from the chief priest to seal the city gates and defend the city. And in the news, it was mentioned that the invaders were powerful. But the group of people outside the city did not match the news at all. The person with the highest strength turned out to be only the Golden Knight. And the 400 soldiers were all white flag knights. It was difficult for Delia to detail that such a group of invaders actually ran to the gates of St. Anne's City and screamed, "Girl, what are you looking at? I still have 2 minutes for you to think about it. I warn you that if you don't surrender, you will be killed or buried." Seeing that the woman in white above was still so calm, Gervais immediately spoke provocatively. He doesn't have that much time to spend in this ink. In less than 10 minutes, the people from the Golden Shield family will be chasing him. If the people in the city don't come out by then, his plan will come to nothing. You are so bold that you dare to speak rudely to the priest. Those who blaspheme God will surely suffer divine punishment. Hearing Gervais's rude words, before the woman in white opened her mouth, the indigenous leader scolded her again. It turns out to be the priest. Disrespectful. I said to this beautiful priest, "Your god of war has fallen. You don't need to be this priest anymore. Why don't you come out and surrender and obey me? I guarantee that I will take good care of you in the future." Gervais was now bent on luring the other party out of the city. So he said whatever words made him angry. "Blasphemer! You will be punished." The priestess, who originally had a holy look on her face, couldn't bear it after hearing what Gervais said, and her face immediately turned cold. Gervais's words are the greatest blasphemy against their Lord God. What kind of divine punishment? Let your god of war come down. Let me tell you, my god of glory is not a vegetarian, and I am sure he can subdue your Angelina god of war. Gervais was still sarcastic with sharp words, coupled with a beaming expression, which made all the natives on the city wall look at him with murderous intent. Priest Delia, let us go to war. We must arrest this blasphemer and put him on the stake. Faced with Gervais's repeated rude remarks, the indigenous commander finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked Delia, the priest, to speak out. Alphonse, the officiant has given orders that we must defend the city and not leave the city. Although she hated Gervais with all her teeth, Delia still needed to obey the orders of the officiant. But, Priest Delia, that abominable intruder so brazenly blasphemed our supreme God. But we remained indifferent. This is a shame to our God servants. It was difficult for the indigenous commander to bear this tone, especially when Gervais and others were so incompetent. It's like a strong man being pointed at his nose and insulted by a 5 or 6-year-old child. But he is unable to fight back. Hey! That beautiful priest. The time is up. Have you made up your mind? Should you leave the city and surrender? If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for being rude. Come on, blasphemer. I will personally send you to the stake, and use the flames to purify your corrupted soul. Delia scolded Gervais in a cold voice, with disdain on her face. Although they cannot leave the city, as long as Gervais dares to attack, they will definitely make these invaders get the punishment they deserve. In that case, then just wait for the city to be destroyed. Seeing that the priest was so calm, Gervais stopped delaying. Now that things have reached this point, he will show his true skills and must force the city to send troops. Immediately, Gervais urged the nightmare under him to quickly move towards Ike and others. Your Majesty, the artillery has been loaded and ready to fire at any time. When Gervais arrived at where Ike and others were, 3 small steel cannons had been set up in the open space, and the muzzles of the guns were aimed directly at the indigenous city of St. Anne. In that case, let's start attacking, Gervais immediately ordered. Your Majesty has an order. Prepare artillery. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. As Ike conveyed the order, the 3 guards immediately held torches and lit the fuse. And then a deafening explosion was heard in the open space outside St. Anne's City. Following the explosion, 3 solid lead bullets shot out from the muzzle and hit the city 300 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Ah! Nowadays, Ike and others can be said to be masters of cannon shooting. They can hit wherever they point at a distance of 100 meters. The 3 artillery SH.LS fired in the first round all hit the city head accurately, hitting several unprepared indigenous people immediately, killing these indigenous soldiers. Among the dead natives, in addition to 5 silver knights, there was also a golden knight. What kind of weapon is this? Is it magic or magic? Faced with the attack of 3 small steel cannons and the tragic death of their companions, the natives on the city wall were shocked. Originally,
They were expecting these invaders to start attacking the city, just in time to eliminate these blasphemers. But they did not know that they did not approach the city at all, but used weird weapons to attack hundreds of meters away.
Artillery ready. Fire!
No one will answer the questions of the natives. After the first round of SH, Ling, Ike, and others loaded the second round of SH. LS in less than a minute. There was no need to ask Gervais this time. The moment after loading the ammunition, Ike directly ordered the ignition and firing. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang.
Ah! Ah!
With the second round of SH, Ling, 3 more SH. LS hit the top of the city, and 4 of the natives on the wall were directly hit again. Several people only had time to let out a scream on the spot. And then, they were bloody and silent.
Asshole!
Alphonse, who had lost several subordinates again, clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red. It was clear that the 400 to 500 people outside were like weak reptiles. He and others could be trampled to death as long as they left the city. But now they could not leave the city, and were killed by the opponent just standing there. You must know that they have 1,000 silver knights, and 400 gold knights here. And Alphonse is a peak black flag knight. With such strength, you can only watch the opponent attack you. Anyone would have the urge to vomit blood.
Still not coming out? You really can't hold on.
When Gervais saw that there was still no movement in the city ahead, he frowned slightly and felt a little anxious.
Speed up. Keep hitting me.
So Gervais immediately urged Ike again.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Naturally, Ike waited until the situation was urgent, and immediately looked at the guards, who were supporting the loading, and shouted loudly.
Everyone, speed up.
Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Next, deafening explosions would be heard outside the city of Saint, and every tens of seconds. The indigenous soldiers on the city wall are no longer as calm as they were at the beginning. Whenever the sound of cannons is fired, everyone will subconsciously avoid it, faced with a solid lead bullet that was much larger than a fist. Even if the Golden Knight was hit squarely, he would only be killed on the spot.
Speed up. As long as you kill the god of death, the Duke will be rewarded heavily.
While Gervais was intensifying the bombardment of Saint Anne City, on the road 5 miles away from them, the team of the Golden Shield family was moving forward rapidly. The Dragon Bird Knight in charge of reconnaissance in the sky has sent word that the God of Killing team has stopped and is attacking the indigenous city outside a city ahead. Although he didn't know what the God of Death had gotten so mad that he took the initiative to go to the indigenous city to seek death. Keto didn't want to worry so much. With their strength of 1,000 people, they are not afraid of even a small indigenous town with 70,000 to 80,000 people. If the indigenous team in the city wanted to deal with them, then he wouldn't mind killing those indigenous people together and then plundering the city. However, he was sure that the natives would just run away after seeing them. During this pursuit, they had passed 4 or 5 indigenous cities, and every city they saw was cautious when they passed by, let alone leaving the city to cause trouble for them. Boom, boom, boom.
Ah! Ah! Master Priest, we have already suffered casualties of more than 30 soldiers. If we allow those blasphemers to attack like this, our soldiers will be dead and wounded in less than 2 days, and the city will not be able to defend it.
Alphonse was really anxious at this time. His subordinates suffered heavy casualties, but Delia still said nothing and did not give him an order to leave the city. After hearing Alphonse's anxious words, and the more than 30 soldiers of the god servant guards, who were already bloody over there, Delia finally let go.
Alphonse, you are right. If those 3 weird weapons are not destroyed, the servant of God guards will be slowly consumed by the invaders. So, I allow you to lead 1,000 men to fight. However, you must be fast. After destroying those 3 weird weapons, you can return to the city immediately. Do you understand? These intruders are so weak, but they dare to provoke Saint and City. They must have a conspiracy or support. If you find that something is wrong, take them back to the city immediately. Yes, Priest Delia. Don't worry. I promise to return immediately after destroying those 3 weird weapons.
When Alphonse thought about it, the hateful leader of the invaders was just a Golden Knight. He only needed one move to go out of the city and eliminate him. So he immediately agreed with all his heart.
Go! I will keep the city gate open so that you can return at any time.
Although there was still some worry in her heart. Now that she had said it, Delia would not go back on her word, but would continue to explain to Alphonse.
Okay, Lord Priest.
Alphonse agreed immediately, and then he couldn't wait to walk towards the stairs of the city wall, preparing to take people out of the city. Chapter 746. Aboriginals dispatched.
There is something happening among the natives in the city.
When Alphonse walked down the city wall and began to mobilize troops, Gervais was immediately alerted by the message conveyed by the dragon bird. After receiving the news, instead of being nervous, he couldn't help but be excited.
Ike, when the Aboriginal city gate opens and an Aboriginal team rushes out, you immediately lead the guards to escape to the woods on the side. Your Majesty, where is the artillery?
Ike and others were naturally unable to detect the movement in the city due to the obstruction of the city wall, and were stunned when they heard Gervais's words.
Don't worry about the artillery. Just run away. Yes, Your Majesty.
Gervais's prestige is unquestionable. After hearing Gervais' confirmation again, Ike agreed without any hesitation.
Direct guards obey orders. Yes, Your Majesty. If the natives in the city rush out of the city later, you don't have to make any resistance, but immediately retreat to the jungle on the side, like the bodyguards.
Gervais ordered to the 400 direct guards.
Yes, Your Majesty. Escape into the woods. The first thing you have to do is to tie the war horse to the tree stump. Remember, it must be tied firmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Very good.
After receiving responses one after another, Gervais relaxed. Whether he lives or dies tonight depends on the next 10 minutes. Wow! And at this moment, a rapid dragon bird suddenly fell from the sky. And the person who came was none other than Yalik.
Your Majesty, the team of the Golden Shield family is less than 3 miles away from us and is expected to arrive here within 5 minutes. Earl Hayden and Earl Gust have asked their subordinates to ask you if they can come back and prepare to fight.
Alec quickly jumped off the rapid dragon bird and came directly to Gervais to report anxiously.
Now convey my order to them. Let them be on guard in the air, and they will not be involved in anything on the ground.
Gervais was not prepared to rely on his own strength to resolve this dead situation today. After all, his mere 500 people were not enough to put a gap in their teeth, whether they were facing the Golden Shield family or the indigenous people.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Alec knew Gervais's personality, and the decision he made was unquestionable. Although he was hesitant to speak, he still agreed. In his opinion, Gervais and others on the ground are undoubtedly dangerous. If the 2 White Flag Knights, Hayden and Guster, are still in the air, wouldn't the strength on the ground be even weaker?
Well, go quickly.
Gervais had no time to explain his plan to Alec. In fact, he had not mentioned this plan to anyone. After all, it involved the system and the kiwi fruit.
Your Majesty, the gate of the native city is open.
And at this time, the locked gate of Shungan City in the distance was slowly opening. It was obvious that the natives had assembled their troops and were ready to attack.
When they leave the city gate, you will act as ordered.
Gervais immediately turned his attention to the gate of the Aboriginal city. The first step of tonight's plan was achieved. Next, let's see how many troops the Aborigines sent out. The more people the natives send out, the better the effect of his plan will be.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Boom! Boom! The city gate where Gervais and the others met was only more than 300 meters away. As the natives in the city began to urge their mounts, the sound of the mounts trampling on the ground was amplified by the door opening, as if thousands of troops were surging in.
100, 200, 300, 400, 400 golden knights.
Gervais stood still and estimated the number of indigenous people he saw so far. When he saw that the first indigenous people to leave the city were 400 golden knights, he was relieved. With these 400 golden knights, it is enough to complete his plan tonight.
Execute the order.
At this time, the indigenous soldiers were less than 200 meters away from Gervais and the others. Although the indigenous soldiers had not completely left the city, they did not rush up immediately. However, after at most 10 seconds, when the indigenous soldiers were assembled, they will definitely start taking action. The distance of 200 meters is only 5 or 6 seconds for the natives who use warcraft as mounts.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike and others immediately obeyed the order.
Everyone, retreat immediately and enter the forest on the right. Yes.
As the order was given, the soldiers immediately abandoned the 3 artillery pieces, mounted their horses, and began to rush towards the woods on the side. The same was true for Gervais's direct guards at this time, riding towards the woods together with the personal guards.
They want to run away. God's servant guards. Charge!
Alphonse was extremely excited to be allowed to go out to fight in the city. However, while he was still waiting for the troops to gather, he did not expect that the originally aggressive invaders would start to retreat. This was naturally intolerable. Although the most hateful blasphemer did not escape, He led more than 1,000 servants of God out of the city. If he killed only one blasphemer in the end, it would be a bit too ugly, and he would look too incompetent. Therefore, seeing that the God-servant guards had gathered more than 800 people, he didn't waste any more time and immediately roared an order. Then Alphonse took the lead, urging the Gale cheetah under him to rush towards the blasphemer. Kill! Following Alphonse's order, the God-servant guards did not hesitate to move together. Suddenly, the mountains outside St. Anne's city were shaking, and there was a cry of killing. At this time, Gervais watched the natives 200 meters away charging towards him, and then he unhurriedly took out the strength-enhancing fruit, put it in his mouth and ate it. When the indigenous charging team was still 70 or 80 meters away from him, Gervais turned his horse's head and prepared to retreat toward the rear. Big guy! No matter how fierce you are shouting now, I bet you can't even touch a hair on my head today. Gervais raised an international gesture towards Alphonse in his previous life, and at the same time, he was making a selection of words in his mouth. After doing all this, he saw that the native commander's face became even more grim, and then he laughed and urged the nightmare to run forward. Asshole! I must kill you! The blasphemer! Although he didn't understand what the blasphemer's gesture meant, Alphonse heard his provocative words and immediately became furious, urging his mount to speed up. Soon, the indigenous charge team rushed more than 200 meters and came to the front of the 3 artillery pieces. Leave 30 people to take this weird weapon back, and the others will follow me to continue chasing. Alphonse and the others originally planned to destroy this weird weapon directly, but that was only when they encountered fierce resistance from the enemy. But now that the intruders dispersed in a hurry, this strange weapon was abandoned like this. Naturally, he was not that stupid, so he planned to take this strange weapon back and study it carefully. And he himself continued to pursue Gervais. Although the priest has told him that the intruders outside the city must have something strange, there has been no accident so far, so Alphonse is not ready to give up the pursuit. After all, the blasphemer was only 50 or 60 meters away from him. As long as he could catch up to a distance of 10 meters, this abominable blasphemer would definitely die without a burial place. In addition, there is a large open space outside St. Anne's city. If there is any situation, he can immediately evacuate with his subordinates. The blasphemer suffer death. As the pursuit got closer, Alphonse immediately took out a 1-meter-long spear from behind, and then threw it with all his strength towards Gervais, who was 50 or 60 meters away. Chapter 747. There is still a difference. Whoosh! As the spear was thrown, Gervais immediately heard a scream behind his ears, so he turned his head slightly, and saw a spear wrapped in red light shooting straight towards him. Gervais did not dare to neglect, and immediately urged the nightmare to change direction to avoid the spear. Boom! The spear was dodged by Gervais without any surprise, and it was inserted directly into the ground where he was originally, making an explosion. However, the nightmare slowed down after twisting its direction to avoid the spear, and was immediately pulled 5 or 6 meters closer to Alphonse. The fighting power of the indigenous people cannot be underestimated. Gervais knew that the indigenous leader did not shoot the spear to kill him with one blow. The real purpose was probably to hinder his escape. Ha ha! Let's see where you run. Those who blaspheme will die. Sure enough, Alphonse couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw Gervais pulled a short distance away from him. Then he pulled out a spear from his back again and threw it towards Gervais. Whoosh! Boom! After Alphonse fired the second spear, Gervais once again controlled the nightmare to change direction and dodge. As he dodged the spear, the speed of the nightmare slowed down again, and the distance was once again shortened. You can't run away! Blasphemer! Whoosh! 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 Alphonse knew that as long as he kept shooting spears, the blasphemer would be unable to fly. He immediately roared violently, and began to shoot spears at Gervais continuously. He carries a total of 5 spears on his back. These spears are essential weapons for the servant of God guards. As the spears were thrown one by one, the distance between Alphonse and Gervais became closer and closer. The original distance between the two of them was 50 or 60 meters, and it was shortened to more than 20 meters in just a few seconds. Rise! Seeing that he was about to catch up with the damn blasphemer in the next moment, Alphonse no longer hesitated and was about to let the speeding cheetah under him activate a spell to increase its running speed. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed something strange happening in the distance. They saw a large group of cavalry appearing more than 300 meters in front of them. Tap! Tap! That team of cavalry all wore golden armor, and they were all golden knights in strength. What surprised Alphonse even more was that the leader of the cavalry team had an amazing momentum.
and his strength was obviously higher than his own. There is indeed an ambush. God's servant guards. Retreat! Although he was very close to the blasphemer, and although he was a little unwilling to do so, Alphonse was not stupid. That team of cavalry was also an intruder. So it must be the support team of the blasphemer. So without any hesitation, he directly chose to give up chasing Gervais. Instead, he yelled at the group of God's servant guards behind him, then turned around in the direction of the Gale Leopard and began to take a circuitous route to the side in preparation for retreat. Ha ha! Finally here! Seeing the indigenous leader behind him turning around and leaving without hesitation, Gervais ignored him and looked straight at the members of the Golden Shield family who were speeding towards him. You are the god of death! Kiddo led more than 1,000 cavalry to a place more than 50 meters in front of Gervais, and then looked at him with interest. The Golden Knights behind him were indeed elite, and they were standing in order at this time. Set behind Kiddo? Yes! I am the god of death! Did Halton send you here? Or did Batman send you here? Gervais was riding on the Nightmare, facing thousands of men and horses from the Golden Shield family without the slightest fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised to reveal a vague smile. Is there any difference? If you offend the Golden Shield family, your fate is already doomed. When Kiddo saw that Gervais' expression remained unchanged and even laughed, he couldn't help but glance at Gervais and thought that apart from his strength, the young man in front of him was indeed worthy of the title of God of Killing. Of course there is a difference. If it is Halton, he is still young after all. If he hears that your entire army has been wiped out, he will just vomit blood at most. But that old guy Bardman is different. He's so old. If he hears the news, he might just die. Ha ha. Boy, since you are so eager to seek death, then I will help you. After hearing what Gervais said, Kiddo knew that he had been fooled, and that he could not sit idly by and watch the Duke be insulted. Therefore, Kiddo no longer hesitated, and immediately roared violently, urging the demon wolf under him to charge towards Gervais. These intruders are indeed cunning, but fortunately Alphonse dealt with them decisively. The moment the team of the Golden Shield family appeared in the distance, Delia's heartbeat immediately started to beat faster while standing on the city wall. With the strength of the more than 1,000 invader cavalry, there is really no way to compete in the wild with the divine servant guards of Saint and City. After all, the strength gap between the soldiers on both sides is too big, and they are all Golden Knights. However, after seeing Alphonse decisively stop the pursuit and quickly retreat, Delia breathed a sigh of relief and continued to observe every move of the intruders. Huh? What's going on? Those intruders didn't pursue them. They seem to be in a confrontation. Aren't they in the same group? But Delia, who had just relaxed her mind a little, suddenly became confused after continuing to observe the intruder for a while, because the more than 1,000 Golden Knights who appeared earlier did not immediately pursue Alphonse and others, but actually stopped in front of the blasphemer, and the two sides began to talk, as if they did not care about Alphonse and others at all. This situation makes Delia confused. If the invaders want to attack street and city, chasing Alphonse now should be the best opportunity. But no matter what, the best result is that Alphonse can withdraw safely. If Delia couldn't figure it out, she just didn't think about it. Now that the 3 strange weapons have been sent to the city, and Alphonse has escaped from the invaders, and will be able to return to the city immediately. No matter what happens outside the city at this time, it has little to do with him. Ha ha. Come on. See if you have what it takes to kill me. When Gervais saw Kiddo charging towards him, he immediately turned the direction of the Nightmare and ran towards the rear. And this time, when he was running wildly, Gervais was also making other movements in his hand. As his mind moved, a purple kiwi fruit appeared in his hand. As the purple kiwi fruit appeared, the unpleasant smell instantly spread in the wind outside the city of Saint, and roar! 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 What happened? Because the team of the Golden Shield family was closest to Djevis. The moment the purple kiwi fruit appeared, the monsters under them smelled the smell of the purple kiwi fruit for the first time. After asking about the taste of the purple kiwi fruit, the thousands of Warcraft mounts began to roar with excitement, and their eyes were even more greedy. Faced with such an abnormal situation, Kito and others naturally noticed something was wrong immediately, and immediately frowned in confusion. Fortunately, the mounts under them were still chasing the god of death at this time. But they were just a little more excited, so they ignored it for the time being. Huh? What happened next? At this time, Alphonse and others had arrived at the gate of Saint and City. When they heard the roars of the beasts coming from behind, a group of them turned their heads to look behind. Commander Alphonse,
Stop looking. Those invaders are coming at a fast pace. You should enter the city immediately and seal the city gate.
Alphonse turned his head to check for a moment, and then immediately heard Delia's urging voice coming from the city wall.
Yes, Priest Delia.
When Alphonse saw the intruders behind him rushing towards the city, he did not dare to delay and immediately agreed, and then began to urge the speeding cheetah under him to enter the city gate. However, when Alphonse urged his mount to move forward, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The speeding cheetah remained motionless after receiving his order.
Panther, come forward into the city.
Alphonse immediately urged the speeding cheetah again,
and at the same time shouted a greeting. Roar! 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 Unfortunately, the speeding cheetah ignored his order at all. And then Alphonse heard waves of roars and roars.
How is this going?
Alphonse's expression suddenly changed, and he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. These roars of beasts were actually made by the mounts of his subordinates behind him. Even the speeding cheetah under him did the same, roaring excitedly. Chapter 748: The Mount That Disobeys Orders.
Alphonse? What's going on? Come into the city quickly. Otherwise it's too late.
Delia naturally discovered the abnormal situation of the servant guards under the city, and it can be said that she discovered it earlier than Alphonse. Because at this time, the servant guards at the rear and some began to change direction and rush towards the outside of the city. This situation suddenly caused Delia's expression on the city wall to change drastically, and she shouted anxiously towards Alphonse. But Alphonse had no time to answer Delia now, because at the next moment, even the speeding cheetah under him began to change its direction, and then suddenly accelerated towards the outside of the city.
Oops!
Delia's face turned pale when she saw this scene. This was obviously the plan of the intruders. The intruders outside the city were already close at hand, and would collide with the servant of God guards in a few dozen seconds, and with the strength of the God servant guards. If they were to confront those more than 1,000 intruders, the outcome could be imagined. If Alphonse and the others suffer all losses, then there will be no need to defend the city of Saint Anne. Originally, Saint Anne City had more than 3,000 God servant guards, but the other 2,000 were transferred to the main temple by the chief priest a few days ago to garrison. Alphonse's 1,000 men are now the only main force in Saint Anne City. Although there are still hundreds of mixed guards of bronze knights and silver knights in the city, they are of no use against the powerful intruders.
Xia, you go to the temple immediately and take away the holy relics of the main god. Take them to the main temple and give them to the chief priest, and inform the situation here.
At this time, Delia had already prepared for the worst. Although their small cities are small, each city has an object contaminated with the aura of the Lord God, so that the servants of the god can worship it every day. If there is any remaining divinity of the main god in this holy object, then one day their god will return again. Such holy objects are naturally more important than life to these servants of God. So the first thing she thinks of is to send the holy objects away.
Master Priest, what about you?
This woman named Xia was Delia's personal servant. When she heard her words, she immediately asked,
I am the priest of Saint Anne City, and I will live and die with Saint Anne City,
Delia said firmly. But
this is an order. Xia? Yes, Lord Priest. This god of death is weird. But do you think you can survive with these natives? You're so naive.
When Kiddo was chasing Gervais, he also discovered the strange movements of the natives under the city in front. But in his opinion, in the face of absolute power, any tricks Gervais played were useless.
Kill! If those natives dare to attack, kill them all!
Then Jito roared. And he didn't mind at all that he had to deal with these natives as well. Then he could go into the city to treat himself and others.
Kill!
The Golden Knights behind him naturally had the same idea. Chasing the god of killing was originally a chore. After all, it required a long journey, and there was no benefit to be gained. However, if they could capture this small town now, then their trip would be worthwhile. As there were shouts of killing outside the city, the natives and the Golden Shield family, who were attracted by the purple kiwi fruit, finally got closer and closer. When Gervais saw this situation, he finally glanced at the sky. 200 meters, 150 meters, 80 meters. At this time, Gervais finally stopped his nightmare.
Die to me!
Seeing Gervais stop running, Kiddo showed a bright smile. In his opinion, Gervais was blocked by the natives. Immediately, Kiddo raised the sword in his hand, preparing to slash at Gervais.
Stop!
However, in his smile, Gervais was unhurried. His hands suddenly closed, and then, the purple kiwi fruit in his hands was directly smashed into several petals.
Then Gervais held two slightly larger pieces of purple kiwi fruit and threw them directly towards the Golden Shield family's team with a loud shout. Roar! 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 Seeing two pieces of purple kiwi fruit flying over their heads, the Warcraft mounts that were still running wildly ignored the owners on their backs and jumped directly into the sky, trying to snatch those two pieces of weird fruit flesh full of endless temptation. Facing this scene, the Knights of the Golden Shield family were extremely frightened. At such a speed, the monster jumped with all its strength, and one can imagine the huge inertia. In an instant, dozens of Golden Knights from the Golden Shield family were thrown away because they were unable to defend themselves and their center of gravity was unstable, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ho ho ho! What made them even more desperate was that after they fell to the ground, the Warcraft mounts that they had regarded as close comrades in the past turned a blind eye to them, and even stepped on them in a rampage. Ah! Ah! Asshole! What on earth is going on? At this moment, Keto could no longer laugh when he saw that he was about to rush in front of Gervais. The demon wolf under him also turned back uncontrollably. At the same time, he heard the screams of many of his subordinates being trampled by monsters. Keto was angry and annoyed for a while. Wolf King! Turn! Turn! In his rage, Keto tried his best to control the mount under him, trying to make it obey the command and rush towards Gervais. Unfortunately, the demon wolf under him seemed to be possessed and ignored him at all. Order! Enjoy the show I have prepared for you! The miserable appearance of the Golden Shield family was all revealed in Gervais's eyes. And suddenly a big stone in his heart finally fell away. At least things have developed in the direction he imagined. At this time, the indigenous troops finally rushed in front of Gervais. Go quickly! Your targets are over there! Kill them all! The indigenous guards, who were rushing at the front, all looked frightened. They wanted to attack Gervais when they passed by him. But Gervais gave them no chance and directly threw all the remaining purple kiwi fruits in his hand toward the Golden Shield family. Immediately, they saw that the monsters under the natives were going crazy, their eyes full of greed, and they rushed towards the Golden Shield family members. Bang bang bang. After a moment, these Warcraft mounts led their owners straight into the Golden Shield family's team. The knights on both sides didn't even have time to raise their swords at each other, and their bodies were in close contact with each other. The iron armor they were wearing made a muffled sound when they collided, like two meat cans crashing together. Ah! In addition to the banging and crashing sounds, some unlucky knights of the Golden Shield family were directly treated as food by the monsters because their bodies were contaminated with kiwi fruit pulp. The Warcraft mounts didn't care about anything and started biting these Golden Knights. Immediately, the other unlucky guy was bitten on his thigh, arm, etc., and let out a painful wail. Kill! Kill all these natives! Originally, because the monsters kept giving orders, the knights on both sides had not started to attack each other. However, when they saw that someone on their side had died at the mouth of the indigenous monsters, the knights of the Golden Shield family suddenly gave up and began to use long swords to fight with the indigenous people. Fight hard. Shameless blasphemer! I will kill you! When the battle started ahead, Alphonse, the indigenous leader, finally approached Gervais. Thinking that all this must be the blasphemer's trick, he immediately roared and slashed at Gervais with his sword. Ha ha! You'd better go fight them first. I'll play with you later. Seeing the indigenous leader slashing his sword at him, Gervais had no intention of fighting him. He had to leave more energy for the indigenous people to find trouble with the Golden Shield family. Although the natives originally lived in the land of God's Fall, they were not affected by the riot aura. However, their strength is too far compared with that of the Golden Shield family. Gervais also wants to rely on them to consume more of the Golden Shield family's vitality. Asshole! Seeing Gervais dodge his attack and then escape directly on his mount, Alphonse suddenly yelled. However, the speeding cheetah under him didn't care about Alphonse's feelings, and couldn't wait to rush towards the crowd of the Golden Shield family. Chapter 749, Defending the Empty Street and City. Next, outside the city of St. Anne, the servant of God guards and the invaders started a weird battle. How can I say it's weird? Because both sides are obviously starting out, but they all stick together during the battle. Moreover, the targets for attacking and fighting are not fixed, because the enemies around them all depend on where the mounts under them are running. As for why the indigenous soldiers and the soldiers of the Golden Shield family didn't jump off their mounts to fight? Don't be kidding. In such a chaotic cavalry battle group, not to mention that without mounts, there is no advantage at all when facing the enemy. Even if someone wants to jump off the mount, the result will be to be trampled or bitten to death by the monster. and the only ones present who have the ability to protect themselves in such a chaotic battle group are probably only a few strong men above the white flag. Time passed by, and the battle ahead continued. As the battle continued, the disadvantages of the indigenous side also became apparent. The Silver Knights of the indigenous side often had to pay the price of 3 or 4 people to kill a Golden Knight of the Golden Shield family. Of course, this was because the mounts under them did not obey orders. If the mounts of the Golden Shield family could obey the orders of their masters, the indigenous cavalry would have started to rout long ago.
We need to add more ingredients to them.
Gervais did not leave the battlefield, but kept wandering around, releasing 1 or 2 fireballs from time to chill the cavalry of the Golden Shield family. Seeing that the restlessness of the warcraft had subsided, Gervais guessed that the minced flesh of the purple kiwi fruit had almost been eaten by the warcraft. So he immediately exchanged it for another purple kiwi fruit, quickly smashed it in his hand, and then threw it directly towards the Golden Shield family team again. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Ah! Ah!
As the purple kiwi pulp was thrown out again, the monsters whose crazy appearance had subsided just now became excited again, roared violently, and then rushed towards the direction where the purple kiwi fruits were scattered. Several Golden Knights from the Golden Shield family were immediately bitten by the mounts from their companions because they had a little bit of fruit pulp on their bodies.
God of Death, I will kill you today.
Although Keto did not leave the team to pursue Gervais, he was always paying attention to Gervais's movements to prevent him from escaping. Just now, Gervais once again threw away objects that could cause the warcraft to snatch things, which was naturally seen by him. Seeing that he had lost several subordinates, he suddenly roared,
Everyone, quickly eliminate these natives.
The reason why Keto did not go after Gervais now was because he knew that Gervais had something that could cause the world of Warcraft to become restless. And he had to deal with these troublesome natives first. After these natives are dealt with, no matter what method the killing god has, it will be useless to them. At worst, everyone will abandon their mounts and chase Gervais.
Die, you intruders.
Seeing that his subordinates were getting fewer and fewer, Alphonse became a little anxious. He could no longer care about anything else and concentrated on hacking away at the intruders in front of him. At this moment, hundreds of people rushed out of the gate of Saint and City again, and the person leading these people was none other than Delia, the only priest of Saint and City.
Well, they all came out. They are a little weaker. It seems that there are not enough troops in this city.
Gervais glanced at Saint and City in the distance, and he was even happier when he saw the support from Street and City. After all, the stronger the natives were, the harder their fight with the Golden Shield family would be. However, when Gervais saw the strength of the indigenous soldiers who came to support him, he couldn't help but look at the city wall again. At this time, most of the soldiers on the city wall had been reduced. It is obvious that most of the natives who came to support this time were drawn from the city wall. This shows that the number of soldiers in Saint Anne City is seriously insufficient. Thinking of this, Gervais suddenly thought, and then sent an order to a rapid dragon bird in the sky. A moment later, the rapid dragon bird swooped towards him.
His Majesty!
The person sitting on this rapid dragon bird that swooped down was Gust.
Gust, you go contact Ike and the others now.
And then, at that moment, Gervais began to explain his previous flash of ideas to Gust.
Yes, Your Majesty, I promise to complete the mission.
After listening to Gervais's words, Gus suddenly became excited and looked at the city of Saint and ahead with fiery eyes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Afterwards, Gervais once again gave instructions to the rapid dragon bird, and the rapid dragon bird spread its wings and flew towards the woods where Ick and the others were hiding. At this time, the only rapid dragon birds left in the air were the 5 of Gervais. As for the 2 rapid dragon birds of the Golden Shield family, they had already joined the battle group on the ground because of the appearance of the purple kiwi fruit. Under the temptation of the purple kiwi fruit, the 2 rapid dragon birds were like other monsters on the ground, running rampant on the ground in search of the kiwi fruit pulp. As for why Gervais's 5-headed dragon birds were not attracted to the purple kiwi fruit, this was entirely because the intervention of Gervais's powerful master-servant contract directly stopped their urge to rob.
God fire judgment!
When Gervais finished accounting for Gust, the hundreds of native reinforcements from Street and City also arrived at the outskirts of the battle circle. These people did not ride horses, but came running directly on foot. After the native priest arrived, he ignored Gervais and directly attacked the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family to support the natives who were being killed by the Golden Shield family. As the indigenous priests began to release spells, a fireball with a range of more than 10 meters immediately appeared above the Golden Shield family.
The next moment, this huge fireball fell directly towards the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family. Boom! As an explosion was heard among the crowd. More than a dozen Golden Knights were immediately swallowed up by the flames, without even having time to scream.
He actually has the strength of a magician.
Gervais immediately glanced at this indigenous woman. No wonder she could become a priest. She was not much older than him, but she already had such terrifying strength.
Native priest.
After the explosion, Geo over there naturally didn't dare, and immediately jumped off the demon wolf mount. Aboriginal priests, like human magicians, are the primary targets of attack by both sides in the war, because their attacks are too scary during team battles. If the indigenous priests were allowed to continue attacking, even if the Golden Shield family could win today, it would be a miserable victory.
Priest, be careful.
Alphonse on the indigenous side also immediately discovered Keto's movements, and immediately jumped off the speeding cheetah and headed straight towards Keto, preventing Keto from attacking Delia.
Looks like it's my turn.
Seeing that Keto over there finally went to the ground to find trouble with the natives, Gervais also pulled out the long sword at his waist. Previously, he only released fireballs to sneak attack the Golden Knight of the Golden Shield family. This was because Gervais was worried that if he killed too hard, he would directly draw the hatred of Keto and let him chase him too early, which would be more than worth the gain. But now that Keto is attracted by the natives, he can safely and boldly harvest these Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family, even if Keto comes back to him later after killing the natives. His fighting spirit will have been depleted a lot, and he can wait for a while and try to fight him. After all, even if Gervais took the strength-enhancing fruit, he would still be in great danger when facing the Red Flag Knight. Even if the time comes, Keto will still use magic potion to supplement, but it is definitely impossible to supplement the level in his heyday for a while. Thinking like this, Gervais quickly urged the nightmare under him to move towards the team of the Golden Shield family. Chapter 750 Destruction of the Golden Knights.
Blood Moon Death God /
When Gervais came to the outskirts of the Golden Shield family's battle circle, he directly raised the Crimson Moon in his hand without any hesitation. Then he saw that the area around Gervais was instantly shrouded in red light. When the red light reached its peak, the red light suddenly shrank, and all of it fell into the blood-red sword. And Gervais also slashed out the Crimson Moon at this moment.
Killing God! You dare!
The big movement on Gervais' side naturally attracted Keto's attention. He had long heard that the Blood Moon Death / of the God of Death was so terrifying that even the Black Flag Knight had to weigh it. At this time, during the fierce battle with Alphonse, he saw Gervais suddenly attacking the Golden Knight of the Golden Shield family. His eyes were split, and he roared at Gervais. However, his violent roar was already too late. Boom! At this time, the Blood Moon Death / had already fallen. As the Crimson Moon / fell, a frightening sword light immediately appeared in the field. This sword light was dozens of meters long, and it stood directly in the crowd of the Golden Shield family.
Ah!
As the explosion sounded, it was as if hot oil had been poured on the crowd of the Golden Shield family. Suddenly, people were on their backs. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and they were wailing all over the place. Of course, the only ones who were still wailing were the Golden Knights around the sword. They were only affected by the remaining force of the Blood Moon Death / Those Golden Knights, who were actually struck directly by the Blood Moon Death God slashing sword, did not even have time to scream, and were directly broken into flesh. Even 2 White Flag Knights had no time to avoid death on the spot. After Gervais made this move, the field paused for a moment, and everyone looked at Gervais in horror. Even the priest Delia was extremely shocked. At the same time, she was secretly glad that the intruder was not with those Golden Knights. Otherwise, if the sword was struck at the Servant of God guards, the damage caused would be devastating. Yes, at least 50 people were killed on the spot by those Golden Knights' swords, and dozens more were injured.
I am going to kill you!
After the audience was stunned for a moment, Keto was the first to react. He raised his fighting spirit to the extreme, roared violently, and rushed towards Gervais regardless of the situation.
The entanglement of the divine plant.
And when Keto was angrily trying to kill Gervais, the priestess Delia suddenly released a magical spell towards him. At the moment when the magic was released, several thick vines suddenly appeared under Keto's feet and quickly wrapped around his legs. Delia's idea was simple. Since the intruder was not with the Golden Knight, she would hold back this strong man and let the intruder kill more Golden Knights. After all, the intruder is weaker, and once he has almost dealt with the Golden Knight, there is still hope for him and others. The power of his sword seemed terrifying, but Delia knew that these invaders would not be able to recover their fighting spirit on their own after entering the Land of God's fall. Even if these invaders swallowed the potion, their strength would still be unable to reach its peak.
Indigenous people, you are looking for death.
Facing Delia's sudden entanglement spell, Kiyo's lungs were about to burst with anger. Immediately, with scarlet eyes, he turned his head and shouted coldly at Delia. At the same time, with a twist of the long sword in Kiyo's hand, he directly cut off several thick vines wrapped around his feet. But when he cut off the vines and was about to lift his feet again, he saw the vines below him growing again. Kiyo slashed with his sword again, only for the vines to grow again. After repeating this, Kiyo could no longer think of killing Gervais quickly.
Female native, you will regret what you are doing now. I will slaughter all of your city.
Kiyo was finally angered by the disgusting magic of the priestess, and uttered cruel words towards her to massacre the city. When Delia heard such a threatening call, she frowned but did not say a word. Now she just hopes that the young intruder can quickly get rid of these golden knights. Her divine plant entanglement is her life-saving magic, specially used to deal with powerful enemies. However, there are also many limitations, such as being unable to cause actual damage, and it will also consume her accumulated divine power. At the same time, the life-saving magical spell only has a time limit of 2 minutes, and the divine plant entanglement will lose its effectiveness after 2 minutes. When the female native was full of worries, Gervais seemed to understand her thoughts. When he saw Kiyo being entangled, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he moved even faster.
Blood Moon Death God slash!
Gervais roared again, swung his sword, and slashed straight at the Golden Knight of the Golden Shield family. The Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family naturally tried their best to escape, but the mounts under them did not obey their master's command, and did not move at all. Many Golden Knights, who were facing Gervais, saw this situation, and immediately wanted to jump off their mounts to escape. However, as soon as they jumped to the ground, they were directly overwhelmed by the crowded Warcraft mounts. Boom! The next moment, there was another explosion in the field, and the crowd of the Golden Shield family once again appeared in a scene of people falling on their backs. The Golden Knights on the scene were all pale and full of fear.
Ah! You are all going to die!
Kiyo was entangled in the endless plant vines, and could not move forward quickly. Once again, he saw that the Golden Shield family had lost dozens of Golden Knights. Kill the natives.
Blood Moon Death God slash!
However, Gervais ignored Kiyo's madness at this time, and continued to harvest the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family. After he performed the Blood Moon Death slash several times, and exhausted all his fighting energy, Gervais took out the spirit measuring fruit and swallowed it without hesitation, and then continued to start a one-sided massacre. The Golden Knights on the field suddenly fell down one by one, with no way to the sky and no way to the earth. Only a few Golden Knights and White Flag Knights near the edge quickly jumped off their mounts and escaped from the battle circle. As time passed, a river of blood flowed outside street and city. Gervais slashed the Blood Moon Death slash more than 10 times in just 2 minutes, directly killing this member of the Golden Shield family. Thousands of Golden Knights were killed to pieces. Only dozens of Golden Knights escaped from the battle circle and escaped with their lives.
I want all of you to pay for this!
Finally at this time, Delia's divine plant entanglement spell began to weaken, and Kiyo cut off the vines under him without hesitation and roared violently.
No! The divine plant entanglement will be ineffective immediately. Escape quickly! Stay away from the intruder commander!
Delia immediately sounded a warning and shouted at the servant of God guards.
Die!
Poof! Although hearing Delia's warning, most of the God servant guards quickly jumped off their mounts and stayed away from Kiyo. However, there were still a few people who reacted a little too late and were killed by Kiyo directly, with their heads missing. Fortunately, Kiyo was looking at Gervais with red eyes and had no time to pay attention to the natives. Therefore, after more than 10 natives died, most of the servant guards survived safely.
Boy! Go to H.L.
Kiyo was as fast as lightning and rushed straight in front of Gervais like a madman.
Hellfire continuous slash.
Then, before anyone arrived, Kiyo struck directly at Gervais with a sharp slash. Seeing this, Gervais dared not be negligent, so he quickly swallowed the damage-immune kiwi fruit, and then raised his sword as well.
Blood Moon Death God slash.